Once upon a time in 2050, the Earth was suddenly invaded by monsters, along with strange creatures called constellations. Together with them, people appeared who, after awakening, gained the ability to use magic. In this rapidly changing world, the main character, Yu Sang-won, was not a hunter, but just an ordinary civilian. He liked a quiet life where there was no need to compete and risk his life in battles with monsters. The guy went to bed, not even suspecting that his life would soon change dramatically. At night, the phone rang in his room, and he received a message from an unknown number. However, Yu Sang-won paid no attention to him. This message, which arrived late at night, forever changed the life of the main character. In the morning, he saw a chest in front of him, which he had never seen before. Opening it, he found an SSS-ranked artifact and legendary gear inside. Such a chance comes only once in a lifetime. Yu Sang-won tried on the equipment out of curiosity. It turned out to be even cooler than he imagined. However, as it turned out, this equipment was inextricably linked to him, and he will be able to get rid of it only when he dies. So, to protect himself, he started pumping his level. Although he didn't like it, he had no choice. He fought terrible monsters, cleared dungeons, and gained new levels. And before he knew it, he had become one of the few S-rank awakened in Korea. His team included Knight of the Order of the Sacred Heavens Sam Mayol, Metal Golem 001 Akalon, Abyss, Nightcolf, and Dragon Knight Crocbane. Yu Sang-won was given S-rank comrades as a reward for his achievements, making him no longer looked down upon. Yu Sang-won finished work and planned to go home. He praised his colleagues and said they did a great job today. The guy just wanted to live peacefully. This was the principle that allowed him to lead a peaceful life until now. Greed often leads to adventure, so if you put them aside, you can live a very good life. He was engaged in this work every day, but he was very tired. Yu Sang-won watched the hunters at work. He had seen it often, but each time it was like the first time for him. These people were very hard-working. Endless wars have begun between the monsters and the awakened, and now they have reached a temporary balance. Seoul Academy is a city where newly awakened are trained to become hunters. It is also the city where Yu Sang-won has been working for 9 years. Awakening, hunters, and constellations all sounded pretty cool, but ordinary people like the main character weren't interested. The boy returned home, sat in the living room, and turned on the TV. The journalist reported that the number of missing people reached 200 this month. The Association of Hunters says that most of the missing are connected to the constellation King of Massacre, and they are trying to understand what is the matter. Yu Sang-won heard this information every day. The King of Carnage is raging in the north. Nothing new. The next story in the news was about the conflict between the Hunters Association and the Civil Coalition. The reason for the disagreement regarding budget funds. One of the parties wants to spend more money, and the other party wants to cut costs. The end of the border was not in sight. The guy turned off the TV, and although the world has changed, those who have learned to extract profit from it live by singing, and society is still full of crime and corruption. And although from the outside it seemed that the shift in society, everything remained in place. But it was all about people smarter and more capable than Yu Sang-won. There was nothing he could do about it. Someone might call him a loser or a coward for thinking like this, but he thinks it's actually a sign of wisdom. The guy went to bed and continued to think. The more things you leave behind, the easier life becomes. There is nothing to be sad about if it seems that you are not talented at all. Therefore, living by doing what you can is the best option. Yu Sang-won put his phone down and began to fall asleep. Suddenly the phone rang. A new message came to the number. The guy picked up the phone. He didn't know who could be writing to him at such a late hour. It was a message to become awakened. Yu Sang-won considered the message to be spam and ignored it. He dreamed of an F-rank awakening because it guaranteed a promotion. If it really worked, everyone would have become awakened a long time ago. Not believing the message, he decided to ignore it. The next morning, his phone received 7 more notifications. Annoyed, he was glad he had ignored the previous messages he thought were spam. Putting his phone down, Yu Sang-won was surprised to see a chest in front of him. He could not believe what was happening. After rereading the nightly message, he realized that his words had been taken as an agreement to the proposal. So he was given constellations and systems without his consent. Enraged, the boy did not remember agreeing to this and considered it a scam. Due to the fact that he was asleep during the selection of the constellation, it was cancelled, but the system was still delivered. The promised stats and gear were given randomly. Sang-won now understood that the equipment was in this chest. This annoyed him very much. A new message arrived. It had to say status window to open the status window. The guy couldn't believe what was happening. Saying status window out loud, he saw a window in front of him with all the information about himself. Sang-won found it hard to believe in reality, but nothing could be changed. It seems he was indeed blessed with a constellation. It didn't matter what rank he got. The very fact of awakening was important. He got promoted, so it's not that bad. The boy was surprised to see that his rank was SSS. He paced the room, trying to collect his thoughts. Fear gripped him, his heart pounded in his chest. He approached the chest, unsure of what might be inside. When he dared to open it, light came out from inside, and a new message appeared above the chest. His random equipment turned out to be the SSS rank Legendary Armor of the Divine Beast Golden Guard, a legendary equipment with a 1 in a million chance of obtaining. Even 10 years ago, the guy would have been jumping for joy. But now he was worried. Sang-won needed to activate the equipment, but he didn't know how to do it. He was sure that this was not a blessing, but a curse that would destroy his life. He wasn't going to die in battle, so he decided to get rid of the chest. However, he understood that this was a bad idea. If the item was found in their area, the guild would take the golden armor. Then everything around will instantly turn into a battlefield between guilds. At first, Sang-won decided to go to work to distract himself from the strange situation. He asked the boss to work a partial shift because he had urgent business. He was allowed because it was necessary. Sang-won thanked. That is why you should always be honest and hardworking. After work, the main character still decided to leave the city to get rid of the thing that could threaten his peaceful life. But he didn't even check his specs, so he brought up the status window. It bothered him a little that it was called the Way of the Great Knight. The only plus was that learning all the skills in the Knight branch could not harm him in any way. Sang-won finally left far outside the city with 2 suitcases containing equipment. He came to the edge of the cliff and threw things into the water. After what he had done, he felt much better, as if a burden had been lifted from him. So he decided to return home. He was very exhausted, but when he turned on the light in the room, he saw a terrible picture. 24 years ago, when the most powerful awakened in history left Korea after a conflict with the authorities, chaos began in the country. The appearance of monsters became more frequent, and the security system of Korea cracked. Civilians tried to defend themselves. One of the boys hit the monster with a fire extinguisher. But this only worsened the situation. Even more monsters appeared. There were so many of them that death seemed inevitable. People begged for salvation. The man told the head of the department that the monsters are close, and they need to contact the hunters immediately so that they can deal with the problem. The director was in danger, so the workers had to go to him first. But children also remained in danger. Their safety also had to be taken care of. They were scared and hid under the table. The monster turned out to be faster. It attacked the workers. The children still in the room were frightened and begged for help, but no one heard them. The terrible beast broke the glass with its paws and made its way into the room. Children hid, hoping to survive. The little boy, Sang-won, hid under the table and covered his ears. He didn't know if he was lucky when he was the only survivor in the room. After the event, hunters and survivors were photographed for the news. The boy was asked to smile for a photo. However, the little boy did not have the strength to do this after what he had experienced. He was persuaded because he survived and should be grateful to God for that. When Sang-won returned home after getting rid of his gear, those 2 suitcases reappeared in his room. Maybe someone dreams about it, but for him it was too much trouble. Not knowing how it came back, he opened the status window. The legendary armor of the Golden Guard of Holy Animals appeared before him. They became attached to whoever opened them first. The boy was surprised to learn that this thing has a link and he will never be able to get rid of it. A message about additional functions appeared in front of him. These were the additional effects of the Oath of the Guardian of Treasured Animals: breath control, thermoregulation, self-repair, pocket storage, survival, and self-return. Sang-won was surprised to see all the convenient features. It may have returned using the self-return feature. His life would be in danger if anyone found out he was in possession of such a thing. He decided to wear this armor and use the pocket dimension, but he did not know how to dress her. Maybe there was a magic word like equip. Suddenly, everything around him became bright, and armor began to appear on him. The main character examined himself. His guess did indeed work. It looked a lot cooler than he thought. He thought about his words because he seemed to like it just now. The boy grabbed his head. He asked to pack up because logically it made no sense to have such equipment. He was still wearing that armor, and he knew he couldn't stay like this for much longer. Maybe he can learn something about it at the academy. Yu Sang-won was trying to figure out how to fold the armor into a pocket storage and looked for a button on the panel. Finally, he succeeded. He returned to work. His colleague was surprised because Yu Sang-won had planned to leave earlier, but he had important things to do. At the computer, he looked through hunting books and gear lists, hoping to find something useful. The penalty for this feature turned out to be even worse than it seemed at first. He would have to compete in melee, and that was a nightmare for him. However, if the penalty is significant, then the bonus should be decent. But all that has been said is that you will be rewarded every time you stand up for justice, punish evil, or protect the weak. They will also be able to study all skills in the night class branch. This information was clear. The main thing for them was justice. First, Yu Sang-won needed to start by learning all the materials related to night class skills and melee combat. He downloaded all the information to a flash drive and was ready to go. He couldn't be seen with this stolen information, so he walked looking around. It is better to go down the stairs so that he is not noticed. As he descended, he heard a woman's voice in an argument. The girl refused the offer. The boy looked down. The girl argued with the boy. He was from the Avalon Guild, and they would find her right after graduation if she agreed with him. It was a great offer for them. However, it did not suit her. It didn't matter if it was great for her, but she didn't want it. She wanted to leave, but the boy stopped her. Yu Sang-won did not like this stranger's behavior. At the Academy for the Awakened, guilds compete with each other for promising students. Formally, the procedure should consist of a guild competition, after which the student signs a contract with the winner. The girl knew that after increasing her level, she would be able to conclude a contract much more profitably, so she was not going to agree to this offer. Yu Sang-won didn't know what to do in this situation. Avalon is known for aggressively recruiting newcomers, so he couldn't stay away. The guy called the Jellion Guild and said that Avalon was trying to force the student to sign a contract with them. He asked them to come as soon as possible. A representative of the Jellion Guild quickly arrived at the scene. He reminded that students are not allowed to conclude contracts on their own. Yu Sang-won was glad that the head of the disciplinary committee had arrived so quickly. The man from the Avalon Guild tried to leave, but the head of the committee grabbed his shoulder. She knew that Jang Yu-seok had already been warned many times for his behavior. The girl thanked the head of the disciplinary committee and asked that, in the event of a similar situation, she could contact them immediately. Yu Sang-won was pleased that everything ended peacefully. But unexpectedly, the rescued girl asked him for his phone number. The boy was annoyed, because it seems that she did not understand that this guild was no better than Avalon. Everything seemed to end well, but he had an unpleasant feeling in his heart. Yu Sang-won was walking home when a message screen suddenly appeared in front of him. He was thanked for his bravery and saving the girl from pressure. He was rewarded for his deed. He could choose his reward. It is clear that he will choose skill point, because it cannot be stolen. When the boy got home, he tried to figure out the skill board. It took a lot of time, because it was necessary to deal with all the folders with information. He didn't expect any night skill to be available to him. Even the constellations could envy these skills. The Sand Knight Commander's unique sword, spear, and melee arts were available. He could learn the unique abilities of legendary knights, just by spending one skill point. He did not believe that everything would be so simple. He chose the unique combat talent of the Universal Knight and pressed the Learn button. After that, he received the combat talent of Grandel Universal Knight. In equal conditions, the most talented will win. A magical light began to appear around him, heralding a transformation, and after that there was silence in the room. The hero did not notice any changes. In the recreation room of the academy, Yu Sang-won shared his experiences with a friend. He thought he would die of boredom during this meeting. A colleague asked what the boy was doing yesterday because the Avalon Guild seems to have lost its mind. Yu Sang-won explained that he handed them over to a person from the Jeliang Guild because they were molesting a female student. The girl they hurt was special, and now they are very angry. The colleague explained that one of the girls has a special alchemy, so they really need her now. It was a skill that all the great guilds were after. Yu Sang-won was scared because now these people might find out what exactly he had done to them. The boy grabbed his head. Oleg explained that he told about it because he overheard his conversation with people from the committee. The friend asked him to be careful because he would be sad if he lost Timlid. Colleagues left the room. Yu Sang-won understood that one could not just sit idly by. He can't afford a bodyguard, and even his guild connections won't help. They don't want to help the common man. He didn't want problems to arise for him, so if he got legendary skills and weapons before awakening, he would be able to continue living as before. He still thought it was some kind of prank that made him nervous, but even being sad about it is just a waste of time. In the academy, in the Earth class, was Jang Yu-seok. He knew who had complained about him to the disciplinary committee back then, and had already begun to study information about Yu Sang-won. He smiled sinisterly as he was finally able to find it. It was impossible to meddle in his affairs without permission. Jang Yu-seok's friends asked him to calm down, because if a student kills an academy worker, it will attract too much attention. He is just a loser without power. Earth class students asked to forget about this incident and find a more interesting person to bully. But Yu-seok didn't calm down because it seems his friends didn't understand what happened. This girl named in Hainam was necessary for them. The academy divides students into 3 classes depending on their rank. Heaven, rank B and above, Earth, rank SD, and Norm, rank EF. As a C-rank awakened, he could not enter Heaven class, which would have allowed him to enter most major guilds with ease. That is why he is stuck in the Earth class. The classes were called so because the difference really was like between Heaven and Earth. Heaven class awakened were very important. They were responsible for the protection and security of Korea. Therefore, getting into the class of Heaven is an unusual opportunity. Only such graduates have the right to follow the position of the head of the Avalon Guild, and this is already a matter of prestige and power. Young Yu-seok was willing to do anything to get into Heaven class, but now he can't even raise his status. A classmate from Earth suggested that they find some other solution, because they can't waste time on Yu Sang-won. But Young Yu-seok's desire for revenge did not disappear. He thought that it was necessary to punish this boy anyway, because if it is not done now, then in the future he may interfere with them again. Colleagues wondered how exactly he wanted to destroy this guy. Jang Yu-seok already knew someone who was a master at dealing with such matters. It was Vulture. Vultures and demon worshippers are at war with both humans and monsters. This is a community of criminals and scoundrels. Demon worshippers have sworn to serve and negotiate with the enemies of mankind. Vultures are not like that. They are only interested in profit, so guilds use them for dirty work. All major guilds have ties to the vultures. And once he deals with Yu Sang-won, the Earth Guild guys will only have to spread the word. The director of the academy hit the table with his fist. He refused to grant leave for 5 days during graduation. This is too much. Yu Sang-won expected this answer, because his director is very stubborn. Due to the fact that he has a few days left, he will be able to hide. However, the director refused. Their slogan is unity, so that this does not happen. He didn't come here to work yesterday, he should know about that. That was why Sang-won was acting like that. But he didn't argue. Now the director at least knows that a person from the Avalon Guild is watching over him. Therefore, if something happens, he will not be able to turn away. The boy understood that they would most likely send the vulture after him. Therefore, he will still have to drop out of the academy. Yu Sang-won headed to the store to see his acquaintance. He assumed he had come here to get a weapon for protection, as rumors spread quickly. An awakened person cannot come to the store with any other purpose. The seller offered a potion, a strong can, and a machine gun, but the boy could not afford it with his small salary. Yu Sang-won asked to give him the potion and said he would pick it up after he finished work. He left the store. The boy went to a dangerous F-rank dungeon where there were many monsters. The entrance was closed for security. His task was to clear the dungeon of the lowest level. Even an ordinary person with a weapon could handle this. Sunwon decided that he needed to become stronger to fight back against this guy from the Avalon Guild. It was a dungeon crawler quest. He needed to kill 3 monsters, but the reward was unknown. The guy clicked on the start button. Several monsters were already waiting for him in the beast's lair. They growled and were furious. Although he didn't like it, he had to do it. Golden armor automatically appeared on the boy. He struck the monsters with his sword. They died in one blow. It was too easy for the awakened. In this way, Wan could be caught quickly, because he did not control the appearance of the armor. In the next dungeon, he needed a different plan. It seems that with his new skill, the corpses of the monsters disappeared more and more with each swing of his sword. He could feel his stability and movement improving. Amazingly, after killing 10 monsters, he was able to overwhelm the next 2 with 1 hit. It seems he made the right choice in choosing this skill. Sang-won was improving his skills. He learned about the location of monsters without even looking at them. The combat talents of the Universal Knight were incredible. In a few minutes, he killed 30 monsters. He received the crystals as a reward, but if he picked them up, the association would be able to know that he had awakened. The main character opened the status window and noticed that his characteristics had increased. He was on the 4th level. He mentioned that his armor increases his stats. He was trying to figure out how he could get the award. Much could not be expected from a dungeon of such a small rank. Sang-won clicked on the Receive Reward button. A message appeared in front of him explaining that the award depends on his characteristics. After some time, a new message appeared. It was a proposal to choose an award. It was 1 skill point. This was a great reward for the lowest ranked dungeon. The SSS rank feature was extremely rare. The guy decided to take another point. There was an offer to choose a unique dance skill and a unique tactic of an invincible hero. But Sang-won didn't like all this. He finally found the skill he needed. It was the unique insight of Elemental Knight Solarian's Forest Blade. An increase in characteristics is always a good thing. The guy clicked on the Get button. A golden light shone around him. A message appeared in front of him that his reward was received, and the exit from the dungeon would soon open. After adding the skill, Sang-won decided to take a look at his stat. It was only level 4, but it had incredibly great specs. With this growth rate, the top guilds in Korea will start hunting Sang-won. Everything became much more complicated than he imagined. The boy stepped on a tree branch. It seemed to him that he was being chased by a vulture. It was a mistake to appear here. It seems he drew attention to himself because of his armor. You have to find the vulture before it escapes. A bird flew in the sky. Easier said than done. There were many birds sitting on the trees. Don't they show him the way? It was probably an effect of the new skill. This is a real help to the forest. Sang-won took out his sword and threw it at those birds on the tree. After using the melee weapon, Sang-won was surprised. The use of ranged weapons was prohibited, but melee weapons were allowed to be thrown. But after a few seconds, a message appeared in front of his eyes that he was forbidden to throw weapons. If he violates the rule again, fines will be imposed on him. Sang-won believed that this was a cruel punishment and should be allowed as part of self-defense. Turning around, the protagonist saw a stranger on the ground. He was wounded, but there was a possibility that he had a hidden weapon. Therefore, it was necessary to be careful. The stranger stopped the Golden Knight and explained that he did not come here for him. He was on another mission and needed potions and bandages. The stranger was wounded in battle by a knife in his leg. Sang-won asked what the task was. This man had to take revenge on one guy. He was doing his bidding. But he was sure that standing in front of him was not the person he needed, because the Golden Knight looked cool. There was no point in him fighting him. The boy gave the stranger a potion. He thanked him, but in a fraction of a second there was a blow. Sang-won used his sword and injured his hand. The Golden Knight's hands were shaking. He killed a man for the first time. This had never happened to him before. He took his phone out of his pocket. He felt that this stranger had come to kill him. He apologized to the already dead body for the murder, as it was necessary to protect his true identity. The boy saw his things in front of him. He had heard that when an awakened person dies, things automatically fall out of him, and it was true. Therefore, it was necessary to take them away. Because he might need it, he better copy the data from the stranger's phone. And he will leave the dead man's body here. The Golden Knight threw the body off the cliff. He will leave it for the monsters to eat on their own. Now he's dealt with all the evidence, so there's nothing more to worry about. A message appeared in front of the boy. He had to change the armor's auto equipment because it drew too much attention. A magical portal appeared in front of Yu Sang-won. It's time to get your level up. But suddenly warning messages appeared in front of his face. He broke the code of honor by suddenly attacking an unresisting enemy. So now he received a fine. He won't be able to claim the next reward. And he's broken the code of honor once again by looting after an uneven match. He was fined 3 times. But he decided to finish what he started. He needed to clear 3 dungeons, and he hoped it wouldn't take long. Yu Sang-won entered the portal. It was the Blood Turtle's dungeon. He drew his sword and was ready for a duel. He managed to defeat all the turtles in a few seconds, but for some reason the number of penalties did not decrease after completing the dungeon sweep. It was strange, because he was able to increase his level, but the penalty did not decrease. Maybe it was because he was fighting against weak monsters, but all the previous monsters were also weak. But he could still level up, so he wanted to train further and clear dungeons. He left the dungeon and went to another one. The next dungeon was with ruby-eyed spider monsters. The Golden Knight was ready for battle. He swung his sword perfectly and hit his enemies. After clearing the dungeon, he managed to reduce the number of fines. For 10 levels, he gained 1 skill point. The reward for clearing the dungeon canceled the penalty. The boy was interested in what other conditions exist for awarding awards. As he exited the last dungeon, he sat down on the ground and removed his helmet. Unlike beast-eating monsters and ruby-eyed spiders, blood turtles did not pose a threat to humans. Therefore, the award was given for clearing those species that attack people. And the Golden Knight also had a unique skill. This is a device that works with the help of nanomachines. The only one in the universe who received the Medal of the Galactic Knight. Yu Sang-won opened the map in front of him using the screen. It even seemed to him that he was in the game. There was a lot of advanced information that could be useful in battle. Therefore, if people who have lost contact with the Vulture will most likely send reinforcements here, it will not be difficult to deal with them. But then the question arises, what to do with the Avalon Guild? He hid all the evidence so he doesn't need to meet them. The guy got up from the ground and left. In the academy 3 days later, there was a bad atmosphere. Young Yu-seok was angry because the Vulture he had ordered never texted him. He had to deal with Yu Sang-won today. One of the members of the Earth class turned to the boss because the messages they sent to the Vulture got into the academic environment. And this became a big problem. The guy showed correspondence with people from the academic environment. It was not clear how this happened, because it could not be possible. The academy workers started spreading rumors after Yu Sang-won's disappearance, and now the rumors are spreading to the other guilds. It will be bad if all this leads to a war between the guilds. Jung Yu-seok had doubts about his actions. He did something very stupid. His colleague tried to stop him, because there was no benefit for them from this murder of a loser. But suddenly the phone rang. It was an unknown number. Young Yu-seok picked up the phone. It was the same person who ran after the recent incident. It was Yu Sang-won. He had worked at the academy 9 years ago. He had a well-developed sense. He also revealed that the Vulture he sent to get rid of him was already dead. Jung Yu-seok suspected that the boy wanted to start a war with the Avalon Guild in this way. But Yu Sang-won was not interested in that. He suggested that if it was just rumors, it would be better for them to just forget the old grudges and just let him go back to the academy. The men from the Avalon Guild suspected he needed money, but he knew his place and refused. Yu Sang-won simply asked not to pay attention to him in the future. But Jung Yu-seok needed to know that he had given all the information about the Avalon Guild to him. He needed to think twice before doing something stupid. The man from the Avalon Guild was angry, but he did not have time to negotiate with his enemy. He put the phone on the table, because now he won't even be able to kill this guy. People always pay a price to survive, and Yu Sang-won also had to do it to save his life. He complained to Yu-seok's father. Father was worried. His son's childish behavior put the academy employee at risk. He was grateful that Yu Sang-won wanted to settle things calmly, and even offered money. Yu Sang-won refused. He was grateful for his understanding. Yu-seok's father looked like a wise man in this conflict. The guy left the house and started collecting things. Now all he had to do was return to the academy and start working as before. He decided to test his characteristics. His strength increased to 616, agility to 612, health to 616, and magic to 588. He was now level 16. The director was glad that the employee was able to deal with everything, but he couldn't just let him disappear from the workplace. Yu Sang-won revealed that he's just glad he was able to survive, so he'll just go to work. He was offered to take a leave of absence, but he refused. He wanted to work more to cover the days of absence. The workers were surprised when they saw how hard the boy was working. They suspected that he might have eaten something special because he wasn't sweating at all. This time there was even more work, because the management increased the scale by 2 times, if compared with last year. But Yu Sang-won was sure that everything was fine, because he was able to rest well. At the end of the working day, the employees were in the locker room. They were outraged because they worked until 9 in the evening every day. Yu Sang-won said they can skip waiting for him and go home because he left something in the hall and needs to go back. The boy was walking along the corridors of the academy and felt someone's gaze. Perhaps they were people sent by the Avalon Guild. He had a plan: to lure all these people into the hall. They will be here very soon. He opened the door and entered the room. Yu Sang-won exclaimed that he knows he's been followed all day, so now this person can go out. But suddenly, a cute lady with red hair came to the door. She did not understand what was happening, and it seemed to her that she was the one who was noticed. The guy saw a student in front of him. It seems she was following him the whole time. The girl was angry. She didn't understand why he couldn't have come to some secluded place earlier, since she hadn't even eaten while she was watching him. Yu Sang-won felt a little lighter, but he did not understand why a student of the heavenly class needed him. He suggested that maybe she wanted to confess her love, but in response, the girl laughed because the boy was not to her taste. Considering he doesn't deny noticing her, he doesn't even try to pretend he's normal anymore. The student did not understand why the boy worked here as an employee, but she wanted to start a fight between them. Yu Sang-won didn't understand why he would fight with the student, because he didn't want to, so he refused. The girl was surprised to hear the refusal, but the boy was busy preparing for the exams, so he asked to find someone else to fight with, and asked to let him go. He didn't think he would be able to survive if he competed against a B rank or higher awakened, and he has no reason to reveal the fact that he is also awakened. But the student continued to stand her ground. She wanted to compete with him once, because if he doesn't, she'll tell everyone that Yu Sang-won is actually awake as well. The boy asked if there were reasons why she wanted to compete with him. Her constellation says the worker has a battle star, and she must fight it if she wants to be strong. Now Yu Sang-won understood what the matter was, because the constellation was like an oath, and he couldn't hide even if he tried. But a battle star is a strange thing because he had no such skills. He checked his stat and it turned out that he had this cursed skill. It was the unique fighting talent of Grandel the Universal Knight. If he was talented enough to have his skill written into the constellations, then it is clear why he is called a battle star. But Yu Sang-won explained that he had no reason to compete with the female student anyway. Therefore, he already wanted to say goodbye, but the girl stopped him. She threatened to tell everyone about the fact that the academy employee was able to wake up. But the boy was not scared. He could have just quit, and he wouldn't have had anything to do with it. The student was upset because she just wanted to become stronger. Yu Sang-won knew that a girl had to go to an academy or a guild to level up. Awakened explained that the levels are just numbers. She needed skills and wanted to compete with strong people. The employee advised the girl to go north. The archdemons of the Carnage King are there, and the demon slayers will be happy to help her. The student was upset that the boy just walked away when she asked for help. The cute girl did not understand why he did not want to help her. Yu Sang-won ignored the pleas. He knew that if she really wanted to train, her way was to the mountains. The girl could not stand it and used magical powers. It was a magic circle of judgment, and a barrier appeared around the boy. Yu Sang-won was surprised. He reminded the girl that students could be fined if they assaulted staff. But the girl had never heard of it. In addition, the employee was awake and was not from the regular staff. Therefore, the barrier can disappear only if one of them dies or becomes unconscious. It was a gift from her balance constellation. Now the boy had no choice, but he wanted to warn her before they started the competition. His first condition is that the competition remains secret. The second condition is that the fact that he is awakened also remains a secret. Therefore, it is not necessary to ask him for apologies and compensation. The student didn't like that Yu Sang-won was making things so difficult. For her, it was just a competition. She swore to her constellations that she would uphold these conditions. But now she also has a condition. If she can win, the boy becomes a member of her group. A hearth appeared around the girl, and she was ready to start a duel. She ran, jumped up, and was ready to hit the boy, although he asked to stop. But it was already too late. The girl's attacks were too fast. She hit a wall with a warning message that appeared in front of her. The student did not understand what was happening. It seemed to her that the boy had used magic. She hit her head hard. Yu Sang-won explained that he himself did not know what it was. It was a warning message explaining that even if there is a duel, one should forget about martial arts manners. Both parties must have honor. The girl bowed. She asked the Banquet of Judgment to teach her constellation balance. She introduced herself as Shin Ah-yoon. She was addressing this wall that separated them from Yu Sang-won and prevented them from fighting. But the wall did not accept Shin Ah-yoon and did not let him pass. The guy realized that the reason was that the wall needed 2 consents, so he had to do that too. But he was not a master of martial arts, but just an ordinary worker. He did not like all this, but he was obliged to fight and do it. The wall between them disappeared. The student was surprised because she swore without thinking about the words, but it still worked. Shin Ah-yoon ran away and was ready to use her techniques, but the boy asked to stop because he was still not ready for the fight. But it was too late, so Yu Sang-won applied a block. It was strange because he wasn't doing anything, but he could feel the energy flowing through his body. Shin Ah-yoon decided to use the kick-kick technique. She jumped up and hit the boy right in the face. She warned that the worker must get his sword, because the competition with her will not be easy, and he must prepare. The student jumped up again and used the judgment book, Solar Eclipse Divine Punishment. Fiery energy began to gather in her hands, but Yu Sang-won defended himself against the girl with his sword, blocking the attacks. This time the girl used her skills. It was dangerous for the boy. He didn't know what it was, but maybe it was his skills. He was able to block the shot a few times and started to get used to it. Yu Sang-won didn't think he could lose, but it was difficult to attack. He only accepted attacks and fought them off, so it's time to start applying the attack. He took out his sword and prepared for it. Shin Ah-yoon saw this, so she decided to use another of her skills. Fiery energy began to appear around her, and after it was fully accumulated, this energy seemed to explode and strike hard around, so strong that cracks appeared on the walls. The boy did not understand why this training room was poorly reinforced, because now all the scratches and cracks will have to be repaired by him. Even more fiery energy appeared around the student. She used the judgment book, Mysterious Enigmas, Punitive Justice. Yu Sang-won understood that this was an extremely dangerous technique, but he was ready to resist. The girl struck extremely fast blows with her hand, and he tried to dodge. When Shin Ah-yoon used this incredibly dangerous technique, she completely forgot about defense and became vulnerable. Therefore, the employee wasted no time and immediately struck him in the stomach. The student flew several meters and fell on the floor. The blow was strong. Yu Sang-won clutched his head. He could not believe that he was able to hit the child, and even so hard. Shin Ah-yoon got up from the floor and started coughing up blood. She assured that everything is fine with her and wants to feel the pain. She really liked the aftermath of fights. The boy thought that the girl had lost her mind. He was afraid for her. She asked if everything was absolutely fine with him. She admitted that she had lost and that her opponent was extremely intelligent. She was sore all over and it hurt to breathe, but otherwise she felt fine. The barrier began to disappear around them. In order for the barrier to disappear, it was only necessary to admit defeat. It was also necessary to compete at full strength to make it happen. The worker nodded at the crack in the wall. He asked to keep his promise and take care of it. He apologized and explained that he had to go, but Shin Ah-yoon continued to follow Yu Sang-won. She didn't know that you can't do that when the boy made a remark to her. The girl explained that the past is in the past and the future must be created. Yu Sang-won asked her to leave because he wasn't going to become her hunter. Shin Ah-yoon continued to follow the boy and wondered why he was hiding his skills from everyone. and she also had something to say to him. She offered him to become her personal teacher. Then she will pay him twice as much and treat him much better than she did at the academy. And only then will she be ready to hide the fact that Yu Sang-won is actually awake. The guy thought. This offer sounded good. All he has to do to hide his identity is change jobs. But Yu Sang-won explained that he needed time off from work to improve his level. The student promised that it would happen, because if he gets stronger, she will get stronger too. The employee returned to his office to begin his work. But he already knew that he had a duel with a student of the heavenly class. He was glad that he was not hurt. Shin Ah-yoon warned that the director is quick to deal with the workers. There were no surveillance cameras in the hall, so all the guy had to do was stick to the story. And Yoon told the director that she wanted the employee to work exclusively for her to compensate her for the damage. This was known to the boy, because the student really beat the worker of the academy. The man was sorry that such a good employee was leaving this academy, but nothing could be done. He wished Yu Sang-won luck as he was now free. Yu Sang-won gathered all his belongings, which he had accumulated during his 9 years of work, and transferred them to his new job. He looked around the premises and the whole decision about a new job appeared spontaneously. The office of exclusive workers was on a completely different level. He was lucky. The new employee put all his things in the right places. Now he could rest. Shin Ah-yoon suddenly entered the room. She was surprised that the boy had already managed to do everything. She came here to give the contract. In the contract, it was written that 1 fight should take place per week, and the employee was free the rest of the time. Yu Sang-won didn't even finish reading the contract and signed it, thereby agreeing to all the terms. He wanted to go to the dungeon right away and asked if everything was now ready for that. The girl assured that everything is fine, and she applied for training with an exclusive worker. Suddenly, a message came to the boy's phone. Awakened B-rank and exclusive worker Mr. Yu Sang-won is allowed to train in the E-rank dungeon. Now you could level up and not worry about anything. After that, the boy left the academy and headed to the E-rank dungeon in the north. Unlike monsters, which are no stronger than ordinary animals in F-rank dungeons, there are already real dangerous creatures in E-rank dungeons. Goblins were the first representatives of monsters. The constellation that represents the biggest threat in Korea is the King of Carnage, which is located on the server from Seoul. And also one creature that was also in great danger is the Eternal Fury in the Pacific Ocean. The guy got out of the car, thanked the driver, and saw the usual awakened people in front of him. They talked about how they didn't like night fights, but if they don't do it, they will have problems. Yu Sang-won now understood that the lives of ordinary awakened people were no different from the lives of ordinary office workers. Earlier, he had noticed something strange. Red dots on the map were approaching him and then receding. Perhaps they sensed his characteristics. It was convenient if it didn't concern him much. The guy went to the E-rank dungeon. It was the home of the flesh stealers. They were finally there. The dungeon quest was to defeat a single skin cutter, and the reward was unknown. This dungeon was terrible, and he had to kill 1 boss. Yu Sang-won opened the door and saw goblins eating flesh in front of him. The task before him was to quickly clear this dungeon and get out of here. He opened the door, ignoring himself. The goblins charged at the Golden Knight, but he drew his sword and struck them down. His opponents fell to the ground and did not move anymore. The boy decided to climb the stairs to the monster's home. Entering the door, another green goblin jumped out at the Golden Knight. The boy confidently and decisively cut this monster in 2 with his sword. In a split second, this dangerous creature was dead. They all gathered in this house. He saw another enemy and planned to enter from behind. Yu Sang-won took out his sword and swung it, gathering his strength to strike those green goblins. There were far more of them than he imagined, but he masterfully knew how to clean this city. Besides, these goblins were not strong. He believed that if nothing interfered with him, then this cleaning would be easy. Suddenly, a warning message appeared in front of Yu Sang-won. It asked to respect the code of honor. It's good that he defeated the evil demons, but he had to swing his sword and say his name. This had to be done in order to respect his honor and thus give the monsters an explanation of who he was. But the boy did not like it, because he could lose time to fulfill this request. He was still honored. A new message appeared that honor and nobility are his traits, and if he continues to tarnish the code of honor, they'll start a tutorial on nobility. Looks like Yu Sang-won pissed this thing off. But the more he thought about it, the angrier it made him. He still didn't know what the code of honor was and why he had to obey all the orders, because if you die, no amount of honor will save you. This thing did not like the behavior of the Golden Knight, so they decided to start a tutorial. It seems that it could read minds. Tutorial 1. You need to introduce yourself as a knight. You need to shout and introduce yourself to the enemies on the battlefield in some cool way. And the reward for this is the removal of all honor penalties. Yu Sang-won didn't want to do that, because it was embarrassing for him to introduce himself in the middle of a dungeon in front of a bunch of pitiful creatures. But the removal of all fines is too tempting, so he decided to carry out this order. But after a second, he was back to the message. Being able to gain AI skills or summon knights just for introducing himself was pretty cool, but he didn't know what he wanted to say at all. The message offered him an example of how it should be done. He just had to insert his name in the blanks of this text. This text seems to be written for small children, but Yu Sang-won had no choice, because he had to remember that all fines could be removed for this. He drew his sword and struck them on the floor. Turning to the demons, he introduced himself as a Golden Knight, the protector of humanity, and declared that he was ready to destroy them in the name of his oath and code of honor. Unexpectedly, after his introduction, these goblins became even more angry. It seems that the guy just made everything more difficult at this moment. But he had no choice, so he would have to kill everyone. A new greeting message appeared in front of the boy. From now on, when meeting with the enemy, he had to introduce himself and compete for honor. His award was issued and all fines were cancelled. The knight confidently killed his enemies. Suddenly, the goblins started throwing knives at his armor. All the swords that flew into the Golden Knight's armor were broken, shattering after hitting such a strong armor. Yu Sang-won became even more angry after this incident, and the goblins were scared. With one swing of his sword, he killed dozens of enemies. The boy raised his sword up, and the body of a green goblin appeared on its tip. He assumed that it was probably the last goblin left inside this dungeon. Now he could confidently go down to the basement, because that was where the boss of the goblins was. He confidently began to descend the stairs. In this dungeon was a strange creature. It looked like a large lizard. Yu Sang-won wanted to attack this beast unexpectedly and cut off its head with one swing of his sword. Again, a message appeared in front of the Golden Knight. It asked him to abandon all his nefarious plans and not to forget the honor of chivalry. It seems that these warnings are a feature of the SSS rank. The boy approached the large lizard and addressed the demon, declaring that today would be his last day of life. The dangerous creature responded to the appeal, pleased that new fresh flesh had come to it. She took out her great claw and began attacking the Golden Knight. Yu Sang-won managed to hide from the attack behind a wooden structure. The beast tried to find its opponent. Suddenly, the Golden Knight jumped out from behind the structure and hit this large lizard on the legs. The creature fell to the ground and could no longer move. The boy needed to finish off this monster as soon as possible because he is only an E-rank boss. The knight struck the monster in the stomach once more. After the victory, the body of the boss disappeared, and a large crystal remained from him. A message appeared in front of Yu Sang-won that he had successfully cleared the E-rank dungeon of Flesh Thief's house. The exit from here will open when he clicks on the Get Reward button. The boy had been waiting for this moment for so long, so he confidently pressed this button. He was congratulated for defeating the evil monsters, and now he can choose his reward. Yu Sang-won wanted to acquire another skill. Another message appeared. Tutorial 2. He was offered to gather knights who will fight with him. As a reward, he will receive a summoned knight. The offer was lucrative, so Yu Sang-won decided to accept. He hoped that this knight would be adequate and pressed the button. A golden glow appeared around. It was the Metal Golem Knight 001 Achelon. He looked like a robot. Knight Achelon announced that the host's registration had been successfully completed, and from now on he would defend the Golden Knight. And also appeared the Knight Rover of the Holy Heavens, Song Myol. She promised that she would follow her master on the way of the world. Yu Sang-won was surprised. This knight even had wings, and it was definitely not human. It seems that now he could consider these creatures as his subordinates. Song Myul confirmed this and waited for orders from the master. As long as he does not go astray and enter the path of evil, she will always follow him, the Golden Knight thought. The Golem Knight always agreed with everything, and the Angel Knight hated evil. That was too little information for him. There was one more thing Yu Sang-won needed to clear up before leaving the dungeon. He asked how they should be fed. The Golem Knight explained that no food was needed. In case of serious injuries, magical power is required for automatic repair. The location city is set by the host. The Angel Knight revealed that she got energy from food, but magical power was more effective. Therefore, she did not have a particularly dislocation zone. Yu Sang-won didn't know where to keep his angel and golem as they took up a lot of room. He seems to have already seen the skill list for saving the surrounding areas. He needs to go to another dungeon to get skill points for him. The guy was already ready to get down to business and went to the dungeon. Other strangers were waiting for him. They were sure that the knight was already there, and if he was there alone, he would not be able to cope on his own. But these people had no idea that the Golden Knight was actually behind them. The Golem Knight recorded the voice of these criminals and played it back. He confirmed that there was a hostile mood in the voice and informed the owner of the danger. These strangers were frightened because they did not expect to see the Golden Knight with reinforcements. Judging by the way they argued, it was clear that Yu Sang-won was being hunted. Because he had entered the E-rank dungeons on his own, he seemed like perfect prey to them. One of the criminals explained that they had no intention of attacking the master of the Golden Knight, and it was all just a misunderstanding. He asked to forgive him. Yu Sang-won thought because there was a problem. The boy they were targeting was indeed him. They did not recognize him in the golden outfit. Suddenly, the armor disappeared from the boy's body, and under the Golden Knight appeared an ordinary boy who used to work at the academy. They were hunting Yu Sang-won. The criminals were waiting for him. They were right, but it didn't matter because it wasn't what they bargained for at all. Although he was previously an ordinary worker, he was an awakened one with a high rank. Yu Sang-won was a little wrong to hide his powers, but he couldn't just leave the vultures without punishment. Golden armor appeared again on the boy's body. The master ordered his new creatures, Akalon and Song Mile, to attack these criminals. Each of them had to deal with one person. The Golden Knight was not idle. He also sped up and tried to stop the vultures. The criminals decided to run through the bushes. Yu Sang-won ordered Akalon to chase the person who ran to the left and Seong Miol to chase the person who ran to the right, and he will run straight. Song Miol, in the name of the holy heavens, was ready to punish the criminals. She drew her sword and gave the order to Akalon, who accepted it. The Golem Knight used Avalon's attack from the galactic mission. They had to hurry to catch the criminals because Yu Sang-won had better not show his new creatures because they looked very strange. His life will be in danger if he lets down even one person who has seen the true face of the Golden Knight. It is necessary to kill them. At the last second, the Golden Knight jumped up and tried to grab him with his hand, but the criminal managed to escape from the S rank. It would have been nice to use a projectile weapon, but it was forbidden. The vulture ran with all its might and tried to hide in the trees. The criminal stopped hearing the noise behind him, so it seemed to him that he was finally able to break away. He stopped to regain his strength. Now he understood that there was really nothing special about the Golden Knight, but suddenly, Yu Sang-won ran out from under the trees and took out his sword. Vulture had nowhere else to run, so his only option was to teleport into the dungeon to buy time. It's a wonder he didn't think of it sooner. But the knight could not allow this to happen. He swung his sword and hit the criminal on the head. He fell to the ground and stopped moving. The man thought that it was safer to go into the battle dungeon because the first one was in front of the entrance, but it was not possible to teach the Golden Knight. Yu Sang-won took out his victim's phone and saw the correspondence with the devil worshipper of the Carnage King. These people have to make enough sacrifices to the King of Carnage, even if it means giving their lives for it. The boy never knew that devil worshippers were actually behind the vultures. Suddenly, the Knight Avalon informed his master that he had managed to capture a criminal. The Golden Knight grabbed his head as it looked like the Golem Knight flew into the sky to grab the criminal. He was worried that someone else might see the creature, but now the mission was accomplished, for the Angel Knight also brought the vulture. Suddenly, new photos appeared in the news feeds. These photos featured Yu Sang-won's new creatures. Today, people from Korea saw them in the sky for the first time. It was a horror. because all these photos went on the internet. The Golden Knight had to leave quickly before a crowd of people gathered in this place. The beings were ordered to get rid of their bodies as soon as possible. They accepted the order and again flew into the sky. A new message appeared in front of Yu Sang-won. He was congratulated for being able to kill criminals, so he could choose his reward. This time, you could also choose skill points. The summoned knights need to find a place to live as soon as possible. The guy chose the legendary offer Portal to the Sanctuary of the Knights Squad. The Golden Knight could not use magic, but it seems that there were exceptions to this skill. He wanted to test it, so he was finally able to get the legendary spell. Yu Sang-won commanded the portal to appear in front of him. A large white door appeared. He touched the door and entered this sanctuary. It looked good. It was as if infinite and was in space. Yu Sang-won ordered his assistants to stay here and said he would call them a little later. They accepted this order. Now the Golden Knight was calm and not worried about his new creatures. Now the boy could safely return home and have a good rest after such a difficult day. He picked up his phone to check the time, but he was surprised to see that it was already morning, and he didn't even have time to rest after the fight. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard in the room. It was Song Myung who explained that a knight should always get up early and start the morning by exercising. Yu Sang-won asked the knight how she got here because he ordered her to stay in the shrine. "I haven't explained yet that any member of the Knight Squad can come and go freely," Sun Myung replied. She had to stay there because the Golden Knight had given that order. But Song Myung explained that she had left all her weapons behind and put on normal clothes, so she was not in danger. Avalon made the clothes for her because he was much more capable than her. He had many talents, but he could not find clothes to fit his body, so he had to stay in the sanctuary. Yu Sang-won could smell the food in the room. He thought that the girl had prepared something while he rested, but the knight explained that Akalon did it. Since supply and service are important items, she decided to clean her house. The boy was surprised. This doll came in very handy. He was interested in trying the food that Avalon had prepared. It was the first time he had seen such a stew. It was really delicious. Song Myung explained that the Golem Knight added a little less soy sauce because he didn't know if he would like it, and he also prepared ceremonial clothes for Yu Sang-won. Now the boy did not understand who Avalon really was. He looked like a fighting machine, but he was also very caring. Yu Sang-won started to put on his shoes to go outside and asked the girl to wait for him at the shrine. But Song Myung didn't want to let him go. It takes 3 seconds for the portal to appear, at which point they won't be able to protect it. The guy explained that 3 seconds is not much, so she can safely go to the sanctuary. The girl was ready to wait until he entered the duel. The Angel Knight entered the sanctuary. It is also worth noting that in the future they also do not leave here without permission. Yu Sang-won remembered that he wanted to check something before he left and called up the status window. Its characteristics have improved slightly. He was only able to raise his level by 1, and all of his S-rank stats crossed the threshold of 640 points. But this was no time for complacency. He has a long way to go. True S-rank can only be achieved with experience, skill, and wisdom. Yu Sang-won went to his work. Shin Ah-yun came up behind him and wondered if the boy was in the dungeon. He confirmed this and asked what had happened to her lessons. But apart from martial arts, she had nothing. Meeting with employees can also be considered a type of training. Yu Sang-won's task for today is to go to the White Knight Guild anyway. For reference, the academy has their office, so they could go together. She went to the office. They were currently having the White Knight Guild finals at the academy. The training was impressive. Yu Sang-won was surprised. He didn't believe they could train every day. Suddenly, the White Knight Guild workers saw Yu Sang-won and Shin Ah-yun. They already knew them and approached them. The boy did not understand why these people were bothering them, but these strangers bowed and greeted. They looked like gang members. The girl did not like this, because she had already asked these people several times not to do this because they are very frightening. But somehow they kept doing it. These people explained that Shin Ah-yun was the only heaven class in their guild, so they were very enthusiastic about it. The boys explained that this time, they had a visitor who seemed to be from the Blue Dragon Guild. The girl immediately understood who it was about and was not happy. Shin Ah-yun and Yu Sang-won entered the room to see this guest. This guy's name was Ko Seong-jun. and he was the son of the Blue Dragon Guild head. The girl knew that maybe he came because of that offer, but she refuses. She explained that because of her constellation, she could not change the guild. Ko Seo-jung then invited her to come to their party while keeping the guild. He cannot watch talent rot in such a city, because she should know about the Dragon Guild. Although there were 3 major guilds in Korea that were popular due to strength, reputation, and abroad, this is the guild that all awakenings want to join. This is the Blue Dragon Guild. They say that this is the most aggressive guild in Korea because it contains a blue dragon. It is a constellation of conflicts. But the talented Shin Ah-yoon still couldn't go against the law. Ko So-jung explained that the girl has unique skills that allow her to attain the status of awakened B rank at level 45. And they will pay her a great reward. She needs a C rank dungeon to continue leveling up. But the Guild of the White Knight was not ready for this. That's why Shin Ah-yoon decided to create her own team. Ko Seo-jung asked to think carefully, because the ideology of their Blue Dragon constellation is a duel, and they will spare no effort for its growth. Perhaps she even suits their constellation more. Yu Sang-won watched this argument silently, but he definitely understood that this guy was quite threatening. He did not know about blessings from 2 constellations at once. Constellations are proud owners, and they will not agree to share one apostle. The girl pointed to the guy behind her and explained that by the look on the face of the employee, who has been working at the academy for 9 years, it was all a complete delusion. Ko Seo-jung looked at Yu Sang-won with displeasure, even though he didn't say a word against him. And now Shin Ah-yoon asked Seo-jun to leave because she had some business. The boy left the room and slammed the door. The girl was satisfied with her work, but Yu Sang-won thought otherwise. He didn't understand why she would anger a man from one of the largest guilds. This could easily be solved if she just said that the constellation wouldn't let her go. The student explained that she had already tried to say this, but he did not seem to listen to her. This guy was also from the Heaven class, so she can't just ignore him like that. Awakened with a melee class often have to fight vultures, devil worshippers, and monsters, so they die more often than not. That is why there are so many of them. And now, Shin Ah-yoon planned to become even stronger. Although she was already level 45 and would only be able to raise it in a C-rank dungeon, she wanted to improve her techniques and skills. And immediately after graduation, she was going to go to the C-rank dungeon. But because of her dream, Yu Sang-won was not loved by the Blue Dragon Guild. The girl explained that he really had a strange expression on his face and it wasn't her fault. But the boy was still going to the dungeon. There was a tense atmosphere in the Blue Dragon Guild branch office in the academy. Ko So-jung ordered the boy to check on Shin Ah-yoon. The Blue Dragon Guild member who didn't keep his promise apologized, but the Chief Awakener still punched him in the jaw. He recalled saying that they needed such talented people and said several times that Shin Ah-yoon was incredible and they really needed her, because she has extraordinary power. The guy apologized and asked to be forgiven, but he was hit in the stomach again. It was a punishment for not fulfilling his promise. Although Shin Ah-yoon was a student at the academy, her destiny was here to become a part of their guild and have the Blue Dragon Guild emblem. Everyone should understand this. The representatives of the Blue Dragon Guild confirmed that everything is clear to them, and they have already read the information about the new employee. His name was Yu Sang-won, and he was directly under Shin Ah-yoon. He used to work as the head of the academy's maintenance department, and now he works with this girl. Ko So-jung thought. Their Heaven class didn't need the help of full-time employees, so I guess Shin Ah-yoon was serious about forming a team. Otherwise, she would not hire an employee to perform simple tasks. Graduation was still 3 years away, but for some reason, Shin Ah-yoon decided to hire an employee, even though it would be easier to ask the White Knight Guild for help. The awakened person said that this employee is probably also awakened, because they found surveillance footage of Shin Ah-yoon fighting him using Judge Truth. Now everything became clear to Ko So-jung. If Shin Ah-yoon used the Judge's Truth, Yu Sang-won wouldn't just walk away from her. So this guy is probably at least C rank, maybe higher. It was also known that his next step was to apply to go through the E rank dungeon for staff training. This meant that his status was below C rank. At level 30 with this potential, he can get a B rank at level 45. But with that kind of potential, he could be in one of the biggest guilds. so it was surprising that he was hiding his powers. Ko Seo-jung wanted to know more about Yu Sang-won. There was a possibility that he had simply woken up too late. Perhaps he worked at the academy and knew how things were going with the awakened, so he hid. Given his strange reaction, he was very familiar with the hunter industry. You could tell he was very familiar with the hunter industry. This means that Shin Ah-yoon exposed him. The Blue Dragon Guild member assumed that Yu Sang-won realized that he couldn't hide anymore, and therefore accepted Shin Ah-yoon's offer to become her personal assistant. Ko Seo-jung was furious because in 2 years the White Knight Guild would receive 2 awakened B ranks and return to the business of C rank dungeons. This was bad for the Blue Dragon Guild, because Yu Sang-won is not only very important, he also creates a lot of competition among the awakened. It was necessary to come up with a plan. This awakened has been going to dungeons and he will be there soon, as he has applied for an E-rank dungeon. Ko Seo-jung ordered Jong-soo to go to this dungeon immediately. He knew what Jong-soo had to do with Yu Sang-won. The main character went to the forest near the exam. This time, he needed to complete another E-rank dungeon. Suddenly, behind him, the boy heard a rustle in a letter. He immediately realized that he was probably being watched again. Yu Sang-won quickened his pace and ran. Jong-soo immediately chased after him, but after a few seconds, the boy was no longer visible. The worker of the Blue Dragon Guild did not understand where the main character had disappeared to. Yu Sang-won hid behind the trees and watched the stranger. It was a wonder he didn't run away when he realized he had been spotted. It was not a vulture. Who was chasing him? The only thing that came to mind was Ko Seo-jung. Perhaps his guild found out that he was awakened. It would be foolish to compete with the Blue Dragon Guild, which loves fighting and never gives up. The boy had a plan. The story moves to the north of the city, where we meet Jong-soo. Jong-soo reported to his boss that the awakened one was heading to the dungeons. He should have continued to report his whereabouts. Ridka started to think he was found as he looked at his phone. But if he reports about this, he will be beaten and expelled from the guild. In any case, there shouldn't be any problems because this person is an awakened C rank anyway. But there were still 2 people of the same rank with him. Suddenly, Jong-soo heard footsteps and an unfamiliar voice behind him. He didn't know who they were, but he had nowhere to run. Unexpectedly, Ko Seo-jung arrived at the scene. He was given pictures of Yu Sang-won going to the dungeons. All they had to do was wait. But Ko Seo-jung didn't know where Jong-soo was because he had to follow him. He must have been hiding somewhere from the vultures, because he was just a D-class person, and it is understandable for him to be afraid of vultures. He knew the limit of his strength. Such people live a long time. The Dragon Guild people laughed at him. Ko Seo-jung began to approach the portal, but he had a premonition that something was wrong because he did not see any vultures. Suddenly, the people from the Blue Dragon Guild were surrounded by strangers armed with weapons. They started shooting at the man, and he grabbed the arrow with his hand. Now he was sure that they were vultures. Strangers stared at Ko Seo-jung. They thought that the captain of the Blue Dragon Guild was different from their ideas. Ko Seo-jung asked the boys if they were really vultures. Judging by his words, he saw a griffin vulture. The Blue Dragon Guild captain recognized this person. It was Jong-soo. They came into their territory and now they have to send them to hell. The captain held the phone in his hands and crushed it in fear. He didn't know what to do, and there were more and more people around him. His death was guaranteed. Ko Seo-jung wondered if the boys knew the guild would be coming here. They stepped on his tail, and now he will not go anywhere. Jong-soo couldn't help but find out that he had dropped the bait here to set up a vulture hunt. The captain did not understand what they were talking about and what kind of hunt, because they were supposed to arrive at an ordinary dungeon. Jong-soo explained that only F ranks are around the dungeon, so awakened D ranks rarely come here, and this time C rank and B rank people came here. Ko Seo-jung remembered Yu Sang-won. He came to the dungeon on his own and seemed easy prey for the vultures. But they, people from the Blue Dragon Guild with high ranks, fell right into a trap. The captain tried to explain that today was the first time and he was not going to hunt anyone. The vultures laughed. They did not believe this man and were not going to leave this situation. Strangers took out weapons. Jong-soo didn't realize that Ko Seo-jun was most likely an academy student who had never even seen a hunter, so he was lucky. It was a terrible situation for the captain because his main equipment was in the inventory, and there was no time to get it. The only thing he can do now is to use the legendary level weapon Dragon's Teeth. Young-soo ordered his colleagues to show this captain who the real hunters were. They must take revenge in the highest degree. A green outfit appeared on Koseo-jung's hands. Energy emanated from him. He sped up and used Curse against the enemy. The captain noticed that the vulture did not resist at all and did not evade. Something was wrong here. The arm with the equipment stopped at Young-soo's face and the punch missed. Koseo-jung didn't understand what happened. The captain looked at his hand. All the energy was gone. This man drained all his strength. If he doesn't get out of here quickly, he'll die. Terrible creatures appeared under the boy's feet, trying to take away all the strength of the captain of the Blue Dragon Guild. He jumped up and tried to run away, but these creatures did not stop and continued to devour Koseo-jun. He shouted, and the situation became hopeless. Jung-soo walked over to the dying man. He didn't know it was a fighter from the popular Blue Dragon Guild, but he was not the only one who received the blessing of the constellation. Young-soo got it too. An ominous atmosphere began to appear around him. This man was a devil worshipper. He wanted to introduce himself. He was the flesh hunter of the King of Carnage, Young Min-soo. After those words, Koseo-jung was even more fearless. It was one of the constellations that threatened South Korea. The King of Carnage is a devilish constellation that controls northern Korea and northern China. People who betrayed humanity received the power of blessing. The King of Carnage is called devil worshippers. Jung-soo assumed that the young master from the academy was very mediocre because he had less experience and wisdom than the monster. The man shouted. He was a real find because the flesh of an awakened B-rank blue dragon was very valuable. He wondered how many blessings and points the King of Carnage would give him for him. A crossbow with an arrow was held up to Koseo-jung's face. He did not believe that his life could end like this. The captain begged for help. But suddenly there was the sound of a gun being fired in that street, and after that there was silence. At this time, Yu Sang-won was with Avalon. He explained that appetite is one of the most important things of a person, which determines the fighting spirit of a warrior. Therefore, the robot sharpens its skills every day. The Angel Knight asked when he was going to clear the new dungeon. Yu Sang-won planned to delay it as long as he could because the external situation was much more important. He wondered who would win. It is understood that the young B-rank master from the Blue Dragon Guild will bring several awakened C ranks with him, but with 9 to compete, they will compete with all their might. Avalon made coffee for his master and gave it to him. Enjoying coffee in front of the dungeon was incredible. He wanted to share coffee with Sung Myung, but she refused. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of the boy's face. He had done well against the enemy using cunning, but fighting without honor was not the way of a true knight. That's why he gets fined. The message also said that evil has become stronger. It was now clear that the vultures had won, and the captain of the Blue Dragon Guild had died. The Golden Knight went to the dungeon. A red wolf stood before him. He was very big. If he manages to bite the knight, he will definitely be left with limbs. The guy introduced himself to the enemy. He wanted to punish evil today and warned that today is the last day for this monster. His assistants, an Angel Knight and a Golem Knight, were ready for a duel and accepted their commander's order. This angered the Red Wolf even more, and he screamed. Song Myung defended against the monster with her sword, blocked the attacks, and then struck his paw. When Avalon saw that the Angel Knight had lost strength and could no longer cope with the monster, the Golem Knight came to the rescue. He hit the monster. He praised Song Myung's skills. Her level of martial arts was incredible. The Golden Knight was satisfied with the work of his assistants. These two knights were able to become good friends. The Red Wolf managed to regain his strength after the attacks and was ready to fight again. The knights got ready. The Golden Knight saw that the wolf's attack was too strong, so this time he wanted to help his assistants. He rushed towards the enemy and drew his sword. He planned to cut the tendons of the red monster, but he cut off its leg. The dangerous creature opened its mouth. Avalon, having a quick reaction, grabbed the beast's teeth and held them so that it could not move. Song Myung took her sword and struck the monster with it. The red wolf began to cough up blood and was defeated after that. A message appeared before the Golden Knight. It was a notification that he passed the exam, but due to the penalty, he cannot receive the award. The boy had to go through the portal and return to the real world. It's time for him to check what has been happening in the outside world all this time. He entered the portal. He looked around, and it seemed to be quiet. He asked Avalon if he had seen anyone. He replied that the enemy system was not found. Yu Sang-won saw a vibrating device on the ground. He went to it and checked that it was working. Song Myung wondered what it was. It was the registrar. The boy took it out of his inventory and threw it before entering the portal. Now he can find out what happened in the outside world. They would listen to it when they got home, because Avalon was too observant. The assistants had to return to the sanctuary. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild, Ko Jong-soo, was in his office. He was very angry and slammed his hands on the table. The employee reported that she could not contact the young master because he did not appear at the academy and did not appear at the guild office. He always accounted for his actions, but yesterday he left without even saying anything. The man believed that he went out for a walk or went on some mission, but his location was not tracked or even checked. The girl read a document that read, his last location was being tracked down. He was not far from the E-rank dungeon, considering his character and the fact that he was not alone. The worker missed that it was possible that Ko Seo-jung might have been attacked by demon worshippers. Ko Jung-soo clutched his head. It was the northern part of the city, so it's 100% the Carnage King's men. They attacked him to eat. Therefore, it is necessary to first investigate what happened, and then explain to these people what the motto of their guild means. The employee agreed with this plan. Because the Blue Dragon has to compete and win, that's why they get the victory. At the White Knight Guild office at the academy, Yu Sang-won brought a report on the E-rank dungeon. From the materials, he got a magic stone and a devil dog's fang. The student was fascinated by her teacher because it was a good reward. But something strange happened yesterday. She wondered if Yu Sang-won from the Blue Dragon Guild had seen him. The guy pretended not to understand anything. Shin Ah-yoon explained that Ko Seo-jun recently disappeared, and they still can't find him. The teacher explained that he didn't know anything about it, although he really thought that it was supposed to happen. Yu Sang-won walked over to the door. In any case, he wanted to go to the dungeon today and offered the student to arrange a duel tomorrow. It would be a good idea to check the situation in the Blue Dragon Guild before he goes to the dungeon. In the Blue Dragon Guild, he can definitely hear rumors. Yu Sang-won overheard the boys' conversation. They talked about the disappearance of the captain. It was strange because he was a B-rank monster and the son of the guild head. There was a lot of panic in the Blue Dragon Guild right now. It will be noisy for a while. It is not clear how this could happen to the war constellation, which is nicknamed the Conflict Constellation. Yu Sang-won was worried after the boys' conversation, because if something happens, all suspicions will fall on him. Today it was dangerous to go to the dungeon. The boy went to the association's weapon repair shop. He knew that the workshop of the association was at the highest level and had the latest technologies. After the repair, the master gave the weapon to Yu Sang-won. The repair was done very quickly. Therefore, now he had to prepare for the trip to the dungeon. The guy saw a worker in front of him. He wanted to take a leaflet of the Hunters Association. But suddenly, strangers appeared behind the boy. They wondered if he was Yu Sang-won. Finally, they managed to find him. Yu Sang-won recognized the deputy head of the Blue Dragon Guild. He was a fan of his and asked for an autograph. The strangers confirmed that they were indeed deputies, but had several questions for the boy. Yu Sang-won was not against helping the deputy head of the Blue Dragon Guild. This stranger's name was Guk Jin. She was an officer of the 11th Search Intelligence Team of the Blue Dragon Guild and showed her business card. Yu Sang-won started looking at the business card when they started asking him questions. The boy confirmed that he knows Ko Seo-jun, as he is a student at Heaven Academy and shows interest in Shin Ah-yoon from their guild. The deputy inquired about his relationship with Miss Shin Ah-yoon. She hired Yu Sang-won as an employee. Although she was young, she is now an outstanding person. And to thank her, he was just going to train in the dungeon today. That was all the information the boy could provide. After the interrogation, the search and intelligence team drew conclusions and moved on without even giving Yu Sang-won an autograph. The deputy explained that instead of an autograph, they would send him a special souvenir from the Blue Dragon Guild. The boy waved at the deputies and asked them to send him the S-rank Blue Dragon sword Che Jiong as a souvenir, and smiled. When the workers left the premises, Yu Sang-won could finally stop playing human. Now he has an alibi and won't have to worry about it for a while. Gukjin asked her partner if he was satisfied with the answer, because it seems that this young Mr. Ko Seo-jung really pursued him and also came across vultures. The man agreed. Judging from the CCTV footage, Ko Seo-jun wanted to befriend Shin Ah-yoon from the White Knight Guild, but this worker was getting in the way and they decided to remove him. The employee of the search and reconnaissance team hit the wall with his fist because he did not understand why the young man went to that city in a simple, inexpensive hunter's kit. It was unclear why he left a complete set with the blessing of Hephaestus, which not everyone can obtain. He probably wanted to hide who he was. After all, his employee is a representative of the White Knight Guild. If the young master had not done this, he would have been in more trouble. But in the end, you still have to investigate vultures and demon worshippers. The Golden Knight went through all the dungeons, and his enemy was the boss, a big bull. Yu Sang-won swung his new repaired sword. This repair was worth it because the sword is now in perfect order and has even more power. Song Myung watched this battle that finally ended and the boy was victorious. It was a good match. It was an E-rank dungeon, so there was nothing to be happy about. Golem Knight Avalon played music to raise the fighting spirit. Avalon downloaded the sound effect when he was looking for information on Yu Sang-won. A message appeared before the Golden Knight. Although he won the victory, there was no honor in this place, so there was no reward. With these stats, he could no longer clear E-rank dungeons. A knight's path cannot be easy, but that didn't matter. If he wants to go into real battle, he needs a lot of helpers. He was finally able to reach level 20, so he could get the reward. He chose the Knight's Call award. The award process has begun. Everything around lit up with an orange flame, and the new assistant was still nowhere to be seen. So it was interesting who it would be. The Dragon Knight Crocbane appeared in front of the Golden Knight. Now he became his master. Yu Sang-won wondered if the beast might want something. He promised to fight for food. The boy was satisfied with this condition, and he agreed to take the animal as an assistant. They swore to each other. This beast looked big and strong, so it looked reliable. Now the Golden Knight had another knight, so the training will be even more effective. Song Myung asked what the commander's next plans were. They decided to go to the next dungeon. From now on, they will not only clear dungeons, but also train inside. A month later, the case about Ko Seo-jung was still not over. The workers of the search and reconnaissance team were gathering in the conference hall of the Blue Dragon Guild. According to the results of the investigation, it became known that the young man was killed by the flesh hunter Jung Mi-soo. He was originally a C-rank awakened, but then became a demon worshipper, offering sacrifices to the Carnage King. The boy's father did not understand why this man targeted his son and decided to kill him. This has not yet been determined for sure, but it was assumed that the day before the incident, someone had killed several vultures, and they hired a devil worshipper out of fear. Therefore, Ko Seo-jung, wearing a normal suit, went to that area and entered the battle. Father was angry. He told his son several times not to look down on low-ranking awakened ones, so they had to capture Jung Mi-soo first. Perhaps someone else killed the vultures, but this is unknown, because they also assigned the search for the criminal to a devil worshipper. But there may be another version of the development of events. Considering the circumstances, maybe this guy named Yu Sang-won could have influenced this situation. There are records that on the day the vultures were killed, he was clearing E-rank dungeons in that area. The father of the deceased asked what kind of person it was. This devil worshipper killed a young lord and had to take all the things that fell out of his inventory. It seemed that another A-rank devil worshipper had appeared. An employee of the search and intelligence team suggested that this guy, Yu Sang-won, was uniting vultures, devil worshippers, and monsters under the constellation of the Carnage King, and he might be planning an attack. An enemy is an enemy and must be dealt with before things get worse. They will immediately contact other guilds and associations. But it was unclear what to do with Yu Sang-won, as he was also an employee of the White Knight Guild. But they planned to leave him alone, because if the big guilds find out about it, they will spread rumors that his son was killed by a fool. It is better to believe that he died with honor, competing with a devil worshipper. The Blue Dragon Guild has ordered the search and investigation team to punish this devil worshipper, so they should prepare for it. The Golden Knight was in the E-rank dungeon, where he was training his new assistant, the Dragon Knight. This beast was so strong that it struck its master with its tail and it fell to the ground in defeat. This helper was extremely strong. It was the right choice for the Golden Knight, because he was not yet strong enough for such a pet. To begin with, they wanted to rest after this match. Avalon offered the host a drink of water. His abilities are developing every day, and today the Golden Knight was even able to injure Crocbane during a duel. But Crocbane's new assistant didn't even notice it. He believed that the master was very strong. Yu Sang-won suggested that he stop bragging and go to the next dungeon. They will exterminate everyone. This time they were terrible monsters, similar to octopuses but much scarier. Knight Crocbane drew his sword and struck them on the ground. The monsters flew away from the wave and fell. The new monster continued to compete and use even more power, different from the other helpers. The knights asked him to calm down, because he wants to appropriate all the achievements. Suddenly, a new monster emerged from the ruins. It was the boss. Crocbane continued to defend himself, and swinging his sword, threatened that the monster would die today. The monster was defeated in one stroke of the sword. The dungeon was now cleared, and the Golden Knight reached rank 28. Yu Sang-won was surprised when he saw level 28. This is not a joke. If the association found out about this, there would be a lot of noise. In the largest guilds, they would start fighting to hire him. Such a life stressed him. He picked up the phone and saw 15 missed calls from Shin Ah-yoon. He didn't understand what happened because he had just finished clearing the dungeon. The girl explained that they have a problem because her mother found out. Yu Sang-won went to the White Knight Guild headquarters. The employee asked why he had come here. He replied that his lady is Shin Ah-yoon. He is her assistant. The boy suspected that the girl could have used her mother's money in prison to pay his salary, but it was not clear why she called him. She led the boy to the office of Shin So-mi, the head of the White Knight Guild. Shin Ah-yoon bowed before her. When Yu Sang-won saw this, he also bowed. The lady was pleased because it seems that the boy had good manners. Shin So-mi was Shin Ah-yoon's mother and decided that it was better to talk to him than to talk to her daughter. The boy was surprised because this woman looked like a queen, but in fact she was the mother of his student. Shin So-mi was pleased with Yu Sang-won's behavior because he was more decent than she thought. She thought he was a bad person who bewitched her daughter. Shin Ah-yoon couldn't stand it and got up from the floor. She tried to prove to her mother that this guy was not like that, but her mother wouldn't let her talk. Many things are different from how they are described. A message appeared in front of Yu Sang-won, who was casted with the Eye of Fate, but due to the function of the item, the ability was blocked. Mother had heard that he was sparring with Ah-yoon, but it didn't seem like he had studied any martial arts. Therefore, it was unclear what he does as an employee. It will be hard for Yu Sang-won to get out of this situation without anyone finding out about his identity, but he will try. He admitted that he is not particularly busy at work. Shin Ah-yoon got up from the floor again and tried to deny it, but Shin So-mi didn't let her speak again, because it's adults talking. The mother clapped her hands, and suddenly a magical ribbon appeared around the girl which wrapped her mouth and body, and no longer allowed her to speak or move. Now, Shin So-mi thought, because that meant that the boy's explanation was the same as admitting that they had an ulterior motive. Yu Sang-won explained that the contract was offered by her daughter, and it was difficult to resist the temptation of a double salary and a convenient schedule. Miss So-mi wondered if he only accepted the offer because of the large amount of money. The guy explained that poor people like him are quite sensitive about money matters, so as long as he has money, he can do whatever he wants. The mother thought, because his words really sounded true, but the more he said, the more suspicious it became. Because usually men hear the voice of instinct, not reason. Yu Sang-won didn't know where this distrust came from, but he could only show that he didn't like teenagers, only mature, wise women. The guy got up from the floor and started to approach Shin So-mi. He explained that he can only be attracted to women like her. Shin Ah-yoon felt uncomfortable watching this, but there was nothing she could do. Finally, the boy was able to do it, although doubts may not disappear after his loud words. But this spontaneous decision was very tactless towards the married lady. Therefore, it seems that the release is a matter of time. The student's mother rose from the throne. Now Shin So-mi really understood everything. Now she is sure that he is not interested in young girls at all. The guy was surprised that he managed to convince this woman. All parents who have a daughter behave like this. That was the end of the meeting, so they could leave. Yu Sang-won was happy with his work as it seems he was approved. When her mother left, Shin Ah-yoon was able to speak and was very unhappy. She didn't understand what the boy was thinking when he did that. But there was nothing he could do about the situation, because he was trying his best to keep his true identity. He tried to dispel all doubts that he is a pervert who likes children 14 years younger, because he is not like that. The student got angry and left her teacher. She added that there was no father in their family. When she was born, her father was long gone. She wondered what happened to her father, but her mother didn't even mention that he had died. She wondered if maybe Yu Sang-won knew about it, so he was able to say that to Mom. The boy explained that he didn't know about it, even that they were from the same guild, and he just found out about it. Shin Ah-yoon didn't believe him because his behavior was horrible. Yu Sang-won didn't like this conversation, so he decided to leave. The girl thought, because if he was in the role of a father, it would be good. The teacher asked not to draw strange conclusions. Shin Ah-yoon said that he was the first man her mother could react to in this way. Shin Seo-mi was an A-rank hunter, so she is often picked on by celebrities and heads of other guilds. But the boy asked not to say delusional things because he would give a report and go to rest. There was a report in the conference room of the Hunter Association that the reconnaissance mission had been destroyed, but the results were there. Jong Min-soo, who was considered an A-rank devil worshipper, had grown a lot. Now he was an S-rank. It was a video appeal. The workers watched this and were very surprised and scared. Min-soo thanked him for being sent a sacrifice. Thanks to them, their constellation became even stronger. He thanked the Blue Dragon Guild for their support as they sent a commander. An employee of the Hunter Association explained that from now on, Jung Min-soo is an S-rank, and he is expanding his sphere of influence very rapidly. The King of Carnage is approaching Seoul, so it is urgent to create a joint team to suppress him. This order was given by the head of the Seoul Guild, Kang Dong-ho. People thought that the head of the Seoul Guild was exaggerating a bit. Even though it belongs to the Seoul municipality, is it not possible to show good intentions as one of the largest guilds? But the man was sure that he was not exaggerating at all, because it is not known when these terrible people will be able to attack Seoul. Therefore, until this happens, you should not call them. At the end of the day, Seoul will be as it is, so it seems that they will be operating without the Seoul Guild. But it was not clear what happened to Olympus then. The Olympus representative explained that they should contact someone higher up and, as always, get permission from higher management. People from Olympus always refuse when the matter does not concern themselves. In truth, there was no benefit from them, and they are true egoists, although they are the strongest in the world of 12 constellations. But it takes at least 3 S-rank hunters or 10 A-ranks to deal with an S-rank devil worshipper. They expected active help from other guilds. For Shin. So everything was clear. In order to maintain their strength, they would choose the forces of other guilds. But it was unclear who would be ready to accept such an offer. The father of the deceased hoped for voluntary cooperation, but this is impossible. Calming the S-rank devil worshipper requires an immediate solution, so the association and the government have no choice but to issue a mobilization order. Their Blue Dragon Guild plans to hire 5 A-rank hunters and 1 S-rank. Therefore, he asks for help with the selection of these 5 A-rank hunters who will go into a duel with the devil worshipper. He asked each of the 5 guilds to allocate 1 awakened A-rank. He turned to Klimk Ecthelion, Celestial Mission, Untamed, Long-Suffering Avengers, and White Knight. On behalf of the Korean government, the Korean Hunter Association, and the Blue Dragon Guild, each of the listed guilds must provide the forces for the punishment squad, including 1 awakened A-rank, Shin. So was surprised when she heard about the White Knight Guild, as she was the only A-rank hunter in their guild. Now her fate is inevitable. The woman was not satisfied with this decision, and turned to the guild head, as she was the only A-rank hunter in their White Knight Guild. But the man did not understand the problem. The woman explained that it is not possible to mobilize an A-rank hunter if only the commander-in-chief has that rank in the guild. If something happens to her, the whole guild will fall apart. The guildmaster wasn't that ruthless, but they would need Judge's I-class power anyway. The employee asked whether it was necessary to mobilize the head of the White Knight Guild. Her abilities were not at all suitable for the punishment squad. The Judge's I-class is simply a class that helps you learn information about dungeons and monsters. Therefore, in a battle in an open area, such an awakened A rank does not make sense. Other awakened devil worshippers will also gather from that side, and there will definitely be 3 A ranks among them. She will only interfere. The man was sure that they would add S-rank Zhongyan, and even if the woman gets hurt, they will have 1 more S-rank and 9 A ranks, which will be enough for the duel. Shin! So Mi will pay for the fact that her daughter refused to join the Blue Dragon clan and cause trouble for his son. He will not leave them alone. The worker was surprised when she learned that the head of the guild was ready to send a useless woman to a terrible duel. But he will ask to warn Zhongyan about it, so it won't be any harm to them. She will not be able to escape. Even if their campaign against the devil worshipper fails, Slow Soul and Olympus will no longer be able to stand on the sidelines. Therefore, everything will go well, and if not, then there will be nothing to regret. Meanwhile, the Golden Knight continued his training in the dungeon. This time his opponent was a blue wolf with horns, but he successfully dealt with the boss of the dungeon. He cleared the dungeon, but there was no honor in it. This time he has reached level 30 and can choose a reward. This time he decided to choose an additional appeal. A knight will be called to help him. Everything around lit up, and it was interesting who would appear this time. Accolon, Catfish, Crocbane. Now a 4th knight will join them. He finally finished building his knight team. Kolf, the Knight of the Abyss, appeared before the boy. He had not felt the air of the material world for a long time. He asked if the Golden Knight was now his master. Yu Sang-won thought because this knight was different from those who had come to this moment. It looks like he was human. Abyssal Knight Kolf accepted his new master and swore to follow him. It was very fast. The new assistant was a bit surprised by the Golden Knight's reaction, as it seems he doubted his abilities. But the boy explained that he was just wondering what he wanted. The fact that Kolf came to the real world means that the terms of the contract have already been fulfilled, and he was too bored in the abyss. Song Mayul greeted her new colleague because finally their commander was able to complete the knight's mission. Kolf was hungry. He approached the golem knight Avalon and was surprised that the master was able to make a contract with him because it was an ordinary piece of iron. Avalon passed the ally recognition code to Sir Kolf. Yu Sang-won thought because the knight that came this time looked very strong, but they still use swords. He'd prefer a wizard or a healer, but that's fine too. In the vial of the White Knight Guild was Shin Ah-yoon. He did not tell about his achievement, the fact that he reached level 30 and could now go to D-rank dungeons. The guy asked to provide him with the necessary documents. The girl explained that training in the D-rank dungeon alone is impossible, so she will write false information on the paper. Literally, this is an extract from the non-existent team members in the dungeon clearing documents. Simply put, it's like renting individual IDs. Yu Sang-won wondered what would happen to the commission. Each person who provides their identity receives 5 to 10% of the income from the dungeon. It sounds good, so the decision was made to do so. Shin Ah-yoon agreed, but warned that she would not be able to participate in the next match. The teacher did not understand what happened. The student said that there was an order to mobilize, and they would take part in a punitive campaign against the S-rank devil worshipper. Therefore, she should be helped with the preparation. They were a backup option, but now the guild headquarters is in chaos. Shin Ah-yoon didn't understand where this S-rank devil worshipper came from, because she had missed the information that he was sent by the Eternal Wrath constellation. The girl explained that he was recently reported in the news. This is the devil worshipper who killed Ko Seo-jung. The boy was absolutely certain that he was an A rank. It seems that he was an A rank, but once he dealt with Ko Seo-jung, he became an S rank. It was unexpected. In any case, in order to increase the strength, one awakened A rank is mobilized from each of the 5 guilds, and Shin Ah-yoon's mother also appeared among these people. The guy was a little surprised, but decided not to pay attention to it. He decided to go to the dungeons to further increase his level. It seems that she decided to ask him for help after all. But the punitive campaign against the devil worshipper was too dangerous even for him. When the boy looked at the girl, she said that she changed her mind and asked to protect herself. It was strange. After this situation, the boy could not fall asleep for a long time, tossed and turned on the bed. Thoughts attacked him. He abruptly got up from the bed. He couldn't get the thought of the trip out of his head at all. Why wouldn't 10 A ranks and 1 S rank be enough for a duel? He had no S rank stats, no combat experience, and no enemy information. He didn't know what to do. He was afraid that Shin Ah-yoon and her mother could get hurt after what he did to Ko Seo-jun. Because if he had not intervened, all this would not have happened. Yu Sang-won picked up the phone and decided to text Shin Ah-yoon. He asked when she wanted to go on a punitive expedition and if they needed workers. The muster was in 4 days, and they really needed workers. The girl answered very quickly, as if she had been waiting for this message. He invited her to join them, and when the time came, he would grab her mother and they would flee the battlefield. The student asked what to do with her, but she was faster than him, so in any case, she will contact the judge's truth and will sit quietly. The girl offered them to join them as a handyman. If he can go with them, he will join them at the last minute. In Korea, in the Kaizan building, there were devil worshippers. They were preparing for a fight. Young Mi-soo sat on the throne. He was grateful to the people for the food, but now they only annoyed him. He did not know when the punishment squad would come to them. The assistant explained to the devil worshipper that they had scheduled this event in 4 days. It was too fast. If this was a normal guild, he would hold back the borders and lie down until everything calmed down. But the problem is that this Blue Dragon Guild chases the enemy until it kills them. Even if they ran away, it was unlikely that people would leave an S-rank devil worshipper alone. Above, ice death. In the south were 66 heavens, and in the Pacific Ocean, eternal wrath. Therefore, the best solution is to face the Blue Dragon. Young Mi-soo understood that it would be better to stay in B rank altogether so as not to disturb anyone. According to the information, there will be 10 awakened A ranks and 1 S rank. 1 Blue Dragon Guild joined with 5 other guilds to form a punishment squad. There will be about 1,000 people in total. He thought they would do their best, and even try to use everything from magic machines, tanks, and helicopters to cover with the soul artillery. The fact that they can't match only makes it more frustrating. This war is 100 times better than pushing with monsters and devil worshippers of other constellations. And if their chances of victory were low, he would not call them to such a city. Young Mi-soo was scared and laughed nervously. But he's lucky he's not stupid. They're all targeting him, not just trying to profit while he deals with them. He had an unpleasant feeling in this room. The devil worshipper took out his crossbow and shot one of the men. He believed that it is better to compete with those you trust than with those you don't. For some reason, assistant demons of the Massacre King began to appear in the room. Young Mi-sun sacrificed to the Carnage King and raised his rank. It is clear that he hired assistants for the points he received. The only drawback of these terrible animals is that they must be constantly fed. So he allowed his new minions to eat his people and other devil worshippers. People started to run away, but these terrible beasts were faster. They grabbed people by the limbs. Even the people who were near the exit still did not have time to save themselves. But those who managed to survive understood that it was a trap. Therefore, a decision had to be made. One of the men took an axe in his hands and attacked Young Mi-soo, threatening to kill him now. But the main devil worshipper was faster and shot him with a crossbow right in the heart. The man fell to the floor and died immediately. Young Mi-soo's plan worked. It was the first time he used his assistants in this way. For his actions, he received an incredibly large level increase. His beasts ate, and he gained experience. He didn't even have to get his hands dirty. It seems that SS rank was waiting for him. 4 days later, many awakened people and workers gathered at the northern border of Seoul. Yu Sang-won was also there. He knew that the guild was much larger than the army, but there were still not many of them. The head worker hit Yu Sang-won on the head and told him to work because he was looking at all the machinery for too long. The guy explained that it was the first time for him and apologized. Sang-won took the boxes in his hands and began to work, but suddenly he was called by a worker. The guild leader told him to come over because he was having problems with the contract. He did not understand what it was about, because he personally signed the contract and there should be no problems. Yu Sang-won headed to the office and asked what happened. What was the problem with the documents? Shin. So Mi was sitting in the chair. She explained that it was just a reason to call him here. It was surprising that he hadn't guessed. The guy didn't want to stand out too much, but for some reason the woman called a replacement and drew a lot of attention to him. Shin-so. Mi's daughter told her mother not to worry but could not reveal the true purpose due to the contract. Therefore, it was unclear to the woman why Yu Sang-won had enrolled here in the punishment squad. Sang-won explained that he's just awakened, but doesn't want to register as a hunter, so he uses this method. First, he applied because he wants revenge on the vultures, and also came here for money. This time the boy gave a detailed answer, so she had to understand him and not ask unnecessary questions. Shin. So Mi decided to change the subject. Why doesn't he want to be a hunter? Considering that he works as Ayun's assistant, he is at least an S rank. Therefore, if he became a hunter, he would earn more money. Yu Sang-won recalled that he is 32 years old and has worked at the academy for 9 years. He lived a quiet life, so he doesn't want to risk becoming an awakened one. The hunter's work is too dangerous for him to hope for a great reward. Therefore, now for him, security, knowledge, and experience are needed more than money. Now he hoped that Shin So-mi had enough of an explanation, because he only came here as a replacement. This answer was enough, so he could go to work again. The workers went to the task by car. Yu Sang-won was approached by his colleague and asked if he was afraid. Although the answer was negative, the boy still looked tense. The workers, who had already been trained, began to laugh at the newcomer and make jokes about him. They hadn't even started competing yet, but Yu Sang-won was still tense. One man even offered to hide behind him if it was scary. They continued to mock the newcomer, but the boy behaved with dignity and did not pay attention to this behavior. It would be wonderful if later he would not attract attention to himself, and no one would talk about him in particular. Shin So-mi watched the whole situation. Similar people from all guilds have already gathered, so we need to start a video meeting to discuss the strategy. In the video meeting, Ko Cheon-yeon, S-rank Blue Dragon's Saint Fist, greeted him. He is the head of this punishment squad. The purpose of this campaign is to pursue and kill or capture John Min-soo. Young Min-soo is a long-range awakened. He uses partisan methods and traps during hunting. Given that, he would probably ambush the road on his way to Quezon. Ko Cheon-yeon asked to carefully prepare for a surprise attack, because most likely, Cheong Mi-soo would want to attack at night. At the video meeting, everyone listened carefully to the orders, but there was a chance that he would escape. Because if he goes beyond the territory of the King of Carnage, other devil worshippers and vultures will not be able to stand still. It is better for him to compete with them or suffer from their attacks. There was a proposal to simply attack the city where he is located and drop a few bombs on it. The Awakened put forward their proposals, but if an S-rank was so easy to kill, they wouldn't be needed. Therefore, a better plan is needed. We need to figure out what to do with young Mi-soo's target. But they needn't have worried, because even though he is called an S-rank devil worshipper, he can only shoot bows and use traps. Therefore, it is not in vain that Ko Cheon-yeon goes with them. The Awakened suggested that he might suddenly appear as a high-ranking monster or demon. An S-rank devil worshipper should have enough power to summon. Ko Cheon-yeon suggested that Jung Mi-soo be taken over, while the A-rank Awakened ones stay behind to deal with the demons. The best option will have to compete with monsters of B rank and above. Shin. So Mi didn't know what to do, how to survive. She did not understand what her daughter meant when she warned that everything would be fine and that she would be saved. Shin Ayun ran up to her mother. She asked, "When it gets scary, she will go to the worker." She couldn't say more, but he was far more reliable than most people in the guild. Shin. So Mi didn't know why she should have hope for someone who wasn't even officially a hunter, but she had no choice. She wanted to save herself. After 10 hours, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. They were in a forest that was not far from Quezon City. Yu Sang-won wondered why they didn't go to the city itself, but set up camp in the forest. The worker explained that this was good because it delayed death a little for them. The worker explained that he, as a substitute, simply did not know about it. Routes beyond Seoul are not serviced. There's a dense forest around, where there are many dungeons, so getting there is not as easy as you might think. He didn't see it, but ahead everything is brought back to normal with heavy equipment and tanks with mounted magic stones. In addition, every second they are targeted by vultures specializing in guerrilla traps and surprise attacks. It's dangerous, so you have to move carefully, no matter how slow it is. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of Yu Sang-won. He was addressed by Akalon from the sanctuary. They could communicate through messages. The guy was worried, because it could be anxiety and something could happen. But when he opened the message, it was advice on how to cook vegetables so they don't burn. Yu Sang-won was furious because he thought it was something important, but it was just inappropriate cooking advice. Overwhelmed, the boy began talking to himself as he read new messages from his assistant. The workers were unhappy that he was buzzing so much and attracting too much attention. The new worker apologized and said that he could do everything himself. He continued to prepare the food. But right now, this camp was being watched by a devil worshipper. Their defense looked better than he had imagined, but good defense wasn't everything to a strong advantage in combat power. Youngmi-soo's main strength is his large number of terrible assistants and his extremely high level. He ordered to show his best strength to the beasts, who still mistook him for an S rank. The guy had a whole army of his assistants. He ordered to start moving towards the enemy's camp. The workers heard the noise and seemed to understand that it was an attack. They checked the information on special equipment, and it was true. An alarm was announced. A crowd of beasts was moving to attack 2 kilometers to the west. There were about 2,000 of them. It was decided to use a rocket, but it was still unknown what kind of species it was. They were mainly E-rank flesh-eaters and blood-sucking hounds, as well as D-rank bloodsuckers and carnivores. They could be dealt with usually with firearms. The commander-in-chief listened to all the advice and ordered to start work. The workers took firearms and began to fight off the first wave of monsters. Ko Cheon-yong gathered all the awakened ones because their exit was soon. Therefore, all those who do not have time should immediately board this flying plane. One of the awakened ones reported that they managed to find the enemy, as expected. This devil worshipper is attacking monsters and shooting from the forest, about 1 kilometer to the west. The awakened S-rank thanked everyone for coming and announced that they could begin the combat operation. They headed to the forest, where terrible monsters were already waiting for them. The awakened ones took out their weapons and began to fight the monsters. They were surprised that the enemy betrayed himself so quickly. One of the awakened offered to leave a few men here for reinforcements, but it was too late as they had moved too far from the camp. Ko Cheon-yong would not allow them to split their forces. The hunters had to warn the people from the guild to be more careful. Suddenly, arrows fell at Shin So-mi's feet. A few seconds later, she was already dead. However, the awakened one assured that they were only worried in vain, because only this person is capable of shooting these blood-red arrows. It was definitely him, and he was very close. Magic Awakened took her magic wand, slammed it on the ground, and used lightning strike. The awakened S-rank Ko Cheon-yon continued to fight the monsters. He killed one by one with his sword. He was surprised how the enemy had the sense to set up an ambush on the very first day. So far, they were all doing well, but the sooner this was over, the sooner he could go to sleep. Suddenly awakened in the forest, he managed to see Youngmi-soo running in. But the other awakened ones began casting spells. They applied Earth Boundary, as well as Illumination of Traps. There were a lot of traps, so you had to be careful. When Ko Cheon-yon saw the enemy, he ran even further and began to use the magic in his hand. He cast Blue Dragon Call, but when the impact occurred, everything around disappeared. It seems that it was not real and was only a decoy. It was a small defeat. The captain was informed that an A-rank monster boss had appeared in the camp, and they did not have time to contain him. It was a monster from the royal family of the Carnage King, as well as B-rank and C-rank monsters. A powerful monster boss tried to destroy the camp. He hit the car and overturned it. His rage was difficult to stop. Youngmi-soo laughed at his opponents. The task of defeating them seemed very easy for him. Before the match, the devil worshipper used Bloody Doll. It was a high-ranking skill that helped him gain an advantage in battle. The monsters continued to fight. They were very hungry and wanted to eat people as soon as possible. While the awakened were chasing his doppelganger, he was able to calmly walk through here and open the portal. The awakened died one by one. The monsters were much stronger. Those who survived tried to hold the defense, but it was difficult. These monsters ate people while they were still alive. Young Mi-soo sacrifices to the King of Carnage, gets money for it, and also levels up. If every day is like today, the dream of becoming an apostle will cease to be a dream. The workers tried to detain the enemies with firearms, but the monster stood firm and even had the strength to swing its clawed hand at the people. They began to run in and did not understand what they should do, because they had to stay here until the guild leaders arrived. They were trying to escape from the monster that was chasing them. Suddenly, the paw of the sinister monster grabbed one of the workers, and in a second, he was dead. The commander-in-chief of the workers ordered them to close the door in the trailer and not to go out again. But it was dangerous because the monsters would be able to crush the machines and they would remain trapped. Yu Sang-won thought. He wanted to summon his knights, but it was dangerous because Crocbane and the Abyss Knight Kolf could easily be mistaken for monsters or enemies. Somol and Akalon have already been revealed once in the news, therefore you have to be more careful. Yu Sang-won understood that first he had to run away with his mother and Ah-yoon so that no one would know about them. The situation was critical. The guy decided to get out of the car, even though it was dangerous. In front of him he saw his colleague, who was already dead in the mouth of the monster. He had to run faster to save himself, but suddenly, a warning appeared in front of Yu Sang-won's face that he could not run away from the battlefield because it could increase his fame, which was not like a knight. He decided not to pay attention to it. In the beginning, he planned to find Young Mi-soo, who summoned all these monsters. The sudden appearance of a large number of monsters meant that someone had opened a portal for them, but it was not clear who among these beasts was the devil-worshipping monster. He was an unusual guy because after he was found, it was decided to kill him. One injured person was found near the trailer, so help had to be found urgently. The boy looked around. He saw a doctor's gown near the trailer. He had an idea. In the midst of this chaos, a devil worshipper must collect the bodies of the awakened to sacrifice to the King of Carnage. Therefore, Yu Sang-won took this robe and put it on himself, because the enemy must precisely target the wounded. Awakened fell to the ground after a powerful attack. Young Mi-soo was already ready to kill the wounded man because he was awakened as a B rank. He aimed his crossbow at him and was ready to fire an arrow. But suddenly, Yu Sang-won ran up to the wounded man and offered the awakened man to drink a potion that restores his strength. Now, nothing threatened the hunter's life. The devil worshipper was surprised, as he had just dropped a B-rank awakened one. But unexpectedly, Young Mi-soo saw the awakened Ko Jung-yeon. He ordered the hunters to come to their senses, because there was a possibility that they might leave their position. To begin with, they had to count the number of people left. The enemy understood that it was dangerous for him to stay here, but he was also sorry to let in the awakened one. But he saw another wounded man walking here, so he decided to take a risk and kill this awakened one. But this time, Dr. Yu Sang-won came to help the wounded man. He brought him a potion. With his help, he escaped and recovered all his strength. Young Mi-soo was furious, because this medical worker had already prevented him from killing a high-ranking awakened more than once. After healing, the warrior continued to fight, but this time he wanted to kill Yu Sang-won so that he would no longer interfere with his work. He took out his crossbow and shot him in the back. The devil worshipper was satisfied with his work, because now this medical worker will not be able to help his people so defiantly. But suddenly, Young Mi-soo felt an incredibly strong pain in his chest. It was a golden knight who decided to kill him from behind. The sword went through the whole body and came out. The devil worshipper didn't understand how he was able to miss it, but it was only because of his shot. As an arrow flew into Yu Sang-won's back, a warning message appeared in front of him that he knew one lesson and activated the unique skill of Grandel's battle talent. Therefore, as soon as he was able to catch the arrow, he grabbed the sword and, approaching the enemy from behind, stuck him in the back. The message suggested that the Golden Knight leave the enemy in the forest, so that his corpse would become food for the wild beasts. Although the devil worshipper had a good defense and defense, he need not be so lenient next time. Young Mi-soo held onto his sword with all his might. He was able to utter a cluster of bloody points. Yu Sang-won heard this for the first time and did not understand what happened, but suddenly the enemy disappeared. There was a lot of bloody smoke around. The devil worshipper teleported to a tree. Although he was not injured, he still managed to save himself. The Golden Knight assumed that he had taken off with the help of an explosion. Jung-mi-soo was furious because he had just thrown away all the points he had worked so hard to accumulate for 20 years. The man put his hand to his wound with healing energy. He had worked very hard to collect all the points, and now he had used the elixir of life and even the scroll of regeneration. He went broke today. He was so angry that he was ready to kill the Golden Knight. But Yu Sang-won understood that if he talks so much, then he is definitely afraid, and the idea is that the duel will be short. But the devil worshipper didn't look scared at all. He was different from the usual guild boys. The Golden Knight took his sword and, jumping up, tried to strike the enemy, but his opponent evaded. During this time, Jung-mi-soo managed to take his crossbow and shoot several arrows. However, a distance of 10 meters was a completely different matter, but the Golden Knight did not give up. He then continued to swing his sword, losing his strength. But suddenly, instead of his enemy, he saw several monsters. It seemed to be an S-rank devil worshipper's talent, always running away. Jung-mi-soo jumped from tree to tree and laughed at his enemy. He has been living like this for 10 years, so it will be very difficult to catch up with him. He wanted to sacrifice corpses from the inventory to the king of massacres, and when he raises the level after that, he will definitely destroy the Golden Knight as well. After that, the enemy was no longer visible. Now, Yu Sang-won knew that he was going to have long-range battles, so he prepared himself. 3 days before the campaign, he received skill points for defeating the vultures that were bothering the local people. He received the unique skill Disappearing Consequence of the Night Lord Yuchan. It was a rather odd skill for long range, but he could try it. Yu Sang-won commanded the heavens to test this sword that would reach its highest point. This shot will be able to prove that he is a star standing on the ground. It turned out rather uncertainly. The Golden Knight cast Heaven Lord's Sword Flow, Earth Star Flash. In a few seconds, this flash reached the devil worshipper. It was an incredibly strong blow that should have killed him. Jung-mi-soo lost his arm but was still alive. He grabbed her and couldn't move anymore. The Golden Knight watched this. The devil worshipper had never seen such a powerful awakened being, but he knew for sure that he was not ordinary. The enemy accumulates healing energy in his hand and hopes to restore it with the points he has left. He hoped that healing would take place, but at that moment, the Golden Knight took out his sword. He watched the wretched enemy. Even though the devil worshipper had been hit many times, he still lived, so he had to be killed completely. Jung-mi-soo begged to spare him and not kill him, but it was too late. Yu Sang-won was determined. He swung his sword and killed the criminal. After the death of the devil worshipper, there are resources left. Now he's dead, and soon the A-rank monsters he summoned will disappear, and everyone around will realize what happened. The Golden Knight had to get out of here as soon as possible so that no one would see him. Awakened people were still walking in the forest. Ko Cheon-yong did not understand what had happened. During all this time of the fight, the devil worshipper had circled them around his finger, and now there was an inexplicable explosion. Those who woke up examined the place of the explosion. It was an incredible blast power that only an S-rank hunter could be capable of. One of the hunters found things that fell after the death of the devil worshipper. It seems that the awakened ones are late. Ko Cheon-yong ran up to the place of the enemy's death. He ordered to search everything around and find any traces. Meanwhile, the awakened ones investigated the body, and it was confirmed that the body belonged to Jung-mi-soo, an S-rank devil worshipper. Among the materials, they found gloves and Ko Seo-jung's uniform. Ko Cheon-yong watched this and still couldn't understand how it happened. He was very angry. He hit a tree and it fell. About half of the warriors were killed by the A, B, and C rank monsters that suddenly appeared in the camp. Taking into account the wounded and missing, approximately 2-3 of the personnel were affected. But the purpose of the trip, the opportunity to deal with the devil worshipper, was taken away by someone. Ko Cheon-yong fell to the ground because it's not fair. Shin Seo-mi walks up to Yu Sang-won, surprised that he survived. The guy explained that in his position you can hide and save your life without a fight. But he was troubled by one question he wanted to ask Shin Seo-mi. He was interested in how serious the damage was. And how did he, a handyman, manage to survive? For them, the death of an awakened C rank was quite painful. Rebuilding the ranks of classes such as the Knight of Justice is quite difficult. Constellation that stands for the White Knight guilds are not very good at selecting talented people. Constellations have limited choices, and some awakened ones run in and hide. It was too confusing for Yu Sang-won to understand. But in any case, the future of those who manage to survive is more important. The boy took out some materials from his pocket. Shinso. Mi was surprised to see such a large number of gems. She thought that maybe Yu Sang-won killed the devil worshipper Jung Mi-soo. The boy explained that he couldn't handle an S-rank devil worshipper, but he was able to kill several vultures by pretending to be a handyman. These stones were compensation for losses during the campaign. Shinso. Mi understood that there were billions of money in these crystals, and she could easily take it all for herself. Yu Sang-won explained that helping each other is good and she can take it. The woman couldn't believe that it all came to her so easily. She assumed that maybe this was how the guy was flirting with her, but he agreed to receive home-cooked food for it, because he had not eaten such for a long time. He felt a little bad about giving it away, but if they cared about his profit, he wouldn't think about anything else. Yu Sang-won approached his colleague who also managed to survive. He came here to introduce himself. Handymen started working immediately. They were very lucky, but no one still knew how an S-rank devil worshipper could die. So they have to get out of here before the other vultures come. Yu Sang-won decided to open the status window to look at his stats for this match. He was able to raise his level by 8. It was the same as going through 30 dungeons. The handymen were talking about Ko Cheon-yeon. You didn't see how upset he was. No one still knew who was able to kill the devil worshipper. But because of this incident, all of the Blue Dragon's plans failed. The screams of those awakened from anger could still be heard from the forest. It seems that Ko Cheon-yeon was greatly offended by this act of the Golden Knight. He will try not to see him. A few hours later at the base of the Blue Dragon Guild on an artificial island. The father of the deceased Ko Seo-jung was furious when he learned the truth about what happened during the hike. Out of anger, he threw the notebook on the floor. They were in the study together with Ko Cheon-yeon. He reminded himself that he had not sent an awakened S-rank to get such dire results. But the awakened one could not justify himself. The loss caused by an S-rank devil worshipper could not be repaired. From the beginning, Ko Cheon-yeon hastened his preparations due to personal considerations. But he hoped that Ko Cheon-yeon would be able to carry out the Blue Dragon's last order. But for some reason, the head of the White Knight Guild did not die at the hands of the vultures. The awakened one apologized again. The head of the Dragon Guild couldn't believe that a guy who could single-handedly deal with an S-rank devil worshipper would suddenly appear. But there was a question whether the materials were really believable. Ko Cheon-yeon showed the photo. It was a generalized picture taken from all recording devices and drones. A knight in golden armor was seen there. Ko Jung-soo asked if that was really the person who killed the devil worshipper. And it was true, but given the time, there is doubt as to who exactly is in the golden armor. The dragonhead took another look at the photo. He suggested that the armor had a similar infantile design of the boy from Olympus, but they differed. Greek and Roman styles show the lines of the body in a different way, and the shapes are not as tight-fitting. And he was definitely not from the Soul Guild. Ko Jung-soo assumed that then it must have been a person from one of the guilds that were there. Or Ecthelion's Blade, Celestial Journey, Untamed, Patient Avenger, and White Knight. It was one of them. There are 2 locations with awakened knight classes, Ecthelion's Blade and Untamed, but he is not sure exactly where to find them. Humiliation is humiliation, but they cannot allow the 11th S-rank hunter to hide. They are obliged to reveal his identity in order to deter. To begin with, you need to deal with the consequences of the punitive campaign against Jung Mi-soo, and then you can deal with the golden armor. Ko Cheon-yeon accepted all the orders. After the grueling match, Yu Sang-won slept for a long time. When he woke up, it was 12 o'clock in the morning. But when the boy got up from the bed, he saw all his knights in front of him. They were displeased that the host was able to gather 5 participants for a knight's expedition, but for some reason competed alone. They are all bound by contract. But for some reason, he decided to compete alone. Seong Mule suspected that the host didn't trust them, and they all condemned his decision. Crocbane really wanted to fight the devil worshipper, Yu Sang-won thought. It seems they didn't understand why their captain was competing on his own and not summoning them. The boy explained that the thief was targeting him. Therefore, it was his personal matter. He was attacked by one enemy, so he decided to compete alone as well. His answer wasn't very specific, but he hoped he was able to explain his decision to his subordinates. Accolon accepted the host's answer. Crocbane asked not to fight alone next time, but Sam Myeol, on the contrary, praised the boy for even waiting for the enemy on the battlefield. It was good that all the knights accepted his answer. He was in too much of a hurry yesterday, so he couldn't check the things that fell after the death of the devil worshipper. Yu Sang-won saw the notebook. He didn't know what it was. The notes in the notebook were strange because they looked like the notes of partners, not enemies of humanity, vultures. The government and the academy believe that the Carnage King's territory is Apocalypse, but it is actually a community of sorts. He also saw records of the Human Research Center. All the entries were very strange. Out of anger, Yu Sang-won threw the notebook on the floor because he thought this world had gone mad. Meanwhile, Knight Accolon prepared a pizza for the host. He hoped it would be delicious because he made it with lots of bacon and pineapples. The guy agreed to try the pizza. He wondered if the robot was cooking food right inside its body, because it now smelled like cheese. But Accolon did not explain this and asked to eat faster. Yu Sang-won took a piece of pizza and thought, because the Human Research Center and Pastor Lee did not bode well. Now he had a bad feeling. At the academy the next day, Shin Ah-yoon trained. She fought alongside her teacher Yu Sang-won. Each time she became stronger. They had a karate match. The teacher anticipated the kick in time, so he managed to block it and hit first. The student fell, and now she has been defeated. She was surprised by the skill of her teacher. She asked who he was. Why compete every day using a new martial art? Before that, there was taekwondo, and before that, Thai boxing. Because it was strange. Because it is difficult to learn even one martial art. But for some reason, he uses new things in his training every day. Yu Sang-won thought, because it seems that this happened due to the skills of Grandel's combat talent, the Universal Knight. After 3 days of taekwondo, he managed to do a roundhouse kick with a 540-degree turn. And after 2 days of judo classes, he was able to beat members of the national team. No matter what art it was, he could quickly learn it and become a master. Yu Sang-won offered to stop training if she didn't like it. But Shin Ah-yoon refused because she just wanted him to become more serious, so that he, as before, attacks with all his might when he sees an attack. The teacher thought about it and decided to really become more serious. He didn't mind trying another contest with a strong defense. During their conversation, several strange creatures appeared behind Yu Sang-won. Shin Ah-yoon was startled and rubbed her eyes, not understanding who exactly had just appeared behind the teacher. The student explained that she is not yet ready to compete because she needs to rest. The teacher was also not against. When Yu Sang-won went to get a drink of water, the girl thought. She didn't know what it was. This teacher was a very strange and unusual awakened. Yu Sang-won began to notice that the female student was always walking with him. He wondered if she might not have had any friends. But it was not without reason that it was very difficult to find real friends in the classroom. If you start making friends, everything around will turn into a political duel between guilds. The guy should know about it, because he is an employee of the academy. Yu Sang-won wondered where they were going. Shin Ah-yoon explained that they were going on a break. The teacher worked at the academy for so long that he probably never left. Yu Sang-won denied it because he spends most of his time at home but sometimes goes out with colleagues. It was very boring for a girl, but maybe the teacher had an interesting life when he was a teenager or in his 20s. Yu Sang-won admitted that he didn't have parents, so he lived in a shelter until high school. Then he was sent to an adult dormitory, and after the army, he applied to the academy and started working there. Shin Ah-yoon thought things would change when she became expensive, but things remained the same. She still had to work to earn money. Suddenly, Yu Sang-won turned his attention to someone hiding behind the wall. It seems that it was another student at the academy who probably started following him. He suspected that this girl was probably sent by the Blue Dragon Guild because he had suddenly become a handyman, which might have seemed suspicious to them. Shin Ah-yoon saw the new Beowulf mittens in the window. She looked at them with joy. It was the original with the best enhancement, wave attack ability, and voice control. They also added 15 points to their strength and stamina stats. She dreamed of such mittens. The girl asked what kind of armor the teacher had. He had a kit from the association, inexpensive and very durable, used by both novice and D-rank hunters. Shin A-yoon has heard rumors that if you wear the wrong gear, you may be attacked by vultures. Yu Sang-won used an ordinary iron sword. The student was fascinated, because she understood that if he reached D rank, then he could buy himself a good weapon. Medium and large monsters also occur, so weapons are very important. Although the teacher had enough gold armor, he was going to look for something else. Shin A-yoon decided not to postpone the matter for later and go shopping with her boyfriend. They entered the store. There was a lot of armor with different characteristics. Although he did not intend to lead the life of a hunter, he needed at least 3 types of weapons. But the Golden Knight could not use long-range and iron weapons because his class did not allow it. But he could easily use a spear, a sword, and a club, and it was also possible to divide weapons into one-handed and two-handed. Then, there will already be 7 varieties. The student recommended to buy something in Hephaestus's workshop. Yu Sang-won thought the girl preferred the Beowulf items, but she was just looking at them. Therefore, they go to the 8th floor of the store. Hephaestus is the name of the god of fire and forge in Greek mythology. Apostle Hephaestus is one of the 12 constellations of Olympus. He controlled artisans and became the world's leading arms manufacturer. They were greeted by the seller. They sold only unique things. Hephaestus's workshop dealt only with works of art. Shin A-yoon explained that constellation artisans originally created individual weapons, so any weapon you could choose here would be one of a kind. Yu Sang-won thought about it because the one-of-a-kind weapon was a perfect marketing ploy and perfectly suited to the romanticism of the awakened. Therefore, sword, spear, and mace, each type of one-handed and two-handed weapon, there are only 6 types. A shield must be added to this, and as a result there will be 7 types of weapons. But if the teacher buys all this, he will be without money. However, the seller explained that non-legendary or heroic items cost much less. There are even things here that money cannot buy. All legendary and heroic rank weapons cannot be purchased. She is created in their Hephaestus workshop and tends to choose her own master. Therefore, if the weapon does not allow itself to be used, then even after paying for it, the awakened person will not be able to use it. Probably, it is difficult to find a person who is suitable for weapons. Shin A-yoon has come here again to challenge the heroic level weapon. She also brought her teacher with her, who will also challenge her to find out who this weapon would be suitable for. Yu Sang-won was completely unprepared for this. It was only a matter of time before his name would become legendary and spread among other major guilds. So he refused. The teacher tried to leave the shop because he thought it was better to develop skills than to depend on weapons. But a student stopped him, explaining that a good weapon is the dream of any awakened person. He can do it just like that, because it is not so difficult, because maybe the legendary weapon will be able to choose him. Yu Sang-won didn't like it. These 2 people seemed to be mocking him. He decided to leave here because it looks like Shin A-yoon has become an employee of the Olympus Guild. But before leaving, the boy saw a weapon in front of him that interested him. He wanted to take it in his hands, but the glass protected the weapon. A salesman approached Yu Sang-won. He explained that it was a legendary Titan weapon, a divine item created by Hephaestus to bind the Titans. You need to have S-rank stats to use it and SS rank to use it. The guy was a little scared because he almost revealed his identity. His stats are now at SS rank, and it would be bad if he picked up a weapon before he was stopped. Yu Sang-won calmly walked away from the display case and didn't even intend to look at the other weapons. But it seems the legendary weapon was not satisfied. For the first time, she met a man here who could become her master, but he just keeps going. The weapon told the seller about this, so he decided to stop Yu Sang-won to talk to him. He wanted to offer something. He asked him to go to the VIP room and promised that privacy would be guaranteed. It was a great offer for Yu Sang-won. In the room, he was told that one should not underestimate the eye of the artisan who received the blessing of Hephaestus. The worker doesn't know him, but he knows that the weapon he just saw has his eye on him. This weapon wants Yu Sang-won to wield it, but first he needs to raise it. It is very heavy, so it can easily break through an 8-story ceiling. The boy realized that it seemed the weapon had revealed his abilities because it was of legendary level. He wasn't sure he could lift her, because she was very heavy indeed. Yu Sang-won raised his weapon and raised it above his head. A lot of golden magic appeared above him. This meant that from now on, he could fully become the master of this legendary weapon. The worker was happy because his intuition did not let him down and his eyes were not mistaken. From now on, Yu Sang-won is their client. The weapon was made of divine steel, so it was very strong, heavy, and not compatible with magic. It was originally used to bind titanium. Yu Sang-won understood that this was a legendary weapon, so the price would be high. But the store decided to give it away for free, and the employee can keep it a secret. The owner of this weapon could give it any appearance, so no one would know about it. The boy examined the weapon. It should have cost at least $1 billion. The employee explained that it is too cheap, because the weapon costs several hundreds of billions. No one but Hephaestus can melt divine steel. In any case, Yu Sang-won thanked him for the opportunity and asked the employee to keep everything a secret. The employee agreed, because each hero has his own circumstances. After that, the teacher and the student went to the institution. Shin Ah-yoon was satisfied with the delicious food and reacted very violently to all the events. Yu Sang-won didn't like that the girl behaved very loudly and couldn't eat silently. She asked the waiter for another portion of sushi. It was surprising that the girl hadn't eaten yet, because if someone saw this, they would think that she hadn't eaten in a week. A message appeared in front of the boy's face. The number of people watching him had increased to 4. The observer, who was very unsuccessful in her work, suspected that she might have been noticed. She decided to use scanning magic while Yu Sang-won was distracted. But the scan could not be performed, because the verification was not possible. The girl realized that something was wrong. An ordinary person who serves cannot have defensive skills. Now there are suspicions that he is the Golden Knight. The observers continued their work. The teacher and the student left the institution. They had a good time, so now they can go back to the academy to continue their studies. They needed to level up, not have fun. Shin Ah-yoon still didn't understand why a person who didn't want to be a hunter wanted to level up so much. The observer must follow them to find even more evidence. Yu Sang-won thought that the people following him would fall behind, but there were more and more of them. Now there were already 10 of them. He did not understand where this strange premonition came from, because he was very careful. People on the street were talking about the Golden Knight, who they still couldn't find. He seems to have become a star in Korea. It was believed that he participated in a punitive campaign and hid his identity. Yu Sang-won decided to check the information on the internet. He didn't know what he should do to prove to everyone else that he wasn't a Golden Knight. Messages appeared in front of him with warnings that espionage forces were being used against him. But fortunately, the spies did not dare to engage in a duel with him and did not do anything strange. Therefore, there was probably one way to get out of this situation without damaging your reputation. The next day, Yu Sang-won appeared at the White Knight Guild office. He visited Shin So-mi. Something must have happened to him because he came very early. The guy explained that he could be spied on. They can be heard, but their guild used not only protection, but also resistance and blocking magic. So now they could talk in peace. Shin So-mi asked what happened. Maybe he found out that the new S-rank awakened was him. Now, Yu Sang-won's identity was revealed to one person. She should have guessed it when he gave her a large number of magic stones so easily. But instead, she naively believed him. The boy grabbed his head. It seems now the White Knight Guild leader knew he needed help. Shin. So-mi understood this immediately. She did not want to lose the partridge that lays golden eggs, so she agreed to help him. A chain of doubts led observers to Yu Sang-won. He, an ordinary worker, unexpectedly joined the campaign. His stats are unscannable, making him even more suspect. Shin So-mi suggested that he officially register and not draw attention to himself, because judging by the fact that he possessed an S-rank devil hair worshipper, he had enough fighting qualities. Yu Sang-won explained that he wanted to continue living his normal life. Therefore, if nothing can be done, he will simply leave Seoul. The head of the White Knight Guild understood that the protection function worked during normal times. This means communication with the armor, so it could be disabled. But in this way, it was possible to get rid of all the statistics. Shinso. Mi realized that the suspicions were caused by the blocking magic, so she would be able to do something. She has a judge's eye and specializes in scanning and gathering information. She studies blocking magic because she is from the same area. But now we need a reason why it happened. You have to find out Yu Sang-won's class, the guy thought. If you think about it, other awakened ones always belong to some class. But for some reason he didn't have it. Yu Sang-won said that he is a knight and specializes in close combat. It seems that the head of the guild understood everything. If you want to hide a tree, hide it in the forest. Shinso. Mi explained what she meant. From this day forward, she would follow the golden knight from the face of their guild. A golden knight seeks a golden knight. It was a great way out of this difficult situation. The guild leader was truly a genius. The conversation went very well, so it was possible to start hunting. But suddenly, Yu Sang-won saw a spy next to him. He decided to run away from her and hide between the buildings. The spy rushed after him, but saw that the surroundings were empty. When she turned around, she saw Yu Sang-won in front of her. He was very angry and admitted that he had been annoyed all day by this girl who had been spying on him. That's why he was finally able to catch her. The boy explained that he was also her colleague, so it would be surprising if he did not notice such a terrible job. He asked the girl for more information about the person they were following. She had to communicate with other people during the investigation. The spy admitted that she knew nothing. Yu Sang-won decided to ask again and slammed his fist on the wall. He tried to scare her into finding out the whole truth. But the girl really didn't know anything. It seemed that she was willing to give her life for the guild, which was commendable. Yu Sang-won wiped his hands. He didn't want to question her anymore because there were other workers. After saying goodbye, he left. The spy with trembling hands showed him the group chat on the phone where all the observers were. There were far more of them than he imagined. The guy looked through all the information in the chat, but there was nothing useful there. He looked through everything and gave the phone to the spy. Yu Sang-won set off in search of a new victim. He grabbed the boy by the shoulder, ordered him to show his phone and provide information. The boy pushed the spy to the ground. He fell and, frightened, agreed to give his phone with all the information. Although it was a bit rude, it would be perfect for spreading rumors about him and dispelling all suspicions. A week later, a meeting was held in the conference hall of the Hunters Association. After Young Min-soo's death, the search for the Golden Knight was fruitless, which only increased the chaos. Hwang Soo-hwang, head of the Hunters Association, said that Pastor Lee of Kaesong has started preparations for his candidacy. Ko Jong-soo informed the chief that this was not part of their plans for today. Hwang Soo-hwang was angry because the people from the guild only knew how to interrupt him as soon as he started talking about things they didn't like. Therefore, it is time to take action. The association, in agreement with the government, announces the decision on the Golden Knight. The Golden Knight who stole the victory over the S-rank devil worshipper was revealed to be an S-rank devil worshipper and wanted. This statement will be made public in a week. If one hides a Golden Knight as a trump or common staff, it is recommended to think it through. After all, the consequences can be serious. Shinso Mi was also present at the event. She understood that all this happened because the White Knight Guild was unable to deal with the situation on its own. They will have to act according to the plan. In the Temple of Massacre, the D-rank dungeon was teeming with man-eating demons. Suddenly, a Golden Knight approached one of them from behind. He drew his sword and plunged it into the demon's head. He was lucky they were all here today. The devils howled joyfully. A Golden Knight appeared before them who was nothing more than food for them. They decided to go hunting. The demons charged at Yu Sang-won, but the knight held his ground. He decided to test his new weapon. When the demon approached the knight, he hit him with the legendary weapon, and he flew several meters into the wall. This new weapon could kill in one hit, which was perfect for gold armor. After the battle, Yu Sang-won's assistants were captured. They also wanted such a weapon. Finally, their master found his perfect match. The knight found his weapon. Now, if he takes the oath, his counterparts will also become true knights. Yu Sang-won looked at his specs. This is what he needs to do to become a real knight. He had to find an oath. That is why he never had a class. Akalon explained to the host that a gang of armed bandits could not be knights. A knight is someone who has taken an oath to be a protector. Song Mayul suggested that the commander swear and say any oath. After all, no matter what he says, his assistants will always be with him and faithful to his sword. The Golden Knight did not understand why his assistants were so excited. He didn't want to live saving the world or anything like that. Yu Sung-won did not know where he was. Everything around was gloomy, and a strange red light shone on the ceiling. There were many demons sitting on chairs looking at him. It was the D-rank boss of the Temple of Carnage in the dungeon, a brutal demon. He was happy, because the loot went straight into his hands. The Golden Knight decided to deal with the evil demons and warned that this is their last day. In the name of chivalry, he wanted to do justice. The boss of the Massacre Temple noticed that the boy was very talkative. He wanted to enjoy the festival and disappeared. Demons were overflowing with energy. They were ready to fight. Crocbane asked his master to be careful with magic. Now the demons faced the Golden Knight. It was a meat party, but the knight's assistants were also ready to compete. A heavy battle began. Crocbane punched one of the demons in the stomach while Avalon fought back with lasers. Crocbane explained to the host that it looks like there is no need to be careful in this match, but he didn't feel any difference, just a slightly numb body. The boss from the Temple of Carnage decided to intervene in this fight. He wanted to show them his strongest magic. The main demon took his magic staff, which had a lot of demonic energy around it. He used this magic against the Golden Knight, but with the legendary weapon he was able to resist. Yu Sang-won managed to defeat the massacre boss. He successfully cleared D-rank dungeons. This time his reward was a rare random hero's chest. Not a bad trend. But in any case, the Golden Knight did not need it now, so he decided to transfer it to the inventory. Suddenly, the boy's phone rang. Shin Ayun's mother called him. There were musicians in the party hall on the roof of the Quezon Special Hotel. This party was a success. Pastor Lee addressed the guests. He was a devil worshipper of the Carnage King constellation. It seems that everyone has already arrived, so he wants to serve his main course. A huge piece of meat appeared before the guests. This was Pastor Lee's new creation. It looked very appetizing. Many animals gathered around this delicious dish. The master had lovingly prepared this dish for the archdemon beasts that guarded the Carnage King. The animals took the food in their hands and began to eat it greedily. The goat suggested eating more slowly, savoring every bite, because Pastor Lee's cooking skills are incredible. The rooster also ate greedily, because everything was very tasty for him. They thanked their master. Pastor Lee watched with pleasure. It seems that everything was going the way he wanted it to. He wanted to once again thank all the apostles who came today for the opening of the Human Research Center No. 2 and make them a favorable offer. Their research center studies and clones the awakened to create the perfect rebirth of the apostles. But due to supply problems, they are unable to perform sacrifices. The archdemon beasts were displeased. They started a riot. The fastest way to solve this problem was hunting. Pastor Lee calmed the beasts down. He could not ask the apostles for help, but instead prepared hunting contests as entertainment. It was a special decision of the ruler of the lands, and if this is entertainment, then something was needed to fuel the excitement. That's why there had to be an award. Now the archdemon beasts were interested. They couldn't wait to find out what they could get. The first reward was a potion of fury that could increase stats. They could raise all their stats by 1 rank within 1 hour. The second prize was a potion of evolution. Pastor Lee confidently stated that if they took it, it would help them become SS rank apostles. Now the archdemon beasts became even more interested. They got excited. They could gain experience that would normally be gained in 5 years. Whoever kills the most living creatures will receive a potion of evolution, and the second and third place will receive a potion of fury. The duration of the competition was 1 week. The animals did not want to waste time, so they immediately set out to complete the task. Pastor Lee ordered his servants to remove all leftover food and prepare to receive the awakened ones that the archdemon beasts could catch. Yu Sang-won arrived at White Knight's office and was very surprised by the information he received. Now people thought he was a devil worshipper. This was understandable, as now they wanted an awakened S rank to join an association or guild. It was just ridiculous for a guy. He was able to save people from an S-rank devil worshipper, and for that, they dare to treat him like this. Shin Seo-mi didn't expect that Yu Sang-won was now allowed to wear gold armor. He could do it only in extremely dangerous situations. Yu Sang-won listened to the head of the White Knight Guild and made all the conclusions. He left the office. He knew that the guild and association was a very strange place, but he didn't think it was that much. In a week, he will be called a devil worshipper. He urgently needs to come up with a solution. Meanwhile, Shin Ah-yoon put on her armor. She was ready to collect everyone. For now, she asked her colleagues to deal with the monsters and their ranged attacks. The Heaven class was ready to do it. It was a good idea for them. Shin Ah-yoon ordered to check everything they brought with them again, as their belongings would be guarded by their guild. The Earth-class people looked at the guards. They seemed reliable. It was their first experience in a dungeon, so they were nervous. A few weeks ago, the director of Peak Academy, Ga Yeon, warned that there would be very few people who will be rated the highest by the academy this year. Therefore, this time the vacation task was changed from a trip to the dungeon with the guild to an independent approach to the students. To be fair, they introduced a quota system for the competition. Each contest will have 1 person from the Heaven class, 3 from the Earth class, and 3 from the Human class. For Shin Ah-yoon, this was a difficult task as she is a Heaven class, which meant she would have to be the leader. The security informed the hostess that they were already approaching the dungeon. They would guard the place and hope that everyone would be able to return safely. Shin Ah-yoon was treated like a child, but she wanted to get out of the academy as soon as possible and clear the dungeons on her own like a real teacher. The students found a portal in the dungeon and were ready to go there. Suddenly, a red light came on in the security room. It seems that something was not on the radar and the alarm went off. It was a warning that there was an S-rank monster in the dungeon. He was very fast and coming close, so it was necessary to run immediately. The guards decided to call the head of the guild and warn about the problem, because the monster was already here. He appeared as soon as the hostess entered the dungeon. In the Hunter conference room, Hwang Su-hwang asked permission to explain the situation. There were currently 7 S-rank monsters on the borders of Seoul. Several A and B rank monsters that were not registered in the database were also recorded. All of them were united by the fact that they were archdemons in the form of animals. The person from the Olympus Guild did not understand why only the apostles of the Carnage King went on the offensive. What's the point of 7 catastrophic S-rank creatures appearing at the same time? It seems they were tipped off with a vulture, but somehow they couldn't see it earlier. This happened right after they killed Young Min-soo. It was very suspicious. But still, it was not they who killed the head of the Soul Guild, but the guy in the golden armor. They asked to stop the argument because now there was no time for it. A state of emergency was introduced in the country, so it was necessary to return to the topic of the meeting. The minister announced that the state of emergency order had already been issued and the construction of Seoul's defense line had begun. The Army, Navy, and Air Force are on full alert. The most important resource in the fight against the archdemons were the awakened ones. The army had to buy some time for the awakened to launch an attack. The military were unhappy with this decision. Using an army as bait was low, as even a single awakened could gain support to reduce casualties. The next morning, Yu Sang-won woke up. Akalon was already waiting for him in the kitchen, preparing his morning coffee. Yesterday the boy worked until late and went to bed at 4 in the morning. It was because he was writing a dungeon report. But today he could relax. Yu Sang-won took a coffee to wake up. He thought there was nothing better than morning coffee, but suddenly there was a knock at the door. He asked Knight Akalon to go to the sanctuary so that no one would see him. Opening the door, Yu Sang-won saw the head of the White Knight Guild. His phone was off, but the situation was urgent, so she came in person. Shin So-mi asked if he was watching the news. He had just woken up, so he didn't even know what was going on. They did not have time because now a state of emergency was declared in the country. Yu Sang-won thanked Shin So-mi for coming to tell about it. They had to leave immediately for the nearest academy shelter in the south. Yu Sang-won started packing. Shin. So-mi was unhappy with this reaction. She grabbed the boy's arm to stop him. It looked like he was going to run away from here, but he didn't know where. Yu Sang-won didn't understand what was expected of him, as he had just started going to D-rank dungeons and probably wouldn't be able to help. He explained that in any case he was grateful that he had been warned. The guy took his suitcases and was going to leave. Shin So-mi started screaming that her daughter had gone to the dungeons and she was in danger. The teacher was scared. In the north of Seoul, S-rank monsters appeared. 7 archdemon beasts, and many A-rank and B-rank monsters that were moving south. Suddenly, an urgent message arrived on Yu Sangwon's phone. It seems that Shin Ah-yoon was in danger. She went to the dungeons in the north to complete a vacation assignment, and now her mother can't contact her. Yu Sangwon was scared. He grabbed the head of the guild by the shoulder and asked what happened to the association. The association was currently in meeting, but could not make a decision. Everything happened very suddenly, and they did not know what to do. Shin So-mi was very sorry. Tears appeared in the mother's eyes, and she begged to save her daughter. Yu Sang-won turned away from the chapter and explained that there was nothing he could do. But suddenly the woman fell to the floor. For her, her child was the whole world. The guy agreed to help, but asked not to blame him for the result. He had never faced S-rank monsters, so he couldn't expect a good result. On the northern border of Seoul, the military fought against the monsters on tanks and with firearms. The soldier warned his commander that through intelligence, they had learned that the archdemon beast Iberico was 1,800 meters away from them. The captain ordered to shoot him, but the beast was very powerful and confident in its abilities. The army gathered together so that it would be easier for them to defeat him. The archdemon beast was sure that the tanks would not be able to kill him. He was very powerful, so he went freely against the shots. It's time to hunt. Iberico, the archdemon beast, ordered the other beasts to do whatever they wanted with the humans and leave the awakened ones to him. The Carnage King was watching them now. The monsters began to attack. The fight was in full swing. Missiles flew into the body of Iberico, the archdemon beast, but he stood firm. The army fired from all sides, from tanks and from aircraft. There were many loud explosions around the beasts, but the main beast was still not dead. Iberico, the archdemon beast, used a death roar. A strong sound wave came from him, knocking him off his feet. Aviation could not withstand this attack and began to fall. But the army needed to hold out a little longer, because the Blue Dragon Guild would soon come to its aid. It was a little easier for the warlords, because now they believed that they could survive and relied on the strength of the Blue Dragon Guild. Ko Cheon-yeon reported that the people from the Seoul Guild were fighting fiercely. Usually, they always refused to go on the defensive because they only defended Seoul. So now this will be a lesson for them from the Blue Dragon Guild. They decided that they would help more slowly. However, if the defense line is breached, Seoul will be destroyed. Ko Jong-soo explained that the enemy's goal was not to destroy Seoul, but to hunt the awakened. Therefore, they need to withstand the monsters for a week. In any case, they should pretend to be working hard and concentrate on fighting the S-rank monsters. Leveling up is also important. Ko Jong-soo needed to become the first SS rank hunter, because if the head of the Seoul Guild reached this mark, it would be an additional problem. Finally, the students were able to complete the task for the summer. They successfully coped with the dungeon and decided to rest after that. They were able to do well because of their leader. The D-rank dungeon was difficult, because the number of monsters here at the second level was significant. Shin Ah-yoon smiled because it was indeed difficult. But when the student looked around, she didn't see their trailer. They urgently needed to call security, but they were too far. They had to stay alert, because there was no trailer here now, which meant that something strange could happen around them. The leader ordered the other students to drink the potion and be careful, because a monster may appear unexpectedly. Shin Ah-yoon decided to call her mother immediately. She hoped that he would pick up the phone. The girl could hear her mother's voice. She asked if they managed to clear the dungeon. Shin Ah-yoon explained that everything worked out for them, but as soon as they left, the trailer was gone. Shin So-mi didn't have time to explain the complexity of the situation, but they needed to get out of here quickly. It would be better for them to go to a weak dungeon and wait there. The students were scared because they would have to go to the dungeon again. But it seems they had no choice, because if the guild leader said to evacuate, then the situation was definitely dangerous. The leader ordered to leave immediately and look for the nearest dungeon. But suddenly strange sounds were heard from the bushes. It was Leghorn, an archdemon beast. He was lucky because he saw a large number of awakened ones. The students didn't know who it was, but he sure looked very scary. Shin Ah-yoon was trained and immediately understood that this was a high-ranking archdemon beast. They had definitely covered it in class. An archdemon beast is a demon that reports directly to the King of Carnage. These are the strongest monsters at the S-rank dungeon boss level. There was no time to wait. There was no other way out either. The students decided to compete. Even a monkey will try to run away from an enemy he cannot defeat. But the children decided to compete. The leader ordered the students to run without looking back, and to leave this monster to her, because she would handle him on her own. The archdemon beast laughed because it was impossible. But Shin Ah-yoon unexpectedly used the judge's truth for him. A lot of energy appeared around them. The beast was alert and did not understand what was happening. He was completely lost in space. Now Leghorn, an archdemon beast, understood that this man seemed to be an apostle of some constellation. But for him, it was even better, because this skill could not be destroyed by a single force. The skill was similar to the law of binding. Considering she didn't answer the beast to his question, he was right. But if Shin Ah-yoon was killed, the barrier would disappear. It is indecent to fight without saying your name and the name of your constellation. The beast introduced itself. It was one of the archdemon beasts and apostles of the Carnage King guarding his palaces. And now this stranger must introduce herself to her enemy. It seems she managed to buy enough time for the others to escape so she could introduce herself. She said her name is Shin Ah-yoon, and she is the apostle of the constellation of balance. Suddenly, after these words, the monster decided to hit her magic barrier with his fist. The student did not have time to control when this happened. The force wave hit her and she fell to the floor. Their power difference was too great. After this blow, the barrier collapsed, and now the girl was not protected by anything. She was lying on the ground and did not have the strength to continue the fight. Leghorn, the archdemon beast, was satisfied with his work because luckily the girl did not die. You can give a lot of points for a child who knew such a technique. The beast managed to steal her. But suddenly a golden knight appeared. He ordered the beast to let this student go quietly and calmly. Leghorn was surprised to see the golden armor. It was strange to him, but the beast itself was called a chicken head. But they did not come here to judge each other. Leghorn, an archdemon beast, called the knight very insolent, as he seemed to have a much higher rank than the female student. But due to the fact that he behaves so brazenly, the beast will not hold back and will kill him. For Yusang-won, the enemy, although not frightening, was very strong. He didn't know if he would make it home alive today. The archdemon beast ordered his opponent to introduce himself, because he didn't run away from him, so he definitely has honor. The golden knight replied that he did not have a name for the beast that touches the children, so he could just call it a knight. After such a brazen response, Leghorn, the archdemon beast, lifted Shin Ah-yoon from his shoulder and threw her to the ground. She received a strong blow. The golden knight was even more angry because the beast just threw the girl to the ground. The match has begun. Yusang-won used his new legendary weapon. He defended himself with it and was able to buy some time by hitting the beast. The golden knight ran over to Shin Ah-yoon and tried to bring her back to her senses. He was worried about her because she wasn't moving, but she was breathing. Leghorn, an archdemon beast, was not ready to forgive the nameless knight, as all the others always introduced themselves before a duel. But the knight was too audacious. Other monsters began to appear behind the enemy. Yusang-won also had his subordinates, so to keep their powers equal, he summoned them from the sanctuary. He ordered Song Mayol to take Shin Ah-yoon to a safe place, and all the other knights, Krokbane, Kulf, Akalon, had to follow them to defeat all the enemies. The golden knight picked up his weapon and wanted to strike the archdemon beast, but the archdemon beast was easily able to block the blow with his shield. Suddenly the beast grabbed the legendary weapon, which was charged with energy. Yusang-won called his knights for help and asked them to attack quickly. Kulf was only glad to help, because he finally had a chance to overcome a formidable enemy. Subordinates praised the master's decision. Suddenly even more enemy beasts joined the fight. Their numbers far outnumbered Yusang-won's subordinates. The boy understood that, most likely, Leghorn, the archdemon beast, was able to summon his subordinates. This definitely meant that the enemy could not cope on their own. But this time the beast was confident. He promised that he would taste the golden knight after the victory. The golden knight understood that this monster was different from the other monsters he had encountered before. If he didn't have this weapon, he would be in a lot of trouble. Leghorn, an archdemon beast, was surprised by the power and skill of his opponent. He couldn't believe that it could be an ordinary person. Yu Sang-won suggested that perhaps this beast was too weak for him. The Golden Knight noticed that Beast A had slowed down so much, it seemed to be a manifestation of the power of his skill. With his legendary weapon, the boy was able to injure the beast. Leghorn fell to the ground. He did not believe that a person could defeat him. But the Golden Knight was planning to end the duel while he still had the winning time, but he was suddenly distracted by an unfamiliar voice. In front of the Golden Knight stood Przewalski, an archdemon beast. He had been watching it all this time. He could never have imagined that he would face such a strong awakened one. Yu Sang-won understood that this beast was a friend of the enemy. The more time he wasted, the more he remained at a disadvantage. Leghorn thanked Przewalski's archdemon beast and asked for help, but he refused. Although they were under the same constellation, they remained rivals. Przewalski's archdemon beast laughed at his colleague, because he allowed a man to beat him. It was good for the Golden Knight that the opponents did not make friends. Now the competition between the archdemon beasts and the awakened one began. They will compete to get this awakened one. Leghorn, an archdemon beast, decided to use the Phoenix Rising skill. Originally, this skill could only be seen by entering the Carnage King's hall or challenging him, but now he uses it here. This skill seemed to level up the monster in all stats, so it was pretty bad for a Golden Knight. Yu Sang-won raised his weapon to the sky and turned to the oak trees. He asked them to test this sword so that it would reach its highest point. This shot will prove that he is a star standing on a star. Golden energy began to flow into the sky. Leghorn was not satisfied because it was hindering him, and he had not yet managed to transform into his best form. Przewalski, an archdemon beast, began to shout at his colleague, because no one would wait for his transformation. The Golden Knight used the Heaven Lord sword flow and struck the ground with the sword, and then used the Earth Star flash. After that, everything around exploded and a large pit remained. This skill was able to kill all the monsters. It was the most powerful technique. The Golden Knight checked the radar to see if there were any monsters still alive, but the gold dot on the radar was still glowing, which meant his skill hadn't worked. Leghorn, the archdemon beast, appeared in front of Yu Sang-won in his best transformed form. He can't give up that easily. Now he had more strength and opportunities. Although this beast caught up with the death blow of the Golden Knight, the transformation was successful. Therefore, the boy does not know what to do and whether he will be able to win. But the longer he thinks about it, the less likely it is. He needs to act immediately. He was glad that the enemy was able to survive because no chicken dies from one blow. Leghorn could not bear the humiliation any longer. He wanted to use the power of Phoenix Rising and kill the Golden Knight. In the paw of the archdemon beast, energy began to gather, which he directed at the awakened one. He was moving very fast, and the Golden Knight did not have time to react. Suddenly, Yu Sang-won could no longer see his opponent. The animal disappeared somewhere, but suddenly appeared behind him. Leghorn, an archdemon beast, struck at the Golden Knight. He fell to the ground, overcome by terror. If this continues, he will surely die. The monster grabbed the knight by the head. He was furious because all this time a person humiliated him. Przewalski, an archdemon beast, watched the battle. Finally, the monster was able to deal with the awakened one. He advised him to take it with him, to take the massacre to the king. But Leghorn had other plans. He wanted to chew and swallow the knight or give him the death he chose. But before that, he wanted to take off his armor. At first, he wanted to eat his eyes and then tear off his arms and legs. The Golden Knight did not believe that this was how he would die. He was in a lot of pain and seemed to be in a hopeless situation. But suddenly, reports of a level up appeared in front of Yu Sang-won's face. He managed to reach the 39th level. Thanks to this, he could now face the monster. He grabbed it by the beak. He had the strength to break the monster's beak and tear it from its clutches. He thanked his knights, because thanks to their help, he raised his level. The assistants were only too happy to help him. They were lucky to save their master's life. First of all, the Golden Knight wanted to drink a potion that restores stamina. Leghorn was furious. He grabbed his beak, which was no longer there. He threatened the boy that he would kill him. Yu Sang-won picked up his legendary weapon and struck the monster. Leghorn fell. Now he no longer had the strength to continue the fight. It was a victory for the Golden Knight, but it wasn't the end. as it seems his friend Przewalski, the archdemon beast, wanted to fight as well. Przewalski considered the offer. If the Golden Knight wanted to fight, they could, but he didn't seem to want to. Yu Sang-won confirmed that Przewalski was right, as he no longer wanted to fight. It's a shame that Leghorn didn't get it straight away. The archdemon beast explained that Yu Sang-won could be calm, as they were not even enemies. He simply forgot about his obligations and fought at his own will. He came only to fight and die. Then the Golden Knight decided to go, but he wanted to take the items because they were worth risking his life for. Przewalski didn't want to eat the awakened one, so Yu Sang-won can rest easy. And for Przewalski, for now, it is enough that he eats chickens that have lost their owner. The Golden Knight returned exhausted to the safety of the city. These monsters were too cruel, and he was a few steps away from death. Crocbane could see that his master was struggling to walk, so he supported him by the shoulder. He will help him rest a little after a hard fight. The subordinates did a good job for the master. Their match was great. They promised to wake him up as soon as they were in town, while he could rest. The effect of the potion was over, and Yu Sang-won was in a very difficult situation. Next time he planned to take painkillers with him. He would never fight S-rank monsters again. At that time, there were other archdemon monsters on the northern border of Seoul, which were destroying everything around them. Tosa Inu, the archdemon beast, ordered his subordinate monsters to capture all humans as quickly as possible. Shin So-mi was also in this place. She could see the monsters slowly approaching, and she was lucky that the monsters didn't know about the judge's eye. The guild head saw that the two monsters were B rank. One of them was a Chindo, and the other was a Chihuahua. On the right was an A-rank sheepdog. She had to convey that there are many demons in the west. The army prepared tanks that struck at the monsters. Ko Cheon-yong ordered to act according to his orders and engage in battle. Shin So-mi used her abilities and was very worried about her daughter. She hoped that Shin Ah-yun was all right. Tosa Inu, the archdemon beast, was told that his friend Leghorn had died. He was scared, because it seems that the situation was critical. He ordered his monsters to retreat from their position. A large number of monsters began to run back to themselves. For them, Leghorn's servants were new prey. The military saw that the monsters began to retreat, but the motive behind this was unclear. In any case, the battle was already over. The awakened ones were very happy to have survived. They didn't care about anything anymore. But the head of the White Knight Guild was surprised, because the S-rank monster had been killed. It seems she understood who did it. In the Hunter Association, Hwang Su-hwang didn't understand why the monsters decided to retreat. The military speculated that the monsters might have had internal problems or disagreements. Although they retreated, they had to prepare for a second attack. After checking the information from several sources, it was found that the monsters were sent here at Pastor Lee's suggestion to kidnap the awakened. But it was unclear how archdemon beasts could be mobilized. Whatever the reason, the beasts can attack several more times, according to the target of the devil worshipper. The damage was very great. There were so many victims that it is impossible to count. Society will definitely be set on a campaign to rescue kidnapped people. Hwang Su-hwang knew that 7 S-rank monsters had been mobilized this time, and they needed at least 21 S-rank hunters for the campaign. Ko Jong-soo reminded that 6 hunters were needed for this. He showed a video of their guild competing against the Ram archdemon beast. In this video, the beast said that one of their S-rank beasts had died, but it was unknown who had dealt with him. They weren't on the battlefield. It couldn't have happened without the awakened and the army. But Ko Jung-soo found another interesting detail when he was looking at the satellite images from all this time. It was a photo of the explosion they had already seen. The Golden Knight was in the photo. He used the same skill this time when dealing with the devil hair worshipper Young Min Soo. There were even photos for comparison. The military looked at the photos. It was he, it seems, the Golden Knight who killed Leghorn. Ko Jung-soo also agreed with this opinion. He was sure that the knight was connected with the death of Leghorn. The question remained whether he had managed it on his own or whether it was a group foray. Perhaps it was the work of the group, but in any case, the Golden Knight became even more mysterious. If this gets out after they declare the Golden Knight a devil worshipper, chaos will ensue. But if they want, they can silence this issue. What are the other options? Hwang Su-hwang refused. On the contrary, it needs to be publicized. They will use public opinion to create a squad to free the kidnapped. This will cause dissatisfaction, but there is no other version of events. Ko Seo-jung praised the head of the Hunter Association. In this way, they can both calm society and put pressure on the Golden Knight. At the White Knight Guild office, the Golden Knight was met by Shin So-mi. The boy was in a terrible state, and she had to help him. Yu Sang-won went a bit overboard saving her daughter, but luckily Shin Ah-yoon was in the hospital after the incident. The head of the guild asked the boy to lie down on the couch to assess his condition. Although it has been a long time, she used to be a doctor. The Golden Knight's entire body was covered in bruises. He lay down and was X-rayed. The pictures showed fractures, blows, and bleeding. There were many wounds, but none required surgery or regenerative treatment. Yu Sang-won was very lucky because he was actually a bit worried about the pain. But his survivability stat was at 90%, so he won't be able to die because he's an S rank. The Golden Knight was surprised. His stats used to be much higher, but the Golden Beast's legendary armor is damaged, so the Divine Beast option does not apply. Shin So-mi explained that unlike ordinary people, the healing of the awakened depends on characteristics and skills, so she checked his stats. In any case, he may not worry about himself, because the guild leader erased all records in the hospital about his statistics. Shin So-mi helped him because he saved her daughter. She should have thanked him for such a noble deed. But the woman was still somewhat troubled. She wanted to know if it was really the Golden Knight who killed the S-rank monster, because the archdemon beasts retreated when they received the news of the monster's death. She would like to think that it had nothing to do with saving Shin Ah-yoon, because the Golden Knight had dealt with the monster on his own. Yu Sang-won could not hide the truth. He was just lucky to survive because he thought he was going to die. But in the future, in such a situation, he will not agree to help. Now the head of the guild understood everything. In any case, she is very grateful that he saved her daughter. He needs to rest after a difficult match. The characteristic of his health was quite high, so he will recover quickly. But it is better for him to rest for 3-4 days. Yu Sang-won wanted to take the potion and pill and then go home to rest, because if he stayed here, it would cause a lot of suspicion. Shin So-mi noticed that he was indeed very careful, but there was nothing wrong with that. He can rest easy because she has definitely deleted all medical records. Yu Sang-won went home. He was sick, so he didn't want to do anything. It's a good thing that his armor is repaired automatically. He sat down on the sofa and could now rest. But it seemed to him that he had forgotten something important. He forgot about his neighbors, who were also very exhausted. He took a bag that contained a lot of recovery potions, because he had already drunk a lot of it, and they needed to recover as well. Although parts of the parts were damaged, they could be restored using a special repair system. The commander's magical power was enough for them. Yu Sang-won's knights were very resilient. He let them do whatever they wanted today and offered Crocbane some food. Kolf approached the host and decided to ask if he would regret his words a little later. The knights ate a lot of food. Now they were completely full. The commander noticed that they ate very densely. He spent 2.5 million won in one evening. Curbing the team's appetite was no joke, but it's good that there was a reward for the quest. The boy decided to check his stats and saw that he was already level 43. But only half of his stats were available because he couldn't use the power of a divine beast. He could choose a reward for reaching level 40. Also, for saving the lady, he had another award. And for defeating a strong beast, he received a badge of honor. At one time, he was able to receive 3 awards. He wanted a healing skill. But Kolf said that's not a very good idea. He couldn't tell the master which skill to choose. But Yu Sang-won had already proven his bravery by defeating Leghorn, an S-rank monster. But if he has already chosen the path of bravery, then he must follow it to the end. The Golden Knight was a little surprised. Accolon also agreed with this. Better to be perfect at one thing than mediocre at many. They need to invest today's strength skill points to make it easier to fight monsters next time. Yu Sang-won did not understand why they were trying to stop him from obtaining a healing skill. Song Mule explained that he didn't need healing energy because the Heavenly Lord's sword flow already gave him a lot of magical energy. It is better to hire a professional healer in the team. Seon Miul suggested taking the Knights of the Holy Heaven skill because it was fast and suitable for exorcism and fighting evil creatures, and was perfect against demons. Kolf asked if the Golden Knight was confident enough not to bury his talent. You can choose the martial arts of Abyssal Knight, and also learn the art of Galactic Expedition. The boy realized that his assistants were trying to impose on him the technique of their business trips. But he wanted to learn to ride a horse, because he is called a knight, and he had not even been to other cities. There were a lot of options for riding. He asked his subordinates for recommendations, as he personally wanted to learn how to ride a dragon. Kolf confirmed that dragons are strong and durable, and can be good helpers in battle. But they have a complex character. They are self-confident, and it is difficult to earn their loyalty. Akalon added that besides they are reptiles, their weakness is cold regions. They need a lot of food, and the cost of maintenance is high. There were more problems with the dragon than he thought. It seemed like a bad idea, but that didn't mean there wasn't a benefit. Song Mayul explained that it is possible to sign a contract immediately after being drafted. You must have summoning and riding skills at the same time, and be recognized as a summoned creature. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the maintenance problem in the future. It turned out that Yu Sang-won needs to get the summoning skill, and then the summoned creature riding skill. Night Angel said that it is better to start with a riding skill that can be used on different creatures. Then it will be possible to conclude several contracts with summoned beasts. Now the knight knew what to do. He chose the legendary S-class ride. Now he has learned this skill and he is left with a summoning skill. A few moves, and the boy spent his points to learn the unique skill, Magic Knight Summoning Art. Now he can summon the beast right now. But if he summons a magical or divine beast here, it will cause chaos. He better get an award. Now the Golden Knight decided to get the symbol of happiness. He could choose a token of honor that would glorify his feat. It could be a thing, wisdom, or physique. He decided to think a little, because it seems that physique gives physical strength in hand-to-hand combat with demons, and wisdom gives knowledge and the ability to reason with archdemon beasts. There were too many variables in the two options, so he decided to choose the thing. Armor appeared on the boy's hand. He simultaneously repaired and strengthened, and the appearance began to change. The Golden Knight's armor has now been completely updated. It was a new design with beautiful patterns. Anyone who sees this will know that he killed Leghorn. The knights showed Yu Sang-won his reflection in the mirror. They were fascinated by their commander's new look, but the boy refused to wear it. If nothing else was to be changed, he wanted to test the functionality of the new armor. The legendary skill, Essence of the Fallen Phoenix, the enhanced skill, Vanishing Effect of the Lord of Nights Yushan, and Flow of the Sword of the Lord of Heaven, have appeared. It was not bad, so in the future he can collect skills related to the king and knight, and will become much stronger. The next morning the boy came out of his room and asked Akalon what was for breakfast today. But instead of his assistant, he saw Shin Ah-yoon in the kitchen. She was cooking breakfast and was happy to see her teacher. Yu Sang-won asked how the girl was doing and when she was discharged from the hospital. But instead, Shin Ah-yoon wondered if he was the one who saved her. The teacher confirmed this because thanks to her, he was able to see the face of an S-rank monster. His chicken head was really scary, especially when she was looking at him. The girl apologized because it was because of her that he was in danger, but everything was fine. He admitted that if he had known that he would meet an S-rank monster there, he definitely would not have gone. But now, Shin Ah-yoon also learned about the main secret. She knew that Yu Sang-won was actually a golden knight, and he had handled the monster well. But in reality, he's not quite dead. Besides, he can't go to the hospital and has to recover by taking pills. He wasn't feeling well, so he asked Shin Ah-yoon not to disturb him, so as not to make his breathing quicken. After that, he coughed, but in return, he had to eat the food she had prepared. The news was about a golden knight who had disappeared after defeating an S-rank monster, the archdemon beast Leghorn. Yu Sang-won didn't understand how people could see that he had killed an S-rank beast. Has anyone seen him? Shin Ah-yoon said that due to the military situation, a public alert system was launched and satellite images were taken. The government and the Hunters Association have already declared that despite defeating the monster that poses a threat to humanity, they are declaring the Golden Knight a devil worshipper for not revealing his identity and not cooperating. Right now, the Golden Knight is advised to reveal his identity as soon as possible. He will be welcomed in any guild. They were very persistent. But it was partly understandable, because some crazy S-rank hunter would not belong to any guild, and no one would know what to do. She will be given credit for the vacation assignment if she writes a report on how she encountered an S-rank monster and engaged in battle. But the problem is that her team members are missing. Yu Sang-won suggested that the fugitives might have been taken to Pastor Lee. He asked how many leaders there were in her team, but there was only her. She wanted to finish the task as soon as possible, so other capable people went to other teams. Therefore, she barely found any supporters. After Youngmin Soo was killed, Pastor Lee expanded his activities to Korea, abducting the awakened to experiment on them. If this continues, it will be difficult to organize the Punisher on a business trip. The student was scared. She didn't understand why, because they also had many S-rank hunters. Guilds don't want to lose hunters. Now there are 2 of them in the Soul Guild, and 3 in the Blue Dragon Guild. But what will happen if an S-rank from the Blue Dragon Guild dies during the campaign? Therefore, if this happens, they can lose the leading place. It was true. It took 3 S-rank hunters and 10 A-rank hunters to capture 1 devil worshipper. Therefore, it is best not to expect much from the rescue team. The boy knew that the fact that he would have to deal with an SS rank was already a reason to abandon the rescue operation. It turns out that there was no way to save them. It's another matter if all the S ranks and A ranks are mobilized again, but that won't happen because it's too risky. Shin Ah-yoon began to cry. She lost all hope and did not know what to do. But Yu Sang-won didn't react at all, because he was also barely caught and was also barely killed by an S-rank monster. But with every second, Shin Ah-yoon's crying intensified and became hysterical. She was scared. Now Yu Sang-won was also scared. He did not know what to do and how to comfort her. At the academy, Yu Sang-won went to the library to check out his trophies. There were quite a lot of them, and there could be enough for 100 people. He picked up the gauntlet from the armor. She could be given to Shin Ah-yoon, but it was unknown if she was safe to live, so she had to be checked. Sang-won also saw a sword that can also be used. It was a legendary sword of carnage. It could awaken monsters that don't wear armor. The next thing he looked at was the Carnage King's blessing ring. She looked useful, so the boy decided to keep her for himself. But actually, Yu Sang-won was a bit worried about the dragon summon. He stopped looking at the trophies and decided that if he had already come to the library, he could look for information about the materials on this topic. He found the right book. He knew now that the call required a sacrifice or an intermediary, but beyond that, he still didn't understand anything. He wanted to use the call today. He only had the Phoenix-type materials obtained for killing Leghorn as an intermediary. But the probability that she would summon some vicious beast was high. Yu Sang-won took another look at his trophies and wanted to choose an intermediary for this. He was interested in the ring, but he thought about it. Because this is the ring that can be used to open the Carnage King's bench. Probably he can buy from the bench of the second intermediary. Therefore, if he were to sell Phoenix-type items as S, I, and SS rank magic stones to an ordinary shop, he would be found immediately. But he can sell them to the Carnage King's bench. The boy went to the management office of the hunters in Mafoga. Unlike their hometown in the north, where restoration work was in full swing, it was relatively calm here. Yu Sang-won looked around and found a very quiet place where no one was. It will fit perfectly. He has put on the Ring of Carnage and can use the King of Carnage bench. He had to press a button to confirm his choice. He was very nervous about doing this, but he pressed the yes button. After that, lightning suddenly began to strike around the boy, and strange hieroglyphs appeared on the ground. The color of the sky turned purple. It was a terrifying atmosphere, but after a few seconds, the house that was the bench of the Carnage King appeared in front of Yu Sang-won. He went to the door and opened it to see a cute girl. Her name was Foxy, and she works here. She trades on behalf of the Carnage King constellation. Yu Sang-won thought that a strange demon would be waiting for him in this building, but now he could rest easy. Foxy moved closer. She immediately understood that the client was of legendary rank and was ready to help. The awakened one explained that he is interested in buying and selling items and materials, but selling first. They had such a service, so Foxy asked what exactly the customer wanted to sell. His request was, Magic stones and materials. She asked what kind of materials. She was usually sold blood, flesh, and bones. Their constellations are not very interested in magic stones, so wouldn't the awakened one mind selling them at a low price? Yu Sang-won didn't mind and wanted to show his materials. Foxy looked at them with interest. She could smell Leghorn and the King of Carnage. Now it was clear that this boy had killed that beast, but he could not worry because she would buy things from him anyway. She can give 1,000 points for a pair of phoenixes and 2,000 points for a phoenix bone. Yu Sang-won also possessed a flame spirit phoenix bone. But they did not deal with such things, and he had better sell this material to another constellation. But it is even more profitable to sell it in the ordinary world of people. The awakened one asked the seller if she could buy the item cheaper in order to sell it elsewhere for a higher price. Foxy explained that the constellations are not businessmen, and they do not need to chase money. It all works the other way around. In another city, the bones of the phoenix would not be bought at such a high price. Now Yu Sang-won understood everything and wanted to do as Foxy recommended. The seller decided to calculate everything. 11 phoenix bones are 22000 points. 32 feathers are 3,000 points. But for some reason, only 48,600 points from Foxy went to Yu Sang-won's account. Yu Sang-won asked if there was a commission, and indeed there was, because people from the constellation also need money to live. Foxy asked if the customer wanted to buy anything. The awakened one did not see that the Carnage King's bench had a generalized price list. It seems they really didn't know what was cheap and what was second. He looked through what was available for purchase and found a blue dragon-scale heroic armor. Was it the dead Ko Seo-jung's clothes? He asked the seller if all the things listed here were really stolen. Foxy explained that it was true because they collect blood, bones, and flesh, and sell what's left over. There were no masters in their constellation, as in other constellations. Now Yu Sang-won understood why everything was summarized here. Valuables here were valued by nothing but carnage, so devil-worshipping vultures could buy good gear for one price. The awakened one wondered if he could buy something here for his dragon. Foxy suggested that if he was going to hunt a dragon, they had a lot of treasure. Yu Sang-won was worried that he wouldn't have enough points for such a thing, but they had a set of dragon bait gems. Everything was well packaged, and if he bought it now, it would only be 10,000 points. A dragon bait treasure set appeared in front of the boy, and it cost only 10,000 points, although there was a filling of hundreds of millions. It was clear that this was not the market economy he knew, but it was already a good thing that he could buy it cheaper. The seller began to worry that the customer did not like the price, but everything was fine, and the awakened one decided to take 2 treasure boxes. Yu Sang-won went back to the library where he and Kalf were together. It seems that the boy finally dared to summon a dragon. The awakened one confirmed that he wanted a dragon because it was very romantic. The knight's assistants uncertainly tried to support their master because dreaming about the impossible is also the moral of a knight. But Yu Sang-won didn't like it very much because he had to concentrate and calm down. Before that, he had his new equipment on and began to perform the ritual. Golden energy began to appear around his hand. After that, he began to write spells from the book in the air with his finger. When he finished the spell, everything around seemed to explode. It seems that he managed to do it the first time. A golden flame appeared, in which a dragon loomed. The knight's assistants were also surprised because, from the looks of it, it was a western dragon with golden scales. The dragon looked at his future master and asked if he was the one who summoned him. The dragon seemed to be a perfect fit for the golden knight. Yu Sang-won confirmed that he was the one who summoned the dragon, but for some reason the dragon began to approach. In any case, he decided not to be afraid. The dragon wondered how much money the awakened one had spent on the contract, but the guy didn't know what he was talking about and asked for more details. Next to Yu Sang-won was a treasury of treasures. This was exactly what the dragon was looking for. The beast took this treasure in his hands. He was very happy. He will take all these treasures whether they sign a contract or not. The golden dragon looked at the contract that was in the chest. There were subtle strokes, wonderful colors. That's right, a picture of the Renaissance, absolutely everything that was to his taste. The awakened one asked his assistants if all dragons really behaved like this, because this was the first time he had seen such behavior. The golden dragon approached the awakened one and asked what kind of contract he saw, and if they would be colleagues or if he wanted to become a dragon knight or a rider sitting on his back as he flew across the sky. If he chooses this option, then the rider option should be enabled by default for each draft, but he should think about the colleague package, or it is also beneficial. In general, each package included magic, but the breath is connected separately, and the price of the ride will depend on the level of mastery of the skill. It was all very difficult. The golden dragon explained that it was all for the sake of getting more treasure. Although he called it like old times, signing a contract with full options is very important in their day. The hero is really interesting to follow, but he didn't have a lot of money. But if you follow a rich person who is lazy to develop their skills, then they don't have to think about going outside. Therefore, the dragon also sets cruel conditions for its master. In any case, the boy confirmed the rider skill, so if he had the knight class, they could swear. But Yu Sang-won said he doesn't even have a class. Then perhaps he should have had a knight whom he serves. But that didn't happen either. It was even better for the awakened dragon, because it annoys him to write many details in the contract. He agreed to sign the contract. He recommends signing a 10-year contract. Payment will be made once a year and he can choose additional options. Yu Sang-won asked to calculate their cost. And also he wanted a breath option because what dragon could there be without dragon breath? The dragon estimated that the contract would be for 10 years, and each year's payment would include rider, magic, and breath options. In battle, he will usually follow all orders, but can give advice. In the latter, with the exception of death, in the event of termination of the contract, a penalty will be taken into account. The awakened one was satisfied with everything, and he asked about the price. The golden dragon said he was fine with a treasure chest. This could be a deposit for his enlistment. If we talk about payment for 1 year, but you can add another one to it. It was much cheaper than Yu Sang-won thought. Even though he got treasure as a reward for killing an S-rank monster, it was still very cheap. The golden dragon began to worry that he had bent the price too far. Therefore, if it was too expensive, he could allow the amount to be paid in installments with a small fee. But on the contrary, Yu Sang-won was willing to pay a year in advance. The dragon was surprised that the awakened one was so rich. Dragon offered to look at the contract, because maybe he wants to add some more options or goods. He takes care of everything. But he needs to think again. To sign the contract, he needs to leave a fingerprint at the very bottom. To summon a dragon, you need to pour magical power into this bracelet and say the name of the dragon. Yu Sang-won asked the name of his future dragon. His name was Eldren, and he was ready to enter into a contract unless his master changed his mind. Finally, the dragon and its new master were able to sign a contract, and now Yu Sang-won had a bracelet with magic on his hand. He now knew that dragons were very finicky creatures indeed. Perhaps he should have lowered the bar and settled for other, simpler creatures. Kalf invited his master to return home on a dragon, but the boy refused because he was afraid that someone would see him. The knight wondered, then why did Yu Sang-won sign the contract if he didn't want to ride the dragon? But he believed he could do it later, and he had transportation. But he knew that those around him had nothing to ride, so he wanted to give them this dragon to use. Kalf said that they actually have 2 ways of moving. The Golden Knight was angry, because for some reason none of his subordinates had told them about it. But most of the fights in which they participated were local skirmishes, and there was no need for this, and that they went to small dungeons where there was nowhere to ride. Yu Sang-won asked to show him his transport immediately. Kalf showed his horse. It was a nightmare of the abyss. He advised him to his master, but he refused. Seong-miul showed her bird. This is a bird of the holy heavens. She is the feet of the knightly squad of the holy heavens and a faithful companion in heaven. The boy was fascinated because these 2 beasts were incredibly cool. Crocbane revealed his dinosaur. His name was Basilisk, and he was strong. He can use petrification breath. Yu Sang-won now felt that he had been very foolish to choose a dragon because his subordinate beasts were much cooler. Accolon, compared to the host, will be more modest. It was a support mechanism for Georges. As an engine, it uses the magic stone, Aratium, which is the strongest in its class. He woke up and started crying, because it seems he had no choice now. After the contract, now he can only ride the Golden Dragon, which needs a lot of money. The next day, Yu Sang-won went to see the White Knight Guildhead. He showed his new materials, which he was able to profitably exchange. Shinso-mi saw this large number of stones and wondered how many DIE rank magic stones there were. The guy said that he has 1,000 D rank stones and 2,200 E rank. It was much more than the woman expected. Yu Sang-won wondered if it was abnormal for a guild of this size to receive such a large amount of materials from multiple teams. Shinso-mi showed the statistics. The total volume of materials for their guild was 230 D rank magic stones. The Awakened One wasn't surprised because the White Knight Guild had only sold 230 D-rank magic stones to the association in the past month. The head explained that there was a variable in the form of Jongmi-su, but on average, without her, around 200. 300 D-rank magic stones are collected for clearing the dungeon. For D-rank hunters, clearing such a dungeon was like fighting an S-rank monster for a golden knight. Yu Sang-won heard the guild head. He was probably too far from reality, but he was glad that he now knew. Shin Seo-mi, in order to stabilize the guild's finances, decided to take 300 D-rank stones and 500 F-rank stones and sell them under the pretext of inventory sales, and the rest can be used by other sales channels. Yu Sang-won thanked him for that and asked how much money he could get for 300 stones and 500 stones. But even Shin So-mi didn't know, because if you calculate everything according to the current exchange rate, it will be 3 billion, but the problem was in taxes. Then Yu Sang-won was willing to take 1 billion if everything was sold on behalf of the White Knight Guild. Due to the increase in volume, the sale and tax would also increase. The guild head thanked him for his understanding and asked if the boy was still going to officially register as an officially ranked hunter in order to get a fairer price. But the Golden Knight did not want this, because now in this situation he could become a good thief. Yu Sang-won was going to the dungeon by taxi. The taxi driver asked what the boy was going to do at the hunter's office in Shinganam. The awakened man explained that he was going to the dungeons, but the taxi driver advised him to choose another place with dungeons. He wondered why the boy chose this particular city for training. Yu Sang-won explained that his friend asked him to go to the dungeon with him, and there were also many items at a good price. When the Awakened One left the office of the White Knight Guild, the head of the guild asked him not to go to the dungeons in the dungeon. He had to leave the exact time of entry and exit, because now the association and all the guilds were trying very hard to find the Golden Knight. It turns out that Yu Sang-won had to go to the group, and that was not good. The north was closed, so now Shinganam was the best option. It would be good to join a group with strangers. Shinganam had strict entry restrictions, so they could be deployed and not let in. A taxi driver warned Yu Sang-won about this. Suddenly, the car was stopped by a policeman. He saw the awakened person in the car, so he asked to show the awakened person's ID. The guy showed his ID without hesitation. It said he was E-ranked. The policeman asked what he was doing here. Yu Sang-won explained that he was going to go to the dungeon, so he was going to the hunter headquarters. The policeman understood that if he let people like him pass one by one, it would be impossible to drive here during rush hour. Therefore, he allowed him to pass to the outer border of the city. Yu Sang-won was lucky. It seems that what he saw on the internet was true. Shinganam is a fortress city that is the base of the Soul Guild and also the residence of politicians and their wives. When Korea's security was compromised in the past, the Soul Guild was created by the joint forces of the rich people of Seoul and the hunters, in the situation with the Grand Master. Officially, it was the base of the Soul Guild. But in the end, it was a fortress designed to protect the power and money of the wealthy of Seoul and Shinganam. A boy went to the Shinganam hunter's office. What bothered him was that he came back here and paid another 13,000 won, leaving him completely penniless. Because people couldn't go to the northern dungeons, everyone came here. He knew that it would be difficult to find a D-rank dungeon crawling party with an E-rank hunter today. Everyone was looking for D-rank hunters, so he had to look for other options. The stranger was pointing his finger at Yu Sang-won. He hadn't seen him here before. He turned to his assistant Do-hee. They were just looking for a hunter. They had never seen him here and had to know if he had checked the information on him. But the boys couldn't do it because it looks like Yu Sang-won used an item or skill that blocks the scan. He glanced at his phone discreetly and realized that he was looking for a D-rank dungeon. But considering the difficulty it caused him, it seems he has much lower hunter specs. It was suitable, but because of the large difference in levels, he might be afraid. Do-ha decided to find another hunter in that case, because if there were two of them, they might be less suspicious. She ordered to find another hunter, and she would deal with Yu Sang-won. Assistants must be sure that he has a small rank and will not be their rival. Do-ha decided to act. She approached Yu Sang-won and asked if he was looking for a group for him to go to the dungeon because they are also looking for people, but they don't have enough. The boy was surprised because he was just looking for groups to go to the D-rank dungeon. He had the night class, which was just what they needed because they were looking for people in the vanguard. Yu Sang-won was approached by other people from this team. They decided to get to know each other before going to the dungeons. There are many people, but it is difficult to find those who fit their criteria. They decided to introduce themselves officially. The boy was the leader of their team, Bang Jung-sik. His level was 44, A rank, D rank sniper, and hunter. He used a liquid weapon that shot magic stones. The people on the team were enthusiastic about this weapon, but the only drawback was that it was very loud. But he still used it. One shot can destroy any mid-level monster. Yu Sang-won understood that a similar team was brought in by a rookie, or if they really were strangers, then there shouldn't be any problems. Do-ha introduced herself. She was the chosen constellation, and her friend's name was Choi Seok-pil. They were friends and worked together for a long time. Choi Seok-pil's class was a seeker, and his level was 44, just like Do-ha. Now the new members of this team had to introduce themselves. The first was Bae Yong-hoon. He was a D-rank hunter, level 38, with a warrior class. His weapon was a halberd. Now Yu Sang-won introduced himself. He was an E-rank hunter, level 43, with a knight class. His weapons were a sword and a shield. He was a little embarrassed to be accepted into such a team. Do-ha asked him not to worry because it was always very difficult to find a tank for the vanguard. But now they introduced themselves, and if there were no questions, they could go to the dungeons. It seems that these people were able to prepare Yu Sang-won for the duel so as not to waste any time. Recently, it has been more difficult to recruit members for the group, so if they treat Do-ha badly, she will definitely leave the team. But everyone was treated well here. Two people walked in front to show the way, and one behind to prevent anyone from running away. It was all very suspicious. Do-ha saw that something was wrong, so she asked Yu Sang-won if he was okay, but he was just a little nervous. Bae Yong-hoon was talking to Bang Jung-sik. He also wanted to get to level 40 and join the Soul Guild as soon as possible because there was a lot of money there. It seems that he was trying to talk to Yu Sang-won because he also sensed that something was wrong here. He suspected that very soon these strangers would attack them. But it looks like Yu Sang-won won't even be able to put on his golden armor. He did not know how to act and how to protect himself. Bang Jung-sik took his weapon in his hand and ordered to start. He ordered Yu Sang-won to take the shield and hold the left side of the beasts, while Yeon-hoon held the right side. Now it was even more surprising because despite the main character's suspicions, they worked as a real team. Yu Sang-won had to stand confidently. They should do everything in their power. Their opponents were red wolves. This was the first time Bae Yong-hong had seen such a large number of monsters. He began to worry, and his hands were shaking. Bang Jung-sik asked the boy to keep calm and not worry. They can always cover it. Bae Yong-hong was very scared. He stood in front of the beast, trying to make a block with his weapon, but he cried out in fear. But suddenly, the leader of the team appeared in front of him. He was able to fend off the monster's attack and asked the new team member not to worry anymore, but to trust them completely. Yong-hong was still a little scared, but he confirmed that he would trust them. Yu Sang-won quickly held his formation and defended himself from the monster with his shield. If he was here alone, he would have dealt with these monsters a long time ago. But with such a level and power, it was very difficult. Choi Seok-pil also took part in the fight and hit the monster in the head. Yu Sang-won thanked the boy for his help, because he wouldn't have been able to do it on his own. But later, because now he had to focus on the battle. As soon as the main character was able to deal with the red wolf, an arrow flew behind him. He did not expect this. It seems that there were humanoid monsters in this area, which was not discussed before the match. Bang Jung-sik ordered to keep the line because it is important to trust each other. He ordered Do-hee to resist with magic. Do-ha picked up her magic wand and a lot of magic appeared around her. She increased the characteristics of her partners. They gained 20% strength and 55,000 magic resistance. The fight continued. Yu Sang-won stood fast and protected himself from the humanoid monsters with his shield. Bae Yong-hoon fought alongside the main character. It was the first time he had received such a good promotion from mages. He didn't think it was so useful to have a mage as a friend. Yu Sang-won pondered, as it seems their team sweep was going much better than he thought, and his guesses were for naught. But suddenly they saw a mark on the ground. Ban Jong-sik ordered to be careful because it was a sign of a trap and they should get out of here soon. Suddenly, at the place where Yu Sang-won and Bae Yong-hoon were standing, a large axe appeared above their heads, passing between their bodies and miraculously not hitting them. A little more, and they could be dead. This axe split the team in two, slicing through the floor they were standing on. Do-ha wanted to heal Yu Sang-won from a distance so as not to waste time, but the main character did not need it. He was fine with the association set. He will have enough potions, so they may not use magic. Over time, the team was still able to unite. They explored the dungeon and found the boss room. They did a very good job. The team leader suggested that they take a rest in front of the boss room to regain their strength. Yu Sang-won took out his food. It was soup pie that was sold in the association, but it was not tasty. Therefore, Bang Jung-sik offered to try his food so that the boy could restore his strength. Yu Sang-won still had his suspicions. Perhaps the leader of the team could put something in the food. Do-ha offered ginger tea to the main character because it is good after a meal, but Yu Sang-won refused all the offers. What the awakened one didn't realize was that the lookalikes on the team were trying to get rid of them before they were taken to the boss room. Choi Seok-pil suggested the boy eat something else. The people of the team were very worried because the awakened one did not even touch their food. They begged him to eat at least a piece. It seems that now Yu Sang-won needed to intervene urgently because he cannot ignore other people's sincerity. He reached for his sword. He didn't want to be penalized by this chivalric way, but he couldn't do anything because he needed to save his life. But suddenly, Choi Seok-pil fell to the ground. People from the team were scared. They were worried about their partner, but behind Bang Jun-sik and Do Hae, there was already a strange silhouette with a weapon in hand. The unknown once again struck the people from his team with his sword. He left many wounds on their bodies and they fell to the ground. Yu Sang-won didn't understand what was going on because the people on the team seemed to fall to the ground without his intervention. But it was actually Bae Yong-hoon who was using his abilities. It was much easier for him to work today thanks to the distractions. Yong-hoon looked at the protagonist. He understood that he was also a hunter. It seems that none of the fourth people were going to clear the dungeon properly today. Bae Yong-hoon punched the leader of the group. Bae Yong-hoon warned that if they did not resist, he would spare them. He tied all the team members with a rope, except for Yu Sang-won. The main character asked who he was and why he was behaving like that. But Bae Yong-hoon didn't need to know. He asked Yu Sang-won to take good care of the captives if he didn't want to die. Bang Jung-sik started screaming and asking for help but was kicked in the face. Yu Sang-won put a rope in the leader's mouth so that he could no longer speak. He asked Bae Yong-hoon if he was hunting vultures, because Sang-won also realized that when they were walking here. Bae Yong-hoon praised Yu Sang-won for his intelligence. He said that these vultures already had 1,000 victims, especially Do-ha, who pretended to be innocent and then backstabbed. The reward for this company was 1 billion won. Yu Sang-won now understood that these people were far more important individuals than he had originally thought. Bae Yong-hoon explained that he would be able to handle the boss on his own, while Yu Sang-won's task was to follow the captives. He warned that if Yu Sang-won tried to free them or take the reward himself, he would die. Bae Yong-hoon, the vulture catcher, entered the boss's room. The boss was also humanoid, holding the weapons of ancient people and looking very massive with large fangs. Despite the massiveness of the monster, Bae Yong-hoon could easily handle it and won in a few minutes. The vulture catcher confidently left the monster's room. Yu Sang-won watched him. Most likely the vultures were checking the information about the statistics, but he managed to hide it. Although Bae Yong-hoon was rude, he had a lot to learn from him. An inscription appeared in front of Yu Sang-won's face, stating that the monster boss had been defeated, and a portal would now open in front of him. He was in the team for the first time and did not know that everything was happening like this. It seems that if he doesn't fight the boss, he doesn't get the reward. It was surprising that there were no messages from the Knight's Way, even though they had kidnapped 3 people. It looks like he won't get a reward for catching vultures either. Maybe Bai Yong-hoon is also using them to do something worse. But Yu Sang-won had only one way to test it. All thieves must die, and when they all die, it will all be over. He took out his sword and killed the thieves. A message appeared in front of Yu Sang-won that his actions went beyond human morality, but he would be rewarded for it. But a second message also appeared. Because he did not personally capture the vultures, his reward was hidden. It was a chest with random equipment. Bae Yong-hoon came to the scene of the murder again. He asked Yu Sang-won what happened. Yu Sang-won explained that the vultures suddenly started behaving strangely, so he had to deal with them and kill them. But the vulture catcher did not like this answer at all. He punched Yu Sang-won in the jaw because he was not to be trifled with. Yu Sang-won's guesses turned out to be correct. If Bae Yong-hoon's goal was money, he wouldn't be so angry. Bae Yong-hoon was furious. He made a mistake by trusting a stranger. All he had to do was make an effort so that the vultures died at the hands of others. He only kept Yu Sang-won alive because his boss told him to leave the dirty work to other good worms. It sounded very suspicious, but now the vulture catcher had no choice but to take Yu Sang-won. He took his weapon and swung it, but Yu Sang-won had time to react to the attack and was able to dodge it by blocking it with his sword. Bae Yong-hong was surprised. It seems his opponent was no ordinary guy. Yu Sang-won, holding his sword, suddenly thought that the Soul Guild's hunter expedition was only for the protection of Shinganam, and only those in the 3rd district of Shinganam could make their way here. The catcher was scared. Yong-hong understood where a worthless knight like him was coming from, but the awakened one did not know that this catcher was called the Ace of Shinganam. Yu Sang-won held his sword at the ready to defend himself. These words angered the catcher even more, and he sped off, threatening to rip the main character's mouth off. Yu Sang-won skillfully dodged, and after a failed catcher attack, he plunged his sword into Bae Yong-hoon's body. The criminal fell to the ground and stood on his knees. During the fight, the weapon fell out of his hands, so he was unprotected. Yu Sang-won ordered him to surrender, but suddenly the vulture catcher pulled out a sword from his belt and struck the awakened one in the shoulder. Even his armor did not save him from being wounded. But Yu Sang-won, despite being wounded, hit the enemy in the eyes, which was a fatal blow. The main character looked at the body of his opponent. He didn't have time to ask what he was up to, and he didn't know how to deal with this situation now. After all, the 3 vultures could definitely kill Bae Yong-hoon when they entered the dungeon. And the main character was stunned with fear, an E-rank hunter who hid and killed the exhausted vultures. As proof, the main character wanted to take their weapons. It's a good thing that the vultures kept the money in the inventory, because there was about 1 billion won. When the Shinganam Hunter's office learned about this situation, it was clear that this was a serious matter. Yu Sang-won revealed that there were weight limits in the inventory, so he only took the main weapon. But the Soul Guild members' personal belongings seemed important to him, so he took them all. The investigator wanted to start handing over the items immediately, as the Soul Guild member was about to arrive. There was a knock at the door, and it was a member of the Soul Guild named Young Yak-soo. He was grateful to Yu Sang-won for returning their guild hunters' equipment and personal belongings. But the main character, on the contrary, apologized for not being strong enough, so he tried to bring back as many of Bae Yong-hoon's things as possible to make amends. Young Yak-soo thanked him, as he was surprised that there were still such kind people in the world. Yu Sang-won asked not to thank him, as it was the only thing he could do for the person who saved his life. In response, a member of the Soul Guild wanted to make a gift and offered a reward for the vultures. The main character refused, insisting that he did not deserve this money. Catching these thieves was reward enough for him. Jong Yak-soo was once again surprised that there were still such good personalities in their bleak world. The only thing Yu Sang-won could ask for as a reward was a reward for clearing a D-rank dungeon, because that was his principle. After all, if he was greedy, his life could be in danger. A member of the Soul Guild agreed to do so and pay this reward. Yu Sang-won agreed and decided to go. He didn't understand much, but testing him further would be very strange. In the VIP room for Gangnam Aces of the Seoul Guild, Jung Yak-soo, trying not to react to the people around him, stared at the floor. He informed his relatives about Bae Yong-hoon's death. The father was furious, not believing that his son could die so easily, and the mother was sobbing. Jung Jak-soo explained that the job of a hunter is not a competition for life, but a competition to the death. Young Mr. Yong-hong was a B-rank hunter, and his opponents were C-rank vultures, so there could be no other course of events. He was very sorry that this had happened to the young master, but he brought all his things to his parents. Father did not believe this, because he did not know anything. He didn't understand how an E-rank person could survive. She needed to be checked immediately. The Seoul Guild member was sure of Yu Sang-won's innocence. If he was really guilty, he would not have been able to bring the body of the deceased. Jung Jak-soo suggested calling the Gangnam Aces here to deal with the situation. But the father of the deceased was sure that it was enough to capture the E-hunter and his subordinates. The father asked his wife to prepare for the funeral, and he himself ordered the people of Chilseong to capture Yu Sang-won and bring justice. The father's subordinates expressed their condolences on the death of the young man. Their task was to capture Yu Sang-won, as their father was certain that he was involved in Yeon-hoon's death. This guy was only E, so a B-rank subordinate would be easy to deal with. The father has already found information about him and forwarded everything he found to the subordinate's phone. There was time for his capture until tomorrow morning. The subordinate accepted the task. He planned to go there with Kyungpyo and Sungchan. Father was looking at the screen of the tablet, where there was a photo of Yu Sang-won. He was sure of his guilt, so out of anger, he broke the tablet in two. 2 hours later, he woke up and was on the street trying to withdraw money. He looked at the bill in surprise, not believing that all this money was his. He went down to the dungeon only once and was able to earn 3.5 billion won. He also received an award for clearing a D-rank dungeon. Out of joy, Yu Sang-won decided to dance right on the street. He wanted to throw a party in honor of his survival and drink a lot to lose his sobriety. The guy went to the store, bought a lot of food, and wanted to take it all to the dormitory to have dinner together with his subordinates. But when he calmly walked down the street, he felt that he was being followed. Several unknown people ran up to him and tried to grab him. Yu Sang-won understood that this was definitely not the police, and something was wrong here. He tried to evade all attempts to capture him and quickly fled from the place, but they were not going to leave him. The subordinates of the deceased continued to persecute him. Yu Sang-won did not know what to do. He could have fought them, but his best option was to run away. The pursuers were surprised because the person they wanted to catch was incredibly fast. They doubted the truth that he really had an E rank. In front of the awakened one was a balcony. He could have ended up in a dead end, but he decided to jump over the balcony railing and landed confidently on the ground. The subordinates did not understand why the boy was running away, so they turned to him and asked about it. But in response, Yu Sang-won began to draw attention to himself, and pointing his finger at the guards, said that they were vultures. The people around and the guards were surprised and started looking for the vultures around to catch them. Yu Sang-won took out his phone to call Shin Ah-yoon. He asked where she was because he urgently needed her help. The student explained that she was in the dormitory for the Heaven class. Awakened told her to put on her school uniform or something familiar and meet him downstairs. The catchers watched Sang-won, realizing that he was heading to the Heaven class dormitory. This confirmed that he is an unusual guy. The guards asked the catchers who they were and why they made such a commotion. The guards now knew that these people just wanted to check if all of the deceased's belongings had been handed over, so it seems that Yu Sang-won had misunderstood them. The catchers managed to deflect suspicion a little more, but they could get into trouble. It will be difficult for them to handle it quietly. Hyeonim knew that if they got to the Heaven class dormitory, they wouldn't be able to break into it. This is a territory where even the head can't just break into. But there is nothing to be done, because they must necessarily carry out the order of their boss. Hyung-nim picked up the phone and called Mr. Song In-woo. He introduced himself and explained that the matter was about Bae's head. This person was just outside the academy. Shin Ah-yoon met her teacher and opened the door with a card. They entered the dormitory freely. He woke up and looked around. He was surprised that the hostel even had a gym. The student asked him not to be distracted, because she understood that something bad had happened. But even Yu Sang-won didn't know what the matter was. He said that he just went to the dungeon with the team. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Shin Ah-yoon walked to the door. She was surprised that someone had come so late. After asking who was there, she heard the voice of the head of the Judicial Council, Song In-woo. They were informed that the student brought a man to the dormitory, so they are obliged to check it. But Yu Sang-won knew for sure that this person was from Shinganam. Shin Ah-yoon asked what she should do in this situation. She explained that this person is her assistant. Song In-woo explained that this dormitory is exclusively for female students, so others are not allowed to stay here for a long time. In particular, men are not allowed to enter the rooms of female students. Shin Ah-yoon promised that she would get the boy out of the room soon and they could not worry. The student approached her teacher. She explained that he would probably have to leave, as they had carefully prepared for such eventualities. But the boy still did not understand who these people were. He told what happened, they had an accident, but he didn't know how to explain it properly. In the end, Yu Sang-won plucked up the courage to tell the whole truth. He had everything figured out, so he didn't understand why the problems arose. Shin Ah-yoon was surprised because it was now clear that her teacher Sang-won was involved in the death of Gangnam's ace. The student understood that if the dead man's name was Bae-lee Yong-hoon, and if his last name was indeed Bae-lee, then he was from the family of the owner of the conglomerate that sponsors the Soul Guild. But Yu Sang-won still did not understand why they needed him, because he also fought with vultures and even returned all the belongings of the deceased. Shin Ah-yoon explained that the boy is too light-hearted towards Shinganam. Even her mother said she didn't want to be associated with the Soul Guild. The awakened one didn't know what to do now, because even the reserved guild leader, Shin So-mi, was angry with them. This made it clear that they were cooperating with Shinganam. But the student could not help. The guy will have to go anyway. These people will probably be waiting under the building to grab him. Yu Sang-won will have to fight them and win, but in that case their relationship with the Soul Guild may suffer. But nothing could be done. The guy decided that it would be better for him to go alone and not take the student with him. It's better for Shin Ah-yoon not to interfere because it could turn into a guild fight, which would lead to big problems. First, he will let himself be caught, and then he will solve the issue later. When the awakened man left the building, the catchers began to beat him. The main character fell to the floor, and they continued to abuse him. In order to catch him, young Mr. Ying-woo had to be disturbed, and that was unpleasant. Hyeonim thanked the young man for his help. Anyway, they saw each other a little later at Yeon-hoon's funeral. People continued to beat Yu Sang-won. They hit him in the jaw so he would know his place in this society. These people were even tougher. Catchers arrived at Chairman Bae's house along with the captured Yu Sang-won. You didn't tell the guy to go faster if he didn't want to get beat up. The awakened one did not listen to anyone, so they grabbed him and restrained his hands so that he would not break free. They went into a room where there was a lot of smoke and a lot of silencers. It seems that Chairman Bae ordered him to be transferred here. The bystanders let go of Yu Sang-won's hands and pushed him, giving him freedom of movement. He was in a cell with transparent walls, but they warned that he can't even think about escaping, because even A-rank hunters couldn't get out of this prison. They advised him to make a will before he was finally done with things, because they would still have to deal with him. After that, the transparent door was closed, and the awakened man remained in the cell. Looking around, he saw another person sitting on the floor. It was a cell where you could see each other. He sat down on the floor, but he wasn't worried because he was one of those people who liked to tease others. People who came to Bae Yong-hoon's funeral gathered at Sangcheon Shinganam Hospital. People came to B's head and expressed their sincere condolences, but for some reason the lady was not visible. She passed out and needed rest. One person wanted to speak to the head of BAE personally, but he was held back. It was known that BAE Yong-hoon worked hard for the company. The stranger shouted and addressed Bae's head. For some reason, after the Cheongsong factory explosion, he kept delaying the payment of compensation to the victims. Because of this incident, his loved one was unable to receive the necessary surgery and died today. The stranger asked to continue the payments, because Chairman Bae must also understand what it is like to lose a son. But the guards suddenly hit him. The security asked for an apology from the head of B. They will immediately remove this person. He came here as a guest, but began to riot. The man ordered to get rid of this person as soon as possible. The order was accepted, so this person was caught and beaten. Chief B was very angry. He was irritated by the very thought that it was possible to put a common man and his son in the same row. He ordered that this person be thrown into an underground prison to show him the difference between ordinary people. The guard accepted the order. Yu Sang-won was in his cell. A person came to him and poured spoiled rice into his plate and wished him good food. The awakened man was not going to eat it, but the guards pointed out to him a person from a nearby cell who was happily eating this food with his hands. Yu Sang-won clenched his fist in anger. He promised the demons that he would soon make them all regret their cruel deeds. Yunim came to the boy's room. He said that Yu Sang-won can go out because Chairman Bei and his lady want to see him. How much they wanted to deal with the awakened one if they finished the funeral of their own son in one day. Yu Sang-won glanced at the house of the Bae family. It was as if he was going to hell. Hyonim held the awakened man tightly so that he wouldn't break free. They entered a very strange room with many types of weapons and a camera filming it all. Mr. Bei asked why Sang-won was in such a terrible state and put a glove on his hand. He recalled that he had asked the bystander to take care of him accordingly, and that he should be cheerful when he was beaten. The mother of the deceased approached the boy and looked him straight in the eyes. She asked to start it as soon as possible. Yu Sang-won was put on a chair and his hands were tied. Hyung-nim hit him and asked him to sit up straight. For the awakened, it was the last straw. He took out his weapon and hit the guard on the head with one swing of his hand. He fell to the floor. The people in this room were even more surprised. They did not believe that the awakened one could do such a thing with his hands tied. But after a few seconds, he was released. He held his legendary weapon in his hands. He tried to be human and honest. Bystanders in the hall ordered Chairman B to evacuate immediately. The B family tried to get out of here as soon as possible. Even the guard himself did not defend himself. Yu Sang-won was enraged and took out his weapon and tried to grab them. The other guards stood and tried to defend themselves, but this time they weren't sure that this person was an E rank and if they would be able to defend themselves. But in a few seconds, all the guards were stunned with one wave of the hand with the legendary weapon. They all fell to the floor. Everyone nearby was lying on the floor. They did not understand where such a powerful force came from. The B family still hasn't gotten out of this building. Bei's hands were shaking in his head, and he was questioning who he really was, this unknown awakened one. But in response, Yu Sang-won punched the man in the jaw and he fell to the floor. After that, the awakened man did not look at his wife. She begged for mercy and asked not to kill. Yu Sang-won agreed to do so, but he also wanted to get something in return. Now the head of B and his wife were captives. He tied them up and tied them to a chair, then taped their mouths shut. Yu Sang-won looked at his captives. He understood that this was a torture chamber, and it had everything that was needed for it. Fortunately, there was no CCTV, but now the question was how to create an alibi for him. The awakened man called his assistant. It was Kowalf. He ordered him to deal with these people in a minute. As soon as he leaves, the hero should kill everyone who is here, but a few people should remain alive. These people must witness his escape from here. Kolf accepted all orders, but he wanted to have some fun in between his work and needed permission to do so. The hero allowed him to do as he wanted, and after that he left the room and started running out of this building. The guards were not aware of what had happened. They recognized this man whom they had captured yesterday, but now he was on the run. The guards were told by walkie-talkie that the Black Knight had appeared in the torture chamber and grabbed the head of B and his wife. They should not worry about anything else and go there first. The bystanders immediately declared an emergency, and everyone ran to the torture chamber. This was good for Yu Sang-won because now his alibi is complete. He left that place and hid. After some time, the main character changed into the king's golden armor. He suggested Seong-Mule to go on a journey, and the Golden Knight also wanted to fly on horseback, because now he does not have to pay a lot of money for it. He summoned his dragon Eldrin. The golden dragon Eldrin appeared in the air and descended to the ground. He was ready to serve his master. They had work to do today, so the knight wanted to ride today. The dragon dropped to the ground for the knight to climb on. He paid the contract, so he could ride as much as he wanted. The golden dragon and the knight were flying right over the city. They were photographed by ordinary people on their phones. They suspected that it might be a golden devil hair knight. People didn't understand why they were moving calmly through the streets of Shinganam. They urgently needed to report this to the Soul Guild. The people in the guild found out that the Golden Devil Knight had indeed arrived in Shinganam. They received confirmations from eyewitnesses. It was decided to evacuate ordinary people and inform the nearest guilds and the Ministry of Defense, and also tell Kang Hoon to go to the scene. But there was another problem. A demon appeared in Chairman Bay's house, and help had to be sent there as well. It wasn't clear why it happened so suddenly, but it was speculated that they were vultures related to the ones Bai Yan Hong had killed, and they had come to take revenge. But the head of the Soul Guild understood that they would not take revenge for their comrades. He ordered Jung Seok's team to be dispatched to the scene, and he will try to contact the Ministry of Defense and the Association. The house of the B family was burning, and inside was Kolf, the Golden Knight's neighbor. These were the works of his hands. It was a great massacre and a great way to relieve stress. The Golden Knight went to the scene and asked the bystander if he had left alive those whom he was supposed to save. Everything was done. Awakened, he approached the still-living B family, who had been captured and taken prisoner. Now the main task for the Golden Knight was to put this place in order before receiving guests. Yu Sang-won was holding the phone in her hand. The news reported that there was a Golden Knight in Shinganam right now, and she received news that he had captured Bai Jungsu's head and his wife. The Soul Guild sent Chief of Mission Shim Kang-hoon and Ace Gang-nam to the scene. Further developments are currently being discussed with the Ministry of Defense and the Association. Song Mile reported, "These people came. They arrived by helicopters and also by several military vehicles. It was all like a scene from a movie. They came to capture a terrorist." The head of the delegation, Shim Kang-hoon, appealed to the Golden Knight and ordered him to surrender immediately, because he was surrounded. The Golden Knight was watching the broadcast on his phone. He knew the head of mission, Shim Kang-hoon. He had seen him on TV very often, and he was an S-rank hunter of the Soul Guild. There were only 2 S-rank hunters in the Soul Guild, and those were very rare among the S-rank classes. It was said that the head of the Soul Guild mainly deals with administrative matters, and the real power lies with Shim Kang-hoon. It looks like the rumors were true if he is personally leading the Ace Kanam expedition. Shim Kang-hoon explained that there was no point in detaining the prisoners. The Soul Guild, in accordance with international convention, does not negotiate with terrorists. Therefore, the Golden Knight could stop the senseless resistance and free all the prisoners. Yu Sang-won thought it was time for him to leave, and he walked out of the fire building. The Golden Knight didn't think he wanted to negotiate with them either, because he was only here to punish the evil that appeared in Shinganam. Shim Kang-hong didn't understand what was being said, but the Golden Knight told about what this head of Bai had done. He kidnapped people, kept them in the basement, tortured and killed them, and his wife was just as evil. Awakened guessed that Shim Kang-hoon wouldn't believe it, but that's why he could present the evidence, and he could personally check what was in that terrible basement. Shim Kang-hoon pretended that he still didn't understand, because after such an exposure, their guild and Bai's head would not be destroyed. Therefore, the Golden Knight does all this in vain. Kang Hong explained that since people learned about the constellations and the awakened, times have changed. The Golden Knight also understands this, but he speaks of it as a procedure, the procedure of their destruction with the Soul Guild. The awakened revealed that he was what they call a devil-worshipping knight, and one who had come into this world to condemn the cruel evil and reveal the truth and hope hidden behind the veil of darkness. A message appeared praising the knight for a perfect and very colorful declaration of war, so he gets an extra skill point as a reward. The Golden Knight summoned his knights, ordered them to prepare, he gathered energy in his hand and sped off. Shim Kang-hoon ordered the knight not to move or he would die. In the second row were snipers and marksmen, as well as mages, and everyone was ready. In the first row were pre-reinforced A-rank tanks and other attack-type fighters. Everything was under control and they had a clear advantage. This was Asu Kangnam's winning tactic, so Kang-hoon was certain that the Golden Knight would hardly be able to break through. Yu Sang-won held his legendary weapon, and with one sweep of his hands, he put at least 3 people from the first line of defense to the ground. When the Golden Knight did this, there was a warrior standing behind him, who also had an axe in his hands and was already ready to strike him on the head. But Awakening managed to react quickly and hit this person with his weapon. The warrior flew into the air and after a few seconds fell to the ground. The military informed the head of the delegation, Shim Kang-hoon, that the knight was being attacked from the flank. He broke through the entire S-rank defense with a single punch. A hard battle was going on. The Golden Knight had a significant advantage, and his knight companions also fought with fervor. Crocbane killed the mages one by one. Each time, the mission lost more and more positions and people, but for some reason, the team of magicians did not take any measures, did not impose curses, and did not block skills. The mages tried to cast a curse, but it seems the Golden Knight's armor was an artifact that all the magic was bouncing off of, and the others stuck with the Black Knight that emits protective smoke. They tried to attack from behind, but the Golden Knight teams noticed it. They didn't stand a chance against magic and deadly attacks. People died one after another. The enemy team suffered heavy losses. Some of the strongest men were dead. The warrior reported that 37 of the 100 Ace Kanam 100 were knocked down. Decisive actions were urgently needed. Shim Kang-hoon raised his sword up and used Art of War. Inspiration. They must not forget that they are the protectors of Shinganam. People were motivated and ready to compete further, because Art of War, inspiration worked. People rushed to attack the Golden Knight, but he stood fast and fought back with a legendary weapon. However, he has already lost his advantage. Yu Sang-won knew that the people of Shinganam were not easy to break. It seems that this was due to their new fighting spirit. Kolf laid a hand on the shoulder of the king's Golden Knight. He asked him not to be proud, because a high fighting spirit does not mean that it cannot be broken. The Golden Knight thanked him for the advice, but he was not worried because he was sure of his victory. It just annoyed him. Shim Kang-hoon was pleased with his work, as the enhancement for the warriors was comparable to the best potion, so they no longer had to fall in one hit. However, when competing with the Golden Knight, although not from the first time, but from the second blow, they still fell. Even the enhancement didn't work. The Golden Knight turned to Kolf, saying that he was only worried in vain, for these warriors were nothing. These words really hurt Shim Kang-hoon, and he became even more angry. The warriors knew something was wrong because they didn't feel any improvement after being healed. Over time, the enemy's attacks began to decrease, because the people were exhausted. The Golden Knight wondered if he planned to continue the business trip duel. Shim Kang-hoon understood that they were too self-righteous. The dragon only covered the rear, and the damage from this was enormous. The head of the delegation ordered to retreat, because they had to change their strategy, because they did not take into account all the factors and began to carry out the order. The dragon noticed that it looked like the opponents were going to retreat, so he decided to use the catch-up breath, since this option was enabled. But Yu Sang-won asked to use it at another time, because now he wanted to use his new skill. He took the sword in his hands and turned to the heavens. He asked to check this sword, which had reached its highest point, and also that this blow proved that he is a star standing on the ground. The Golden Knight cast Heaven Lord's Sword Flow, First Kind, Earth Star Flash. A golden beam appeared from his sword, which destroyed everything around. The delegation decided to form a defense, but it would hardly help them. The soldiers asked the captain for help, but he himself barely escaped this attack. The Golden Knight watched as the laser attack burned through the ground and left a deep mark in its wake. It was strange, but for San-won, it was quite a beautiful sight. Awakened, he turned to his dragon Eldraine. He ordered him to use his breath. Finally, it's time to show his skills. The Golden Knight pointed to the protective barrier that protects this city. He ordered it to be destroyed because he could not fly through it. It was the main symbol of arrogance and vanity of the ruling class. The dragon soared into the sky and used his fiery breath, destroying this protective barrier and creating a great conflagration. The news reported that something incredible was happening right now. Asikaname, the stronghold of Shinganam, had fallen with a crash. Ko Jong-soo was also watching the news, but he was satisfied with this job because no one liked the people from the arrogant city of Shinganam. They never had real combat experience. But it was a little scary that the Golden Knight had an unrealistic amount of combat experience, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a real SS rank, but it was unclear where he came from. Ko Cheon-yeon understood that this did not change anything, because they could not resist him in any way, because it is clear that he was able to destroy the normally expensive barrier. The news reported that part of the barrier had just collapsed due to the golden dragon attacking the wall. The Ministry of Defense considers the use of helicopters too dangerous. Therefore, they plan to use hunters. The amount of damage received was... Before he could finish, Ko Jung-soo switched the channel. Another channel also reported on this event. If the wall is destroyed, then this place will become very vulnerable to attack by vultures. In this connection, the shares of companies related to Shinganam began to fall. Shares will continue to fall further, so foreign investors who invested their money based on the security of the region are leaving. Ko Jung-soo knew that he couldn't just sit there and watch it. He ordered to send several units to the area of hostilities and collect information. It was necessary to find out the identity of the Golden Knight by any means. The assistant turned to the head of the guild and informed him that the battle was not over yet, and showed him the phone. She reported that the second S-rank hunter, Hye-won, had finally appeared. From the guild he came to the forefront. Now the Golden Knight will face him. Hye-won took out his sword to restore his broken honor. The news talks about people dying, but it all looks like a sports broadcast. Ko Jung-soo ordered a video of the duel between these two people and sent some people from the intelligence renaissance to film everything. Chong-yong accepted this order. S-rank hunters have rarely faced each other, so this fight will be very good material. Hye-won turned to the Golden Knight. He introduced himself as the head of the Soul Guild and he challenges him to a duel. Judging by his outfit and his reaction, he also belonged to the Knight class. But their level was too different. The Golden Knight refused this offer because he had no reason to answer the challenge. But his knights did not agree to this. They wanted to fight. Therefore, Yu Sang-won had to accept the challenge. He called his opponent a knight from the dustbin. The Golden Knight explained that only a garbage knight would protect rats like B's head. In addition, he calls him the Protector Knight of Soul. But he himself wore only the symbols of Shinganam's sponsors. These words made Hye-won even more angry. He didn't want to be treated like that because he was a pillar of soul. The Golden Knight thought perhaps and continued to joke. If he didn't like the word garbage man, he suggested dung knight or sewer protector. Hye-won did not want to endure such humiliation. He took his weapon and charged. Yu Sang-won held his weapon. There was a yellow energy color around his weapon and purple around the enemy. They collided, and their colors glowed brightly around them. Their swords clashed. Yu Sang-won immediately sensed that this person was not like other S-rank hunters. Hye-won explained that he has enhancements that make them equal. The Golden Knight realized that even if they were on the same level, he would not be able to knock him down with one blow. He had an advantage in experience and martial arts skills. He wasn't even hurt when the sword ran into the Titan's spear. Perhaps this weapon was created by Hephaestus. Hye-won was sure there was a way out, so he wanted to prepare for the attack and recover. Purple energy began to appear in his hands. Yu Sang-won realized that Hye-won wanted to use the killing blow, so he had time to counter and defend himself. Hye-won raised his sword up, and this energy began to absorb everything around him. He used 9 magnificent strikes, and this attack went to the Golden Knight. After the impact, smoke appeared, which went very slowly. Hye-won didn't know if his attack had worked, but the Golden Knight was able to block the attack. Now he understood that his opponent was an ordinary S-rank hunter. Hye-won had good characteristics, but he lacked strength. Hye-won fell to the ground, completely out of strength after the impact. The awakened man saw that his opponent was already tired and that his cheering cry had gone somewhere. The hunter did not have time to recover and catch his breath, so he asked to stop the fight. But Yu Sang-won was not obliged to do that. He sped up, jumped up, and swung at his opponent with the legendary weapon. Hye-won flew several meters away with great force, and as he fell he punched through the wall, leaving a crack in it. He asked not to approach him. It was easier and more profitable for the Golden Knight to deal with him, so he raised his weapon and addressed the servant of evil. He promised to end his life, but hitting the ground with his weapon, he no longer saw his opponent. Hye-won seems to have matched. Can such a person call himself a guild head? In any case, it would be a pity to leave without leaving a few pleasant memories. So Yu Sang-won decided to fix it. He drew his sword and turned to the horizon, which is the border between heaven and earth. He asked to see his sun and moon slicing sword, and cast Heaven King Sword Stream Type 2, Horizon Slicing. In the Earth class, There was a boy who aspired to join the Soul Guild, but was now at risk of joining the Blue Dragon or Olympus Guild. Shin Ah-yoon listened to the rumors and understood that something was wrong. Everyone around hated people from Shinganam. The girl suspected that a similar Yu Sang-won was able to defeat the head of the Soul Guild. It was a big deal, so she decided to text him. Near the dumpsters was Hae-won. He didn't understand where he was, but luckily he wasn't in Shinganam. Most likely he was thrown here by the magic of teleportation. At first he wanted to return to the Soul Guild, but after looking a little closer, he recognized his city. It was destroyed. There was a lot of black smoke around. 2 unread messages appeared in front of his face. He was offered to open them. He ran off the battlefield, breaking the path of the night. So now, until he apologizes to the Golden Knight, he can no longer be considered a knight. The second message said that he was no longer a knight, so all knight skills would be blocked. His new class that was temporarily applied to him was called Soul Beagle. He-won now had the lowest specs. He grabbed his head and was angry at the way the Golden Knight had treated him. He did not know how to find him after that and apologize. But unexpectedly, the guild leader heard the voice of Shim Kang-hoon, who assured that there was no need for this. He was in this place from the beginning. He barely survived and was here. His characteristics were also blocked. Hae-won was shocked because all of this happened because the Golden Knight was able to defeat him. Due to the penalty associated with chivalry, most skills are now blocked. Shim Kang-hoon wondered how he wanted to solve this problem because he was in the wrong state. Did he not have any solution? But the thing was that the guild head couldn't tell about all the details, so he didn't know what to do anyway. Shim Kang-hoon wanted to deal with this first. He gave a document of resignation from the post of guild head. Hae-won agreed to sign it because someone has to take responsibility. Shim Kang-hoon took the document. It was all over now, and that meant Hae-won could rest. Only now did the former guild leader realize her thoughtless act. Shim Kang-hoon explained that through the status window, the guild leader could get an upgrade, from when Hae-won became an S rank to the fact that he needed to apologize to the Golden Knight. It wasn't clear what to do, but they decided not to share the fact that one S-rank hunter was missing from their guild, and they were planning to have a closed training for now. He-won will be well hidden so that no one sees him walking around. The former head of the guild was worried because she did not understand what they wanted to do with him. Hae-won punched the man and he fell to the ground. After that, he ordered his subordinates to freeze him. The man was placed in the freezer and the lid was closed. Shim Kang-hoon wanted to bury him, but he had no choice but to leave him like that and wait. If you unlock a skill, you can find a use for it. Yu Sang-won rested after the match. When he woke up and picked up his phone, he saw many messages from Ah-yoon and her mom. First, he had to reassure them and tell them that he was alive and well. He texted that everything was fine and hung up. It looks like Ah-yoon was planning to save him, but he did not understand why. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. It was a call from the Korea Hunter Association. The guy answered the call. The Hunters Association was looking for Yu Sang-won. This person was a member of the team investigating the Shinganam incident. But the boy had nothing to say, so he wanted to hang up. Yu Sang-won shouted that he almost died at the hands of head BAE. He was saved by the Golden Knight. This is exactly what they wanted to hear. They had to talk to the Hunters. The sponsors and the Soul Guild will most likely want to take revenge on him. It was scary, so he was going to hide somewhere in the wilderness. Yu Sang-won completed the challenge. This situation annoyed him a lot. He was the only witness to the death of Head B, so he couldn't just give up like that. Someday these people will come here too, so he will have to leave. When he woke up, he looked out the window and saw Shin Ah-yoon and her mother there. They were representatives of the White Knight Guild. Yu Sang-won was in the room with Shin Ah-yoon. He wondered how they were able to find him. It seems that their guild used some illegal means. The student explained that when she came to his house, she installed a couples app on his smartphone to help if something happened. Little did Shin Ah-yoon know that he had intervened this time. This is something very serious, but it was very cool. It was an incredible force that destroyed everything in its path. The student was fascinated by her teacher. When she became awakened, she also dreamed of being just like him. She wondered how he felt when he realized he wasn't defeated. He would have seen the drawn faces of the people associated with the Soul Guild. The boy explained that he was not invincible, but simply won the battle. And would this story have been different if the Soul Guild had used guerrilla tactics, or if they had surrounded him and started shooting? Shin. So Mi also sat down at the table, because unlike him, not only victory is important for the Soul Guild, they competed in front of everyone, in the house of their sponsor, so they are obliged to find and overcome the enemy. In any case, it was unclear what to do because Yu Sang-won was in big trouble. Therefore, he needed to lie down for a while. He was going to raise his level, but now he couldn't. Shin So-mi wanted to explain the situation. Currently, the members of the Soul Guild are divided into two groups, combat and peaceful. Yu Sang-won did not understand the purpose of dividing them and did not see the point in dividing them into combat and peace parts. The current situation arose only because of the personal interests of Chairman B. Even if everything works out, you need to take into account the damage already done. The combat unit is just going to leave Shinganum and support another guild. The Awakened One understood that it was not so easy to destroy them. Most likely, the victory of the peaceful part will lead to the dissolution of the Soul Guild and Shinganum, which will not do any good. This meant that the wall would be rebuilt, Shinganum would be re-equipped, and the problem was the association. The guy said that they had already called him in the morning and were trying to find him. The White Knight Guild was also approached, asking them to make the association's efforts if Yu Sang-won gets in touch. Waking up, he wondered if anyone had seen them outside his window. Shin Seo-mi assured her that she didn't, but it was possible because someone could be following their trailer. But the head of the White Knight Guild asked not to worry, because she had prepared everything. To begin with, they will record a request for help, and then sell the information from an eyewitness to the association. They will record all of his testimony on video, and then sell the tape to the association. Thus, they were now trying to manipulate the situation. And now they will show that the relationship between them is not very good. It can be said that the White Knight Guild locked him up to get all the information out. In any case, Yu Sang-won won't be able to go to the dungeon for a while, so I thought it really wasn't such a bad idea. Shin Seo-mi understood that the best thing to say was that they locked him in the mountains. Shin Ah-yoon was asked by her mother to miss a few days of classes and offered to become a B-rank supervisor. The student happily agreed. Sang-won watched this in surprise. They were real masters. He asked what about the script and what are their thoughts. At first, it was necessary to give out a lot of information so that everything did not look too suspicious. The awakened person said that they had met Kolf, the Knight of the Abyss. They did not have time, so it was necessary to decide and start shooting. Shin Seo-mi will take what he says in the video to embellish the image of the Golden Knight. Filming has started. Yu Sang-won admitted that it really annoys him, but he can't hide for the rest of his life, so he tells it. He was very cruel and killed people, and no one cared. But when the head of B died, it immediately caused a wild commotion. He promised that if he notices something suspicious, he will immediately contact the vultures. After those words, Shin Ah-yoon slapped the boy and placed his head on the table, holding his body tightly. This video was well shot, especially the ending scene. And now he needed to lie down. Maybe he had to go somewhere with Ah-yoon. Shin So-mi agreed. She will take over all the negotiations. Therefore, they went far away. Yu Sang-won hoped that nothing would happen, and if it did, there was nothing that could be done. The Awakened One wanted to somehow repay the help. Maybe Shin Ah-yoon will laugh because he is addicted to them. The student promised that this would not happen, because in any case, an E-rank hunter cannot challenge a B-rank. Now they went to train in the mountains, because if they live next to people, they can get into trouble again. There should have been many wild monsters here, but there was no master. It was a strange place. Shin Ah-yoon suggested that it might be a conflict zone and the former territory of North Korea. She was an Academy Honors student in the Heaven class, so she knew everything. The girl suggested that Yu Sang-won find something nearby and she would buy something to eat. The Awakened One remained alone. Come to think of it, he didn't even know what could have happened to Bei's head. But the news didn't cover either the night or chaos. There were no articles related to the incident, but there was one. He decided to read it. The association will contact the families of the victims who were locked in the basement of Chairman B's house, and will also refer the victims to appropriate medical institutions. The world really hasn't changed. There was a person in the hospital who asked for water. He felt pain in his legs, but no one was around. But suddenly, a little boy entered the room. Sang-won was stopped by a nurse. She asked not to worry about him and just do her job. The boy turned and continued down the corridor. He overheard the other nurses' conversations. They were talking about the patient from Ward 302. He was really strong. His wife and children left him and he didn't even know it. He was not given food or water for the second day. The patient really wanted to go home. But 4 more patients were due to arrive tomorrow, and they had to figure out how to make room in the ward. The nurses called Yu Sang-won over. Already an adult, Yu Sang-won did not know what to do. He remembered that terrible picture from the prison and could not leave everything as it is. He had nothing to think about. It's just that the Golden Knight had to appear again. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Shin Ah-yoon, who came back with a lot of shopping and several days' worth of food. The awakened one wondered if the girl knew about who would become the receiver after the death of head Bae. Shin Ah-yoon revealed that the current acting chairman was his younger brother, Bae Jun-soo. He must have been in the morning hall now. Yu Sang-won tried to find out as much information as he could because he planned to interfere a little. Bae Jun-soo was in the morning hall. It was a great grief for him, the death of his own brother. He didn't know what had gone wrong, but now his brother was dead. Therefore, if the funeral goes smoothly, he will easily become the future head. Suddenly, a Golden Knight appeared in the room. He was holding a man by the throat who was asking for help, and there was fire all around him. People here were surprised, because where did the golden devil-worshipping knight come from? A few seconds later, the man died as Bae Jun-soo watched. Golden Knight immediately found head B's younger brother. At that moment, he let go of the person, and she fell to the floor and began to burn. The Golden Knight turned to Bae Jun-soo. When he takes his brother's place, he will pay for his disgusting hobby. Bae Jun-soo fell to the floor. He admitted that he was wrong and took full responsibility. He will take care of the lives of all the victims and pay them compensation. It was very easy for the Golden Knight. He looked like it and hoped he didn't have it, as well as the most disgusting hobby like his brother. Shin So-mi was in the interrogation association. She asked to be paid for the video of Yu Sang-won's confession and demanded 1 billion won for it. But people from the association refused because it was too much. Even though the devil-worshipping Gold Knight had an SS rank, it was overkill. If they don't like it, they can refuse, but then she will sell the information to the 3 biggest guilds. Probably they collected so few duties that they could not afford it. People from the association thought, if the guild head continues to behave like this, Sang-won won't have to worry anymore because the association will definitely buy everything. This will cause even more hatred on their part. Shin. So Mi was indignant that people who could not say a word to Bae's head were now denying the hunter. After all, she is also the head of the guild and the apostle of the constellation. She already knew that this deal would not work out for the people from the association, because they are only civil servants who are only thinking about how to keep everything quiet and then resign and get a pension. The association explained that this was not the case, but simply that the amount was too high, and they also had their own budget. But then, they should have made more efforts in the negotiations, because if they don't do this, they will be left without all the information about the Golden Knight's plans. The people from the association were negotiating right in front of the guild head. They offered an amount of 500 million, but it was too cruel to cut the amount in half. That's why Shin So-mi offered 800 million. The Curiosity Association agreed to this deal and received a suitcase containing 800 million won. The agreement was concluded. Now the guild head had to warn that Yu Sang-won harbored a strong antipathy towards the association, and he is emotionally unstable because of it. It was because of this that B's head almost killed him. Therefore, many unkind words will be poured in the direction of the association, but she hoped that they would calmly be able to bring everything to an end. Yu Sang-won talked about the incident, how he was saved by the Golden Knight. He saved him and beat everyone else. After that, a knight named Kolf said that they, together with the Golden Knight, fight against evil and seek glory. Therefore, he considers the Golden Knight to be a good person. Shin So-mi explained that her daughter, who is now a B rank, is now watching over him for safety purposes. Therefore, in any case, she will not reveal this information to anyone else. She swears by her constellations. People from the association were pleased. Shin So-mi thanked her for everything and said that was it. so she was about to leave. But suddenly, an employee burst into the room. He told the manager that they were in trouble because the Golden Knight showed up at the funeral of Chairman B, but he disappeared as soon as he was promised that compensation would be paid to the victims of Chairman BAE. The worker of the association was suspected. The information given to her was reliable, because if he saved those who were in the basement, he really punished all evil. Shinso Mi smiled. She did know that when it came to Yu Sang-won, everything was clear, and it was even more fun. A few days later, workers were sorting through the rubble and damage after the destruction of the protective barrier of Shinganam. They worked carefully, because a monster had been seen here recently. Suddenly, a monster appeared near the workers. He started overturning tanks and destroying everything around him. There were many explosions. The workers recognized that it was the monster Gurmak. They should have attacked, but they were running away from the position. The monster grabbed one of the workers and firmly squeezed his head with its paw. Some workers did not even understand what the noise was. They saw a terrible monster and were frightened, but turning around, they saw another unknown person. It was also a malevolent person who held a sword in his hands. He ordered them to go with him. Shim Kang-hoon, the head of the Soul Guild, received word that Apostle Sang-go, an A-rank monster Gurmak, was moving toward the city center and requested reinforcements. The news was breaking news because a mysterious group of vultures had kidnapped construction workers in Shinganam. The worker turned to the head of the guild. He said they needed a support group right now. Shim Kang-hoon wondered if the association and the other guilds had not responded to this yet. But there was no news yet, and they had to do something about Gurmak. The guild head asked if there was any guild that could handle him, but there was none. It was unclear where the Golden Knight was when he was most needed. Shim Kang-hoon ordered all the A-rank men to be gathered. They wanted to drive the monster together. On the East Coast beach where Yu Sang-won with Shin Ah-yoon, they rested and also fished. They managed to catch a lot of fish. The student thought that the sea was much better than the mountains. It's good that they came here. After appearing at the funeral of the Chairman B, they tried to live in the mountains as they had planned, but due to the surveillance of the Soul Guild Association, they decided to move to a deserted beach on the East Coast. Now, Yu Sang-won lived to his heart's content, but their one downside was that they didn't have a home. Crocbane was also there today. He wanted to start with training. Shin Ah-yoon accepted Crocbane's challenge. She used the Fist of Justice, but Crocbane was able to easily block the attack because it was too weak of a blow. But in response to this, the student began to use all the best techniques, and now her attacks were much stronger, but she was still very weak. Yu Sang-won watched this in surprise. Shin Ah-yoon had already lost 30 times, but she didn't even think of giving up. She was more suited to a knight than he himself. After a few unsuccessful shots, Shin Ah-yoon conceded defeat. Crocbane admitted that she had grown a lot, and that was enough to become his soldier. Yu Sang-won suggested that they rest for a while and have a snack. Shin Ah-yoon went to wash up, and Crocbane recommended that the host also exercise. The awakened assured that fishing is not a joke, and it is just as much endurance training. In order to become stronger, Shin Ah-yoon needs to level up and stat, or something that should make her constellation stronger. Crocbane noticed that she was straightforward and did not turn a blind eye to dishonor. It's a pity that compared to these characteristics, she had little strength. Yu Sang-won called the student over to him and suggested that she take a book called Dance of the Phoenix. It was a legendary rank skill, Phoenix Dance, which he had obtained from the S-rank monster Leghorn. Shin Ah-yoon was surprised that the teacher would actually give it to her, and it was true. The girl was overjoyed, but asked why he decided to give it to her. He admitted that, to be honest, she was different from any awakened he had seen. She had no vain envy, and she did not use others. But the student did not believe it, because when she saw him, she felt jealous. Also, his knight spoke well of her, so he gives it to her to grow up. It was like an alliance. But it was necessary to stop talking and go learn skills, because she would need them. Shin Ah-yoon agreed and was very happy. She didn't plan to ask about it again because she could not worry about him, because he had many other skills. Shin Ah-yoon thought to herself, if he gave this skill away so easily, surely the skills he had already learned were much better. But the awakened one refused to comment on it. The student took the book in her hands and wanted to use it right now. She has already opened the status on the window for use. Yu sang one to watch it because he didn't see the status window of others. It was like a pantomime. Shin Ah-yoon successfully applied the skill. Magical wings appeared behind her. She now had an A rank, and her dexterity stat would continue to rise. This is what it meant to have a legendary rank skill. Stats increased significantly. Now the girl was level 45 and ranked A, although she had not even gone to the C-rank dungeon. In any case, Yu Sang-won had to discuss this with her mother, and after clearing the C-rank dungeon and stabilizing the skill, she decided to test the skill and return to them. Shin Ah-yoon completely forgot about food. Kolf explained that she just wanted to make sure she got stronger. Therefore, they can leave it. In the beach house, he woke up and ate a freshly prepared meal, waiting for his student. Suddenly, a call came to the boy's phone from the head of the guild, Shin So-mi. She received information that her daughter had become an A rank. Shin Seo-mi explained that a sudden promotion in rank is not a good thing and can cause suspicion. Yu Sang-won explained that he also needed to quietly enter the C-rank dungeons, so he thought why not make the White Knight Guild even stronger. He gave her the remaining book, and she immediately used it. She's always had potential, but in any case, they can leave the beach now. Because the guild head has dealt with the association, it means that now they have to find a house somewhere on the outskirts. But there was one problem. Had the boy not heard again that Seoul had been attacked? He wasn't aware of what was going on, and the situation was more serious than they thought. The monsters of the Sanggo-jeon constellation invaded, but due to the situation the Golden Knight had caused in Shinganam, they could not respond properly. And the wall construction site in the south turned into an A-rank dungeon. That was the problem. Although corruption is rampant in Shinganam, the city represents Korea, so the association issued a calling order. Yu Sang-won was sure they could handle it on their own, and he didn't care. But suddenly, a message came to the phone. It was an emergency order to call in the local defense forces. He was supposed to arrive at the Korean-American Hunter Academy. The gym of the Seoul Guild held training for the military. Now all soldiers had to pass a check to confirm their identity. Yu Sang-won was also already dressed in military uniform. He was not happy because they had issued a mobilization order because they could not handle Sanggo-jeon's constellation alone. He was also a hunter, but for some reason, even though he is a hunter, he is still mobilized. Due to the fact that hunters below D rank are slightly better than professional athletes. But E rank hunter Yu Sang-won is subject to being drafted as a normal warrior. If the awakened one didn't want to be drafted as a D-rank hunter, he would need to pass the promotion test. But there was nothing he could do now. Yu Sang-won was given a weapon. It was a KR-5 rifle that appeared to be mobilized with a high level of training. They used ordinary cartridges, not magic stones. Magic stones were used only in emergency situations. The commander checked that everyone had received their weapons and equipment. They could start training. Their goal is to bring ammunition to Shinganam and build a defense line. Each platoon's mission would be given to its commander, so they had to follow all orders. During the construction of the defense line, the soldiers dug trenches and built protective walls of stones. The real battle with Hirmak, the apostle of Sanggo-jeon's constellation, was still going on. Hunters were also forced to fight with hordes of robbers under the patronage of this constellation. In addition, the movement of monsters and the constellation of the Carnage King and Vultures was detected, which made it difficult to react. Therefore, if it unites, it will be very difficult for them. The people from the Seoul Guild couldn't stop Golden Knight Tom from Sanggo-jeon. They also take a lot of damage. The commander allowed a break for 10 minutes. The soldiers were very exhausted. They had to work because of some ill-wishers. Yu Sang-won wrote Shin Ah-yoon. He was interested in the situation in the city. There was complete lawlessness. The Blue Dragon closes in on the north, and Olympus is going to help Shinganam, which is to be expected. The student asked what the awakened person was doing. He sent a picture of a shovel and said he was digging. It seemed that things were only getting more complicated, but there was nothing he could do now. Once this is all over, he will be promoted to D rank and will go somewhere far away in the countryside. At the Special Command headquarters of the second incident in Shinganam, a meeting was held with all the military. The question was raised as to why Shinganam was so paralyzed. This all happened due to the appearance of the constellations Sanggo-jeon and the King of Carnage. As far as they knew, this attack was different from the previous ones. The ground forces have already suffered significant damage. Also, during the assault, vultures are found and everyone really acts much more organized than before. Therefore, it is necessary to find out how they were able to unite, and the public opinion about them was also not the best. The old woman explained that everything could be clarified, and then, even though Shinganam had many enemies, if it fell, all of Seoul would fall too. Therefore, you need to think about what was really urgent and important. They decided to revise the defense strategy. Arcades, an S-rank hunter from the Olympus Guild, didn't mind, but they didn't like the position. Ko Jong-soo wondered what Olympus's position was. So far, they have not been monitoring the situation. If the Seoul Guild falls, they want to collect the crumbs and eat them. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild didn't want it to disband either, but it had been coming to that for a long time. Ko Jong-soo wondered if Arcades knew anything about the Golden Knight. The man revealed that the Golden Knight was using the Titan Spear, and it was the work of their Hephaestus, so they should know all the details. Arcades understood what they were talking about, but these so-called Titan Spears were made in large numbers and scattered all over the world, so it was difficult to track them. The Blue Dragon Guild head wondered if they had been investigating where all the deals had been finalized lately. They had several suspect cities. Ko Jong-soo offered to share this information because he really wants to find the Golden Knight and he will pay any amount he wants. Arcades understood that guilds should help each other, but the bigger the loot, the higher the reward. At the White Knight Guild, Shin Ah-yoon dealt with the reports. It was too much work for her not to scatter paper around the room. Shin So-mi watched her daughter's behavior, but even if she didn't want to, she can't go with Yu Sang-won. The student put her head on the table and asked what happened to Shinganam now. The girl knew that they were now trying to somehow cover all the holes. San-won was raked into the local self-defense forces so that he would just dig. Shin So-mi was surprised to hear this. She was glad he didn't have to get hurt then. Shin Ah-yoon wondered what happened, why she was so worried about him. The mother mentioned the elephants. Because if a baby elephant is put on a chain, it will not be able to break it even when it grows up. Yes, he was strong enough to be called an SS-rank devil worshipper, but he didn't care about this world and didn't want to do anything. He was alone and had no power. The girl wondered why he didn't care. When he was very young, he lost his family while running away from monsters. But even when he got to the shelter, the problems did not end. Shin So-mi saw many people who were abandoned and their lives were ignored. Such was the time before. But still, Yu Sang-won couldn't get angry at the world in such a way that they were lucky to a certain extent. Otherwise, they would now be facing an opponent so powerful that they had never seen before. Shin Ah-yoon was scared, because it would be really terrible. But she still does not think that it is normal to leave everything as it is. Shin Seo-mi was looking at Sang-won's photo. He was a modest person, so everything will be fine. The more she thinks about him, the more she understands it. Shin Ah-yoon suggested that maybe her mother likes Yu Sang-won. Shin So-mi jumped up from her seat. She denied her feelings. She was in his debt simply because of her daughter. The commander ordered to get out of the bus because tomorrow they are meeting here at the same time. The military rose from their cities. Everything was the same as when they served before this. Yu Sang-won was also there. When he woke up, he looked at his phone and read the news. All forces were directed to the defense. Yu Sang-won understood. Does it look like they were taken in a ring? It was very good. But he saw in the photo the director of the academy, Baek Ga-yeon. He didn't know why she was here, but he had no business getting into her business. 5 years ago, Baek Ga-yeon asked the employees to pay attention to the fact that they received a report about serious human rights violations in the treatment of the staff. She wanted to build a reliable legal system and cannot help but intervene and observe such. Therefore, she insists that all employees check their health. This was to improve the working environment. Accordingly, the person will collect suggestions for improving the situation. The workers were surprised because it was a newly appointed director. It was cool. Yu Sang-won was walking down the corridor and heard familiar voices. All the people were talking about usury. It looks like these people have found trillions of dollars in an educational institution. All funds must be invested in the investigation. It was Baek Ga-yeon's voice. She was against corruption and negligence. She wanted to raise a great staff, and then the whole guild would be better. If the guild improves, the efficiency will increase over time. The new director was very angry. She explained that in war, Supply and protection were far more important than the capability of an active army. Yu Sang-won was eavesdropping on the entire conversation. Thanks to her actions, part of the superiors resigned, and work became much easier. She was very intelligent but too direct, and society hates such people. Yu Sang-won stopped the taxi. He ordered to go to Shinganam, despite the fact that at that time there was a war there. He was even ready to pay in 2 bills. The driver agreed, but refused to enter the city. I wanted to close my eyes to it, but it didn't work out. The headmistress must stay alive until he arrives. Fierce battles took place in Shinganam on the southern front line. There were many explosions around, and they were being attacked by new types of humanoid monsters. The military kept their formation. They continued to shoot, but for some reason the monsters did not decrease. Magic stone bullets do not delay D rank and above, so from now on these monsters were a problem for hunters. Suddenly the pirate monster climbed onto the tank of the soldier and cut off his head with one blow with his saber. The soldier reported to the commander that the front line near the 3rd platoon had been breached, and there was no communication with the 2nd brigade. The 1st brigade used magic cartridges, but they were pushed back. The commander understood that it seemed that the chronology of the magic stones had reached its limit. Currently, there were thousands of D-rank monsters and above, including the A-rank Gurmak, and all of them were directly under Sangguo Zhong. His constellation is full of determination, but they will not back down. The commander did not give the order that their priority was to attack weak monsters. The military accepted this order. Tanks started shooting, and snipers shot all the monsters with their machine guns. There were several large explosions, and the monsters died in small cups. Mr. Gurmak observed this situation. He was told that people put up strong resistance. But Gurmak asked not to worry because this time the robbery is not headed by him. Everything went exactly according to their plan. The scouts learned that 3 large groups of monsters had split off from the glass mountain where the base of the Sangojian constellation was located. They divided into 4 groups, except for Gurmak. These were all the monsters of the Sangojong constellation. They had absolutely no intention of defending their base. You didn't know that when a constellation is cleansed, it is simply expelled from the earth, but they risk their lives. It was unclear what they were thinking. The scouts have new information about the S-rank monster. This is the Bohaku monster, and it was moving towards Suwon. It was the battalion commander. It was extremely dangerous. The scouts continued to relay information to the brigades that the S-rank monster was approaching them. Was even the apostle who guards the main sanctuary sent by the enemies? The military faced this for the first time. The guild heads are told that dealing with an S-rank is not easy, and Director Baek Ga-yeon will go to help. They needed another A-rank hunter. Shim Kong-hoon reminded them that they had suffered a lot of casualties in the last incident, so it was not that easy to do. Baek Ga-yeon understood that she would not change anything, so they urgently needed the help of the Olympus Guild. The military reported that the Seoul Guild did not respond to them. They did not know who could help them. Baek Ga-young sat down on the chair. She decided that they would go to Suwon and leave everyone else here to deal with the situation. The director of the academy was very angry. She considered the head arrogant. With such successes, they will never be able to win. The worker told the director that they were going straight to Suwon. The woman wanted to immediately grab a gun, activate the trailer's security, and leave. Yu Sang-won approached the military. He reported that he was an employee of the academy and he had one business with the director. But he said that she had just left. The guy could not contact her in any way. It was an emergency, but she wasn't answering her calls. It was urgent to convey it to him. The worker said that she had just left for Suwon because an S-rank monster from the constellation Sangojong had appeared there. Baek Ga-yeon put on her armor and prepared for the duel. She knew that this apostle used a Cortic, and she needed more information about his basic skills. The worker said that this apostle of the constellation Sangojong was responsible for the protection of the sanctuary, and little was known about him. He was a difficult opponent, and he also appeared out of nowhere. To begin with, we must mention the pirate class, because most likely he will have similar skills. The worker reassured Yu Sang-won. Although she officially had an S rank, she refused active training. She was confident in her abilities because she knew better than anyone what state she was in. They were afraid that she had a better chance of winning than the beasts. Rumors and constellations retreat when they realize that there is no stopping them. But something this time was strange. The director ordered the trailer door open so she could enter the battlefield. Baek Ga-yeon ran out of the trailer and saw her opponents, but a few seconds later an explosion occurred at the scene. Her opponent was Bohaku, the apostle of the constellation Sangojong. His head was like an octopus and he was dressed in pirate clothes. They were robbers who were blinded by wealth and attacked only the weak. Following the chivalric code, the Golden Knight was ready to punish him. The Golden Knight turned to his subordinates, asking them to make Bohaka feel the sword of justice. The knights were ready for a duel. Baek Ga-yeon was very surprised because she recognized the Golden Knight as a devil worshipper. Bohaku expected to meet him, and his expectations were met. He planned to capture everyone and keep the Golden Knight for himself. The awakened man saw that his opponent was no different from a criminal. Bohaku explained that the right to desire and loot gold remains with the strong. The Golden Knight decided to launch an attack, because such thoughts are the reason why innocent people were enveloped in grief. The awakened one took out his legendary weapon, but the opponent skillfully dodged his saber blows. After a few attacks, Bohaku realized that his opponent was quite good, but decided to engage his subordinates. The Golden Knight summoned his dragon Eldraine, ordering him to deal with the other monsters of the Sangojong constellation so they wouldn't get in the way. Eldraine was in the air. These monsters were large, so he expected a quick victory. The golden dragon gathered all his energy and began to use his fire breath, killing his opponents. The Golden Knight ordered all his knights to launch attacks on the other monsters. Sun Mule, Avalon, Crocbane, and Kolf skillfully fought off the opponents, making their master's work much easier. Bohaku's attacks became even faster, and that was the effective end. Awakened tried to block attacks and dodge them. Baek Ga-yeon recognized this familiar voice. She must have heard it somewhere. She watched this match. The Golden Knight jumped high into the air and used one of his skills. In the air, he readied his weapon to deliver a powerful blow as he fell. Landing on the ground was accompanied by a loud explosion, and after that, the Golden Knight delivered several more blows. Bohaku lost his advantages. The S-ranked monster asked for the help of his sea golems to save him first. He could not continue the fight because his weapon was broken. The Golden Knight saw that the monster was very strong and difficult to kill. It must have been because he had the body of a squid. Yu Sang-won mentioned that when cooking squid, one should aim at the vital point where all the nerves are concentrated. Bohaku was lying on the ground, but suddenly the awakened one struck right between his eyes. Yu Sang-won was a bit doubtful, but it really worked. Bohaku became even weaker and was at the limit of his strength. In any case, this was already the second hunt for an S-rank monster, so it made no sense for him to let go of what had already become his prey. Bohaku asked not to kill him because by killing him, the awakened one gets experience to level up, a magic stone, and even money. The damage from him alive was too great. The monster promised that if the awakened one did not kill him, he would compensate him for all this with money, and if he kills him right here, he will get only what he has now. Baek Ga-yeon saw the S-rank monster uttering words to save her life, but she didn't think that the Golden Knight, devil worshipper, was willing to accept this pathetic bribe. Yu Sang-won thought, he proposed to double this amount. If Bohaku gives him twice as much, he will let him live. The Golden Knight thought that was fair enough. Instead, during his lifetime, he would release him only after the deal was completed. The monster agreed to his words and swore by the name of their constellation, Sangojong. He ordered his subordinates to stop the duel. The Golden Knight offered to make a deal because he suspected that Bohaku might be trying to trick him in this way. Bohaku asked not to worry, because they would never break a promise sworn to their constellations. He wanted to leave the entire amount here so that the awakened one could count it all and take it away. There was an incredible amount of this money, a lot of gold and chests with precious stones. The monster admitted that in these piles of precious things he even took the preservation of his subordinates and hoped that this would be enough. Bohaku left all this mountain of gold and decided to go because the deal was fulfilled. The question arises, where did the monster get so much money? There is no need to count here, because it is clear that several million won will be here. But more importantly, why is everyone silent? The subordinates of the Golden Knight were unhappy with such an act, but could not do anything. Yu Sang-won felt like he was missing out. Maybe it was his selfishness, or maybe he was going crazy. Kolf explained that everything was fine, because they received this award after fighting with honor, so everything was fine. The Golden Knight saw that someone was hiding behind the trees and asked him to show his face. Baek Ga-yeon appeared. It was she who had to compete with the robbers first. She decided to formally introduce herself to the devil-worshipping knight. The knight knew the director of the academy. It was surprising to the woman that he knew her because she was quite famous. Baek Ga-yeon said that the money he received could not be used because it was stolen money, especially from banks that are protected by an anti-theft mechanism. In other words, this money was considered stolen, so it could not be used and it would not be possible to take it for yourself either. Yu Sang-won understood that it was all rubbish now and that this S-rank monster squid probably didn't want to deceive him. For a black market scavenger, it would be good material. He will have to be content with the magic stone he received. He ordered his dragon to burn all that gold. The golden dragon swallowed all the linden treasures with his fiery breath and burned them. Baek Ga-yeon saw that the Golden Knight was very interested in money. The director wanted to ask him to listen to her request. The knight immediately warned that he could not be hired, so it would not work. But unexpectedly, the woman named the Golden Knight's real name. Yu Sang-won didn't understand how she was able to find out about this, and why everyone he knew already knew who he was. Baek Ga-yeon herself didn't think that she would be able to find out about it like this, but his armor had magical protection on it, so she tried to reinforce it instead. The boy opened the window in front of him, and indeed no magical boosts were activated. It didn't seem to work. To be more specific, the director made one attempt. She was trying to give a hunter's offering boost, and this message appeared. It said if she would like to use it on Academy worker Yu Sang-won, so she was able to find out his true identity. The Golden Knight was worried, because if someone wanted to put a boost on him, then his identity would be revealed. The director explained that this was not the case, and reminded her of how she had imposed reinforcements on the workers as soon as she became director, which is when it happened. Because of this, she was able to tell that it was Yu Sang-won when she tried to impose a promotion. The guy wondered what she was going to do with it now. Baek Ga-yeon herself didn't know what to do, but she wanted to keep it a secret for now, because she knew his identity, and if he is hiding it, then there must be a good reason for it. The knight explained that he just didn't want any trouble. Baek Ga-yeon thought that he already had a lot of problems, but she can understand him. If his identity is revealed, he will have even bigger problems. Yu Sang-won was much relieved when he was told this. He picked up the phone and received a message that the squid was now heading to New Gangnam City. The director asked what he would do next, where he would go next. The knight decided to pick up all the magic stones and other usable items before they were gone. You shouldn't put too much hope in him, because those wealthy people from the canal will be able to figure it out themselves, and he already made a deal with Bahaku, so he can't. The Golden Knight was walking with his subordinates. He reminded that the director should not communicate often. It is also dangerous to drink and go back and forth from the outpost. Baek Ga-yeon was surprised because the knight knew where she came from. Maybe he also knew that she was going to compete with Bohaku, so he came just in case. The next morning, Yu Sang-won was already at home. He urgently needed to appear in the defense forces. He asked Akalon to bring him coffee. The Golem Knight reported that the host had an urgent matter. A guest came to him. The boy assumed that it could be the head of the White Knight Guild or his daughter. Akalon clarified that the guest is Miss Baek, Director Baek Ga-yeon. The boy looked into the guest room, and indeed saw Mrs. Peck there. Yu Sang-won asked why the subordinate didn't inform him about Miss Beck's arrival. She was not considered an enemy and arrived here 2 hours ago. So that the master could recover, Akalon did not interrupt his sleep. Baek Ga-yeon, seeing the boy awake, praised Akalon for making great coffee. The Golem Knight thanked the compliment given the level of his manner. He probably possessed a very sophisticated artificial intelligence. Yu Sang-won asked to stop talking. He did not understand why Mrs. Peck had come to him, probably not to drink coffee. He needed to be selected for the defense forces, so there was little time. He asked to proceed immediately to the matter. The principal explained that he didn't need to practice, and he could check his phone right away. A message appeared on the boy's phone that due to the situation in New Gangnam, his selection for the defense forces was rejected. The fighting continued all night, and they might have won, but their losses were heavy. Sang-won asked not to drag him into the battles, but the headmistress did it her way because it was necessary. In any case, she came to report a fair deal, given the situation. The boy did not understand what she wanted to ask, because the battle was already over, but he decided to listen to her. It was about SS-rank devil worshipper Pastor Lee, but the boy immediately refused. Sang-won understood that she would most likely ask to save the people captured by Pastor Lee, so he agreed to listen to her offer. Baek Ga-young asked to listen to the end. He didn't need to be so quick to answer. The knight knew that there were too many things in the world that could not be returned. The director was ready to pay a large sum, but she was still refused. The boy did not understand why she was trying to save everyone. From his point of view, it was none of the principal's business. Even if she saved them, the prices for treatment were too high. This will place a heavy burden on their families. Therefore, good intentions do not always turn into good for others. Yu Sang-won asked not to waste time on idle talk. She had better have breakfast before she left. At least he can offer her food for free. The director said that Bohak, who went to Suwon, returned to New Gangnam. The siege began on the rear lines of the front, and the defense forces were on the verge of collapse. The Olympus and Blue Dragon guilds intervened in the battle. The shelter was also attacked. About 1,500 people were kidnapped because of their ties to the King of Carnage. The monsters looted the deposits and the VIP vault, and then set fire to the buildings. Yu Sang-won remembered how he had once been extremely happy after he first left the shelter and received his first 600,000 won. Then he realized that he had been underpaid. Even in the academy, the salary barely reached the minimum level. Therefore, everyone sought to join the constellations because honesty reigned there. Baek Ga-yeon disagreed with him. She believed that it was the constellations that moved the world. Yu Sang-won slammed his fist on the table. He couldn't believe that when people die somewhere on the planet, some people only think about their own profit. Even if the whole world falls, the most important thing for a person is how he feels. When Sang-won was young, he was starving and rummaging through garbage cans to find something to eat. Therefore, someone who has not experienced something like this has no right to talk about the destruction of the world. Maybe he was too harsh, but it got to him. The director believed that the Golden Night constellation had strange beliefs. How could they surround themselves with such a gloomy person? But in fact, he did not have any constellation. Baek Ga-yeon wondered what kind of power he possessed. Yu Sang-won himself did not know. He only understood that God or whoever had given him this power had made a serious mistake. The headmistress asked if he planned to do anything with this power, but the boy wanted nothing to do with it. He only wanted to reach a level of strength where no one could touch him, and then return to his peaceful life on the farm. Baek Ga-yeon was surprised that a boy with such a powerful power would have such a strange purpose. The awakened one knew that even if he had a constellation, his purpose would remain the same. He never wanted to be a hunter. The woman believed that this was also not bad, because then people would not learn about the existence of a coward who only knew how to run away. Yu Sang-won didn't like this conversation at all, so he decided to go first. But the director offered him another deal and asked him to listen to it. The boy was not interested, but still decided to listen because he still hadn't left. Baek Ga-yeon asked him to receive the Grand Master's inheritance instead of her. She thought it would be useful for him, as the Grand Master was one of those who thought only of his own preservation. The guy did not expect such an offer at all. He couldn't believe that he could inherit the Grand Master. Ko Jong-soo heard that the head of the Judicial Council did decide to voluntarily leave his post. It was long past time to do this, because the two greatest guilds left him. Arcades asked if Woosan planned to go to New Gangnam, but the guy couldn't do it because he had a contract. They decided a long time ago to bring this infringement case to court. Shim Kang-hoon was still an S-rank hunter, so he would most likely agree to go anywhere. He was already trained. They also mentioned Shin Ah-yoon. She used to be a B rank for several years, but now suddenly became an A rank. Arcade suggested that she had most likely obtained a legendary skill book. Its price was several million won, and she was considered an S-rank pseudo-hunter. Everyone must be nervous right now because she is the 11th S-rank candidate. Woo-sang reminded Shin Ah-yoon of the offer he made earlier, The girl has said several times that she is going to stay in Korea and work together with her mother. Woo-san asked him to think carefully, because the future S rank should not rot in this place and should go deeper. But it was necessary to take into account that even in this city, there are SS rank people. Therefore, if the Olympus Guild can at least overcome these two monsters, they will join them. Woo-san believed that they should not wait for her, and if she came up with something, let her contact him. Shin Ah-yoon was advised to join Olympus because it was one of the biggest guilds, but she didn't like it because they were all arrogant, and there wasn't the same level as her teacher. A friend asked who her teacher was and why they didn't know anything about him, and Yoon was worried because she had inadvertently said something she shouldn't have said. She explained that he was just a person from the C-level guild, and she suddenly remembered him. A friend suggested that we think again about Olymp's offer because it was quite profitable. Shin So-mi was in the White Knight Guild along with Yu Sang-won. He said that he became Baek-ga-yeon's disciple. The boy just had to worry about the key to the chest, which is in the master's legacy. It should be given to someone who really deserves it. Sang-won wondered what would happen if he gave that key to that person. He must pay the appropriate price, such as problems with leveling up, obtaining items, conflicts with other actions and groups. If he listens to the headmaster's request, she will add them to her student list. If Yu Sang-won became her student, then Baek-ga-yeon should be able to control any information about him. Now he can calmly raise his level. But the boy was afraid that because of this, he could attract a lot of unnecessary attention. But after all, he was also a student, so he will not be involved in anything, even if he shows his skills above average. The boy wanted to create a team of 4 people under the leadership of the guild: Ah-yeon, Dan, and Win. He asked if Shin So-mi had healing skills. Shin So-mi had allocated her remaining points to upgrade her medical equipment and first aid skills, and she had already applied to become the group's healer. Yu Sang-won was pleased because she was also able to predict the future, so that she had a complete healing kit just in case. You could rely on her. Shin So-mi blushed and was embarrassed, but said that there was nothing to be surprised about because anyone could have predicted such a thing. In the underground city of Quezon, there was an unexpected large influx of prisoners of war and people. It was explained to Pastor Lee that this was because of the recent incident in Gangnam. The man known as the Golden Knight, the devil worshipper who killed Leghorn, caused a ruckus there, and soon after, Sang Guo-jung's forces attacked. So now there is still turmoil. Pastor Lee smiled that it looks like these people came here to sell captives. That was not bad. The man asked what happened to the Chinese buyers. The negotiations failed with everyone, including the Qin Constellation Emperor, King Pei Yang, and the Chinese Communist Party. Emperor Qin and King Pei Yang rejected negotiations due to moral issues. The Chinese party said it would not negotiate anything other than hired support. The Chinese will give them money if they provide support. It was funny because they were actually offering to be their dogs. Their numbers increased due to the scavengers that brought the Archdemon Beast and the Carnage King. They will have to take action. They will compete and rob. But there was a problem, because the Golden Knight can also come into play. He even had a dragon and was SS ranked. Pastor Lee asked not to speak anymore because the driver must drive the car in silence. Adults had to deal with everything themselves. People from the team met in the White Knight Guild. It was an unpleasant moment, and everyone was silent. They needed to introduce themselves first, but Ah-yoon already knew the director, and Shin So-mi did not know each other. The director knew her, but they never crossed paths. Therefore, they introduced themselves and got to know each other. Well, if they had the same goal of a C-rank dungeon, they had to come up with a plan. Shin Ah-yoon suggested going to the B-rank dungeon right away. Yu Sang-won was surprised because they only met today and going to B-rank right now was very risky. Baek-ga-yeon thought that they didn't have to spend time in C-rank if she was here. The director inquired about Shin So-mi's experience in dungeons. The White Knight Guild head said that she had been there once, but only for the A-rank promotion exam. If you count B-rank dungeons, Baek-ga-yeon has been in them more than 300 times. If the White Knight Guild quickly clears the B-rank dungeon, it might raise suspicions. But if she is with them, then such things are not even to be thought about. If you go to such a dungeon with an S-rank hunter, then the difference will be huge. Going to B-rank dungeons, according to others, was risky because the guild only had C-rank. Baek-ga-yeon had already informed the association that she would quit her post to question the student. so there should be no problem. The guy asked where they were planning to go. They could go there right now. She was ready for such a step. Yu Sang-won offered to leave now if they don't mind. The director was satisfied. She liked that he was curious. Shin Ah-yoon was also ready to go right now. The guild leader will also go with them. She needed to gain experience. The whole team gathered. If they were all ready, they immediately set off. The entire team was in place, so they had to check their potions and gear. Yu Sang-won did not know how the director managed to be such a good commander. Baek Ha-yeon said that the dungeon exit was a little further away, so they could prepare here. The boy checked to see if there were any monsters on the ground. There were traces after the loss of the constellation, but they could not interfere with them in any way. There is no need to be scared ahead of time. The headmistress knew that the Golden Knight could handle it. He led people behind him because they did not know a healthy person to the dungeon. Finally, they were able to find the dungeon. It was B-ranked, so it looked pretty scary. This was just the beginning, so they had to prepare. But looking behind him, the Golden Knight did not see his teammates. They gradually disappeared. Baek Ga-yeon said that now he will have to go alone, because a hunter must be able to follow the unknown and navigate in crisis situations. Yu Sang-won tried to understand what was going on, but suddenly his partners disappeared completely, and he was left completely alone. Shin So-mi was worried about the awakened one. She asked if the principal was sure everything would be fine. Baek Ga-yeon revealed that being a hunter means that one day he will have to put his life on the line. This training is necessary for him if he is going to continue to live without any problems. The guild head had heard that B-rank dungeons required not only combat power, but also experience and mind control. The headmistress confirmed that this was true, so he would have to fight his way through it all more on his own. But the Golden Knight was not sad. He decided to call his night squad to help. But he was given an error because of the size of this city. He could not summon subordinates here. The Golden Knight beat his head against a tree because that would make him go mad. He did not understand what kind of terrain it was. He looked through his book, but there was no information. He mentioned that Baek Ga-yeon and this dungeon followed, and where she is going this time, the Apostle of the Great White Swan is located. It was a very cunning monster. But Yu Sang-won was happy, because at least he will be able to learn something that way. Even his allies should not be lulled into a false sense of security. The boy had an idea. If he settles here, he won't have to get out of here. He still wanted to move to the village, so if he couldn't get out of here, it would be better. The Golden Knight broke a tree with a weapon, collected the necessary materials, and began to build a house for himself. The house turned out to be easier than he thought, but it looked a little fragile because it was made without drying the wood. Yu Sang-won put the carnage ring on his hand. He didn't know if it would work to summon the shop here because he couldn't summon his knights here, and when he put it on, a bench of slaughter appeared before him. Still, it worked. The seller greeted the customer. They have not seen each other for a long time. She asked what she could do to help. The awakened one did not know if he would succeed, but he wanted to buy a blanket or something else. Things for the trip and traps. Foxy the seller had it in stock. She suggested things and he could choose whatever he wanted. Yu Sang-won calmly bought all the things he needed and then went to sleep. A three-headed bird appeared. It was a B-rank dungeon monster. The heads of the three-headed bird could talk to each other. They hadn't seen him here before, and he didn't smell like white. Awakening did nothing at all, so they decided to give him a nightmare. That's when he would be able to feel the pain. They flew closer to the boy. Meanwhile, the Golden Knight was still sleeping sweetly and paid no attention to anything. The three-headed bird saw the golden armor and thought it was very strange. A man shouldn't react like that when he's alone in a dungeon. This act was arrogant because he built a house on their territory. The boy, through a dream, asked the monsters to shut up and not disturb his sleep. He turned to the other side. The monsters couldn't stand it. They wanted to give him a nightmare. They wanted to catch him and force him to suffer. The three-headed monster gathered the energy of its paws. This energy began to surround the boy's house and destroy it. The bird wanted the man to writhe in pain, and suddenly everywhere Yu Sang-won's sleep opened his eyes, but he did not see his house in front of him. He did not understand where he was. It was like an amusement park where people were relaxing. Little Yu Sang-won was happy with his parents. He asked his father to buy him cotton candy. The man patted his son on the head. He agreed and asked him to stay with his mother. The grown-up Yu Sang-won could not watch this situation. He tried to stop his father because he knew how it could end. He asked his father to run away from there because it was dangerous, but after a few seconds, what he was so afraid of happened. The man was already dead. Father was killed by a monster. Yu Sang-won tried to hide. His mother took his hand and they ran away, looking for a safe place. But the monster was stronger. He hit the boy's mother right in the back with his sharp tentacles. She was seriously injured but could speak. Mother and son lay on the asphalt and pretended to be dead until the monster passed through them and did not notice. The woman put her hands on her son's head. She asked him to survive because he must be strong. The grown-up Yu Sang-won watched this. This is how his parents died. Thanks to them, he was able to survive this day and became who he is today. Awakened, he began to feel that hostile energy was appearing around him. He woke up very frightened and saw the enemy in his window. He went outside and looked at the monster bird. It seems that she was able to avoid the traps because she knew how to fly. The Golden Knight understood that the only way out was to fight. Therefore, in the spirit of chivalry, he wanted to meet with the Seeker of Evil. But the monster did not want to fight at all. The bird refused the duel because it did not want to compete with the strongest. She was here to wish him the best and ask him to leave. The awakened one already wanted to fight but stopped after hearing that. The beast explained that it had no place in this dungeon. It turned hope and happiness into despair. He had a pure heart, but he was not one who sought happiness. Therefore, he could go. Yu Sang-won didn't understand why he had to go. He won't compete unless a monster does. He will just stay here and be comfortable. The birds explained that life is painful, but it is also beautiful. Instead of beauty comes the pain of falling, hope, and despair. The birds were talking at the same time, so it was difficult for the boy to understand their advice. He asked that only one head speak. The beast apologized. In any case, he wasn't doing any of them any good by being here. It was neither a refuge nor a sanctuary. The awakened one said that the city where he lived before this was not imagined as a refuge either, and it was a world of venal hunters and selfish people. The boy was very comfortable here. Also, if this monster is the only one walking around here, doesn't that mean there aren't any other monsters here? The monster confirmed it. Usually the monsters are quiet during the day and then come back here at night to haunt his dreams. The bird felt that Yu Sang-won was on the verge of despair inside. Therefore, she could not cause pain. Such was the world. This is the world. According to a high-level hunter, do they even need to protect this dungeon in the future? Because if the world is filled with even more whites, there is no point in their existence. But the monster admitted that if the awakened one left here, it would be much easier for them. The bird flew up and ordered to leave here. Something incomprehensible was happening. Energy began to gather around the bird, which was supposed to explode very soon. The Golden Knight readied himself and drew his weapon. The monster believed that he came here in search of his paradise, but he must protect his world and love it. When he is filled with happiness and hope, they will return here again. The bird asked to come back when his heart is filled with happiness. Suddenly, gold began to fall from the sky near Yu Sang-won. It was a reward for completing a B-rank dungeon. The monster self-destructed on its own. He could return to the real world. It was too simple for an awakened one. Baek-ga-yeon wondered how he managed to break through the B-rank dungeon so easily. The director was sure that it was not easy for him, because in this dungeon there is the King of Pain himself, the Apostle of the White Swan. But Yu Sang-won did not give details. Shin So-mi brought lunch. Her daughter was very hungry. Baek-ga-yeon thought the student was arrogant because he was hiding a secret from the commander. For the report, they decided to say that they defended the dungeon together. But Yu Sang-won had to remember what was problematic about the dungeon. Shin Ah-yoon asked the commander if they could make some changes to the report, and Yun asked not to include her at all or to make her incapacitated in battle. She didn't want everyone to know that she had passed the B-rank dungeon without a problem, because then there will be suspicions that she was able to raise her rank so quickly. The principal thought she could fulfill her request. Baek-ga-yeon wanted to leave the report as it was, and she would try to find the next dungeon in a week. The guy was a little surprised. The headmistress explained that even if she was helping him, she still didn't want him to clear the dungeon so quickly, because then she would arouse a lot of suspicion. Shin Ah-yoon wondered what the boy would be doing this week. He wanted to buy a mountain and build his house there. Baek Ga-yeon agreed that having a city to call home was a very good idea. She will look at different options. Yu Sang-won thanked. He shouldn't have shown any signs of becoming a hunter. The head of the White Knight Guild and her daughter had to return home soon, because her mother had business in the guild. And the director had to return to the academy. The team got into the trailer and headed back home. Baek Ga-yeon wondered if the awakened man had already found a place where he wanted to live. He was still thinking about it. When he was in the dungeon, the director analyzed his actions and had to make a prediction. However, what harm can those who follow the Golden Knight's footsteps towards the White Knight Guild or the academy do? And the woman said that so far things were not going very well. Escaping is good, but the problems he created must be addressed. Starting with Ko Seo-jung, then the case of S-rank devil worshipper Jung Min-soo, the attack on Seoul by SS-rank devil worshipper Pastor Lee, and then the case of New Kanam. The scale of the damage was too great, and with such a long tail of problems he was bound to be caught. In addition, a Titan will quickly come at him with this spear, and they will find out that he went to the armory, because the risk that they would even realize that he was a Golden Devil Knight was too great. Yu Sang-won was too carefree. He woke up and looked at his phone. He recognized the guild leader Shin So-mi from the photo, but somehow the Blue Dragon and Olympus came to their guild. Shin So-mi was in the White Knight. She asked her worker what had happened and who the Blue Dragon and Olympus were. It was Chief John Soo and an A-rank hunter. He wanted to talk to her in person. S-rank and A-rank hunter. If she was right, it was about the Golden Knight. She ordered the employee to hand over so that they would wait a little longer, but it was not necessary. The hunters of the two guilds were very hasty. They were sure they didn't want this to drag on too long so they could talk quickly. Shin So-mi wondered what brought them to their unremarkable guild. The head of the Blue Dragon and Olympus guilds wanted to see an E-rank hunter named Yu Sang-won, but he was a student of the academy director, so she couldn't reveal the information. The guild heads were aware of this and had seen the association's report on the dungeons. Shin Seo-mi had already revealed everything she knew and even filmed the interrogation and provided it. Based on what they have learned from the Olympus Guild and the events that have transpired, they have reason to believe that the White Knight Guild is working with the Golden Devil Knight. Ko Jung-soo grabbed the head of the White Knight Guild by the shoulders and questioned whether Yu Sang-won was really the Golden Knight. Shin So-mi said she didn't know anything. The hunters didn't think they would be able to admit it so quickly. The woman slapped Ko Jung-soo's arm. Whether it is recognized or not is of no particular importance. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild offered to rephrase the question and inquired about their relationship with Yu Sang-won. Shin So-mi only had a working relationship with him. They give him help when he needs it, and he accepts it. They will not be able to budge until there is strong evidence. Ko Jung-soo recalled that the Golden Knight was responsible for the first incident in New Gangnam. Therefore, if she does not tell them the truth, she will be punished along with him. It was a warning, because the oil tycoons are more focused on finding the culprit than on rebuilding the city. Although the losses are huge, because during the incident, their money was at risk. They have been at war with each other since the wall was built, but if one of them catches the culprit, their rating will increase. Therefore, it is enough to call those who fought during the first wave a hero. They just needed a thief. They tried to get rid of the people who, after the circumstances, were involved in the incident and opposed the big three guilds. Hunters and associations are political arenas. But Shin So-mi believed that if they didn't cooperate, they would bury them here. Ko Jung-soo tried to make it clear that he was choosing the right side, and he didn't promise that he would be soft. Purple energy began to appear around the Blue Dragon's head. The head of the White Knight Guild did not expect this and moved on. The hunters directed this energy at Shin So-mi, because as the leader, she has to make quick decisions. She could not move with the help of magic, so maybe this way she can tell them the truth. The woman tried to move, but it was unsuccessful. She urgently needed to tell Yu Sang-won to stay away. Now, this magic not only restrained Shin So-mi, but also struck her body. She was not sure that she was doing the right thing, and fell to the floor from weakness. Suddenly there was an explosion in the room. It was the Golden Knight who broke through the wall and entered the White Knight Guild. This time he was not at all like himself, and acted quite violently. The hunters were surprised when they saw the devil-worshipping golden knight in front of them. The knight walked up to Shin So-mi and took her body, a weak body, in his arms. The hunters tried to attack, but he did not want to interfere in the duel. They continued to chase the golden knight and tried to catch him. He could no longer match. Yu Sang-won summoned his assistants and ordered Shin So-mi to be taken to safety. It was extremely important. Meanwhile, the heads of the guilds gathered their team of the strongest hunters. They were obliged to catch the devil worshipper. There were investigators and snipers all over the city looking for the golden knight. Not even a serial killer could get as far as he did. The knight was hiding between the houses, but Ko Jong-soo found him here too. He said age was no less to blame than the serial killer, and now he was even able to reveal the true identity of the golden knight. His name was Yu Sang-won. Now, the head of the Blue Dragon Guild knew everything. All this happened because of the cursed Titan spear, and they were able to track him down. The Golden Knight just wanted to keep everything a secret so that he and the White Knight Guild would be left alone. And he didn't start all this. He just couldn't sit back and watch evil people think everything was going according to plan. But today, they came to him with an offer. The Golden Knight does not know what is being offered to him, but he refuses anyway. A wolf will not bend under a dog. The people from the Olympus Guild looked at each other, because for a person who wants to live quietly, he had too sharp a tongue. Suddenly, Yu Sang-won's golden armor began to disappear. He wanted to live, not because he was afraid of them, but because he didn't need trouble from people like them. Ko Jong-soo was angered by these words. He was outraged that the Golden Knight called him a dog and offended that he did not negotiate with him. And now he orders to seize him because the knight has angered him. In this case, the compensation was much larger than expected. The stakes have been raised, and now Ko Jong-soo will finally be able to reach the SS rank. His troops, which he gathered, turned to the head of the guild through a call on the earpiece. They were all ready for a duel. Prepared soldiers started on the pole. All forces were ordered to arrest the Golden Devil Knight and allowed to kill. The head of the guild, Olympus, ordered his soldiers to go forward. The Golden Knight tried to counter, but suddenly one of the mages sent a powerful force at the opponent, and Yu Sang-won deflected away from it. The knight tried to run to buy time, but Ko Seo-jung ordered to continue. Several high-ranking hunters immediately pounced on the Golden Knight. He was surrounded on all sides. The knight concentrated the energy around him and then released it around. Opponents fell from a powerful force wave. Suddenly, snipers appeared from the other side and started shooting bullets at the armor of the Golden King. It didn't hurt him, but there were too many enemies. He did not have time to dodge all the attacks and control the situation. He urgently needed to buy some time. Yu Sang-won decided to hide. He jumped up, broke a window in the building and made his way inside. A warning appeared in front of the knight that his balance and self-healing remained at 92% of his strength. He could hold on for now, but eventually the energy would run out and he could be killed. Therefore, the only way out was to call his assistants. The bystanders were ready to carry out orders. The guys said they would probably set up a defensive line around that side and then start striking. As soon as the attack begins, he will counterattack and try to break through the defense. With their eyes focused on the Golden Knight, the flankers should hit the flank. The knights thought it was a good plan. The guy developed very quickly during the war. Yu Sang-won wasn't sure he wanted to develop this way, but they had to try. The building began to be hit. Several explosions rang out. Everything happened as the knight assumed. Yu Sang-won, confident in his abilities, moved to the other end of the building during this time. The opponent saw that the Golden Knight was going the other way, but did not try to stop him. He was stronger and faster. He hit the hunters with his weapon. Ko Jong-soo ordered him to be stopped as he was now trying to break through the encirclement. Crocbane used his sense of smell. Everything was confirmed as expected. Their opponents were approaching. The Golden Knight released his dragon. He flew high into the air and appeared before all the hunters. The head of the guild, Olymp, ordered to aim at the dragon. The warriors obeyed, took their bows and began shooting magic arrows. It was part of Yu Sang-won's plan. He ordered Eldraine to cast the protective magic as brightly as possible for all to see. The golden dragon obeyed his master. A protective sphere began to form around him which glowed very brightly and accumulated magic. The head of the guild, Olympus, ordered to shoot both the dragon and its master at once. The Golden Knight's plan was going exactly as planned, so he could begin. The head of the guild wondered if there was no way to deal with the dragon. He was somewhere around S rank now, but they had to deal with them. Yu Sang-won was observing the situation through a scout. All people gathered in one place. He took the sword in his hands and prepared himself. The knight raised his sword and said, "If a mountain stands in his way, he will cut it down. If the river gets in his way, he will cut it too, and his way to unify the world is—" Suddenly the knight's speech broke. Loudspeakers ordered both sides to stop the fight immediately. Aircraft flew over the city. Loudspeaker issued an order to the Blue Dragon Guild and the Olympus Guild that they should immediately cease their attacks and retreat. Legal and administrative sanctions were expected for the execution of the order. Why did it happen now? The Golden Knight decided to retreat as well. He did not tell his subordinates to stop fighting. The head of the Olympus Guild did not understand why he was being protected, because the Golden Knight was a devil worshipper. Administrative action meant that both the government and the association were involved. The Golden Knight was running. They saw it. Their guild must pursue him in order not to lose track. Ko Jung-soo agreed to this. He invited the Olympus Guild to follow him, and they would follow. As if out of nowhere, Baek Ga-yeon appeared. She wrote that it was not necessary. They will lose valuable people in a futile pursuit. The heads of the guild suspected that she had a hand in this incident. No one but her could act so quickly, and they should talk to the association. Important people gathered in the Hunters Association. A lot of strange things have been happening lately. The military already knew about it. They wanted to draw attention to the fact that this collection should be held as soon as possible. Shim Kang-hoon wondered if anyone had found out about the Golden Knight's true identity. The headmistress remembered Yu Sang-won's scared face when he found out that Shin So-mi was in danger. He urgently needed to get into the White Knight Guild. Baek Ga-yeon stopped him. She only had to think about what to tell people when they asked about him. The risk of identity disclosure was too great. Yu Sang-won decided that if they already knew everything, then he had nothing left to hide. He planned to leave Korea when everyone found out who he was. The head of the Olympus Guild came out to say that they were able to trace the sale of the Titan Spear back to him, only to be thwarted by the White Knight Guild. The commander said that the guilds had been given too much autonomy and would have to pass a law to control them. Shim Kang-hoon reminded them that this was not what they were all gathered for today, so they would leave the topic of autonomy for next time. A detailed profile of the Golden Knight was presented. It was Golden Knight devil worshipper Yu Sang-won. His age was 32 years old and he was currently single. He didn't have any special story. He grew up in an asylum and got a job at an academy. Ko Jung-soo revealed that they would never know when he managed to wake up because they didn't have the whole story. He asked Baek Ga-yeon to fill in all the blanks. The headmistress looked confident and asked what they wanted to start. His level was 45 and he had a knight class. All 4 of his stats were SS, and his armor had legendary status. He could summon 4 knights and a dragon, and had a wide range of skills. These characteristics surpassed those of the great apostle of the Holy Throne. There were suspicions that he was not just an ordinary person. Baek Ga-yeon also revealed that it was even more surprising that he did not belong to any constellation. This meant that he could choose any constellation to worship. The commander-in-chief could not understand how one could be a knight without a constellation. He was not sure of the reliability of all the information. Baek Ga-yeon was surprised that she was not believed. What was important was not that such a person existed, but the question of why this guy was operating from the shadows, doing such great things. The director would not even know about his existence if it were not for the events in which he participated. They knew that joining the guild seemed like a glamorous and beautiful life, but there were fierce battles and political battles waiting for them. Guild head Olympus noted that he could stay away from the duels altogether, but he still did his best to level up and prepare for them. It would be even more surprising if he avoided duels. The incident with Bei's head caused the most concern. It was an accident for Yu Sang-won, and he was just trying to protect himself. Shin Ah-yoon jumped up and asked what they were talking about. Baek Ga-yeon had information that Chairman Bai had awakened the sleeping lion, and when Shim Kang-hoon fought him, it turned out that he was involved in his illegal hobby, which is his private prison. They should have taken appropriate legal action. Yu Sang-won is not going to become a hunter. He just wants the power to protect himself. The consequences are quite deplorable. He is an ordinary person without a constellation. He suddenly became a being who can rule the world. What could happen if he revealed his identity? He would have to leave his native home. The military noticed that the White Knight Guild was trying to hide him illegally. The head of the guild and her daughter were involved in this, so this is now a problem for them. Shim Kang-hoon confirmed this. Because if the head of the guild is involved in this, then this problem affects the entire guild. They will have to call a meeting of the association leaders, including the guild leaders, and make a decision. You can't do without an arrest warrant. Ko Jong-soo understood that the ministry and the association would somehow try to make this boy a guild hunter. It is better to get rid of him than to leave it to another guild. Yu Sang-won was in the underground city of Kimgonstan. It wasn't as bad as he might have thought. Shin So-mi was with him. There was a lot of casualties, but the city was still well guarded compared to Kazan City. The guild leader asked if the Awakened One knew that Pastor Lee was leading them. Sang-won didn't know why she decided to bring him right here. Suddenly, local strangers began to approach them on the street. Shin So-mi said it was their lair. Awakened, he put his hand on his head in irritation. Locals were unhappy with such a gesture. They decided to stop and examine San-won. It was understood that it was an SS-rank golden devil-worshipping knight. The men looked at their phones and consulted photos from the internet. It was indeed a golden knight, and they didn't get into trouble a bit. The locals fell to the floor and started apologizing because they had misunderstood them. They promised that they would leave quickly now and not disturb. Yu Sang-won was now a real star. For some reason, everyone here was nice to Shin So-mi, making her feel stupid. The guy asked what was at her expense. It seems to everyone that the White Knight Guild is in cahoots with the Golden Knight. Shin So-mi reminded him that he should take responsibility. The guild leader was talking very strangely, trying to flirt. The guild head pushed him lightly. Each time he made sure how much his daughter resembled her mother. Shin So-mi believed that Yu Sang-won would come to help, but she didn't think he would do it so stupidly. Yu Sang-won explained that because she trusted him, he decided to reciprocate. He didn't like to think about it, but they had to come up with a plan. Shin So-mi said that each side should play to their advantage. Therefore, the Kanama authorities will try to demand compensation for the damage. Chairman B's case must eventually reach the judicial authorities, and people with great authority were involved there. Most likely, they will just pretend to name him and shift the blame to others. But sooner or later, Yu Sang-won will have to make a choice. Join the association or join the guild, or remain a devil worshipper, no matter what. His goal remained the same, to continue living his life without meddling in anyone's business. But after working with the Blue Dragon Guild, he realized that it was difficult to fight against the power of several people. After all, it takes an organization like this to fight a guild. Shin So-mi seems to have understood that the Awakened One is hinting at creating her own guild. But the boy denied it. He wanted to summon even more nearby knights and use up all the reward points he had left. Shin So-mi was surprised that he had the ability to summon knights. It was the first time she heard about it. Akalon, Crocbane, and the others were S-rank knights. But for some reason, there was no uniformity. Every time something new happened. All the same, the woman believed that this was nothing more than an excess of personal power. Now it was important with whom he decided to unite. Yu Sang-won didn't want to be part of the guild, but he also didn't want to do government work. Therefore, they will have to work with the association. The Awakened One just had an idea. He decided to contact the director of the Hunters Association. Hunters and the head of the guilds were in the Hunters Association. Because Baek-ga-yeon delivered an important message from the golden-headed king, and everyone had to listen to it. People were unhappy. Being in an association, going to dungeons, but not responding to summons was the same as being an autonomous guild. And the 1 billion fee was ridiculous. The headmistress knew that, but didn't that mean they couldn't get the Golden Knight to work for them? And also worthy of the name of the association with the rank of SS. They must think rationally. Was 1 trillion so much for them? Because 4 S-class knights and a dragon, it was more profitable to invest 1 trillion in it. People from the government thought that the Golden Knight was taking on too much. It's just ridiculous. One service can't cost that much. They explained to the director that the government cannot give such a large amount of money. Baek-ga-yeon reminded of the risk that some other country could buy it for $1 trillion. Possession of it will be in the national interest. If they want, they can take money from the defense budget or the police budget. If they considered it a weapon, then they cannot imagine a battle like that. And if they are thinking about an anti-tank missile worth 100 million, then this is a good deal for the price and quality. The difference was that the weapon could go to the enemy's country at will, so of course it was better to keep it on your side. The head of the government asked what he intends to spend on $1 trillion. Is he not going to do anything illegal? Baek Ga-yeon assured them that they cannot worry because she can guarantee that all funds will be used rationally. If they give a positive answer, then he will join. Yoo Sang-won was with Shin So-mi in the apartment. They drank wine and had dinner together. The drink had a soft and pleasant smell. The head of the guild noticed that the drink was different from the wine they had tasted before. But the man was tasting wine for the first time, so he didn't even know. He had never been in a place like this before. Shin So-mi was surprised. He had never been to such a city in his entire adult conscious life. Not even with his girlfriend? Awakened admitted that he was too busy with work. So he never thought about a relationship. He never had a girlfriend. Shin Ah-yoon smiled. She was glad to be his first girlfriend. You. Sang-won also smiled. He was a little excited because they hadn't discussed the topic of a relationship before. Suddenly, the boy's phone rang. Principal Peck called him to tell him what had happened. He asked if everything went smoothly. Baek Ga-yeon assured that it could not be otherwise because she is a professional in her field. They agreed to his proposal. In any case, it will be beneficial for his reputation. The director had to seal the contract, and he could meet with her in person. Yoo Sang-won agreed to do it tomorrow and hung up. He let Shin So-mi know that everything worked out and it was a good first step. The boy asked to be told when the guild leader finished eating, then they would move on. He will need to recharge his energy before tomorrow's trip. Awakened checked that he had 2 skill points he had accumulated. And there were 2 options for the reward for saving the leader of your guild. This time, Yoo Sang-won wanted to call the king. He decided that he should have his own team while he was fighting the Blue Dragon. The Golden Knight laid out his team of knights. He wanted to consult with them so that they would not give him several recommendations. Avalon believed that the Galactic Knights would suit the master, because with a craft sword knight and support drones, he will be well covered. Kolf suggested paying attention to the serial model, because she would not have an automatic health recovery system. Abyssal Knights are the best because they are always ready to fight. Seong Myol believed that it was the same with the Celestial Knights. She believed that Heaven's power, rather than the ominous power of the Abyss, was a better match for his golden armor. Crockbane believed that it was best to have knights who could break everything around and eat a lot. Each of the knights tried to offer something different. Yoo Sang-won wondered if there was an organization that had a little more variety, such as intelligence or assassination. But even for this proposal, the neighboring knights offered their class of knights. Awakened, he understood everything. He received different SS-rank knights every time. Kolf revealed that this was because the master had a skill called Wanji. Yoo Sang-won opened the window of his legendary skill. It gives a charisma modifier and boosts any king or emperor-related skills it has. This explained why the King's Guard and other similar mob organizations took to the streets. It was good because they are basically elite and will do the job well. But even this did not suit the Golden Knight. He didn't need powers that could do more. It didn't matter, because the skills of subordinates are very valuable in their own right. The Awakened One remembered that he had a skill. Blood Keepers of the Leaf Elemental Knight of Silent Forest Blade, and Heavenly Sword Army of the Devastation Knight. These skills both required the leader, EX, skill. Therefore, he will have to learn one skill and then choose between the 2. He thought he was choosing the Heavenly Swordsman. He had to agree to the operation of using 2 skills, and the operation was successful. Yoo Sang-won went through all the specs, but somehow nothing worked. Seong Myul guessed that it happens when he supplies him with magic. In any case, the troops were expensive, and he thinks the export price was also expensive. His health is now 1,806 SS rank. Yoo Sang-won looked at all the prices again. It was too expensive for him. Shin So-mi didn't understand what the matter was, but it seemed that things were not good. The Awakened didn't think there was really anything wrong with it, but the knights were a separate purchase. The guildmaster felt that trying to put together an army with 2 skills shouldn't be a problem. It was amazing that it was so easy and so difficult at the same time. Yoo Sang-won decided to write about 2 awards. But first you need to call one of the soldiers of the Heavenly Sword Army, support. For an awakened person, it was better to look at everything closely, analyze, and decide. He summoned one elite Heavenly Sword soldier. The knight was dressed in silver armor. He answered his challenge and knelt on the ground. He was ready to follow all orders. It was strange that the nearby knight addressed San Juan as a king. He asked what his name was. He didn't even have a name because he was summoned as a soldier of the king. His life belonged to the king, so he could not ask his worthless name. Send immediately to battle. Yu Sang-won understood that he didn't want him to know his name and not be led astray by sympathy. He called him here just to see. So the awakened one allowed him to go back. The knight was always ready for his orders, and they will always be there. Now the game had to change. The knight passed through the portal and returned to his sanctuary. The awakened one understood that it took too much strength for one soldier. Shinsomi wondered if he had checked his skill stats. The guild leader revealed that he had a C-rank hunter soldier with stats and 4 skills on his screen. The girl managed to find statistics. He had a physical strength of 100, agility of 75, and stamina of 110. Awakened looked at all the stats. Shin. So Mi saw that even his knights were surprised when they saw these statistics. But in reality, they all had these skill stats. He didn't have any status interpretation skills, so he could only use them as he saw them. He will try to use it somehow during the fight, and I didn't know there was such a status check. The head of the White Knight Guild was surprised. The most powerful awakened one has been competing all this time without even looking at the status. With such great stats, he didn't even need to choose an opponent. Sang-won gathered energy around him. This time he wanted to summon 2 knights at once. The awakened one hoped that this time he could get a good knight. This time, it was the 2 elite knights of the Heavenly Sword Army. He was Yu Chun's chief of staff and was here by order of his king. The second knight was also the elite of the Heavenly Sword Army. He was Lee Jong-seok's first deputy and greeted his king with joy. Yu Sang-won was a little scared because only their appearance surprised them. He checked if they were indeed the knights of the Heavenly Sword Army. The knights confirmed this and addressed the boy as a king. The awakened explained that they didn't have to obey him. If they didn't like him, they could leave. The neighbors looked at each other. Crockbane thought it would be a shame to let them go just like that. He senselessly decided to return them. Yu Sang-won believed that he and these knights were not suitable for each other. He was not one of those kings and did not want to disappoint them later. The boy believed that the most important thing was that they should be able to get along with him as equals, let alone fight. In any case, Yu Sang-won had the devastating Heaven Sword skill, but it wasn't great, so they can go if they want. The elite sword knights, the knights of the Heavenly Army, laughed. The boy did not understand what was funny about what he said, and considered their behavior strange. At first, Lee Jong-seok thought that anyone who dared to raise the banner of the Heavenly Sword Army was no fool. He asked his colleague what he thought about this situation. Yu Chun believed that the real monarch was either stupid or too arrogant. But Yu Sang-won knew himself and knew his opponent, and knew how to listen to his subordinates. He seems a vessel full of the qualities of a king. The Knights of the Heavenly Sword Army recognized him as the winner of the Heavenly Sword Army reborn in this time and place, and would serve him until the end of their days. Yu Sang-won did not believe that everything would really happen like this. He was human, and had no grandiose ambitions to compete with great knights like the 2 of them. Those around him explained that ambition is normal and something he can work on at any time. Combine modesty with ambition, and the whole world will be at his feet. Shin So-mi laughed and was happy for Yu Sang-won. He was able to become king with a small budget. The subordinates of the Heavenly Sword Army noticed that their king and his girlfriend looked very good together. They were a little surprised and denied it. In any case, from now on, these people will take over the financial management and scheduling of their Heavenly Sword King's army and this order. Yu Sang-won agreed to this offer. He fired himself from his job. He showed Knight Yu Chen his separate bank books. He asked that he keep it in stocks and funds and less in bonds. In their time, a knight has to learn a lot. At the moment, he must get all the necessary knowledge before starting work. The awakened had no subjects to rule, so he would rather be a partner with a subordinate than a master. Yu Chun refused and explained that the Heavenly Sword Army was the king's army and his personal guard, so he had no right to call it anything else. The neighbor turned to Mr. Kolf and wanted to lead the order for him, and he decided to make Seong Mule a bodyguard. It was a suitable job for her. Akalon will obviously be the quartermaster, and they'll make a good pair when the supply officer of our heavenly army arrives later. Crocbane must be ready to lend a helping hand where strength is needed. Tomorrow, their king will have a contract signing ceremony with the organization, so he needs to prepare the protocol. Yu Chun asked not to worry because he had already been in command of the Heavenly Sword Army for a long time, so he would make sure that every corner of this planet knew about the king. Yu Sang-won asked not to do this. He was ready to just sign the contract. It had to be done without unnecessary witnesses. If the king said so, then the subordinate could not act against his wishes. The Awakened One warned that when Yu Chun did something in the future, he must discuss everything. In any case, he allowed the boys to stay in the sanctuary of the knights and said goodbye. The subordinates left. Yu Sang-won sat down on the ground. He was very tired from today. It was just 2 people, but I didn't understand why they were making such a fuss. Shin. So me reminded that these are 2 S-ranked knights, so there is nothing to worry about. They now had 6 S-rank knights, and were free to take over the country. It was true, 6 S-rank knights and 1 SS rank had extraordinary strength, and enough to take over any country at any time and whenever it wants. The head of the White Knight Guild was sure that he would be invited to a meeting tomorrow, and maybe they would somehow try to trick him into accepting the offer. The gathering was held again in the Hunters Association. They were going to ask the Golden Knight to take legal and administrative measures. It is already known that he is subject to legal sanctions at the government level. Therefore, the fact that he will strive to ensure the security of Korea is already obvious. A Golden Knight and subordinate knights have S-rank or higher abilities. They will be able to make a great contribution to the safety of the people. A person from the hall asked if there was a way to control them. Huang Su Huang replied that it's possible to get a kind of national contract that should happen, and they will work on it further. The person in the hall asked how they would handle any disputes between the victims of the Gangnam incident and how they would handle disputes between the Seoul Guild. Huang Su Huang explained that the issue will be resolved through mutual economic compensation. In general, there were many more questions. The military commander would like to assure everyone that they are passively listening to public opinion and promise that they will not treat the people unreasonably. Suddenly, someone in the audience began to shout that there was a golden knight outside. People started running to look at it. They saw the great golden dragon, which looked very strong. He was much bigger than what people saw on the screens. The golden knight looked at the people. He did not believe that he could attract so much attention. The dragon landed on the ground and the knight descended. He began to approach the Hunters Association building. The dragon Eldraine decided to stay outside. The master promised to return quickly. An incredible number of people gathered around the Golden Knight. Yu Sang-won hated all of this. People asked a lot of questions, but he tried not to pay attention to them. Baek Ga-yeon met her student. Even in the helmet, she knew the expression on the boy's face now. She invited him to come inside. Public opinion of the Golden Knight was worse than he thought. The director assured him that he could not worry, because he was supported much more than hated. The knight entered the elevator. They descended 20 floors underground. For security purposes, their main facilities are deep underground. Baek Ga-yeon admitted that she had no choice but to use her powers of hacking, magic, sorcery, and obsession to get here. If it becomes known about hunters who are paid trillions of dollars for contract work, it will cause an uproar. Yu Sang-won looked around the audience. There were too many people for one signature. The Golden Knight hated this more than anything. He just wanted to sign and leave as soon as possible. Huang Su Huang said that things are not that simple and he has a lot to confirm, so he better sit down at the table. The hunter brazenly placed his weapon directly on the table. People in the audience held their breath and endured. They had several issues that they needed to agree on when they signed the contract. They are going to pay $1 trillion, so the details need to be negotiated. The Golden Knight asked what was to be discussed. He'll just get paid for the job and then go and do it. One of the people in the audience jumped up from his seat. He was angry. If the young man were lucky enough to wake up, he would use his power for the good of the country. Yu Sang-won asked for this person to introduce himself. His name was Bom Cheol Park, and he was the director of operations for the Hunter Association. He believed that the Golden Knight was acting selfishly. The boy reminded of the terrible deeds of the Blue Dragon and Soul Guilds, but Cheol Park assured them that they were acting within the rules of their special association. Both the Blue Dragon Guild and the Soul Guild were involved in bad situations, so there was nothing wrong with the Awakened raising the price. Huang Su Huang got up from the table and ordered everyone to calm down. Yu Sang-won wondered if the Blue Dragon Guild and Soul were following the rules of the association. Do they not know what they are doing behind their backs? They pretended not to know anything. They do all kinds of abominations to monopolize the hunters, even hire scavengers, and they have never been punished for it. And in any case, the Golden Knight had no desire to be part of their society. He is just looking for a job, so he wanted to sign a contract. Baek Ga-yeon ordered to avoid competitions that are not aligned with them. The pay will be per kill, so it doesn't matter how many enemies he has, the pay will be the same. For example, if he has to deal with a group of 100 scavengers, it doesn't matter how many there are, it will still cost him 1 trillion. This was great for the Awakened One, but he wanted to remind himself that he had the right to refuse the request because people could take advantage of it and use him. Yu Sang-won wanted them to take care of all the subordinates of Ukraine, and they would most likely reject such a question. Therefore, he asks to give him the right to choose. Huang Su Huang asked to bring them a contract to sign. Workers carrying a large stone with a large handle entered the room. This was the adamantite version used for higher-level contracts, because electronic data is more likely to be lost or tampered with. It could only be signed by a person with strength no lower than S rank. The Golden Knight examined the pen. He saw no signs of tampering, and the contents were not damaged. Yu Sang-won put his signature, and that was it. After that, the boy looked at the news. There were too many of them, and it was all thanks to Eldrin. The director asked if he had a name on the sign she could recommend. The guy agreed, but there was no news about the guild. Baek Ga-yeon inquired about the status of the White Knight Guild. Shin Ah-yoon said so that everyone wouldn't think that they were collaborating with the Golden Knight or something. Yu Sang-won apologized for the trouble, but things turned out much worse than he imagined. Shin Ah-yoon approached the Awakened One. She inquired about their current relationship with Shin So-mi and if he confessed. Yu Sang-won explained that things were not as she thought. He was busy deliberating and preparing for the consequences. The student asked if the headmaster had done anything, but she only knew how to fight, and she wasn't strong in that regard. Yu-chun added that they had some bad news. The production of His Majesty's heir has been seriously delayed. He considered God to be serum, and he was a soldier of His Majesty. And while waiting in the sanctuary, they heard an important story. Baek Ga-yeon wondered when Yu Sang-won managed to ascend the throne, become the king. The student suspected that this was a new knight summoned by the Golden Knight. Yu Sang-won clutched his head. He didn't understand why Yu-chun had appeared just now. He looked at what was in his inventory to get his finances in order. Yu-chun explained that he was only here because he had something important to say. It is very important to give birth to an heir. As the chief of staff, he had to do something. The knight wanted to prepare liquid liquors and herbal infusions to raise his vitality, and also make sure that his sleep pattern remains unchanged, so that he is always in a good mood. Yu Sang-won understood that the summoned knights were simply no match for him. They were good, but not the same. Shin Ah-yoon wondered what the Golden Knight was going to do when his identity was revealed. It will be difficult for him to live like an ordinary person. Yu Sang-won just wanted to find some cheap mountain in the local counties. The national parks are now closed after the monster outbreak, so it's easier to do now. Yu-chun was interrupting his king. He was giving unnecessary advice. Baek Ga-yeon understood that the boy was trying to find peace for himself. The Awakened One understood that he would not be able to live on the hill forever if nothing happened. He was thinking of buying a trailer and just driving around the neighborhood. For some reason, Baek Ga-yeon thought so. But in reality, they were heading to the place where they were going to build him a house. Home base. The director recalled how she asked her student to take over the management of the estate of the head of the body. The Golden Knight mentioned that she wanted to give it to Shin Ah-yoon, but she only had an A rank, and it wasn't enough to receive the inheritance. Yu Sang-won approached the manor. It was an iron fortress, the legacy of the head of the order. Baek Ga-yeon said that this base was spacious. Despite the fact that it was located in Seoul, this base can accommodate up to 2,000 people. It was originally used by the guild, so all the basic infrastructure was here. The director was inundated with offers from companies and food wanting to buy her, but she still didn't sell. Because she didn't want to sell such beauty to them, Baek Ga-yeon ordered her driver to turn on the security system. The team went to this building. The director called Yoo Sang-won over to register him at the base. Baek Ga-yeon entered the code and the door opened. This building was very large inside. It would be difficult to clean here. The director understood that it seems that they do not understand anything, because this is a base, so most of her service is automated, including security. The woman pressed several buttons and suddenly the light on the entire base turned on. Fans, computers, and other useful devices suddenly turned on. Environmental cleanup has begun. Suddenly the door opened and there were several cleaning robots and drones. Cleaning drones with built-in cameras flew around Yoo Sang-won. He did not understand how this base had not burned down several decades ago. Baek Ga-yeon said that it was once the largest base in South Asia. Until the three guilds, she protected the world under the patronage of the head of the body, even after the era of thrones. After the era of thrones, everyone said that she should be destroyed, but Baek Ga-yeon took her under her wing and protected her. No one should have destroyed the largest stronghold in East Asia so easily. Yoo Sang-won was surprised that the authorities or the association did not touch her. He thought that the authorities would confiscate all this gold. Because this is the legacy of the mayor of the city, and if he is found and he returns, his power may be in jeopardy. Suddenly, Shin Ah-yoon's phone rang. It was her mother. She needed to go to the guild office urgently. Yoo Sang-won suspected something was wrong because it was so unexpected, but the student said goodbye. Something was wrong, but the director told her not to worry, because if she needed help, she would call them. A meeting was taking place at the base of the Blue Dragon Guild. They did not understand what to do, and there was an option of events to leave everything as it is. Ko Jong-soo felt that this was the only thing left for them, as they could not match up against an SS-ranked person. The only thing that can beat him now is Olympus, who has the same hunter. The people from the Olympus Arcades Guild received a response from their headquarters. They wanted them to make peace and form a union without question. They thought that it should be done that way. Arcades did not like this decision. It was impossible because this man had done too much damage to their country. Ko Jong-soo didn't see the point in this. In this world, the main power was money. They had to be honest. Ko Jong-soo was able to get this far because he is strong. And now he's crying because someone else is stronger. He looks at it from a political point of view. Arcades understood that he could not influence public opinion. It was hard, and it's better to admit that their positions change over time. The three great guilds and the absolute power of the new channel, as well as the emergence of new forces that can challenge it, is a simple dialectic historically and politically. From the ancient Greeks and the philosopher Hegel, existing vested interests struggle to suppress new forces. If they fail, the course of history will be on the side of the new power. In other words, perhaps they were on the verge of a change of power. Arcades did not like so much philosophy. The head of the Olympus Guild explained that if throughout history you are on the side of the strong, it is wiser to be on the same side than to think about the conflict and the damage that he and the Golden Knight caused to each other are obvious. Therefore, it was proposed to end the dispute, where they, being in the position of a third party, act as a mediator. Arkady Boguslav did not like it very much. He had to do something before it all fell apart. In the Iron Fortress, the system greeted Yoo Sang-won. She conducted training on base management. They started with the code green. For the awakened one, it all looked very complicated, and he was a little worried. There was an attempt to register the identity of Lord Accolon, but it gave an error and an alarm was declared, because the database of the knight was not retrieved. Accolon demanded registration, because as a knight he served his master's justice, and he was obliged to register at the request of his master. But the system didn't recognize this request, and the target wasn't recognized either. Yoo Sang-won was worried and didn't understand what happened. Awakened decided to log in as an administrator and explained that Accolon was his subordinate and he could register him. The system allowed Accolon to be registered as a summoned golem for the temporary administrator. Shin Ah-yoon and her mother entered the Iron Fortress. The surroundings were very clean, and this building was huge. Yu Sang-won saw that something happened. He asked what happened. Shin Seo-mi admitted that she was kicked out of her stardom, and Shin Ah-yoon's contract expired, and she was out of the game. The awakened one asked what the punishment was given to them. The thing was, it was a deal of sorts, so Shin So-mi wasn't cursed. The student said that because of this, her mother and she lost many levels and skills. She dropped from level 45 to level 30, and her mother dropped from level 75 to level 45. Shin Seo-mi understood that such a price for being the guild leader could not protect her home base. This was a huge loss of authority and deserved the wrath of all the guild members. The daughter approached her mother. In fact, for the record, the student did not have to go. Her mother was moving and she couldn't stay, but they were glad that it was all over. Shin So-mi didn't regret it because it was her personal choice. Yu Sang-won promised that if she had plans for the future, he would do his best to help. Yu Sang-won wondered if her level would recover if she stayed with him. Maybe he can give her some skills. There was a problem with the rank, but it was possible to find a new constellation. They don't like people whose classes have been cancelled. All advanced skills are unlocked only at the highest ranks or through skill books. But Shin So-mi doesn't seem to be able to find a skill tree to change ranks. Once they have a constellation, it is common practice to align with or be guided by it. Baek Ga-yeon didn't see it as a problem because they were in the Grand Master's Iron Fortress. The director came to the screen and showed a tree of skills that can be obtained. The skill list was huge, and there was a lot of information about ranks and stuff. They need to carefully look at the tree and the conditions and choose the right one. This information was very valuable. Baek Ga-yeon had been hiding it for fear that it would fall into the wrong hands, but now she figured that they weren't going to use it for evil. But this tree also had its flaws, but there was something to hope for. Still valuable information was not bad for the new owner of the Iron Fortress. Yu Sang-won studied all the skills together with Ah-yoon. There were archdemon beasts in the Gyeongsan Namdo Hotel. They sat at the table and waited for their food. Interested people were heading to Pastor Lee's building. They wondered what he had come up with. Pastor Lee went out to these people and asked where they were going. The boys replied that they were going to the toilet, but the man did not believe them. He asked not to be cunning and to return to their seats. Pastor Lee came to his people. He saw that they had already eaten together so they could start the ceremony. But first, they must allow someone to be introduced to them who will help them make a plan. Shim Kang-hoon entered the room. People immediately recognized his face and did not understand what was happening. Pastor Lee asked to calm down because it was they who approached him with the offer of cooperation. Those interested did not see the point in this because it was their enemy, Shim Kang-hoon from the Soul Guild. Shim Kang-hoon understood their doubts and reactions, but the enemy of his enemy is his friend. Therefore, all he asked was to join their efforts for a while to deal with the Golden Knight. If they let him in, they endanger both this place and them. These archdemon beasts will go where the Golden Knight appears, and he will follow them and ask for cooperation. He really wanted to see the compatibility of the S-Class, the Lord, and the archdemon beasts. So for now, they should work together and focus on defeating the Golden Knight. The reward will be worth it. Pastor Lee swore allegiance to them in the name of the King of Butchers. Shim Kang-hoon left them all. He will keep them updated on the details of the operation. Guild leader Shim Kang-hoon was their joker against the Golden Knight and their spy to wreak havoc on the enemy's internal affairs. Butcher King hunters did not expect this. They are pretty sure that the Soul Guild was now considered criminals because they had lost too much, and now they are seeking revenge. They just want to kill the Golden Knight and make a name for themselves and then backstab them. Therefore, they could kill the Golden Knight first and even capture the Soul Guild. Pastor Lee assured that he will not backstab him because his goal is to destroy Korea immediately after defeating the Golden Knight. ** 2652. Therefore, he will not betray them until this goal is achieved. There were many boxes in the Iron Fortress. These were Yu Sang-won's things and gifts from other guilds. He was an SS rank hunter, so they wanted to get to know him better. And he also had a contract with the association. Awakened, he examined one of the gifts. Olympus very quickly went from a threat to a union with the Blue Dragon. Some of these guilds wanted him back, that's all. He threw away the gift. The worker who brought all these things was ordered to deliver the letter to Yu Sang-won. Yu Chen walked up to the worker and snatched the letter from his hands. The letter will be delivered to the king through him. The boy opened the letter. It was written in glowing platitudes that the blue dragon had no choice at the time. And if he needs a new weapon, he can come to them. Xiong Mule said that fighting a great evil was the epitome of chivalry. She collected all the letters and messages that were stacked at the entrance. There were dozens of letters in this box. Sang-won opened one of them. A visit to the association was requested in order to correctly record his status for the registration of these SS rank hunters. Baek Ga-yeon explained that this is a normal procedure, so it will have to go through. Awakened, he threw the letter on the floor. He did not want to go there and did not want to improve relations with the association. In any case, he decided to ignore this letter and move on to the next letter. The boy read the letter where the complaint was written against him. Organization for the Restoration of Southern Regions. Baek Ga-yeon asked not to worry because she had an acquaintance who works at a law firm. But the awakened one did not want to worry about it himself. Yu Sang-won wanted to take matters into his own hands. He wanted to continue dealing with fools as they did. Still, that was just one complaint to worry about because there was no competition or bidding for all those dungeons on the list they were going to clear. Right now, the headmistress wasn't more worried about the dungeons, but what they were going to do with the damage. Yu San-won had an idea. At first, he wanted to do dungeons and collect enough materials. Therefore, the director could not worry. Baek Ga-yeon didn't know what he was going to do, but she didn't know what to do to her either. Yu Sang-won took the wheel and drove his subordinate knights to the dungeon because they did not know how to drive. They promised to look into it in other skills. They were sorry that only the owner could use the iron horse on wheels. The awakened one asked what happened to Akalon. He had to be able to drive a car. But the golem knight had no driving license. He was truly a law-abiding tin can. Kulf surveyed the dungeons. This time everything was different. There were wizards and cars with steam engines. It was different from the dungeons they had encountered so far. The Golden Knight checked that everyone was assembled and the briefing was about to begin. The awakened explained to his subordinates that B-rank goblins were no joke. They had an army of wizards and a civilization. Song Mayul believed that this information was exaggerated. These are goblins. Their skills should be able to handle them. The Golden Knight believed that the goblins inside were different from those in the dungeon. They were protected by a magic circle and had a large army. According to the data, there were about 40,000 goblins in the cities of the Goblin Empire, and with such a battle golem, the difficulty level is B, basic. If they can take out the Goblin Emperor in the main city, they can clear all the dungeons. Song Mayul suggested simply destroying all the shields in front and dealing with the Emperor quickly. Yu Chen also agreed with the Angel Knight. Because it's impossible, the way he sees it, but it's a massacre of the entire goblin population. The Golden Knight pondered. Because if what Yu Chen says is also true, then they will have to change their plan. He wondered why his subordinates thought so. Even if they tracked down the Goblin Emperor, they would only be able to crown another Goblin King, and he would never be truly pure. Individual troops are B rank, so they shouldn't be too much of a problem. If they choose to fight, it would be surprising if their strength couldn't break them. There aren't many maze tricks in this dungeon, but in any case, they don't need to rush. He saddles a dragon to break through the defenses, and the nearby knights had to immediately go to the dungeon. They began to carry out the order. Everyone was ready. Even B-rank goblins can be dangerous when surrounded, so they need to move on and quickly destroy them. Crockbane informed his master that similar goblins were able to see them and pointed a finger at them. It was time for another Golden Knight speech. He was addressing the demons that had invaded their world. He did not say to drop their weapons and run if their lives were worth nothing. The hunter ordered all the troops to go to the dungeon in the name of the honor of the king. A meeting with Baek Ga-yeon was held in the Korean Hunter Association. She refused the inspection of the association. The director wanted to cooperate quietly, so she asked not to be too strict with her. She thought it was the Soul Guild. People from the Korean Association were losing members and supporters of the guild, so they decided to return them with good for good. If they did nothing, it would be their own fault. Baek Ga-yeon wondered what they wanted to do this way, because if the lawsuit started, they would say that they had a bad history. The Korean Association people couldn't do anything about it. It was the best they could do at this point from their point of view. The director got up from the table. She understood that it looks like she will have to figure it all out on her own, as she said before. They will cooperate with them. She did not want the Korean Association to trust her, but they were ready to cooperate. When an SS rank hunter appears, they want to control him. It was no wonder that the Grand Master left. The Golden Knight stood in front of the dungeon and studied the information about it. It was a big scale. A lot had to be done. The goblins here had a highly organized army, so they belonged to the B rank. The match has begun. Lee Jong-suk was ready to fight. They had a lot of work ahead of them. There were many of them. They surrounded the Golden Knight and attacked from all sides. The awakened man fought back with his legendary weapon, killing several goblins at once. Yu Sang-won checked his stats. It had increased a bit. There, no less, it was a great experience for subordinates. It was unpleasant, but he must also grow. A crowd of goblins approached the knight. They were only skill points for him. Yu Sang-won slammed the legendary weapon on the ground and used a strong skill. An explosion occurred around him, which will spread around. The moon is in the Iron Fortress. Shin. So Mi was worried that it was taking too long. If it takes this long, it means something is wrong. Baek Ga-yeon explained that the Goblin Empire was a very large dungeon, and they had been there for a very long time. It wasn't uncommon, as it takes months to go into large dungeons, so she might as well not worry. The headmistress looked through the letters, which she really needed to be really worried about. The trial was adjourned when something like this happened to a hunter in a dungeon. Most guilds have legal representatives or contract law firms, so there are safeguards in place. But none of this affected this boy, so it's just a matter of public attention, and it's useless anyway. The only sanction is a ban, which will not do much good. This complaint has to do with the Soul Guild, and they could use it. Baek Ga-yeon has been trying to investigate this case for about a month, but even their non-members don't know what's going on. Suddenly, an emergency message from the association came to the phone. The emergency code was double red. This meant a crisis of epic proportions. The fate of the nation was at stake. The director had to go to the association urgently and asked to tell Yu Sang-won to contact her as soon as he got out of the dungeon. Shin. So Mi was left alone. She didn't know what happened. Things weren't very good. There was breaking news on the TV. To the north of Seoul, Pastor Lee, an SS-rank devil worshipper, heads south again with his monsters. At the same time, across the country, a group of uncontrolled scavengers, monsters of the evil constellation, simultaneously leave their territories and head to each city with their hordes. Shinso Mi was surprised that scavengers and monsters were acting simultaneously and together. Experts suggest that they formed a close alliance to go on the offensive. This has never happened in the history of the world of hunters. Most of the states of the constellation rarely unite because of conflicting interests and pride. Now, Miss Seo Mi was excited because she understood that it was because of the Golden Knight. In Gangnam, Shim Kang-hoon was in the Soul Guild. He received an emergency notification from the association on his phone. Everything went according to his plan. Since he had made an unbreakable contract with the stupid Pastor Lee, Gangnam was completely safe. Also, there is no Golden Knight here right now. The only ones who can stop him are the Blue Dragon and Olympus. All of Korea was attacked by monsters. The artificial island of the Blue Dragon Guild and the Sky Island of Olympus are also under attack. The two S ranks in the provinces are busy defending their territories, leaving Shim Kang-hoon as the only hunter who can be mobilized. Below Seoul, the S-rank monster Bohaku will rise and threaten the city. When the time came, he would hand over the lesser monsters to them as agreed and team up with Pastor Lee. As a result, Gangnam will only deal with weak monsters, making him safer, and Seoul will become the only cradle of Korea. It was the perfect plan. Even without that cursed Golden Knight, there are no contingencies or distractions. The duel in the Goblin Dungeon continued. The Golden Knight had been there for a very long time, but he held on confidently. The estimated number of goblins was 400,000, but there were a lot of them. Yu-chun said that Lord Akalon was doing a scan, and he said that the estimated population, including hidden monsters, was over 1 million. Yu Sang-won clutched his head. Now he understood why no one wanted to go here. This dungeon was called a war, not a duel, so it was difficult to complete even with the entire guild. Crocbane informed the master that he felt mechanisms, something rising from the basement. Shang Mayol believed that similar reinforcements were already on their way. Suddenly the ground shook, and a new monster came out of it. He had new equipment that could cut the earth. During the campaign, they will stop filling the Golden Knight with experience and start marching on his native territory. Yu-chun suggested not to touch the tunnel, but to simply block it and then hit the nature. The Awakened One wanted to make his way to the main building, trying to keep his back against the wall. The neighbors agreed. They liked this schedule of events, but first they wanted to deal with the iron monsters. Xian Miul said that enemy soldiers were coming out of the cave and we had to prepare. The Angel Knight flew up into the sky and she saw the goblins show a white banner. They have dropped their weapons and are following the Goblin Emperor. They gave up. The Golden Knight suspected that it might be a hoax, so everyone should be prepared. There was no way Yu Sang-won could take off his armor. The Goblin Emperor approached the Awakened One. He declared that they would fight no more and they surrendered. Their Goblin King was no more. They could not see their people and soldiers suffering for nothing. They could not bear it, so they made a decision. They were leaving this empire to this high Golden King. It now belonged to Yu Sang-won, and the goblins were going to make him king. The Emperor of the Empire surrendered. Yu Sang-won wasn't sure that it was okay to do that, but it was up to the Goblin King to decide. Subordinates were ready to obey. The Golden Knight did not know what would happen if he needed power. At this moment, the system should have appeared and given him advice, but now it was not. Yu Sang-won decided to agree to become the king. There was no point in fighting anymore, and he accepts the surrender of the Goblin Emperors. The monsters fell to their knees before their new king. This was their new empire. They worshipped the great Golden King and were willing to follow him. The Awakened One didn't understand why his subordinates were just looking at it. They simply respected their first conquest and rejoiced in his victory. Now he was truly a king and had his Goblin Empire. The goblins called the great Golden Knight their king and obeyed his will. Yu-chun walked over to the boy. He was translating the goblin language. One of the monsters wanted to become one of his minions, but he wasn't reliable, so he needed to be careful. The Golden Knight would not refuse to betray him. He ordered his new subordinate not to send outside the dungeon and told them to stay put. The goblin went on a mission. Human language was not good for monsters, but the boy was surprised that they could speak their language at all. Finally, after a month of going through the dungeon, Yu Sang-won was able to return to his home. He was finally able to live normally and went to the shower. The guy collapsed on the couch. He urgently needed to sleep. He had not slept for a month. While he was sleeping, Shin So-mi called him on the phone. In the outer front of Seoul was the Blue Dragon Guild faction. Ko Jung-soo noticed that something had changed in Pastor Lee's attacks. The defense system and unmanned turrets on the city walls were not working as they should. The attacks focused on the generators that power the defense systems. The military asked how it happened, because the location of the generators was mysterious. They didn't know how he got out, but they were targeting him. Even if they leave the main storm, they will be in big trouble if they don't find the mole inside. The military commander agreed with this information, but were A-rank monsters really that hard to kill? The commander needed to defeat elite monsters before he could deploy his troops. He can't compete because he can't beat them. Everything happened very quickly, so they felt difficulties. If the war of attrition continues, it will only cause problems for their supply lines. Ko Jong-soo revealed that they were able to form a strike group and would take them one by one. They are trying to do it as soon as possible. The military was reminded that Korea had to be ready for any crisis. So if they were that good, they can keep their 3 guild titles. Ko Jong-soo reminded them that now they have to work with the military to fight. Therefore, they will leave this topic for further negotiations. The Olympus Guild is debating the need for troops to maintain the front line in Northeast Asia. They also discuss the arrival of SS rank hunters under the protection of Hercules. If the archdemon beasts were to engage in battle, they would have lost a lot long ago. Gaps in the defenses of the provinces became a problem due to the hunters being concentrated in the capital. They could not talk anymore. They already had to go to the battlefield. Ko Cheon-yong took part in this war. He went down to the battlefield and confidently held his position. They should not have let the defenses break through. They needed more air support. There were many explosions around the wall. The knight informed Ko Cheong-yeon that there were already dead people at the airbase. They were terrorizing the hangar and they didn't have time. Hunters did not come to help. A supply convoy delivering crystal munitions said they were attacked by a Citadel henchman. A-rank dragon slayers were arriving from all over Wuzhenbu. They were receiving requests for help, which meant that Ko Jung-soo might have to leave Korea. Ko Cheon-young was happy to see the Blue Dragon Guild head. The hunter complained about the circumstances. They had many fours, but they were not far behind. The A-ranks have set up shield barriers and are channeling them. They take the bodies of their captives and fall in and feed them to the archdemon beasts. Ko Jong-soo didn't know how crazy he would have to go to get relief. It would take the firepower of an S-rank hunter to take this thing down, but Ko Cheon-young didn't even come close to fitting that description. He could go inside and get some rest. Yu Chen was giving a Korean lesson to a new goblin underling. He needed to learn the language as soon as possible. Crocbane pumped his power with Lee Jong-seok. He considered him a strong man. They were pulling the ropes. Crocbane was close to victory, but Shin So-mi came to them. The knights stopped training. The lady asked how they were feeling and whether they were able to get out of the dungeon safely. Shin So-mi hadn't heard anything about them, so she came to see if they were injured or needed help. Yu Chun reassured that the king was not injured. The lady was glad to hear this and wanted to see the awakened one as soon as possible. The bystander suggested that if it wasn't urgent, Shin So-mi could sit down at the table and wait for the king to wake up. But it was an urgent matter, so the bystanders agreed to bring Yu Sang-won here immediately. Shin So-mi was talking to the director on the phone. She said that Yu Sang-won is safe. He competed for a month and immediately fell asleep after leaving. Baek Ga-yeon reported that the authorities wanted to hire him, so she asked him to contact her as soon as possible and she would compensate them. Shin So-mi asked what the compensation meant. Maybe it was the agreed-upon price of $1 trillion. Yu Sang-won woke up after a long sleep. Due to his high status, he had muscles. He wanted to somehow learn the skills of regeneration and physical recovery. When he woke up, he went to the refrigerator, took a bottle of water and wanted to go back to bed right away. But he saw his girlfriend in the window. Yu Chun added that Shin So-mi had come to visit him. The guy got out of the trailer and asked how she got here. But there was no time to explain. They had an extremely serious and urgent situation. The woman was ready to drive, so they urgently needed to go to the Iron Fortress. An order for $1 trillion has been received. It was an extremely large sum. She will give the details when they get to the fortress. The situation has blown too far. Yu Sang-won thought he would never receive orders again. It was very dangerous and difficult, and the situation was unpleasant. It is a national crisis. Shin So-mi knew that an awakened person did not like to do this, but many people's lives were put on the line. But there were also strangers in the Iron Fortress together with the director. They were sent by the government to fulfill the order. It was serious to get involved in it, because there was an unprecedented united offensive of evil-oriented constellations and scavengers. It is centered around the Butcher Apostle, and also around Pastor Lee and the SS rank demon. They threatened the whole country. Yu Sang-won was offered to familiarize himself with the material. The Golden Knight wondered what he would be paid $1 trillion for. This amount was named for the destruction of the SS rank devil worshipper Pastor Lee. The Awakened One knew him. He lived together with archdemons. The Golden Knight thought that he would not lose this battle, but this might give them an excuse to use him for political purposes. He could not allow this, and could not do it so easily, so he asked for guarantees in the form of an advance. Baek Ga-yeon knew that someone of their status had a strategic war fund. This is the same as the Directors Guild. If it's $1 trillion, then 50% of that is ammunition support, and that needs to be taken care of early. Now they were in a spicy situation, so it was difficult for them to handle such an advance amount. If you calculate the cost of losing tanks, fighters, and troops, it would be more profitable to give him 50% as an advance. Also, this war was against powerful enemies, so it would affect their neighbors and even the Pacific Front. For the sake of international relations, they will have to accept this. If they decide to use Section 1 as an emergency fund, they will pay from it as they can. They are the top of the country, so they can transfer money here and there. The Golden Knight did not see a problem in this, because it was about mines and formations, and not about anything else. The government people thought it was too much because people were dying, and they would be able to provide the advance as fast as they could. Yu Sang-won asked them to hurry. He cared about people's lives, and he didn't want people to suffer. But it was people from the government who took advantage of it. They made him feel human guilt just like that, but only aggravated the situation. The workers asked to give them some time because they had to make a report. The headmistress reminded the boy that there would be huge problems if they let it go. But if they give him free rein, they can use him politically later. But the least the government can do is admit that the Golden Knight is not a toy. But now was not the time. Yu Sang-won understood that if they really didn't have time and were in a hurry, they would definitely start the payment from the advance, even if it meant delaying the process. The boy understood that he was facing a difficult battle. He looked at his stats. All stats were SS rank. The SSS rank was confirmed. Shin Seomi asked Yu Sang-won if he was doing well in B-level dungeons. He managed to make some progress, although it was very difficult. He asked how Shin Ah-yoon was feeling. She got some materials and then went to the dungeons to level up and change classes. This had been going on for 3 days now, so she had to get out of the dungeon soon. Maybe she was practically level 45 now. Apparently, having reached a high level, people recover quickly after a fall. Before this campaign, Shin Ah-yoon had no experience. Instead, she was rebuilding her skill tree. Shin. So, Mi took out her weapon and golden magic appeared around her. Maybe next time they can go to the dungeon together, but from now on her class is changed. Now she had a completely different class, and she was holding a rifle in her hands. This could give them some support. Shin So-mi chose the rifle because she had good basic detection. It was an aid, but it would definitely help attack. The Golden Knight thought it was a good choice. Now the team needed to find a real healer. Shin. So-mi took off her equipment. They could use medical facilities, medical personnel, potions, and other medical supplies. So you should not look for a healer so eagerly. Baek Ha-yeon said that the government has approved an advance of 500 billion, so they can continue the conversation. Yu Sang-won was surprised that they agreed to give him 500 billion won so quickly right now. It was faster than he imagined. The situation was serious. The request was approved by senior management. But if they fail, they will have to repay the advance 3 times more. If they fail to kill the pastor, they will have to invest 1.5 trillion won. The Golden Knight account and the Iron Fortress account were locked at this time. Therefore, they will have to make further decisions. People from the government were wondering why the accounts were blocked. This was due to legal sanctions due to a lawsuit filed by Xinjiang people between the dungeons. The government people checked it out. This was probably done by their supporters. At least it says it's an interim measure pending a lawsuit. Golden Knight asked to unfreeze his account or pay him in cash. If that happened, there was nothing the people in the government could do about it. It will be a bit difficult to unfreeze the account. They couldn't ban him all at once, so they will open a temporary account for him so he can deposit money. Baek Ha-yeon suggested that they leave things as they are because they have gone too far. The Golden Knight didn't like the idea of letting people in power do whatever they wanted. They work for themselves, not for the people below. People from the bottom will never be able to rise like that, no matter how hard they try. Yu Sang-won was the same until he woke up, so he wanted to take revenge on other powerful people. But when he saw that his demands were approved so quickly, he thought that great power is no joke. All this time, they were going with the flow to reach their goal. Yu Chun thought it was a good idea to distinguish himself from the corrupt people and make them pay for human life. Therefore, it is necessary to act quickly. If they put forward demands, they also need to put forward theirs. The Golden Knight wondered if the underling had another more effective method. They say, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Yu Chun thought that it would be a good idea to find another force that could come together with them and act as a deterrent for the two sides. It would be nice to have an enemy on your side and show them a letter of sympathy. Yu Sang-won understood that if they hit Busan and Gwangju, they would definitely be able to catch them off guard since the attacks were concentrated on the capital. If they, the S-class, hit the provinces, the enemy will focus their attention on the provinces because they didn't expect it. Baek Ha-yeon thought this idea was not bad because they thought that they will protect Seoul with strong hunters, so they concentrate their forces there. If the Golden Knight can destroy the provincial armies very quickly, the main enemies of the metropolis will start to move, because they will become the main forces of the enemy, or their enemy will find an opportunity to attack. The government people suggested that if they were going to act, they should come forward quickly, because they were now having banquets to keep up morale and it would get worse as time went on. Terrible rumors about cannibalistic feasts, where the enemies sacrificed captured and fallen soldiers, filled people's hearts with terror. Without delay, the Golden Knight proposed a plan. to launch an attack immediately. Their forces will unite with allies, and then they will work together to deal with monsters and archdemons. Awakened, realizing the danger waiting for So-mi, he left Yu-chen with her so that they could join them later, united with their daughter. A fierce battle raged on the walls of Gwangju. Projectiles flew from the defensive structures, deterring enemy attacks. The enemy's forces were exhausted. They had to resort to guns and magic to capture the miserable town. Han Zhong-ho, the leader of the Death Sting scavenger class, known for its brutality, recruited mercenaries from China and Japan into the battle. Choi Chun-sung, an S-rank hunter, challenged Han Zhong-ho to come out of hiding, calling him a coward. The battle dragged on. Insects interfered with hunters. Han Zhong-ho, raising his weapon, ordered the dead to rise. Choi Chun-sung was overcome with rage. He rushed at the scavenger leader, ready to deal with him. One of the scavengers, daring to challenge the S-rank hunter, attacked. But Choi Chun-sung, stopping the attack with an explosion, threw the enemy to the ground. Despite the strong skeleton, the scavengers did not give up. They tried to inflict temporary effects on the hunter, but to no avail. While the enemies were developing a plan, the hunter, taking advantage of the moment, struck and ordered them to flee. Exhausted, Choi Chun-sung needed to regain his strength. Scavengers, taking advantage of his weakness, attacked and tied up the S-rank hunter. Knocked to the ground, Choi Chun-sung watched in horror as the enemy's blades pierced his armor, inflicting more wounds. Finally, considering their victory final, the scavengers stripped the hunter of his magical armor, depriving him of his protection. Taunting the weakened enemy, the scavengers prepared for the final blow, seeking to capture the terrible trophy. Choi Chun-sung, realizing that the city was about to be destroyed, did not have the strength to escape. Suddenly, a golden dragon appeared in the sky, a ray of hope for the doomed hunter. It was Eldrin, the Golden Knight's loyal dragon. Watching the terrible scene from the sky, he ordered the enemy to retreat immediately. Choi Chun-sung, deprived of the ability to fly, had no chance to escape. The scavengers, armed with swords, longed for his death. Suddenly he felt someone's breath behind him. Turning around, Choi Chun-sung saw a majestic golden dragon flying in the air. The Golden Knight, sword in hand, appeared on the battlefield, hoping that he was not too late. The scavengers watched in horror as the golden dragon appeared. No one had warned them that the strongest awakened one could come to Choi Chun-sung's aid. The Golden Knight, ready to destroy the monstrous gang of monsters, turned to his knights, ordering them to prepare for battle. With a clatter of swords, the knights charged. The battle began, and everyone was ready for a fierce battle. The strength of the Golden Knight and his knights exceeded Han Zhong. His expectations. He understood that they had nothing to do here, but Kalf was not going to let him go. The knight did not let him escape just like that. He knew that Han Zhong-ho was the leader of the scavengers, and it was his duty to destroy him. Han Zhong-ho rushed forward, eager to escape, but a powerful charge exploded in front of him. He shouted and begged his subordinates for help, ordering them to stop Kalf. But it was too late. Kalf did not stop. The knight pierced his body with his sword, and the scavenger leader was dead. This fatal blow was the final blow for Han Zhong-ho. Resources appeared from his body. The scavengers, overcome with terror, understood that they had to flee immediately to save their lives. The Golden Knight was counting on Crocbane, and Akalone ordered the destruction of all other scavengers. After that, the awakened one could handle himself. Yu Sang-won engaged in battle with another strong enemy. His clothing and fighting style indicated that he was a Chinese hunter. The Golden Knight had a significant advantage in this match, and the Chinese hunter's chances of victory were slim. Yu Sang-won's brother advised him to retreat to save his life. Yu Sang-won now understood that he was facing a Japanese hunter. It was a valuable booty. Choi Chun-sung couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the Golden Knight and his S-ranked knights. He couldn't believe they were real. Crocbane, following his master's orders, approached Choi Chun-sung to protect him and gave him a restorative potion. After drinking the potion, Choi Chun-sung felt his wounds heal. He saw that more and more people appeared, and the situation began to clear up. The Golden Knight understood that the Lord of Seoul was much weaker than him, and this was probably what made him invite hunters from China and Japan. Kalf, holding the Black Mage's skull in his hands, felt confused. He was aware that his action was not justified, and it would be better for him to stay in the city to save his life. Crocbane brought Choi Chun-sung to the Golden Knight, healing him completely. The hunter assured that he feels well and is ready to defend the city. The Golden Knight reassured Choi Chun-sung, stressing that the city was already secured since they had killed the leader of the scavengers, and they would probably retreat. Yu Sang-won asked Choi Chun-sung to send scavengers to clean up the underground city. The hunter agreed to this, promising to keep them informed. He explained that the Neo-Sinan suburb is the largest den of scavengers on this side of the country, which has become the center of illegal trade between China and Japan. Due to its location on the coast and islands, it escaped government control and began to develop as an undercity from the Age of Awakening and the Age of Constellation. The salt fields have long since disappeared, and the main industry has now become the trade in illicit substances and slaves. It became too much of a burden for the small island. Choi Chun-sung suggested that hunters linked to the Triad and the Yakuza were involved in this case, judging by the influx of foreign companies and capital. The Golden Knight agreed that even without these connections, the city needed cleaning. However, there was a question about the fate of the slaves who would be freed after this operation. These people were forced to live in captivity, and if they are suddenly released, they may become beggars or join the ranks of scavengers. This creates problems that the government and associations cannot easily solve. Once the slaves were freed, the crime rate would increase, and the cost of their resocialization would become a significant burden. This is a complex problem that requires a non-standard approach. Perhaps what the Golden Knight previously considered absurd actually has a more complex connection to reality. It was a systemic problem of society. Closing one problem, they create a new one. Therefore, it is important to act as carefully as possible so as not to cause even more damage. That is why they failed to finally solve this problem. Now they are simply forced to make compromises to minimize the damage. Yu Sang-won would like to find a way to save the people in this situation, but it is not possible at the moment. They can only hope for the best and believe that one day they will be able to save everyone. The awakened knight proposed to solve this problem at the state level. He is not prone to conflict, but he can no longer ignore this problem. Yu Sang-won, getting up from the ground, ordered to move on. Choi Chun-sung tried to stop him. He understood that this was a national emergency, but he still wanted to help. He aspired to serve his country as much as a knight. The Golden Knight advised him not to be so loyal to his country. There were many people here who needed the hunter's help, so he could focus on protecting this city. The knight felt that they should leave a few S-rank hunters in Jeolla province. It is not known when Neo-Shinan will strike inland again. The Golden Knight returned to the city with his subordinates. He attracted a lot of attention, and people around him looked at him with interest. The mayor of Gwangju City thanked the Golden Dragon Knight sincerely, expressing his respect to him. Yu Sang-won was approached by reporters asking him to tell them what brought them here to help them. But the knight had a busy schedule and could not answer. The boy ordered Songmail and Eldrain to leave this city, and they got into the car. The residents of the city were not satisfied. People just appeared here, and they were already about to leave. They suspected that the boy was nervous about the performance on television. Suddenly, the awakened trailer stopped Choi Chun-sung, blocking the road. The Golden Knight refused to take Choi Chun-sung with him, because he had already gone his own way. But Choi Chun-sung wanted to tell him his story. He became an S-rank hunter, having previously worked in the Forest Service. When he woke up, he chose the Druid class, which required a lot of training. Choi Chun-sung sought to become stronger in order to focus on defense. However, Yu Sang-won was neither a guild leader nor an instructor, so he could not give him any guidance. The Golden Knight decided to ignore Choi Chun-sung and drove on, leaving him behind. Yu Sang-won inquired about the situation and ordered his men to check Seoul and Gyeongsang province. Song Mayul reported that there is currently a battle going on in Seoul between the Assassin King's henchmen, the SS-rank demon, Pastor Lee, and the Archdemon. Newscasts urged people to immediately evacuate to the nearest shelter. In front of the D-City Hotel, as before, many mermaids and sea animals gathered. These creatures were currently opposing the local guilds and Busan's military forces. The enemy commander, the warlord of the mermaids, was throwing monsters from the Mermaid Palace into battle. Yu Sang-won admitted that the Busan side was also holding firm. He saw the troops becoming more and more resilient, which showed the competence of the friend from Busan. However, while thinking, Yu Sang-won suddenly noticed Choi Chun-sung, who appeared in the car. This act surprised and frightened Yu Sang-won. It turned out that Choi Chun-sung had turned into a flying fish and made his way through the gap in the top of the car. It was because of this that Yu Sang-won was able to escape before everything turned into chaos. If Choi Chun-sung had not appeared, the city might have fallen. The Golden Knight explained to the boy that his presence would do nothing but lead to arguments. He reminded that even strong people do not always win. Choi Chun-sun, sitting on the floor in front of Yu Sang-won, admitted that even without directly participating in the fight, he would like to be by his side as a partner. However, the Golden Knight pointed out that he is only a mercenary who kills on commission and cannot share his moral values. Choi Chun-sung understood this, but he still believed that the most important thing was to save people. He felt terrible guilt that he could not save people when he had the power and ability to do so, but he could not act because of the instructions of the government or the association. Chun-sun repeatedly appealed to the association and the government for help, but they were not interested in the lives of the people in this place. He no longer wanted to see people die before his eyes. This is why Choi Chun-sun feels more and more that he should go against orders and be by Yu Yu-won's side. The Golden Knight understood this, because he himself did not want to follow the orders of the association or the government. Neo Shin-an did the same. Yu-chun overheard the conversation and realized that there were many reasons to make Chun-sun one of his subordinates. The knights explained that it was a mixture of revenge, compassion, and respect for the king. The desire to save people is a strong motivation. Choi Chun-sung can become their faithful ally. Yu Sang-won, after listening to the persuasion of his knights, made a final decision. The Golden Knight looked at Choi Chun-sun. There was nothing he could do to help him, no benefit to offer, and perhaps no reward for his work. However, if he didn't mind, then Choi Chun-sung could help them. The hunter thanked him for the opportunity, and they shook hands. Old Busan Haeundae looked like a happy enough city, but modern Busan has become gloomy and dying. He needed help. Jeon Ji-ah, an S-rank hunter with elemental skills, raised her staff up and used Thunder Giant. In this place was a large monster, which also had its subordinates. Young Ji-ah used thunder and lightning to deal with him. The Golden Knight, watching this, recognized Jeong Ji-ah. She specialized in spirits associated with thunder and lightning, making her a formidable opponent for mermaids. Yu Sang-won asked if they should help Jeong Ji-ah since they didn't have an advantage in strength. Only the power of fire could help them. Choi Chun-sung pointed to the A-rank mermaid dungeon where the boss was, an A-rank monster who controlled newts. This boss had a terrifying power known as the S-rank slap. If the enemies attack Young Ji-ah with such a powerful weapon, even Hyundai can fall in an instant. The island seemed much smaller than the dungeons of the B-rank Goblin Empire. Yu Sang-won ordered Akalon to drive faster, and the team immediately went to help Jeong Ji-ah. The girl was still fighting monsters when an A-rank newt warlord suddenly appeared in front of her. Jeong Ji-ah couldn't understand what he was up to, because the Triton warlord shouldn't be risking himself. She was warned that there were others behind the newt warlord. Jeong Ji-ah noticed that the opponent's health was starting to deteriorate and decided to take advantage of this opportunity. But suddenly a new sight appeared in front of her. A crowd of new newts, dressed in armor made of plastic and rubber debris, were running straight towards her. Young Ji-ah ordered to open fire and tried to counter them with her lightning skills. The soldiers opened fire on the monsters with firearms, but the bullets did not harm them. Jeong Ji-ah, with her rudimentary skills, understood that these plastic armors were enchanted. Intelligence also reported the approach of another monster guard. These newts were much stronger, had high-quality weapons, and easily killed the soldiers. Young Ji-ah knew they were going to lose, and it was just a grueling battle to see if reinforcements were coming their way. The elemental hunter ordered all the troops to retreat and go to Day City. The girl saw the Triton warlord approaching and waited for her troops to retreat. But people were terrified. It was a guard whose bullets were blocked by shields. They could do nothing and resist. The warlord of the newts came even closer and killed these frightened soldiers with one blow of his sword. The troop commander urgently informed Jeong Ji-ah that they should immediately retreat to the second line of defense. If they surrender this line, they will not be able to receive reinforcements. And if they break through the second one, the last line of defense will also fall. One of the scouts ran up to the guild leader and reported that Dashiell would probably fall in a few minutes. Yoongjia didn't know what to do. They urgently needed reinforcements. It was proposed to launch a rescue operation immediately, retreat, and then make a final decision. Yoongjia informed them that they had already deployed all their troops, and if they lost here, it would be the end of Posan. The defenses of the 20th floor were also breached. They could not stay here. It was urgent to get Jia Yang out of here and prepare the helicopter. Yoongjia was ready to stay here and defend this city until the end. She asked the general to retreat and call for reinforcements. The elemental hunter could only hope that the general was different from other dignitaries. She also asked the guild to retreat and regroup. Zia ordered the guild leader to retreat, as the enemy was rapidly approaching. It was necessary to act immediately. The head of the guild confirmed the order, wished them luck in battle, and asked them to return. After that, they left the city. Jeongjia didn't understand what she was doing and why she allowed such a development. This is not how real commanders should act. Suddenly, Choi Chun-sung appeared in front of her, whom she immediately recognized. He came after cleaning and brought help with him. The elemental hunter was surprised, because she did not know who would agree to help her in such a difficult situation. Suddenly, the golden knight on his golden dragon Eldrin flew above them and rained fiery breath on the enemies. The golden knight did not understand how monsters dared to invade human territories. From the moment Yu Sang-won finished in Busan, the Triton warlord's victory was lost. Therefore, if the monsters did not want to die, they should have returned to their Triton palace. These words sounded very confident. Jeongjia watched this with fascination and wondered how the Golden Knight and the dragon could get here. Choi Chun-sung promised to tell her about it later. Their main goal now was to defeat the Newt warlord. Choi Chun-sung was ready to take on the boss, while Yoongjia decided to fight the other smaller monsters. The elemental hunter raised her staff, addressed thunder and lightning to all her spirits, and ordered them to gather around her. Now the team was in full force and ready to face the enemy. The Golden Knight used to kill newts, which were sea animals, which is why they gave off an unpleasant fishy smell. Dragon Eldrin didn't think that this smell could be washed away, so he wanted to charge an extra bath fee to bury the smell of these vile animals. The Golden Knight turned to the sky, asked him to check his sword, which reached the moon, and with this blow proved that he is a star on this earth. A fiery beam shot out from the hunter's sword, reaching the very sky. It was the skill of Heavenly Sword Stream Emperor Chapter 1, Jisheng Island. This blow was so powerful that the warlord of the Newts, frightened, had to watch it. He understood that he could not cope with such a warrior. He ordered his subordinate Newts to retreat, and the monsters rushed to flee straight into the sea. Crocbane couldn't let the main boss escape. He grabbed the monster by the leg and did not let go, restraining its movements. Terrified, the warlord of the Newts jumped out of the water and fell right onto the shore, where the Golden Knight was already waiting for him. The subordinates were shocked by Crocbane's act. They could not imagine that he could swim so well. He probably received the blessing of the goddess of swamps and rivers. Accolon proposed to cut the monster into pieces and eat it, because newts were nutritious, tasty, easily digestible, and had medicinal properties. The warlord of the Newts understood that these people were no ordinary lunatics. He, seized with fear, announced his surrender to the Golden Knight. A message appeared in front of Yu Sang-won, asking him to accept or reject the surrender. The Triton warlord was ready to give away all the trophies hidden in the Triton palace just to save his life. The Golden Knight, who had been watching all the attacks from afar, could see that they were very brutal. He also attacked enemies fleeing from behind. Therefore, the Awakened One could not accept a surrender from a monster that did not have an iota of chivalry. The Triton warlord begged for mercy, but seconds later he was dead. Behind him was Lee Jong-seok, who chopped off his head. Jeongjia dealt with the rest of the smaller monsters, and the battle was over. All enemies were defeated. Choi Chun-sung approached Yoongjia and informed him that there were still a few monsters left and they needed to go down to help. They walked into Yu Sang-won's room, where a subordinate reported the arrival of an S-rank hunter. Yoongjia bowed and thanked the knight for coming to help. Thanks to him, she was able to survive, because otherwise trouble would have happened. The hunters sat down at the table, It was reported from the news that Young Ji-ah fought bravely, but something went wrong. She had to bring all the troops from the rear to the front and fight. If the Golden Knight had arrived 10 minutes later, D City would have been destroyed in an instant, from the Haesong district to the Banyo district. Yu Sang-won noted that nowadays it is rare to meet such a humble person as Jung Jia. Jung Jia knew she needed to act strategically, but she failed. She was very grateful to the knight and thanked him again. As expected, the reward for the A-rank boss was huge. Thanks to her, Yu Sang-won also enjoyed himself. But it is surprising that the dungeon did not disappear. It simply turned into a B-class Triton palace. All dungeons will disappear only when all tasks are completed. Perhaps conditions have changed, as Jung Ji-ah caught the boss outside the dungeon. In the near future, Newts will not think about attacking. In this case, she should go to another city. That was the end of the conversation. Yu Sang-won advised Jung Ji-ah to contact him if she needed anything. He will immediately come to help if he is not busy. He gave her his business card. The team drove in their trailer. Yu Sang-won could have invited Jung Ji-ah to join them, but he didn't want to develop this power because it was strangely related to the boss. Yu Chun cleaned up his master's awards and praised the king wholeheartedly. There were a lot of them. Yu Sang-won now understood why the kings of the past loved flattery so much. Choi Chun-sung knew that it would be best to team up with the hunter Jung Ji-ah, as many of the guild members were wounded or dead and needed to be taken care of. Yu Sang-won explained that he cannot mindlessly invite someone to cooperate. They will contact Jung Ji-ah as soon as the situation here improves, and Choi Chun-sung shouldn't worry. In Seoul, on the northern front, Pastor Lee's hunters were annoyed because they had been waiting for several days, but nothing was happening. They didn't want to go to the province because they could get a lot of money there. The archdemon beasts were ready for battle. They hadn't eaten in the open for a long time, and for them it was a real feast, with meat pudding as dessert. The animals asked Pastor Lee if he had any bone pudding. The master allowed them to eat as much as they wanted, and his assistants brought more food. The archdemons ate the dessert with pleasure. Pastor Lee was surprised that no one had come to see the commotion, and it seemed that someone had been monitoring the situation. His subordinate came to the master and informed him that the Golden Knight had appeared and cleared Gwangju and Busan. The archdemon beasts were enraged when they heard this. It seems that this is precisely why the Golden Knight did not appear here. Pastor Lee turned to the apostle Great King Butcher because they had a little problem and asked him to listen. The animals ate well, so they needed to exercise. The goat apostle was willing to help a bit if Pastor Lee gave him a level-up potion. All they had to do was destroy the few power generators in the city that Pastor Lee had mentioned. The goat apostle decided that in case he had to deal with Pastor Lee's requests again, he would at least establish a condition for a level-up potion. Rem did not want to follow the goat apostle, because although he was a little slower, his destructive power was much greater, and he went first. Pastor Lee understood that by attacking the province, the beasts would distract themselves, and he would never be fooled by such cheap tactics. Now he will show the incredible power of the Butcher King. In Seoul, on the North Wall, the military received a warning that the S-class monsters, archdemon beasts Rem and Goatman, were approaching the North Wall. All troops were ready for battle. Ko Jung-soo ordered to call Ji En-yi and contact the association to find out when support from Olympus would be possible. It was also necessary to check the expected attack route and send A-class hunters there. It was necessary to distribute the platoons so that there were no breaks in the front line and to check the communication status of each company. A message from the Blue Dragon constellation appeared in front of Ko Jong-soo. It told him that if he was victorious, a great reward awaited him, but he must not run away. He must fight even if he dies. The military at their positions were asked to report on the supply situation. But the guys who patrolled behind the wall hadn't returned yet. Finally, the Blue Dragon Guild saw their first enemy. It was Gutman, an archdemon beast ready to pulverize everyone. The soldiers at the positions received an order to return and loaded into the car. But after a few seconds, Rem ran up to this car and overturned it. The commander watched this anxiously. Rem and Goatman's troops moved forward. Ko Jong-soo ordered them to hold on until the end, because if they managed to catch them, the Constellation Lord would reward them. The guild leader was sure that the enemies would not be able to absorb Seoul so easily. The Hunter Association headquarters reported that the president of the association headed to the North Wall to help them. The Battle of the Blue Dragon Guild near the North Wall has begun. A-class enemies appeared there. The monsters were identified as Rem and Goatman. They were archdemon beasts, so they needed support from the Olympus Guild. A guild representative said that Athena's apostle Diotheria would be there for 3 hours. The party that received the patronage of Hercules said that there was a problem in the sub-province, and that they would deal with it first. It was clear that they could not be expected to help. Within 5 hours, a Newt hunter will arrive from the Pacific Front. Baek-ga-yeon was also there. According to the results, apart from the 2 S-class people, there will be no more support, but they will arrive too late. There was a proposal to call hunters from Busan and Gwangju. In total, there were Blue Dragon, 3 people, Olympus, 2 people, and Seoul, 1 person, including the president of the association, 2 more people, a total of 9. If we take into account the people of classes A and B, then the attack can somehow be repelled. It was reported that Hunter Choi Soo-sung from Gwangju rejected the association's call, and the S-class hunters from the province also rejected him. There were rumors that they had teamed up with the Golden Dragon Knight, but that didn't make sense, because they needed to keep the defense of the territory. Refusal of the call would not allow them to maintain the required number of troops in the province, so they must continue to control the province with the help of the Golden Dragon Knight. Thanks to this, Yu Sang-won was able to become a hero among the provincial hunters. This means that even local forces are paid by the Golden Knight. Baek-ga-yeon silently observed what was happening. Yu Sang-won mastered the charm that attracted people. The director was furious. He did not think that the Ministry of Defense and the government, who turn a blind eye to illegal activities in Neo-Sinan, Cholyalo province, could tell them anything, because there was no support at all because of reputation. The director was ordered to stop talking about this topic because it was confidential information. Baek-ga-yeon got up from the table. Their voters were on their side, so they could handle it all on their own without her. Suddenly, the commander's phone received a reply from the Seoul Guild. They could not help because at the moment there was a duel in the south. The minister was informed that they had just been called and informed that one of the electric generators on the northern wall had been destroyed. Scavengers reported that the evacuation line had been captured and that the guildmaster in charge of the supply was dead. As the director said, this is not a situation where they should shift responsibility to each other. They should consider signing an additional contract with the Golden Knight. Given the situation, it was time to act. Funding issues should be submitted to the Ministry of Strategy and Finance for the conclusion of an additional contract. Baek-ga-yeon asked to send a request to set aside the amount of 500 million won, equal to the amount already paid, and the other amount will be paid in full after the task is completed. The director called Yu Sang-won and reported the situation. He understood everything and was on his way to Seoul. The Golden Knight warned his subordinates that when they arrived in Seoul, they would face a battle with archdemon beasts. If something can be fixed, he will do it. In Seoul, near the northern wall, a fierce battle was taking place. The beasts managed to break through, and the military found themselves in a bad position. The troops were worried, because no one could restrain the most difficult of beasts, Rem. The archdemon beast sought only victory. If he destroys the generator, he will be the winner. He started running towards the electric generator. Near the generators there were soldiers who protected him, but they could not face Rem decently because the beast was much stronger. Suddenly, in front of the soldier's eyes, his comrades killed him. He stopped and could no longer move. The archdemon saw this man and asked why he had stopped. Perhaps he suddenly wanted to live. The soldier reacted violently and began to scold Rem. So after a few seconds, the monster killed him too. This time the archdemon beast was confident of its victory, but suddenly a bright flash appeared in the sky. Under the guidance of the constellation of Lady Athena, Diomedes, an S-rank hunter, appeared to punish the evil god-demon. The knights joyfully began to greet the apostle of the constellation of Athena. They were saved, and reinforcements were already on their way. Diomedes took out her weapon and aimed at the beast's head, because she wanted to put it on the altar of the goddess Athena. But Rem was full of self-confidence and prepared to present the head of Diomedes to the great king of slaughter. Diomedes and the archdemon beast faced off in a duel. They accumulated energy in their weapons and the energy collided. Ko Jong-soo and the other hunters could tell by the flash of energy that Diomedes had arrived. They needed to concentrate, because before them stood Goutman. Ko Jong-soo ordered to gather his spirit and target Goutman. The three leaders rose into the air and stood in front of the monster. They gathered all their energy, used their dual skills, and flew towards Gutham and his minions, forming a large cluster of energy. Ko Jong-soo punched the archdemon beast in the face, but there were too many monsters for them to handle. Gottman's subordinates recklessly went to their deaths, grabbing their enemies by the hands. They needed to get out of here urgently. The Blue Dragon Head ordered Cheo-ji-yeon to retreat. After that, the man was able to hit Gottman's subordinates, and they got out of this trap. Ko Cheon-yeon used the Blue Dragon Fire skill, and the monster below him began to cry. Cheo-ji-yeon pointed her finger at the guild leader because he was their salvation. Ko Jong-soo ordered them to fight without sparing their strength, because today they must defeat these demons. Rem competed with Diomedes. She was professionally trained, so she dodged his attacks with ease. It was already starting to annoy him, but each time the hunter became more and more exhausting. She waited for Tritonius to arrive, for they were already on the brink. Suddenly, another archdemon beast appeared on the battlefield, Przewalska. He could see that Rem needed help against this girl. He was no longer having fun, so it was necessary to finish. The military began to worry. Because they had run out of magic bullets, they urgently needed reinforcements. Diomedes felt that the situation around her was getting worse. If it continues in the same spirit, they will all be destroyed. Rem suggested that people end the competition because it was no longer fun. Diomedes used Cry of Ares against the monster. It was her strongest skill, but this time everything was different. The hunters were surprised because Diomedes used her crowning skill so quickly, but the archdemon beast predicted the attack in time and used the skill Reflect Attack. The harder she attacked, the stronger she got back. Diomedes was completely exhausted. It was a decent fight, but she didn't make it. Rem grabbed the hunter by the neck and threw her to the ground. Archdemon beast Przewalski approached his colleagues and reminded them of Pastor Lee's request not to kill the S-rank hunters. The knights understood that they urgently needed to save Diomedes and provide her with help. But unexpectedly, Rem ordered his subordinates to attack. They were joined by goblins who brutally killed the knights on the first line of defense. The captain who managed to survive ordered everyone to retreat, but the monster did not like it, and he began to chase people. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in the sky, and the ground began to crack under the monster's feet. It was the Golden Knight who used his strongest skill. He stood in front of the archdemon beast. The knights were happy to see a hunter in front of them, because now they were saved. Yu Sang-won walked over to Diomedes' body lying on the ground. Her pulse was very weak, and she was on the verge of death. The Golden Knight took the girl in his arms and asked his dragon Eldren to help her. But the dragon reminded her that such treatment was not covered by insurance. The hunter looked at his opponent and invited him to play. Rem had lost his horn to a heavy blow from the Golden Knight and was not ready to let him go just like that. The archdemon beast had taken many lives, so the knight did not want to retreat either. Yu Sang-won turned to Aang to see if he had arrived at the location. Aang managed to arrive, but because he was called so quickly, he barely had time to build a route. Aang was also there, so they could leave the duel to others while the Golden Knight remained to defeat the archdemon beast. Everyone in the academy was scared because of the strong explosion that caused the earthquake. It seemed that the situation had already reached S rank. One hunter was lying on the floor. It was decided to act according to the circumstances. The leader of the group ordered to bring the magic stones here. Shin Ayun was also present. She watched this horror and planned to intervene. The leader of the group asked how and where the corpse could be sold. This body was that of a hunter from the Giants Guild, so it could probably be disposed of somewhere. It was decided to assign it to Neo Sinan. These people were on Pastor Lee's side because he had many advantages. They were leaving this city. Shin Ayun couldn't watch this silently. She used a skill and injured one of the boys. These scum! They are the same people as everyone else, but they live by stealing. Selling a corpse is something that cannot be forgiven. The man with the corpse in his hands was scared. He understood that this person was a C-rank hunter. He dropped the bag and ran. Shin Ayun couldn't leave this horrible person alive. She used another skill and the person fell to the ground unconscious. Lee Jung-seok asked if the female student was planning to see things through. but she decided that these people should live. She asked to inform her colleagues about the situation. Because of their greed, not only the lives of others but also their own were at risk. They deserved it. Shin Ah-yoon went to the north of Seoul together with Lee Jung-seok. Local fighting was still going on at the front line. Yoo Sang-won fought a heavy battle with the archdemon beast. Shin Ah-yoon asked him to try to restore the remaining sections of the front as soon as possible. Lee Jung-seok promised that he would fulfill this request. He couldn't wait to get it over with. The battle wasn't over yet, so they couldn't relax. Lee Jong-suk will rush with the speed of the wind and become a shield to protect from danger. Shin Ah-yoon didn't like that expression. Her companion believed that the more colorful the expression, the more sincere it sounds. The girl admitted that among the other knights Yoo Sang-won had summoned, Lee Jung-seok and Yu Chen were the strangest. Rem rushed into battle with great courage, but now he decided to end it because he was very exhausted. It was much easier than Yoo Sang-won had imagined. He seems to have become too strong. The Golden Knight asked his opponent to finish quickly, because he had a lot to do. The archdemon beast Przewalski decided to intervene. He couldn't believe it had happened. That person had done well as a decoy, but now they needed to come forward. The unicorn archdemon beast raised its head and used its terrible skill. He began to shout so loudly that people's ears began to hurt. Thus, Przewalski summoned other beasts, and they surrounded the Golden Knight. In order to catch the strongest hunter, they will have to continue to act in the same way. Standing next to Yoo Sang-won was Pastor Lee. He bowed and formally introduced himself. He is Pastor Lee, a man who serves the Carnage King. Yoo Sang-won recognized him. He is a heartless person who kidnaps and kills people. These were sacrifices for the constellation, so the man did not consider it a sin. After all, if you serve the constellation, it is your job to bring it what it wants. The Golden Knight understood from their conversation that Pastor Lee was not going to finish this matter. The pastor wanted to offer the boy a deal. He explained that his service to Constellation and the Carnage King made sense. He also heard about Yoo Sang-won, who does not have a constellation and works as a mercenary. The pastor simply needed lives for sacrifice, and if the Golden Knight does not interfere with them, they will give him all the good they get on the hunt. Then, having earned money, he will be able to get what he wants. All their goods, money, weapons, and magic stones will go to the Golden Knight. Yoo Sang-won thought about it because the offer was attractive. But if money is not spent on anything, then it is useless. He thought he didn't care what happened to this world. But people appeared whom he is obliged to protect because he made an agreement with the government. What he disliked the most was the world that Pastor Lee wanted to create. The man serving the Carnage King asked what kind of world he thought the Golden Knight would create. The Golden Knight pointed to the dead bodies behind him. This was the world he would create. It was the first time Pastor Lee had seen a person who would behave like this in the face of offered wealth. Yoo Sang-won promised that if the pastor would quietly disappear, then he would be willing to spare his life. Pastor Lee burst out laughing. During all this time, he had heard a lot about his mission for God, but this was the first time he had been humiliated like this. The Golden Knight said that if the pastor did not want to lose all his henchmen and die in disgrace, then it was time to flee. Pastor Lee suggested that the hunter uses subterfuges because he is afraid that if they engage in battle, people will get hurt. Regardless of the reason for which they compete, the man who serves the King of Carnage will still end up on the floor. Pastor Lee was deeply affected by these words. The negotiations were broken, and the archdemon beast apostles entered the battlefield. Beast archdemon Przewalski wondered where the boy had so much confidence, because there were only 5 of them. S-rank help appeared behind the knight. She had just returned from her combat missions and was ready to go into battle again. Przewalski understood that Gutman was hurt, and at some point he stopped feeling his energy. The Golden Knight ordered everyone to enter the battlefield and fight without restraint, as if nothing could hold them back. The greatest battle has begun. The flight of knights with their subordinates faced opponents. Everything went according to plan. Another surviving knight watched in surprise. He never thought that he would live to see the battle between the S and SS ranks with his own eyes. Suddenly a film crew arrived at the scene. They were able to film the knight descending from the dragon and were preparing the microphones. But the journalists were stopped. It was explained to them that it is not possible to go there now, and they must stay here on the border of the wall. Journalists remained on the street, but a person was sitting in the car who could use a joystick to control a drone with a built-in video camera. This drone flew to the scene of the fight and started filming the brutal fight. The people who were saved by the Golden Knight watched the duel with gratitude. They wanted to personally thank him and see for the first time with their own eyes. Among these people was Shim Kang-hoon. It's time for his revenge. He began to make his way through the crowd to get closer to the border. The reporter was shooting cameras while being near the north wall of Seoul, where the battle between the Golden Dragon Knight and the archdemon beasts was currently raging. Given the difficult conditions, high human losses were expected. Shim Kang-hoon was ready to begin what he had in mind. The game has started. A security guard stopped Shim Kang-hoon, explaining that he was not allowed to come here. But the hunter used his skill and blasted that person. The man began to laugh because he thought Yu Sang-won was cornered. He will watch his defeat with pleasure, and the hunter will die at his hands. The archdemon beasts were surprised that the Golden Knight would compete with only one weapon. They thought he had better have more weapons. Yu Sang-won didn't care whether to compete with a tree branch or a banana. He was confident in his abilities and ordered them to surrender if they were frightened. The match has started. The Golden Knight dodged the blows of the archdemon beast Przewalski. Rem used his weapon in the form of a large ball, but this time the hunter was also able to dodge the attack. After that, Yu Sang-won struck the opponent's head. The archdemon beast fell to the ground. It was the first time the archdemon beasts had seen such a strong person. They could not believe that such a hunter even existed. For Yu Sang-won, this battle turned out to be boring, not what he expected. He is not one to enjoy tension. Compared to the chaos they had created here, the archdemon beast's skills seemed pitiful to him. The beast archdemon Przewalski ordered the hunter to shut his mouth. Otherwise, he himself would shut his insolent face. He ordered all the monsters to gather and attack. The nearby knights also began to attack. This battle was even more brutal than the previous one. The hunter was attacked from several sides. The score was already 2-1, which annoyed Yu Sang-won. Besides, the class of these apostles was S rank. Przewalski threatened his enemy that he would chew and swallow every cell of him. The Golden Knight offered to continue the fight. Their results were already good, because if you go a little further, the stability and stamina of the animals will decrease. But despite the boy's assumption, the endurance, agility, and strength of the beasts began to grow rapidly. Unexpectedly, the beasts became much stronger. It became much more difficult for the hunter to resist their attacks. Shin So-mi called the Golden Knight. It turned out that the archdemon beasts began to receive additional promotions. They were constantly given promotions that strengthened their fighting abilities. But Pastor Lee did not have the ability to impose a promotion on the beasts. Shin So-mi assured that it was not a promotion from the Carnage King constellation, but from Shim Kang-hoon. Pastor Lee was thanking Shim Kang-hoon because the match was on the verge of failure. He removed the barrier from the wall of Seoul so that the beasts could continue to cope on their own. But his goal was to get Yu Sang-won's head. Pastor Lee didn't mind because a piece of his flesh would be enough for him. The Golden Knight stood in front of the archdemon beast Przewalski. The beast ordered the boy to attack, but the hunter refused because he knew that humans impose an increase on monsters. This was humiliating for the archdemon beasts and should have shamed them. Shin So-mi informed Yu Sang-won that there were 5 upgrades on this beast: King's Charisma, Whirlwind, Language of Bravery, Greatness, and Cry of Desperation. All the characteristics of the archdemon beasts have doubled, and the speed has also doubled. In addition, they were given protection against ailments, and the damage was reduced to 40%. The hunter understood that this was no longer a joke, and that their enemies had become much stronger. Akalon also performed the analysis. Thanks to the improvements, the characteristics of the enemy have increased significantly. Yu Sang-won asked the Golem Knight if they had any chance of winning. Kalf intervened in the conversation, explaining that victory must be created independently. Song Mayul added that even though the knight did not have the skills to remove the promotion, they could continue to compete. Akalon did the analysis. Their chance of winning was 74%, so there were no problems. The Golden Knight ordered the battle to continue. Song Mayol assured that they have not yet put their strength to 100% and are ready to compete for a complete victory. The archdemon beasts were unhappy with the team talking to each other and making a plan. Yu Sang-won ordered to work in a team. The Golden Knight and his subordinates readied themselves and the duel began again. They had one try. The entire headquarters of the Hunter Association apartment and the people were watching the live broadcast of the match between the Golden Knight and the Archdemon Beasts. Shin So-mi was also in contact with people. She reported that Shim Kang-hoon's verification was complete, and it was indeed him from the Soul Guild. The workers looked at each other. Shim Kang-hoon began to cooperate with Pastor Lee, and his actions could not be explained in any way. He seemed to create an illusion to confuse them. Shim Kang-hoon was currently in Shinkanam and was using his energy to stop the advance of the S-class monster Bohaku. The commander did not believe that Yu Sang-won, despite his bad attitude towards the Golden Dragon, was actually able to contact the Vulture. If this really happened, Yu Sang-won could be hiding a lot. Maybe it really was an illusion or a trick. Shin So-mi, on the other hand, believed that the illusion could not use the promotion so well. No illusion can do that. In addition, the surrounding wall barrier was dispersed. There was only one explanation left. It was all done from the inside. In that case, the most likely suspect is Shim Kang-hoon. It was urgent to find out the truth. The director ordered to find out the whereabouts of Shim Kang-hoon in Shinkanam. In any case, they should have backed up the Golden Dragon Knight, as he would be helpless if the boosted archdemon monsters broke through the wall. It was possible to immediately organize a support unit and send help. The association continued to watch the live broadcast of the match. In their eyes, the Golden Dragon Knight and his team were gaining the upper hand in battle despite the enemy's promotion. Yu Sang-won delivered a powerful blow with the legendary weapon. The enemy flew several meters and fell. At that moment, another archdemon beast, Przewalski, began to approach the knight. He rushed at him with incredible force. The Golden Knight managed to dodge the attack. The monster ran further, where Akalon was already waiting for him. After using his skill, he delivered a powerful blow, and the beast also flew away and fell to the ground. The archdemon beast, Iberico, couldn't stand being bullied by his fellows. He wanted revenge and used a powerful skill that began to destroy the ground around him. But the monster did not take into account that this skill would also affect the other archdemon beasts that were nearby, and did not cause any damage to the enemy. The Golden Knight team laughed. It would be surprising to them if they actually won, because they had no strategy, and all their fighting techniques were at the level of cavemen. Rem quietly sneaked up behind the Golden Knight. He drew attention to himself by announcing that he would now kill his opponents. It was his mistake, because the Knight's team reacted quickly. The Knights pounced on him and knocked the monster to the ground. At that moment, Rem, who could not resist, was approached by the Golden Knight. He held his legendary weapon in his hands and swung. A few seconds later, Yu Sang-won killed the archdemon beast with this weapon. It was nothing special compared to what he imagined. He advised his subordinates not to worry and to attack everyone at once. The monsters were confused because their friend was killed before their eyes. They did not believe that people possessed such a powerful force. Pastor Lee asked Guildmaster Shim Kang-hoon how this could happen, since there were many upgrades placed on the monsters. But the man himself did not believe in it. Pastor Lee reminded that if they lost this battle, Shim Kang-hoon would bear a great responsibility. The Guildmaster understood that it seemed his promotion had backfired like poison. The monsters had no concept of teamwork, so they only hurt each other. The archdemon beast, Przewalski, could not forgive the knight and was preparing for a new attack. Crocbane warned the home team that they should be ready for defense. The Golden Knight's legendary weapon clashed with the monster's sword. There was a blow, and Przewalski's weapon broke. Another monster sneaked up on Yu Sang-won from behind. He wanted to hit him on the head, but the knight managed to dodge and at the same moment cut off the archdemon beast's leg. Pastor Lee and Shim Kang-hoon watched the match dejectedly. The Guildmaster decided that it was better to remove all promotions because it was a complete failure. But Shim Kang-hoon didn't believe it was his failure. The man serving the King of Carnage denied his actions. The Guildmaster believed that it was a failure from the very beginning to collect such scattered monsters that could not communicate with each other. Pastor Lee clenched his hands and asked him not to scold the apostles of the Carnage King constellation like that. Ko Jong-soo was standing in front of Goutman. They and the three heads of the guilds managed to defeat the monster. Goutman was lying on the floor with a large fatal wound in the middle of his body. Finally, they won. Cheo Ji-yeon and Ko Cheon-yeon sat on the ground, happy that they would soon receive bonuses. Pastor Lee decided that this time, they would have to back down. Shim Kang-hoon will also retreat, because if he leaves Chinganam for a long time, there will be many suspicions. But as the guildmaster was about to leave, a person serving the Carnage King stopped him. Despite the failure, they still did a good job, so he had to give the promised reward. It was a ring in the shape of a skull filled with sinister energy. Shim Kang-hoon was surprised because he failed but still won the award. He was advised to think of it as a show of confidence to plan further. If this is indeed the case, then the guildmaster agreed to accept it and put the ring on his finger. He felt black energy, but it was good. But when Shim Kang-hoon put the ring on his finger, he saw a horrible sight. His hand began to lose volume and bones were visible through the skin. The man clutched his hand, his jaw and hand shaking with fear. He fell to the ground not knowing what to do. It was revenge from Pastor Lee. The agreement said that Shim Kang-hoon would be responsible if it failed, so he took it. Shim Kang-hoon began to slowly die. Now, not only his hands, but also half of his body began to turn into bones. Pastor Lee warned him that his life would be given to the Carnage King constellation. The guildmaster's life was cut short. His body was lying on the ground. Pastor Lee approached him and took the ring off his finger. The archdemon beast Przewalski informed his opponent that they had been ordered to retreat, but next time he would step on the Golden Knight's throat. Kalf wondered if the host was planning to set up a monster chase. But Yu Sang-won had a lot of business to deal with. It is possible that the structure of the association will change radically. Even the guild's passive response to Shim Kang-hoon's betrayal would result in a massive death toll. In addition, if monsters invade here again and a battle begins, the knight does not think that the wall will be able to withstand it, because it was badly damaged during this battle. It was the most difficult battle for the Golden Knight, from the dungeon, Gwangju, Busan, to this place. One of the knights of the association ran up to Yu Sang-won. They needed to talk a little. The knight explained that he is now very busy and still very exhausted because they did not manage everything. Awakened, he looked at his knights and turned to Akalon. He recently heard a strange gurgling sound, but the device did not give any signals. A few days later, Yu Sang-won was in the Iron Fortress. He rested in his room and switched channels one by one. Shin So-mi entered the awakened one's room. She saw that he was awake, so she offered to go to breakfast. Yu Sang-won refused breakfast, saying he didn't want to eat, and asked Shin So-mi to come in later. Shin So-mi noticed that after the fight, the boy's behavior was similar to Shin Ah-yoon's. She urged him to get out of bed, make his bed, and go eat. The boy covered his head with a pillow so as not to hear her. All his muscles ached after the fight, and he was too lazy to even move a finger. The hunter, despite the fact that the head of the guild checked his condition and allowed him to stay in bed, thought he could eat whenever he wanted, and asked Akalon to prepare a meal for him. Shin So-mi left the room and went to Baek Ga-yeon to tell her that Hunter will eat later and they will eat separately. The director explained that it was normal because he struggled a lot. However, given the situation, Baek Ga-yeon wished he would still get out of bed and help her with some things. Shin So-mi was sure that he would get up soon, because despite his exhaustion, he was an SS-class golden armored hunter, an S-class knight commander, and the ruler of the Goblin Empire. Baek Ga-yeon didn't understand why he didn't want to get up, since there were so many things to take care of, from the offer to talk to the Dragon Knight to complaints. She knew that they would be too busy in the future, so let him take the opportunity to rest. It seems that politics, which he does not like so much, will soon begin. The director of the academy reported that the head of the Soul Guild, Shim Kang-hoon, is dead. This Pastor Lee almost destroyed Seoul. The Olympus and Blue Dragon guilds have teamed up, even with Yu Sang-won, to protect the city. Negotiations were now underway to find out who would be responsible for the casualties and property damage, and who was more to blame after the battle. Of course, there will be a conversation about Yu Sang-won. Thanks to this event, the power of the Golden Dragon Knight became known throughout the world, so it will begin to be used more for political purposes. Choi Chun-soon knew that this was what the Golden Knight disliked the most. The director of the academy decided to deal with some matters on her own. While she was busy, she invited her colleagues to take a walk in the yard to get some fresh air. Choi Chun-sung noted that there were a lot of reporters gathered at the entrance to the Iron Fortress right now, so it would not be possible to just go out and walk around. Baek Ga-yeon suggested that they fly to Eldraine or go to the Goblin Empire where they can talk in peace. Shin Ah-yoon and his mother came to Yu Sang-won to invite him to go on a picnic. Baek Ga-yeon explained that they had better get some fresh air because they had a lot of work to do later. The awakened one asked if they could just rest without work for a few weeks. Shin Ah-yoon came up to him, hugged him, and started to persuade him to go with them. The manager also supported the idea of going to Eldraine or the Goblin Empire because journalists gathered near the fortress. A nearby goblin appeared behind the awakened one and asked for permission to have a picnic in the Goblin Empire. He assured that no one would disturb them in the B-class dungeon empire, as he had many subordinates to guarantee safety. Yu Chen, who appeared behind the boy, didn't trust the goblins, so he offered to attack the dungeon if necessary, because it was normal for him. Others present also expressed a desire to rest because it makes people stronger. The knight really needed rest. The awakened one sighed and agreed to take everyone with him to the picnic. In front of him lay a report on the reorganization of the management system of the Goblin Empire. Yu Chen explained that according to tradition, a king should never let affairs of state go to waste, even when he is resting. Yu Sang-won asked if the bystander couldn't solve all the issues himself. He explained that only the king sat on the throne, and he was just helping. Shin So-mi, Shin Ah-yoon, and Choi Chun-sung were ready for the picnic. They got into the car and drove off. Baek Ga-yeon waved goodbye to them from the window. She wanted them to have a good time and relax. After that, the director took the phone. She wanted to return to the conversation with her colleagues about the Indemnity Society that had submitted a request for Yu Sang-won. Turns out, they asked the Bank of Korea to freeze his accounts. This is despite how much effort he put into defending Seoul. Baek Ga-yeon called the Damage Compensation Society. It was explained to her that based on the information from the first article that was passed on, they were trying to get compensation. People from the top of the government were in this organization. The director asked how much this society is asking for money for the damage. The amount turned out to be 500 billion won. The woman asked if this was the balance that the government had to pay without taking into account the commission on the contract. And so it was. Although Pastor was not killed, the defense of Seoul was successful. And Yu Sang-won has the right to claim part of the amount. They need to turn to the government and ask to resolve the issue with the company in exchange for the amount remaining under the contract. In the underground city of Kazan, in a special class hotel, Pastor Lee was staying. He laughed because he did not expect so many followers to come. The archdemon beast Przewalski was furious. He asked the pastor to take responsibility for what he had done. The man explained that it was Shim Kang-hoon who caused this to take responsibility. The Carnage King constellation was also pleased when he gave Shim Kang-hoon's soul to him. The Przewalski monster believed that this was not enough because he should know how much damage the archdemon beasts had caused. Pastor Lee prepared a small gift to thank the remaining apostles and the victims of Reghan, Remrem, and Goutman. The man showed many materials in front of him. He prepared the trophies that Shim Kang-hoon left after his death. The pastor hoped that the archdemon beasts would remain satisfied. He spent nothing on himself and used everything on the apostles. After examining the materials, the monsters found the true charisma mantle, as well as many potions containing Shim Kang-hoon's energy. The archdemon beasts found something that they could not share among themselves. Everyone held it in their hands and did not give it away. The Przewalski beast took the potion and drank it. After using it, it felt fantastically powerful. His powers have greatly increased. The monsters, inspired by the act of their colleague, also drank the potion. They experienced completely new sensations and became several times stronger. Pastor Lee walked over to the Massacre King statue and knelt down. He appealed to his constellation because of his shortcomings. He lost 3 apostles of the Massacre King. The man promised that if the constellation did not give him a little more strength, he would definitely take revenge. He prayed that the king would hear his weak voice and begged to be allowed to become his sword. Suddenly, a black force began to appear in the sky, which threw lightning from the sky and accumulated evil power around the hotel. The archdemon beast Przewalski raised his head and looked at the sky. He didn't believe that the Carnage King had really come down at the beck and call of a man. Suddenly, Pastor Lee's body was enveloped in a black energy that began to lift him up. The King of Carnage descended from heaven. The king descended at the call of a human voice. It was impossible, but it happened. The Carnage King, in the form of a great demon, reached out his hand to Pastor Lee. The archdemon beasts began to worship their king, because the Slaughter King himself personally came down and revealed his will to them. The beast reported that the constellation had other things to do, so the Slaughter King decided to lend him his power. The subordinates of the king and the apostles were surprised. They did not understand what was happening because it seems that Pastor Lee took on a new form and gained more power. The pastor said that the constellation gave him the strength to resolve the situation. This will be another chance for them and a weapon for revenge. He will take the oaths of all who are here. Now, when the constellation itself has risen here, he will raise this world to him again. If they obey him from this point on, it is perceived as an oath of loyalty to the constellation. People dropped to their knees and were ready for it. The apostles were also kneeling. This time the pastor has become much stronger, so they definitely won't lose. All subordinates promised to serve in one voice. Meanwhile, Yu Sang-won and his team of underlings were at the lake in the Goblin Empire's dungeon. Now they could finally rest. It seemed to them that they had come to live in the village. Shin Ah-yoon asked how long they planned to rest here, because she would like to raise her level even more. Yu Sang-won believed that only stupid people study on vacation. The student understood that they had come to rest, but there was nothing to do here except study. There weren't even any televisions here. Shin Seo-mi approached Yu Sang-won with some sandwiches for him to eat. The boy accepted the food and tasted it. Shin Seo-mi asked to let her know if he wanted supplements. She had been dreaming of a vacation for a long time. And finally, it happened. Shin Ah-yoon told her mother that she would go practice now, at least alone. She had a difficult character. Shin Seo-mi sat next to Yu Sang-won, who was looking at the sky. He thought that right now he was spending his time as he wanted. The girl also believed that when it becomes difficult, she should postpone all matters for a while. How good it was now. Because after waking up and raising a child on her own, she couldn't even think about a vacation. That's why Shin So-mi understood him. Her old wounds have not healed, so she tries to avoid major shocks, because he has immense power. He was needed in many places, and he had more and more things to do. So maybe he needs a break more than anyone else. Shin. So-mi apologized if she did something wrong. Yu Sang-won tried to calm the girl down. She should not take all the responsibility. She holds a high position in the White Knight Guild, even took care of Shin Ah-yoon, and handled everything quite well. Also, she had a class change this time, so he thought that Shin So-mi was best suited for the support role. She thanked for such words. She and Shin Ah-yoon acquired the skills that were a priority for their team. They will need this much more than the disconnected from reality Yu Chong and golf. Yu Sang-won didn't know what to say to him. He was afraid that if they did not take care of him, he would become anxious. The guy admitted that he was used to living alone and coping with everything on his own, so he tried to work more with summoned knights than with people. He could never imagine that he would have a family because he was afraid of losing it. And then people began to appear who even changed classes for his sake. Sasha appeared, and Yu Sang-won began to feel strange because people appeared with whom they helped each other and received strength from each other. He was a man who avoided everything. Destiny is not something that appears already perfectly prepared, but the relationships that they independently build into ideal ones. Shin Ah-yoon took the boy's hand and explained that he is not inadequate, but just an innocent person who is afraid of getting hurt again. Yu Sang-won thanked her for that and said that he wanted to stay in her debt then. The girl got up from her chair and explained that she was going to take care of other matters that remained. The boy was a little surprised by such abruptness. He clutched his head, not understanding what he had just said. It was the confession of a fool. Suddenly he heard Shin Ah-yoon's voice behind him. She called her teacher a fool for not being able to do the right thing in a romantic situation. The student saw in her mother's reaction that she was shy. She had a habit of getting up from her chair when she was embarrassed. Yu Sang-won explained that it wasn't just because she was shy. She had no choice but to be careful, no matter what kind of relationship they had. Shin Ah-yoon wondered what kind of problem her mother had. The guy explained that the question is not whether someone has a problem. This is not a relationship that can exist only on romantic feelings. It is difficult for her to accept sympathy or sympathize with someone herself, because her character is such that she prefers to be alone. The boy's character was the same. Yu Sang-won covered his face with his hands. He did not know what would happen to the student's mother if he left. He does not like restrictions, but should be a little more prudent. Shin Ah-yoon didn't know what happened then, but no matter what, she supported both of them. She got up from her chair and reached for him. Yu Sang-won asked to stop using loud words in his speech. He wondered if she had changed her battle stance since changing her class. Shin Ah-yoon was looking for a position where she could carry out her tasks and not cross paths with the knights. But for this, she needs the teacher's armor. The girl said that after being cut off from the constellation, she can't upgrade her armor properly, so she asks for Yu Sang-won's armor to be given to her. She saw that during the battle he practically did not use them, but if a Golden Dragon Knight does not wear golden armor, he will simply become an ordinary knight in ordinary clothes. Shin Ah-yoon was upset because her armor was bad, so it was difficult for her to catch high-level monsters. She can't even use Flame Phoenix Dance. Yu Sang-won was about to refuse, but he suddenly looked at his hand and remembered the Carnage Constellation Ring, which can be used to enter their shop. A boy and a student entered the store. They saw Foxy working there. They have not seen each other for a long time. Yu Sang-won wanted to buy Rem's outfit. The seller said that he can do it right now. Foxy began to calculate how much it would cost. It was a total of 74,300 points. This amount suited him. The guy transferred the points to the account. He said that this girl next to him was cut off from the constellation, so she could not control the Phoenix Flame Dance. He wanted to acquire skills or equipment for her that would help her control him. Foxy showed them everything they had. Shin Ah-yoon wondered how many things she could buy here. One piece of armor costs around 3,000 points. She will be able to cope thanks to this equipment. Yu Sang-won left the girl alone and went to buy a ranged weapon, since he can't use it due to his class. One supporter in the team will be enough for them. Foxy wondered if it would be better for her to learn magic, but Shin Ah-yoon's class was knight, so there was something else that could be better than magic. The seller pointed her finger at the spear. Although not a ranged weapon, throwing a spear is a skill of true knights. Therefore, it may help her to avoid the ban on using ranged weapons. Yu Sang-won thought. The spear was intended for ancient people, who know how to see the target most accurately. It was one of the forces that allowed people to fight with large animals since ancient times. Later, a bow appeared, but arrows had to be made for it. The spear, which was easy to make and could be used as a melee weapon, was used for a long time in certain circumstances. The guy asked if there was a sample that could be used for a demonstration. The salesperson explained that after getting 1,000 points, they give it away for free. Yu Sang-won walked out onto the beach and held a spear in his hands. He swung and threw it far into the sea. The weapon flew powerfully and for a very long time. And when she landed, there was a big explosion. The teacher and his student were surprised. They did not believe that such a thing was possible for such a small amount of money. Foxy explained that the destructiveness of a spear strike is determined by the caster's level and concentration, so he can throw it much harder than others. Yu Sang-won was upset because even for the knights there was no warning about the spear throwing. The seller explained that the sword is a symbol of victory, power, and war, and the spear symbolizes the weapon of a soldier and defender of civilization. Yu Sang-won took out his legendary weapon and wondered if he could throw it instead of the spear. Foxy asked if he meant the Circle of Titan weapon. It was a very difficult weapon to use, which was kept because there were no people who could use it, and you can't remelt it. Therefore, perhaps the Circle of Titan, as a spear, is not designed for long-range attacks, thus avoiding the limitation for knights. Yu Sang-won was very happy and decided to buy up everything there was. He bought an extremely large number of lethal weapons that he really intended to use as ranged weapons. As Foxy said, if the force of destruction is determined by the strength and concentration of the thrower, because to this is added the weight and hardness of the thrown object, then the weapon will show great impact power. Shin Ah-yoon was a little worried because it was like a lecture about a new weapon of some country that is getting more and more powerful. The Golden Knight planned to begin. He wanted to set the protective magic to the 7th level and started test number 1. He took the spear in his hands and threw it. The spear passed through all 7 levels of defense with ease, and later it completely broke through all the defenses and flew outside. Yu Sang-won started to worry because he had done something very bad. The powerful blow sent a hot wind that knocked the Golden Knight's subordinates off their feet. The boy began to worry because this weapon was able to split the mountain in two. He invented something very powerful. Shin Ah-yoon believed that this new invention worked like a full-fledged rocket. Akalon warned that it was very dangerous. Yu Chen and Lee Jong-seok also reacted to this situation. They wondered if their king was doing well. Yu Sang-won thought now was not the time to worry about him. Bystanders were excited that the unexpected explosion could cause problems with the fluids in His Majesty's body. The guy explained that there was absolutely no need to worry about him. The first thing to worry about was Shin So-mi and Choi Chun-sun, who didn't understand what was going on here. Yu Sang-won talked about testing his new weapon, which was extremely powerful. Shin So-mi thought. She didn't know how strong the boy in front of her could be. Now he was so strong that it was shocking. The Golden Knight took off his helmet. All things considered, there was no need for test number 2. He had broken Eldraine's 7-layer magic barrier, so that would be enough. The Golden Dragon's magic barrier was stronger than any other barrier in the human world. It was a new invention. Suddenly the team heard a strange sound. Those around the Heavenly Sword recognized this sound, the sound of the Goblin Emperor's horn. It is heard when the Emperor leaves the castle. The Goblin Emperor appeared on the island, riding in a horse-drawn carriage. He rode up to the Golden Knight, greeted the king, and said that it was an honor for him to see him on their island. Yu Sang-won really hadn't seen the goblins for a long time, but he was curious about what had happened. Marblin told him that he could safely stay here to rest. The Goblin Emperor came here because he had an urgent request for the king. One of the goblins, filled with awe, informed him that the previous king could not leave the dungeon, but there was no other choice. The boy agreed to listen to what they wanted to tell him. The Goblin Emperor would like Yu Sang-won to exchange the magic stones. The Golden Knight was surprised and asked why they needed the magic stones. Magic stones are an important resource for sustaining life in their world, but supplies are running low and there is no telling how many years they will last. Goblins cannot stand by and watch their fellow tribesmen die, so they asked the Golden Knight to exchange them. Previously, there were many large monsters and animals on the island, so there were no problems with stones. But due to an unknown phenomenon, the ecosystem was destroyed and as a result, magic stones became rare. Yu Sang-won wondered what the goblins were doing with the magic stones and why they were so important. One of the goblins explained that he could be considered the fuel that kept their entire empire running, the Golden Knight thought, because it seems that in their empire, magical stones were valued as much as oil on Earth. The guy decided to agree to the exchange. The goblins bowed and thanked the king, but the Golden Knight had one condition. He said this for the goblins, because it is inefficient to hold on to resources that are already depleted and hard to mine. Instead of such resources, you can start extracting oil or coal, as well as better developed technologies. Goblins used such resources as raw materials for alchemy. The goblins said that on their planet, as on Earth, the global economy depends on coal and oil, but here the slaves mine these resources. He advised the goblins to use coal and oil as an alternative resource to magic stones, making them the basis of the empire, although this would lead to environmental problems. However, it is better than the collapse of the country due to the depletion of resources. This was the condition for the exchange of magic stones, to find ways and methods, and then bring him the result. The Golden Knight wondered what he could get in return for the magic stones. Yu Sang-won approached Akalon, who was in charge of food, and asked what was for dinner. This time, Akalon prepared the meat for the barbecue. Yu Chun asked the king what he had promised the goblins. Yu Sang-won explained that he asked for an army of goblins in exchange for the magic stones. The goblins need precious metals and other resources, but they have a lot of human resources, so Yu Sang-won advised them to replace the magic stones, which are their main but depleted resource. Yu Sang-won threw the ball against the wall to show that they need to replace resources to keep their system alive. He was genuinely concerned about the Goblin Empire. The ball returned to his hand. The goblin soldiers provided belong to the Heavenly Sword Army and can be used in planning tactics. In Seoul, at the general headquarters of the Hunter Association, the afternoon report began. The works on the reconstruction of the barrier were completed, as well as the position of all generators was changed. The creation of fake cores to confuse the enemy was discussed. It was difficult for them to restore the budget because most of the funds went to the maintenance of the Golden Knight. The director, citing the confidentiality of the information of the Ministry of Defense, assured that there was nothing to worry about and asked if Pastor Lee's location had been established. According to intelligence, he was nowhere to be seen, not even in Quezon Undercity. According to their sources, he disappeared after an explosion in a hotel penthouse in Quezon. A satellite photo taken at the time of the explosion shows Pastor entering the hotel, but there is no confirmation yet that he has left. A dispute broke out about who was responsible for the defeat. It was suggested that they should consider the possibility of Pastor Lee's death. He was blamed not only for the defeat in battle, but also for the loss of the archdemon Apostle Beast and the Carnage King constellation. Another basis for rumors about Pastor's death was that the demolition of the prison for hunters in Quezon Undercity had begun. This is where Pastor Lee kept captured hunters captive, using their life energy to craft level-up potions and medicines. The prison was a peculiar symbol of the pastor's power. If changes began there, it obviously indicates that something has changed in his life. It may even mean that someone else has taken his place. Therefore, this case must be thoroughly investigated. One of the experts suggested not to guess, but to find evidence that confirms or refutes the information about Pastor Lee's condition. The director ordered the mobilization of hunters in all areas, including commanders of each unit and police officers. 3 days later, in the dungeon of the Goblin Empire, Shin So-mi was training. It was difficult for her to exchange vision with the animals, because each of them had their own vision. Shin Ah-yoon believed that all skills were useful, because if a person can share what an animal sees, it can help in intelligence. Shin So-mi reviewed her magic bullet-making skills. It was a great skill because her main class is Mago, so she can use it effectively. The daughter reminded that legendary is a rare and expensive skill. And so it was. Good thing Seo-mi only has to worry about firearms now. Shin Ah-yoon wasn't kidding. With this powerful new skill book, she can use Phoenix Dance properly. The guild leader was very glad to have Yu Sang-won, because once again he helped them a lot. If it weren't for him, they would be in dire straits. The daughter noticed her mother's face in love and suspected that she was thinking about Yu Sang-won again. Shin So-mi was very shy. It was obvious that she was in love. She tried to deny it, but her body told the truth for her. She was very grateful. Meanwhile, Yu Sang-won was flying in the sky with his dragon Eldraine and enjoying the scenery around. The golden dragon could not believe that he was cheating a taxi driver for magic stones. The Golden Knight promised to take care of everything so that no one would be sad. Suddenly, a message came to the boy's phone that there were rumors about the death of Pastor Lee, so he urgently needed to return. Yu Sang-won returned to his iron fortress and began checking the documents. He did not believe that it could end so easily, because even if Pastor Lee was killed due to internal strife, it was very strange. Baek Ga-yeon explained that on the one hand, everything is logical, because 3 archdemon beasts died. The Carnage King constellation had no choice but to rage. They understood that if Pastor Lee was really dead, someone else, no less dangerous, would take his place. The director agreed because this was the essence of the problem. Therefore, the association has not yet confirmed the pastor's death. Choi Chun-sung believed that if the pastor had really died, the government would have to immediately pay them everything they were owed, but they were putting it off. Yu Sang-won was relieved that he didn't personally kill the pastor, so he decided to wait until his death was definitively confirmed. Baek Ga-yeon knew that a gathering of hunters would be announced, and this time the Golden Knight would have to appear and reinforce his position. Yu Sang-won did not want to do this at all and refused. The director of the academy explained that people will trust him more if he clearly expresses his position. With great power comes great responsibility. In any case, the Golden Knight wanted to go with his friends to the dungeon, and when the gathering was announced, they should contact him. Now it's time for Yu Sang-won to face reality. Meanwhile, Crocbane was in the goblin dungeon on the beach. He lay in the sun and tanned. The boy approached the subordinate and asked what Accolon was doing. It turned out that he collected all the data piecemeal. The Golden Knight ordered Accolon to begin preparations for departure. They needed to prepare well for future events. Kolf understood that the battle with the enemies was not yet over, so they had to act in advance, using all their forces. Sun Meol agreed with Kolf. However, Yu Sang-won did not have the ability to act of his own free will, as he became a Golden Knight against his will. In any case, the boy asked everyone to be prepared for the fact that they might need to return to the fight at any moment. Meanwhile, Heavenly Sword Knights Yu Chen and Lee Jong-seok were busy training the new goblin army. Yu Sang-won also came to warn the knights that they might need to leave this place soon, so they should be prepared for that. Many journalists gathered at a hotel in Seoul, asking guild members to pose for photos. In fact, journalists were waiting for the appearance of the Golden Knight. Suddenly, people began to gather around the car that was carrying the governor of the Gyeongsang and Jeolla provinces. The reporters asked him to tell about the hunter Choi Chun-sun, who was on the side of Jeolla province and joined the Golden Dragon Knight. However, the governor from Jeolla did not answer the question. They were inconvenient because the S-rank hunter who used to protect his territory had switched to the mercenaries. Neo Sinan was a mess, so they had to be released soon. Finally, journalists saw the trailer of Golden Knight Dragon. People began to gather around him and ask many questions. In fact, the Golden Knight was not there. Yu Sang-won, Shin Seo-mi, and Choi Chun-sung arrived by taxi to avoid attracting attention. The team entered the hotel, where they were greeted by an employee. She turned out to be an awakened person who received a task from the constellation Apollo and was ready to fulfill all their requests. Yu Sang-won looked around. It was a luxurious building. They entered the elevator. The employee said that the meeting will be held in the VIP conference room on the 145th floor, and Mr. Yu Sang-won will be staying in room 144A. It was the first time the Golden Knight had heard of anything that could stop in this room. The employee admitted that she did not know exactly what would be discussed at the meeting, because other business conferences are often held here, and many guilds stay at the hotel long after the meeting ends. The door to the conference hall opened. The heads of the guilds had been waiting for the Golden Knight for a long time. The SS rank hunter, the Golden Dragon Knight, Mr. Yu Sang-won entered the hall. Looking around, he did not see representatives of half of the Soul guilds. Everyone was asked to take their seats, and the hunters' meeting began. Participants were provided with data related to recent events. A report on the consequences of the anomaly and the battle was placed on the tables, urging everyone to familiarize themselves with the materials. Yu Sang-won was reading the report. It covered the death of Shim Kang-hoon, the murder charge against Choi Chun-sung, and the Soul Barrier negotiations. All the events described in the report were related to the Golden Knight. Meeting participants were asked to express their opinion on the information provided and share responsibility. All this was done for the good of the Republic of Korea and the safety of its citizens. The former Seoul Guild head, Lee Jong-won, was demoted to C-class, and the guild head, Shim Kang-hoon, was found dead north of the barrier. All members of the guild were currently under investigation. Depending on the results of the investigation, the Seoul Guild may be disbanded. The commander wanted to talk about the case involving Shim Kang-hoon later, because at the moment, it was a manslaughter case involving hunter Choi Chun-sung. Choi Chun-sun got up from his seat. While on a mission to protect Gwangju, he left the war zone without any warning to the association or the unit concerned. Due to Choi Chun-sun's absence, there were no S-class hunters in Gwangju. He defended the city without any support, even during an invasion, and only left when he really needed help to ensure security. The director believed that arbitrarily leaving the territory for which one is responsible is a serious problem. Whatever merits Choi Chun-sung may have, his actions can be equated to desertion. If it were wartime now, he would be executed. Since the state of emergency had been lifted in connection with the successful defense of Gwangju, Seoul, and Busan, the matter would be brought before the post-war meeting. The question was raised as to what stance would be taken on Yu Sang-won's group, which included Choi Chun-sung. The Golden Knight rose from his seat and said he understood why the minister was having this conversation, but they should be honest with themselves. As an academy employee, Yu Sang-won felt the most that this was ultimately true. Hunter groups cannot escape politics. Important hunters were concentrated only in Seoul, and in the Seoul area, there wasn't even a shortage of A-rank hunters, let alone S-rank hunters. After gathering all the strong hunters in the largest guild, they build up their strength. Meanwhile, the province is declining without the strong hunters. This leads to security breaches. Highly skilled hunters like Choi Chun-sung have no choice but to suffer even more by taking stock, while everyone stubbornly tries to increase the power of their guilds. If nothing changes, the provincial hunters will continue to go. Choi Chun-sung was indeed guilty of leaving his seat, but they should think about the reasons behind it. If they punish Choi Chun-sung so harshly, the reaction of the provincial hunters will be much stronger than expected. If they are not worried about their safety, They should discuss the deaths of Shim Kang-hoon and Pastor Lee. They should think about whether they should really make the case of the hunter Choi Chun-sung their main business. Ko Jung-soo believed that Yu Sung-won was right. Until now, the greatest power of government and association has been power, and in trying to maintain it, an imbalance of power has arisen. It should be recognized. After the problem started due to the power imbalance, there is an other power that tries to counter it. She is criticized even now, not wanting to admit it. So, Ko Jong-soo wanted to say that the strength of the association and the government had begun to wane. The members joining Yu Sang-won are driven by a new force. If it wasn't for Yu Sang-won, maybe they would have been drawn to Pastor Lee like Shim Kang-hoon. All they can do is run away or join someone stronger. Ko Jung-soo didn't want to thank Yu Sang-won, but thanks to him, the invasion was stopped. This is a large contribution that has not been seen for several decades. The Golden Knight remembered that Ko Jong-soo used to hate him, but now he changed his stance. They decided to double-check the situation, talk to Yu Sang-won, and let them know what would happen next with Pastor Lee's case. The minister rose from his seat. An unusual piece of information about Pastor Lee was recently discovered. There are rumors that he died due to internal affairs of the constellation. So it is safe to say that the King of Carnage and his apostles have been severely defeated. They are in great confusion. Meanwhile, the Golden Knight, playing a game on his phone, took part in the discussion. It was decided that now was the best time to attack and cut off the King of Carnage from his power. Therefore, the Ministry of Defense sends a formal request to the Hunters Association, asking them to help them advance north. If Yu Sang-won and the three main guilds join them, it will be very helpful. The Golden Knight reminded them that he was mercenary, and they should understand the value of his help. The commander was aware of this, but it was a matter of security. If they don't end this thing now, a similar invasion could happen again, and millions of people would die. The Golden Knight was greatly requested to help them, as the budget was now very small. Yu Sang-won remembered his childhood and thought. Baek Ga-yeon suggests that if he doesn't want to follow orders, maybe they should get his opinion on moving north. Yu Sang-won understood that now was the right time, but even if things were bad, the archdemon beasts possessed extraordinary power. And honestly, even if they released one of them now, half the population would be dead by now. The Golden Knight wondered if anyone present had battled the archdemon beast in the room. Is there anyone who can refute his words? These monsters had the Ascent skill and their own Counter-Strike skill. In battle, they didn't even use Ascension properly. In one battle, a person was hit by a counter-Remschit. Yu Sang-won didn't mind that now was the time to attack, but if they didn't study everything carefully, they could be seriously hurt. A victory that costs the lives of all allies cannot be called a victory. Such a victory will be only for the ministers and the government, who like to brag at the tables in their offices. Park Suk-ja, the ruler of Pyongyang province, sat on the floor in Kim Susan Palace of the Sun. She didn't recognize the Pastor Lee in front of her who ascended to the sky and then turned into an archdemon beast. Pastor Lee said that his body has changed but his soul remains and it serves God. He's a half-demon beast now. Park Suk-ja came here to prove her loyalty by sacrificing one eye, one arm, and one leg to the Carnage King. As a result, Pyongyang actually came under the control of the Undercity. She inquired from the half-demon beast how he felt after hitting the strong cities and receiving a strong rebuff. She heard that several apostles were injured as a result. Pastor Lee knew that they would soon begin to attack as well. These people will soon want to do more than just overthrow the Massacre King. Their main target is Quezon City, which they believe is Pastor's base. And they are also going to attack Pyongyang, where the Temple of the Massacre King is located, which they consider their second target. They believe that their power has weakened. But if they do not invade Kaesong, then they can reach Pyongyang itself, and then they will happily marry them. By luring them in this way to Pyongyang itself, letting them capture Kaesong, they completely isolate them and then destroy them. Therefore, they need to fasten all the major hospitals, metro stations, and school buildings located there. Park Suk-ja was asked to continue with the Hunter prison and then create waves on the shores of Pacific Lake. Pastor Lee promised that if the ruler helped him, he would give her all the potions and all the weapons he had. It was decided to talk about the intelligence received from the Undercity. It was confirmed that Park Suk-ja's power was still considerable. Park Suk-ja has worked closely with Pastor Lee for a long time. If the pastor flees somewhere after being defeated, then most likely it is there. Recently, a hunter explored the area to catch a group of larger scavengers. The line of defense was better fortified than they thought. It will be difficult to break through it. They had a strong line of defense and strong enemies. They needed a good strategy for this. The land Pastor Lee controlled actually belonged to them. Therefore, if their operation in the scorched earth fails, the loss of life is likely to be significant. Moreover, their troops were exhausted by the recent battle and the Second World War, which began with German aggression. Therefore, it was proposed to use the strategy used by the Soviet Union, Operation Deep Breakthrough. Ko Jong-soo knew that a deep breakthrough operation would require significant resources, and the number of troops must also outnumber the enemy. General artillery and infantry units will be deployed along the entire front to push the main force back into Pyongyang. The commander proposed to appoint the 7th Corps, equipped with equipment from magic stones, as a strike group on Pyongyang. The 5 main corps will engage in battle in all directions. Then they will be completely helpless. If such an operation is indeed carried out, they will all need to quickly go through the dungeons and expand their composition, because it will be an unusual operation. The commander promised that as soon as the exact schedules of the offensive plan were determined, he would inform everyone. It was necessary to maintain confidentiality, because it was about military strategy. Baek Ga-yeon wondered what the Golden Knight thought about it. He didn't understand who they were going to surprise by using a war strategy that was more than a century old. The reason why the Soviet Union was able to pull off such an operation lay in its vast production system, unique among communist countries. They could produce large-scale tanks, giving way to troops. After they were reduced to a mass of blows on themselves, they hit places of lifelong importance everywhere. Yu Sang-won didn't know if Pastor Lee could fall prey to such a strategy. However, the headmistress believed that it would bring a lot of resources, including the support of the Olympus Guild. All issues were discussed and conclusions reached, so the interview ended. Choi Chun-sung asked Ko Jung-soo why he sided with Yu Sang-won. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild believed that it was not worth fighting just like that. But the man still remembered that this person was involved in the case where his son died. So one day, he was ready to kill Yu Sang-won with his own hands. Ko Jung-soo clenched his fist in anger. He was too strong right now, so he wanted to grow their guild members as soon as possible by conquering Pastor Lee's high-level dungeons and archdemon beasts. But all they had to do now was to endure and obey. The people from the Olympus Guild summoned the High Priest to help them. They decided to join forces to defeat the Carnage King, but Pastor Lee's whereabouts were unknown. The High Priest said that the pastor's spiritual power could not be traced, so at first glance he seemed dead. But it is clear that he is hiding somewhere in the north of the Korean peninsula. Diomedes meant it. She asked what happened to Yu Sang-won. It is obvious that he, as before, took a passive position and did not seem to want to draw attention to himself. The High Priest asked Diomedes to keep a close eye on him, for it was clear that he was harboring some great purpose that they could not foresee. They should carefully observe him, how he behaves when he is around them. A few days later at the Iron Fortress, Yu Sang-won was approached by Yu Chun. It was about subduing the King of Carnage that he had discussed a few days ago. Shinso, Mi watched the conversation. The bystander thought that they needed to increase the number of the Heavenly Sword Army and strengthen their troops. Baek Ga-yeon wanted to control it, as their fighting abilities are well known, but one should not invest too much. Yu Sang-won believed that there was no need to increase the troops. Yu Chun believed that they would be at a disadvantage. The subordinate wanted to ask Kroll for help once again. He did not think that he would refuse their request, because it is correct to prepare for a duel in advance. The guy asked what other people from the team thought about it, but the people from the room did not react in any way and just smiled. It was better than just doing nothing. The director of the academy let it slip that the enemy army would soon do something very important. Therefore, they need to be ready and always be in touch. Yu Sang-won remembered Shin Ah-yoon's behavior. She is very passionate about training and always wants to improve her level. If she joined the army, her fellow servants would hate her. In Ilsan, in the joint headquarters of the operation to subdue the Carnage King, the military was preparing for this operation. Jo Pil-sung was appointed as the head of the Joint Command, with Ko Jong-soo of the Blue Dragon Guild in charge of the Union of Guilds. Ko Jong-soo shook the commander's hand. Last time they fought pirates in the South Pacific, it was nothing compared to capturing the archdemon beast. On the side of the hunters, there were only 17 guilds. The guild master asked to look at these documents to clarify class levels. They will have a total of 5 corps attacking on all fronts, and the 7th Corps will attack Pyongyang. It would be nice to share the strategy with the hunters in general. They will fight by sharing their status with each other in real time. Although the deep breach operation was quick and effective, there were doubts as to whether it was really possible. It was widely used in modern wars. A brief report on the current situation was presented. So far, there have been no reports of battles on the fronts. Fighters of all 5 corps were waiting for the order to advance. First, the attacks of the 7th Corps troops equipped with magic stones located in Ilsan will be directed towards Pyongyang. The strategy was to strike deep into the enemy's rear. The 7th Corps, which would attack, would be close by, but there was the possibility of an attack from the rear. If they are not careful, they risk being surrounded. The 849th Special Purpose Brigade of the 7th Corps, equipped with magic stone equipment, will be deployed on the central bridgehead. The 3rd Corps will follow them and control the surroundings. Ko Jong-soo didn't expect things to be so simple. The 3rd Corps specializes in defensive tasks, so it will be difficult for them to be vigilant. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild suggested that the vanguard be fully deployed to distract the enemy's attention. The commander agreed, but the major guilds should compete as close as possible to the 7th Corps. If an unforeseen situation arises, they will be able to provide immediate support. At the headquarters of the operation to subdue the Carnage King, everyone was preparing for the offensive. A general training exercise was taking place, and even the aircraft had already taken off. Ko Jong-soo watched the situation with the commander. They decided it was time to move on. The commander looked at his watch, and then took the walkie-talkie and addressed all the troops. He informed that the operation has started. The troops were fully prepared. They took up their positions and began to move towards the territory they planned to capture. Charlie was in a combat plane with missiles. He was given the necessary coordinates and aimed. After that, the first rocket was launched. According to the plan, the offensive was to begin at 2 o'clock in the morning. The offensive was on all fronts. The Blue Dragon Guild advanced towards Pyongyang with Guo Cheng-sun. They had their own schedule. 3 minutes after the start of the operation, the first shelling began in the areas of Kaesong, Cheorwan, Pyongan, Gimgan, and Koson. The vultures were in the enemy city. They were afraid that the King of Carnage would catch them and then grind them to dust. Suddenly, the man raised his head because he heard a strange sound. A rocket flew over him, followed by a loud explosion. Aviation continued to bombard the city. There was a question about the victims among the civilian population. The military tried to minimize them by using precision bombs. Within an hour of the start of the operation, the infantry will be deployed along the entire front. The hunters concentrated on striking positions in the depths of the city. After clearing Kaesong, they planned to attack Pyongyang directly. Politicians also paid great attention to this operation. Her failure could lead to serious problems for his seeding, because there were already many problems with such personalities as the Golden Knight. The commander assured that there is nothing to worry about because they will definitely fulfill their mission. The success of the operation will open up new opportunities for the general, and perhaps he will even receive an invitation to a position in the capital. The commander believed that the minister would be able to settle this issue because everything was done for the benefit of the people. After completing the operation, he suggested that the minister meet in a nice place and drink pleasant drinks together. The commander's son underwent a medical examination. They needed not to advertise it, because now there was a lot of talk about corruption during military service. Another explosion rang out in the city, but this time it was an enemy attack on military positions. People with injuries were lying on the ground. The comrades grabbed the wounded and began to drag them to a safe place. The city hall building was planned for 10 o'clock, but the resistance of the scavengers was getting tougher. The snipers fired from the buildings at the soldiers and threatened to kill everyone. But unexpectedly, the barrel of the tank was aimed at this scavenger, and the tank fired a shell directly at this person. Despite these successes, their unit still suffered serious losses. The 7th Corps and a detachment of hunters had to reach Pyongyang as soon as possible. They needed to make their way at any cost. The soldiers were discouraged, realizing that they would soon die. They had no choice but to hold on until the rear forces had accomplished their mission. Information came from the walkie-talkie that a squad of hunters was already entering the city, so everyone should go on their way. Cars with help started approaching the military. They were approaching the pens. But the enemy began to fire at the cars from automatic weapons, thereby damaging the aid. The Deep Strike Force, 7th Corps, and the Hunter Squad suffered heavy casualties as they passed through Quezon. The opposition was much stronger than they imagined, so they needed additional support. Pastor Lee observed the situation. He knew that Seoul's troops had entered Kaesong, which meant that they would soon reach Pyongyang. As expected, Park Suk-ja accompanied the pastor. They advanced towards Pyongyang to catch the enemy by surprise. Their plan was carefully thought out in advance. They understood that over time the capture of new areas would become more and more difficult. Pastor Lee was visited by Kwak Won-ho, the ruler of Wonsan Undercity, and Ri Mi-ju, the ruler of Hamhin Undercity. They had not seen him for a long time and reported on an interesting job. The pastor was glad to see them. Ri Mi-ju was surprised because she was told that he had turned into a monster. But before her stood a man who could change his form at will. Kwak Won-ho reminded the pastor of his potion-making skills and asked him to create some. However, the man did not have time for this at all. Suddenly, behind Ri Mi-ju and Kwak Won-ho, the archdemon beast Przewalski appeared and started neighing like a horse. Kwak Won-ho was surprised by the appearance of Mr. Przewalski. The archdemon beast grabbed Kwak Won-ho's hand and informed him that the Olympus Guild was moving towards Wonsan. Ri Mi-ju was a bit confused because Pastor Lee was sure that their attack would only be aimed at Pyongyang. However, the pastor remained calm. Their plan was to distract the enemy from the defensive line, and in reality, everything was under control. Przewalski said that Wonsan is home to Iberico, and she will not be able to resist the exalted Iberico. Fierce battles raged in the undercity of Wonsan. The city was burning, and there were many explosions. Iberico watched the chaos unfold. Hunters of the highest ranks of the Olympus Guild were waiting for Iberico, ready for defense. In the undercity, Wonsan Iberico warned the hunters of the Olympus Guild that they would become victims of the King of Carnage. Diomedes and her colleague pounced on the archdemon beast, striking him. But when the hunter of the Olympus Guild touched the monster with his weapon, he was struck by an electric discharge and fell to the ground. Exalted Wagyu appeared at the scene of the battle, ready to help Iberico. The Exalted Wagyu taunted the Olympus Guild, claiming that their powers were insufficient to defeat the exalted archdemon beasts. The hunter of the Olympus Guild, lying on the ground without strength, did not know what to do with these monsters. In Hwanghae-bukdo, Hwangju-gun, about 50 kilometers south of Pyongyang, the military continued to advance. Blue Dragon 1 radioed Ko Jong-su about the start of the attack on Pyongyang. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild accepted the answer, because they were already 50 kilometers away from Pyongyang. New rockets were launched, the city was engulfed in flames, loud explosions rang out. Confident in his archdemon beasts, Pastor Lee remained calm despite the chaos. Kwak Won-ho informed Pastor that the fighters had already taken all the bunkers in Kaesong, and with the help of archdemon beasts, including Przewalski, they would be able to recapture the city. Pastor Lee assured him that everything was going according to plan and suggested that he enjoy the spectacle. He ordered the recapture of Kaesong and cut off the retreat of the Deep Strike Group. Finally, the massacre will begin. The soldiers tried to advance in the city, but their path was blocked by the archdemon beast Przewalski, which frightened them. The commander received a radio message about an attack on Kaesong by archdemon beasts. He was told that Przewalski had launched an attack, indicating that the archdemon beasts had learned of their operation and were now attacking. The loss of Kaesong would isolate the Deep Strike Group that had advanced toward Hwangju. This will endanger the lives of the members of the Blue Dragon Guild and the entire 7th Corps. The commander inquired about the possibility of support from Olympus, but this was difficult due to the fierce battle at Wonsan in which they were engaged. Currently, support from any of the 5 corps other than the Golden Dragon Knight was impossible. Kwak Won-ho also entered the battlefield. He stood, gathering lightning energy around him, creating a shield. The soldiers tried to knock him down with a car, but he gathered even more energy and used a powerful skill. His impact on the car lifted it into the air, turned it over and set it on fire. Ko Jong-soo got out of the car and ordered all the military to stop their cars and not advance any further. Kwak Wan-ho was standing in the middle of the road as the Blue Dragon Guild hunters and military gathered around him, surrounding him and pointing machine guns at him. Ruler Wansan spread his arms and turned to the Blue Dragon and the warlords, expecting a more interesting confrontation. One of the soldiers, while still aiming at Kwak Wan-ho, was suddenly hit in the stomach by a creature that appeared behind him and fell to the ground. It was Rimi Ju standing in front of the soldier's body and demanding all their blood. The soldiers, even more excited, began to sound the alarm because everything around was burning and exploding. The hunter from the Blue Dragon Guild swung his weapon in Kwak Wan-ho's face, but the opponent skillfully dodged. At this moment, the ruler of Wansanu jumped up, gathered energy in his hand, and struck the Blue Dragon hunter's stomach. Suddenly, the soldiers who started shooting lost their lives at the hands of Rimi Ju, who stabbed them with her knives. Ko Jong-soo was furious. Everything before that was just a joke, and he wasn't going to give up. Park Suk-ja, watching their breakthrough, wondered ironically if they were really so strong that they were able to advance so far. She considered this strategy, which has been in use for over 100 years, to be bullying them and felt humiliated. Ko Jong-soo, looking closely at this woman, recognized her as Park Suk-ja from Pyongyang. The girl offered the newcomer from the Blue Dragon Guild a cruel choice: die quietly and painlessly or fight to the end, but suffer a terrible death. Leaving them no chance to escape, she informed them that the archdemon beasts had already captured everything behind them. Park Suk-ja announced that the archdemon beasts had already captured everything behind them, denying them a chance to escape. Ko Jong-soo, finding himself in a terrible situation, could not understand how they had gotten to this point. In his mind, he begged Yu Sang-won for help. In the barbarian city, in the underground labyrinth of rank B, the Golden Knight fought with an incredibly durable enemy. Finally, after a fierce battle, Yu Sang-won managed to land the final blow, and the beast fell to the ground, defeated. Shin So-mi and Shin Ah-yoon, who were also participating in the battle, watched the boss fall with relief. This beast dealt twice as much damage to the Golden Knight as any other enemy, as it had gotten much stronger recently. Eager to complete his task, Yu Sang-won asked Ah-yoon about the location of the final boss. She informed them that outside the forest they had seen, the king of the dungeon, the most powerful monster in this labyrinth, was waiting for them. Suddenly, Shin So-mi's tablet received an urgent call from the academy director, Shin. So-mi understood that the headmaster wouldn't have called during the Golden Knight battle unless it was something really important. Shin Ah-yoon didn't know if they should evacuate the dungeon immediately because they didn't know the nature of the urgent message. Suddenly, a warning appeared in front of the Golden Knight. He must not leave the head of his enemies alive. He needs to fulfill his knightly duty. Yu Sang-won wanted to finish clearing the dungeon as soon as possible. In the Iron Fortress, Baek Ga-yeon pleaded with the commander to immediately help Yu Sang-won, who is fighting a fierce battle in the dungeon. She stressed that the sweep could not be abandoned halfway, as the 7th Division and the Blue Dragon Guild had already been attacked by archdemon beasts, and the newly liberated Kaesong was once again under threat of capture. Baek Ga-yeon explained that the Golden Knight could give them time to reorganize the troops, but it was difficult because he himself was preparing for a decisive battle with the Carnage King and the Pastor. She admitted that unilaterally canceling Yu Sang-won's business trip could negatively affect his reputation, but it was a forced move because the situation was critical. The association sincerely apologized for the inconvenience caused, but emphasized that this is an extreme situation, and they hope for Yu Sang-won's understanding. The director, aware of Yu Sang-won's stubbornness, decided to send him an emergency signal first. However, she immediately ordered the hunter Choi Chun-sung to be sent to Kaesong immediately. Chaos reigned in Kazan. The city was engulfed in violent flames, turning it into an inferno. The military, hidden in their hideouts, watched in horror as the archdemon beasts surrounded Kaesong, concentrating their forces near the city hall. The commanders understood that the fall of Kaesong was inevitable. The loss of the city was only a matter of time, because they did not have enough strength to defend it. In order to save the lives of his best men, the commander decided to retreat. Suddenly, a soldier ran up to him with a message about an emergency call from the reinforcement commander. The commander of the 2nd Brigade having contacted the command, learned that 12 soldiers, cut off from the main forces near Quezon City Hall, needed urgent evacuation. The soldiers, who at that time were repelling the attack of the monsters, listened with interest to the conversation with the command. The order was clear: to hold until the 7th Division and the Blue Dragon Guild broke through Quezon. Their task was to defend this position until the retreat of the troops heading for Pyongyang. In the district of Hwanghai, at the entrance to Hwangju, a brutal massacre unfolded. Rimi Ju, mercilessly killing people and standing over their bodies, mockingly asked if the Blue Dragon Guild had already made a decision. Licking the blood-stained weapon, Rimi Ju announced with a devilish smile that this was just the beginning, and she wanted to have some more fun. Choi Chun-sun, aware of the terrible strength of the opponent, understood that without decisive action, they had no chance of victory. He came up with a plan. By taking advantage of Kwok Wan-ho's distraction from the soldiers, he and Ji Yan would be able to defeat Rimi Ju if they tried their hardest. With determination in his voice, Choi Chun-sung offered her a true battle, ready to see it through. Rimi Ju, with a demonic smile on her face, accepted the challenge. Immediately after that, a series of explosions rang out in the place where the guild heads had been standing before. Ko Jong-soo was trapped in his opponent's electrical barrier, unable to fight back. Park Suk-ja, approaching the head of the Blue Dragon Guild, informed him with horror of the death of all the members of the guild. She couldn't believe that their leader was so weak. Ko Jong-soo, with anger in his voice, ordered her to shut up, because he swore to his constellations that he would kill her. Park Suk-ja, with a bloody smile, invited him to carry out his threat. Approaching from behind, she gave him a powerful blow with her claws on the head. The impact sent Ko Jong-soo's body crashing into the ground, creating cracks all around. Park Suk-ja, holding her paw on the head of the guild leader, directed a destructive energy at him. Despite his terrible wounds, Ko Jong-soo managed to get up. He changed completely. His hair turned white and stood up, and the pupils of his eyes disappeared, leaving only white spheres. Park Suk-ja, with a challenge in her voice, suggested that the second round begin. A walkie-talkie lay on the floor in a pool of blood. On it was an order to immediately stop the attack on Pyongyang, because the work was stopped. The appeal was addressed to the 7th Division and the Blue Dragon Guild, but there was no response. The Golden Knight, looking up, saw in front of him a majestic monster, the boss of the dungeon, who was clutching a scythe-like weapon in his hands. It was the king of the arena, the final boss, terrifying in its appearance. Realizing that there was no way to delay, Yu Sang-won leapt onto the monster's head in a flash, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to its head. The shot was successful. The mighty blow caused the boss excruciating pain, followed by several more fiery blows to the face. The monster fell to the ground with a thud, admitting defeat. The Golden Knight went down to him to make sure of the victory. Shin. So Mi and her daughter watched this spectacular battle in amazement. The boy defeated the final boss of the B-rank dungeon with only 3 hits. It was incredible. For his victory, Yu Sang-won received a generous reward. Now he had the opportunity to invest these funds in the Heavenly Sword Army, or purchase a new game console. Shin So-mi, understanding the urgency of the situation, offered to return immediately. They probably need a lot of help because they get so many calls. Yu Sang-won, taking off his helmet, wondered what had caused such an urgent call. The Golden Knight was certain that the urgent call was related to the King of Carnage. Baek Ga-yeon was already waiting for the team in the Iron Fortress. They finally arrived. Yu Sang-won asked if there was a request for help in the operation to remove the Massacre King. His guesses were confirmed. The enemy turned out to be much stronger than they expected. The director showed photos of new monsters. The government found out that the archdemon beasts were greatly strengthened, so they could not avoid the battle with the bloodthirsty king, the Golden Knight thought. It was already reported throughout the country. The archdemon beasts were supposedly very weak, so they could not be ready for such a development. Shin Ah-yoon looked at the pictures of these monsters with delight. They became very bright, and she dreamed of fighting with them at least once, but her mother forbade her. Baek Ga-yeon explained that Choi Chun-sun, a hunter, was sent to Kaesong first. They need to calculate the bullets for the retreat of the group that went to Pyongyang. The Golden Knight began developing a plan. He decided to deal with the situation on the spot. The Golden Dragon and the Golden Knight, in order not to expose themselves, flew over the plain in the direction of Pyongyang. Shin Seo-mi turned to Yu Sang-won, stressing that this whole situation was created unilaterally, and the association wants to resolve the issue without any compensation. The officials looked down on them, but the Golden Knight had no choice. A chivalrous message window appeared in front of him, which disturbed him. It said that an evil is spreading across the continent that threatens humanity, and he must actively carry out missions. The government was interested in the progress of the operation. They were asked to hand over to the Olympus Guild, which was located in Wonsan, to immediately leave for Kaesong. They will clear Kaesong and ensure a safe retreat for the troops from Pyongyang. Next, when the deep strike units reach Kaesong, they attack the main dungeon. Baek Ga-yeon was surprised because it was very risky to attack the main dungeon. Goldenface understood that they could not expect a counterattack in the main dungeon because that would lead to defeat. Therefore, all forces must be concentrated on Kazan to provide cover for the retreating units. The plan was to distract the enemy and destroy key points. It was a daring operation, but thanks to a well-thought-out strategy, it could be carried out. Since it would take time for the Olympus Guild to reach Kaesong, Yu Sang-won requested that they contact them immediately, as time was running out. On the Hamju battlefield, Ko Jung-soo was exhausted. He did not have the strength to continue the fight on his own. Park Suk-ja demanded that he surrender, because he had no chance of winning. Ri Mi-ju added that no amount of his actions would help him overcome them. Cheo Ji-yeon walked over to Ko Jung-soo and lifted him onto her shoulders. The opponents agreed to spare his life if he would join them, but only if he begged on his knees. The capture squad, which had marched together with the Golden Dragon Knight and the Blue Dragon Military Guild, was ordered to immediately retreat to Kwesan. This applied to both the warriors and the guild advancing towards Pyongyang. Ko Jung-soo pushed Cheo Ji-yeon away, trying to find the strength to resist. He could not leave this place because the army was being reorganized here. He decided to use his secret and asked Cho Ji-yeon to help him take out the remnants of the troops. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild asked Cheong-yeon to use the secret to help him gather troops. Ko Jung-soo folded his arms as he used his mysterious skill. A blue snake appeared around him, gathering energy. In Kwesan, the fierce fighting did not stop. Choi Chun-sung, controlling the situation, gave orders to the army. The second platoon was to bypass the enemy and attack from the side, and the third platoon was to remain in position. Their mistake could lead to disaster. Suddenly, Choi Chun-sun raised his head and saw a golden dragon with a golden knight on his back in front of him. This became a real salvation for him. Eldraine, flying over Kazan, rained his fiery breath on the enemies. Enemies on the ground were burned alive. The Golden Knight's full squad has already arrived in the city, ready to fight and save the day. The warriors looked at them with relief, because now they knew that they would be saved. The archdemon beasts noticed that the Golden Dragon Knight was approaching them. The people from the Wonsan Guild of Olympus were also moving in this direction, which is why the monsters appeared here. The beast archdemon Przewalski was preparing to deal with the Golden Dragon in the sky, and the ground troops were to defeat the enemy on the ground. An alarm sounded in the plane, warning of approaching danger. The plane shook, and Baek Ga-yeon, clutching the seat, could not believe what was happening. Behind the glass of the plane, they saw the terrible beast archdemon Przewalski, who became even stronger and more majestic. The director of the academy, studying the information about the monster, was surprised to note that it now resembled a paladin. The Golden Knight on the Golden Dragon was rapidly approaching the archdemon beast. He didn't share the academy director's opinion, considering the monster not a paladin, but a pitiful puppet pony. Yu Sang-won faced Przewalski. The monster clutched a weapon in his hands, accumulating dark energy, and the dragon Eldraine, light. Park Suk-ja looked down at Ko Jung-soo. She was sure that no skill he could use to change the course of the battle, because it was already obvious. The opponents did not believe that such a weak person was the leader of the guild. If they had known this earlier, the attack would have started much faster. But Jong-soo wasn't going to give up, and continued to focus on activating the skill. Suddenly, the guild leader fell to the ground, and a huge dragon snake escaped from his hands. Her body crushed the ground beneath her opponent's feet, forcing them to retreat. Kwak Won-ho was amazed. It turns out that Young-soo is much stronger than they expected. His skill caused significant destruction to the city. Cheo Ji-yeon begged Ko Jung-soo to retreat, as all the troops had already begun to retreat. But the guild leader, exhausted, did not have the strength to stand up. He used all his strength to activate the last skill. Jong-yeon lifted the unconscious Ko Jung-soo onto his shoulder and begged him to come to his senses. Park Suk-ja didn't expect the guild leader to use her special technique just to distract. The opponents fled, abandoning them to their own devices because they understood that in Kazan, they would still be torn to shreds by archdemon beasts. The Olympus Guild arrived on the battlefield. Baek Ga-yeon, turning to the heavenly sword, ordered to urgently join the hunter Choi Chun-sung. A terrible picture appeared in front of the hunter, an archdemon beast that greatly exceeded him in size. The heavenly sword knights ran up to Choi Chun-sun, announcing the arrival of help. Yu Chen, raising her sword, vowed not to leave any enemy alive. The archdemon beasts, noticing the Golden Dragon Knight's army on the battlefield, prepared with horror for a fierce battle. A bloody battle began because the forces of both sides were equal. The Olympus Guild also joined the fray. The beast archdemon Przewalski was furious because the enemies managed to escape, disrupting his plans. The Blue Dragon Guild and the soldiers who were on their way to Pyongyang returned to Kaesong. The armies of Yu Sung-won's Heavenly Sword and the Olympic Guild attack from the south and east of the city. All of the archdemon beasts in Kaesong rushed to the front, as if sensing that Yu Sang-won and the Olympus Guild were about to win. Their plan is to move north of Quezon, hunting monsters. Ko Jung-soo realizes that this is just a way to raise his level. The battle continues. The Golden Knight, gaining strength, grabs the beast archdemon Przewalski by the throat and squeezes it, inflicting a severe wound on the monster. Suddenly, the beast releases its weapon from its hands, which began to fall from the sky to the ground and sink deep into the soil. Grabbing his throat, the monster begins to cough because he has received significant damage. The Golden Knight watches this in amazement, not believing that he had handled the monster so easily. Other archdemon beasts come to the aid of their brother. The Blue Dragon of the army returns from the north. If they do not take action, they will be crushed. Yu Sang-won turns to the monsters asking if they are going to continue fighting. The archdemon beast Przewalski offers the knight Yu Sang-won to come to the main underground storage of the King of Carnage, where he will be shown who is the real master here. The Golden Knight suddenly realizes that the monsters are trying to escape. A portal of impure magic appears above them. The dragon Eldrin explains that this is the only way for them to escape, so they should go immediately to help other people in need. Crocbane and Sam Yol, fighting against the monsters, feel weak and are forced to retreat. Diomedes announces to the other troops that the enemy is retreating, stressing that not one of them can be allowed to survive. A message appears on the mountain that the Golden Knight, having won a victory over Przewalski, becomes a great knight and receives a spear as a reward. Yu Sang-won, surprised by the appearance of a new spear in his inventory, decides to keep it for himself, even though he had no plans to use it. Baek Ga-yeon informs the Golden Knight that all the archdemon beasts have fled, and the Olympus and Blue Dragon Guilds are chasing the survivors. Although they failed to capture Pastor Lee and the Carnage King, they still managed to save the lives of the soldiers, which was the most important achievement. The warriors surrounding the Golden Knight thank him for saving him and recognize him as their hero. Yu Sang-won feels slightly embarrassed by this attention, as he is uncomfortable accepting thanks for simply doing his duty. Choi Chun-sung was over the moon with happiness. The enemy was defeated. Yu Chun ordered everyone to be informed of their triumphant victory, as Kaesong was now under their control. Word came from the command of the operation to capture the Carnage King that the soldiers on the Deep Strike mission had successfully returned to Kazan. All enemy forces in the area of action were captured. The commander wondered what losses his men had suffered. It turned out that about half of the personnel of the 7th Corps was disabled in battle, and 4 tanks were lost. The commander ordered a more detailed report on the extent of the damage, asking if they could regroup and make another sortie. Unfortunately, this was not possible at the moment, because first it was necessary to secure additional supplies and replenish the troops. If not for Yu Sang-won's support, the Deep Strike troop groupings deployed to Kaesong would have been defeated. The military officer informed the commander that he had a message for him from the minister. The commander was not happy with this news and did not want to talk. because he understood that in fact this operation was a complete failure. News reports said that the operation involved the Blue Dragon and Olympus guilds, as well as the Ministry of Defense, and that it had successfully expanded the defense lines. Baek-ga-yeon couldn't help but agree that the surgery was a failure, but the news made it look like it was a success. Shin Seo-mi thought that all of this was wrong, and her daughter was surprised because there were no lies in the news, just a clear transmission of information. Yu Sang-won, while playing on the phone, calmly explains that this is how state media should work. Shin Ah-yoon is surprised that there is not a single word about the Golden Dragon in the news, but he has already been hailed as a hero on the internet and social media. The director of the academy explains that it is beneficial for the authorities to create the image of a specific hero. Shin So-mi realizes that the Blue Dragon Guild is currently in Kaesong, where they continue to destroy the remnants of the archdemon beasts and scavengers. It is quite likely that those monsters will respawn again, because the class of many hunters has increased significantly. Yu Sang-won explains that those who were unable to successfully complete the operation in the first place are now eating the sweet leftovers. Baek-ga-yeon is interested in the Golden Knight's opinion on capturing the King of Carnage, because if they don't take action, the monsters will attack first again, or the Blue Dragon may attack first. The team understands that the representatives of the ministry will be the first to act. Yu Sang-won realizes that what he started must be finished. Therefore, after giving the people time to rest, he suggests regrouping and leaving for Pyongyang. In Pyongyang, all the apostles return to the main dungeon. They managed to successfully block the enemy attacks, but they also suffered heavy losses. Kwak Won-ho believes that there were no problems with the soldiers and the Blue Dragon Guild, but the unexpected intervention of the Golden Knight ruined all plans. Ri Mi-ju is convinced that if the people from Olympus had not approached Kaesong, they would have won because they would have had a numerical advantage. Park Suk-ja doesn't understand why the apostles returned to the dungeon, since they should have fought to the end. There is a suspicion that they just want to hide. Pastor Lee asks not to question the words and actions of the King of Carnage and his apostles. He admits that there were no winners or losers in this battle. If it weren't for Yu Sang-won, who was in the middle of the battle, they would have managed to repel all the attacks and even reach Seoul. Kwak Won-ho points out that if they don't take action now, the Golden Knight will get in their way again. Pastor Lee explains that the top leadership is aware of the problem. The Blue Dragon Guild, the Olympus Guild, the military, Seoul, the government, it all doesn't matter. Pastor Lee agrees that Yu Sang-won should be removed. It will be difficult for the main army to reach Pyongyang. Therefore, the King of Carnage's plan is to lure Yu Sang-won to the main dungeon, even if he has to call on the other evil constellations for help. By another evil constellation is meant the frozen ruler from Siberia. All they have to do is come up with a plan. Pastor Lee shares the results of his investigation. Park Suk-ja came out of the same shelter as Yu Sang-won. Park Suk-ja remembers the asylum, a dirty city where boys and girls were forced to do hard manual labor. Unhappy children became toys or slaves. Most of the asylum graduates become scavengers or homeless people. Therefore, she believes that Yu Sang-won is their famous graduate. Pastor Lee notices that Suk-ja spoke up when the shelter was mentioned. The girl simply remembered the past, without second thoughts. In any case, Yu Sang-won and his team will arrive in Pyongyang soon. Therefore, a team of scavengers decides to visit a mysterious place together with Pastor Lee. A team of scavengers follows Pastor Lee to a secret location. The pastor says that while visiting the king, he thought about life and ethics and came to the conclusion that the King of Carnage should rule this world. Pastor Lee seeks to create new creatures that did not exist before and that will only serve the King of Carnage. These Carnage King warriors were created by the pastor himself after years of research on archdemon beasts and humans. New species of creatures were bred through genetic combinations. Pastor Lee admits that he abducted people not only to make potions from them, but also in order to officially present to them the faithful dogs of the King of Carnage, Archie puppets. The Golden Knight, who was in the Iron Fortress, decided to open his statistics and check them. He was now an SSS rank hunter. He hoped that these characteristics would be enough to defeat the Carnage King and Pastor Lee. Shin Ah-yoon suddenly approached the statistics window, fascinated by the characteristics of her new stepfather. It was a surprise for the boy, because it was a new name for him. Yu Sang-won's stats were SS, and all skills were unique. This was the constellation level. Yu Sang-won was the embodiment of the constellation. Shin Seo-mi also looked at other people's characteristics for a while, but she had never seen anything like this before. And Yun understood that the knights and the Heavenly Sword Army were also here. So if they wanted to, they could take over the whole world. With great power comes great responsibility. If Yu Sang-won is vain, he will follow the path of darkness and decay. Constellation didn't just give him so much power, so they need to find out their intentions and use this power properly. Yu Sang-won doesn't know much about such things, but he doesn't seek fame as a hero or a villain. In any case, he needs to adjust all his skills so that he can easily summon his Heavenly Sword Army. Given Pastor Li's actions, he will use them more often. Now he will be able to use his troops more effectively. The Golden Knight asks to stop pressuring him, as it is only done when he is looking at his status window. The director of the academy has important information. While investigating the whereabouts of Pastor Li, they manage to find something interesting. Yu Sang-won is interested in their findings, and Baek Ga-yeon shows him a photo of little Yu Sang-won with his parents. This memory is unpleasant for the boy, because it was on this day that his parents were killed. But he needs to remember where this place is in the photo. Baek Ga-yeon reports that traces were found at the crime scene that indicate the involvement of the apostles of the Carnage King. The director does not know how involved the king was in this case, but the apostles were seen outside the city on the day of the attack. Yu Sang-won realizes that the government should be following the King of Carnage since it didn't happen that long ago. But for some reason, no one did anything. It turns out that at that time, Pastor Li bribed the district hunter and the police. Baek Ga-yeon shows 2 photos of Pastor Li taken several years apart. It looks exactly the same on them. This is because he absorbs the energy of living beings, which makes him immortal. The Golden Knight takes the photos and asks why the director is talking about it now. Baek Ga-yeon explains that Yu Sang-won's fighting spirit should not be limited to the Iron Fortress, as this situation can affect the whole world. In addition, traces of Pastor Li's influence remained in the shelter where the boy used to live. The pastor intervened in the structure of the shelter to attract more scavengers to his side, and even replaced the leaders with his own people. Long story short, the director explains that the entire association was working for Pastor Li back then, and the Golden Knight was their typical victim. Baek Ga-yeon realizes that the boy is in a state of shock right now, so she doesn't bother him and leaves to go back to the team. This moment ignites fury in the Golden Knight's heart. He is ready to launch an attack on Pastor Li and the Carnage King. They need to prepare thoroughly for this battle. Their clear goal is to eliminate the pastor and the Carnage King because the enemy must be defeated. But first, they need to take care of a few important things. After the punitive operation, the government imposed a ban on travel to that area. Therefore, if they go there on their own, problems will arise. Moreover, they are not going to lead the Heavenly Sword Army. From the government's point of view, the Golden Knight and his soldiers are regulars, so they can be accused of treason. Yu Sang-won doesn't understand why this would happen, because he always did the right thing and everything was fine. Before this operation, his actions were always for the good of the people and the government. This time, it should be like that too. But now, everything is different. Of course, the punishment team failed the mission, but if they go against the government's order, it's going to be a problem, whether he kills the Carnage King or not. Therefore, if Yu Sang-won goes against the Carnage King, the government is expected to apply sanctions. Whether he succeeds or fails, he will have to explain himself. Shin. So Mi explains that any reason can be a reason to be denied entry. Yu Sang-won asks how they propose to proceed in this situation. After the failed punitive operation, the political situation plunged into chaos. Hunters of the Blue Dragon Guild are massively leveling up and aiming to take over the association. The opposition will then launch an attack on the ruling party that organized these repressions, as well as on public opinion. The transfer of power of the Blue Dragon Guild is getting closer. The Golden Knight clenches his teeth in anger, because he understands that the Blue Dragon Guild is just trying to escape from responsibility. In Baek Ga-yeon's opinion, Yu Sang-won had better use this opportunity to influence the association. Public opinion is in favor of the Blue Dragon, so if he appears in the association, the people will support him. Then society will unite to attack the King of Carnage. Their plan is to first strengthen internal cohesion. The Golden Knight still does not understand why it is so difficult to simply catch criminals. Baek Ga-yeon asks him not to think only of himself, because he needs to take care of his family members who trust him and follow him. The Golden Knight agrees and decides to start the next morning. Journalists gather near the Iron Fortress. They report that the Iron Fortress plans to implement social projects worth 10 trillion won in the provinces of Jeollandu, Gyeongsangbuk-do, and Cheongcheongbuk-do. Details of the project include the creation of a new shelter, the construction of surveillance equipment, and barriers to protect the area. In addition, the Golden Knight expressed its intention to provide periodic financial support to the association to help fight against criminal constellations. Because of this, the government plans to present Yoo Sung-won with a certificate of appreciation. Ko Jung-soo watches the news broadcast with this information. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild is indignant. He bangs his fist on the table and finds Yoo Sang-won's behavior appalling. The news has hinted that the Blue Dragon Guild is growing and will ignore public opinion. Choi Yeon-bo is sure that there must be a reason for this change in behavior. Ko Jung-soo explains that while it may seem at first glance that Yoo Sang-won is simply expressing society's displeasure, his actions reveal a greater ruse. Whatever Yoo Sang-won's goal, he apparently believes that adding public opinion to his power makes him virtually omnipotent. The guildmaster has a plan. The association also offers them to analyze support projects for local areas. This should create an impression in people's eyes that Yoo Sang-won is not acting alone, but together with the association. Therefore, they continue to cooperate with the big rats. They need to be given the task of gathering information about the Iron Fortress. Ko Jung-soo wants to know their purpose and the exact number of Golden Knight troops. A meeting takes place in the dark alley of Shinganam. In order not to leave traces, the transaction is carried out in cash. The customer holds out a wad of money. Their task is simply to find out the number of troops in the Iron Fortress and Yoo Sang-won's goals. The scout takes the cash and assures that he will do the job well. The customer asks to add to the task so that even if the scouts are exposed, their activities will not be associated with the Blue Dragon Guild. The man explains with a smile that although their company deals with information, they also have other skills needed to complete the task. Intelligence drones appear above the Iron Fortress, which climb high into the sky and record video from the fortress's courtyard. Trained troops are trained there, as well as a whole army of goblins. Akalon observes the process and gives orders. A scout is monitoring the situation from a drone. He is amazed because there are even goblins in the army, and the knights are very well trained. The men are surprised to see a crocodile man. The fortress makes a cool impression on them, and they are interested in learning more. Suddenly, the scout hears someone else's voice. He takes off his glasses and sees a dead colleague in front of him. The scout, raising his head a little, sees Yoo Sang-won in front of him. He asks who he is and suggests that they might be from a drone club. The criminal lies, saying that he is from the club, and that they have not been able to control the drone and are now trying to find where it flew. Yoo Sang-won sarcastically believes this lie, because at first glance it was clear that before him are not drone lovers, but spies. The scout tries to explain that it was a mistake. Just a small misunderstanding because it happens sometimes. The Golden Knight takes out his legendary weapon and orders the scout to tell him who sent him here. He explains that if the scout tells the truth, he will be able to return home alive. The criminal does not give up and continues to lie, saying that he and his colleague were just playing with the drone that accidentally led them here. Yoo Sang-won notices that the criminals knew where they were at first, so he gives him two choices: either reveal everything on his own, or he himself will make him talk. The Golden Knight holds a weapon in his hands and raises it to the criminal's face. The weapon is filled with powerful energy, and it becomes clear to the scout that he will have to confess. The scout is horrified because he is being brutally interrogated. He understands that he is in a terrible situation. Yoo Sang-won promises the criminal that he will not take the video he took. He can calmly deliver the information, get paid, and go on with his life as before. The legendary weapon touches the criminal's face and begins to make a hole in it. The man understands that he is unlucky because the same failures happened to him all morning. The criminal admits that they were hired by the Blue Dragon Guild and that he works for an information-gathering organization. Yoo Sang-won silently leaves without saying anything. The criminal asks for a promise that this will not harm him or their big rat organization. Shin Ah-yoon examines the criminal's business card. His code name is Lee Tai, and he works for the Great Rats Company. Baek Ga-yeon knows that the company Big Rats was created by vultures. Shin So-mi is surprised that the vultures were able to create this organization. Korea is a democracy, so anyone, even scum, can start their own company. Even criminals sometimes remain citizens. Shin So-mi takes the criminal's card, examines it, and asks where they found him. Some time ago on the rock near the Iron Fortress, Yu Sang-won felt a strange energy. He went there and found that their fortress was being filmed by a hidden camera. The Golden Knight thinks the Blue Dragon Guild is behind it. Shin Ah-yoon is very angry. She does not believe that the criminal was let off so easily and is ready to kill him. Yu Sang-won says that he let the criminal go, ordering him to take the video and get paid for it. Baek Ga-yeon believes that this is the right decision. If the criminal were killed, another, much more effective one would take his place. It is better to find the main link and strike it. Yu Sang-won is already on the brink because of Pastor Lee and the Carnage King, and these people from the Blue Dragon Guild are just mocking him. First, they decide to put pressure on the Blue Dragon Guild with the Heavenly Sword Army. If they are lucky, they will be able to clean up everything themselves. It is not necessary to kill vultures, because they need these people to spread rumors. It is important that they know that cooperation with the Blue Dragon will lead to dire consequences. The director compiles a list of partners of the Blue Dragon Guild. They only need to weed out companies that act as cleaners. The list includes all possible organizations. Managing the Blue Dragon Guild was like a school and a business at the same time. The list of partners included a large number of IT companies, which seemed unjustified. Yu Sang-won had a plan. He was ready to learn the whole truth about the guild. The Blue Dragon Guild was in chaos. They were ordered to collect information on all illegal activities related to their activities. They started receiving complaints from companies that cooperated with them. These companies began to be attacked more and more often by unknown persons. Ko Jong-soo, clutching his face, asked what it was about. Companies refused to cooperate with the guild in the future. The guild leader paced the room anxiously. If the situation does not change, then everything will be over. If anyone reveals information about their deals with the guild, there will be dire consequences. The employee asked what to do because the situation is really urgent. Ko Jong-soo ordered the killing of officials and associates who complained about the guild. The Blue Dragon Guild's plan had worked. Key people from the organizations that complained were killed. There have been reports in the media that people who cooperated with the Blue Dragon have been found dead. It was surprising, because everyone knew that they were well paid for information. Data on the illegal deals of the Blue Dragon Guild exposed. The Golden Dragon begins to investigate them. Unlike the Blue Dragon, which immediately deals with vultures, the Golden Dragon does not kill any. Most vultures remain faithful to their work. Their hatred of the association and the government causes them to seek protection from the Golden Dragon. Vultures, having no other way out, turn to the Golden Knight for help. They beg him to take them under his wing and promise not to cause any trouble. Sensational news appears. The Golden Knight, having become the center of attention, calls the vultures of all Seoul to gather near the Iron Fortress. All vultures express their willingness to surrender and follow any orders of Golden Knight Yu Sang-won. Citizens and the police welcome this event, considering it a significant step towards increased security. The military, on the other hand, expresses concern because the Golden Knight's army may become a private force. The government currently does not comment on the situation, which leads to the expectation of further disputes. People believe that Yu Sang-won copes with his duties much better than the police. The Blue Dragon Guild is in chaos. Ko Jong-soo slams his fist on the table and accuses the Golden Knight of overstepping his authority. The police storm the headquarters of the Blue Dragon Guild, looking for its head. According to the first Article 34 of the Criminal Code, he will be detained immediately. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild is accused of inciting an attack, embezzlement of public funds, and violation of the provisions of the law on the protection of personal data. Ko Jong-soo couldn't believe that he could be arrested so easily. However, the police only wanted to talk. It seems that information about recent cases has been leaked. The vultures went to Yu Sang-won. He's still going to be released due to lack of evidence and the Hunter Protection Act. so he'd better just obey them now. In the Association of Hunters, the president was asked to express a position on the case where the Blue Dragon Guild hired vultures for illegal information gathering. He was questioned as to whether he knew about the guild leader's criminal activities and what information Ko Jong-soo had illegally collected. But all questions were ignored. Suddenly, the man closed the camera lens and explained that this situation has nothing to do with the Association of Hunters. In connection with the investigation of the case of the guild leader, Ko Jong-soo, it is thought that the Golden Dragon Knight Yu Sang-won should join the Hunter Association. The boy decided that before attacking the Carnage King and Pastor Lee, they should gain the support of society. It was a great success for them. Baek Ga-yeon considered this a good job, as now they could move on to the next step. Everyone knew that the Golden Knight grew up in an orphanage. Therefore, the director proposed to provide large-scale support to orphanages. Yu Sang-won agreed, but noted that first you need to get rid of the vultures who have sneaked into the orphanages, take bribes and abuse the children. The Golden Knight also intended to prosecute members of the National Assembly who ignored the problems of orphanages. He planned to destroy the last such houses and take under his care the children who had nowhere to go. He understood that there would be children like this all over the country, but the Iron Fortress was too small to house them all. Therefore, the best way out of this situation was to significantly expand the Iron Fortress. Construction has begun. A few days later, Shin Seo-mi approached Yu Sang-won with the information she got from Kaesong. It was said that the archdemon beast was found in Siberia. It was a big surprise. Shin. So Mi said that a person named Park Suk-ja and Archdolls appeared in the direction of Vladivostok. According to rumors, this is a monster that is a mixture of archdemon and human genes. In Vladivostok, new animals, arch-puppets, appeared. They broke out into the streets of the city and killed people. Kwak Won-ho also went to this city. He was angry at the person who was supposed to follow the arch-puppets and not let them go. Other supervisors also came to greet the boss, but he also slapped them in the face for not being able to control the situation. Kwak Won-ho continued to abuse his subordinates, but Park Suk-ja asked him to stop as they had more important things to do. Kwak Won-ho stopped and ordered his subordinates to stand or they would turn into raw material. Ri Mi-ju wondered what he was doing here. Kwak Won-ho explained that these people could not handle the beasts. Park Suk-ja asked not to worry because they need every person to make the archdolls. It seems that Pastor Lee is up to something very big. Yu Sang-won turned on the news and flipped through the channels, looking for news about Vladivostok. Baek Ga-yeon suggested that the media may be under the control of criminals. If Pastor Lee's crimes become known to the outside world, it will become a weak point for him before the event. Yu Sang-won decided that he had better personally go to Vladivostok and check the situation. Shin Ah-yoon also wanted to go with the Golden Knight, but it wasn't a tourist trip. In fact, Yu Sang-won would also like to just dissipate. Shin So-mi asked to take her with her, because it would be good for her to get out into the fresh air after such a hard time. The commander agreed that it would be something like a family vacation. She reassured that Yu Chen and Lee Jung-seok would be able to take care of the protection and training. Yu Sang-won agreed to it. He offered to go and deal with the monsters, but they might have to fight. Shin Ah-yoon thought it was even better for her. Her mother reminded her that she used to be the leader of the White Knight Guild and had enough skills. The family went to Vladivostok together on the Golden Dragon, and Yun flew for the first time on a dragon and was very enthusiastic about flying. The Golden Dragon Eldrin drove 3 people at once for the first time and wanted to be paid for the trip, because taxis usually charge extra for a large number of passengers. The Golden Knight asked Eldran to take this as a personal favor, as this was his family. The closer they flew to Vladivostok, the more Shin Ah-yoon began to freeze. She didn't think it would be so cold. Her mother had told her to dress warmer before, but she didn't listen. The daughter believed that dressing too warmly could hinder her during the battle. The Golden Knight noted that he might not have to fight, but the extra clothes could be removed before the battle. Shin Ah-yoon asked her to stop teasing her, otherwise she will start fighting even if things are calm. The Golden Knight told her to get ready because they were crossing the border of the country. The dragon swooped down and landed. Yu Sang-won and his family came to Earth. He suggested looking around first. The Golden Knight took off his helmet, but something was wrong. He couldn't feel anything. Akalon conducted an inspection, and reported that no biological signals were detected. Shang Mule felt an enormous evil power. Shin So-mi also donned her special gear while holding a machine gun. She also felt something strange. Meanwhile, Shin Ayun found a teddy bear on the ground with its ear, eye, and arm torn off. She took it in her hands. Shin So-mi suddenly felt something approaching. Akalon also conducted a scan and issued a warning about the approach of unknown creatures. The Golden Knight looked around. Arch puppets were standing in front of them, but the main characters had no idea about it. Yu Sang-won asked Akalon what was going on. The robot scanned and reported that these were beast-like monsters that did not emit biological signals. Shin Seo-mi realized that they were arch puppets and thought that they were the puppets that Pastor Lee had created. She aimed her machine gun at the monsters. The Golden Knight realized that Pastor Lee had brought all these people here to use them as material. He wondered how far the Carnage King could go in his terrible deeds. Shin So-mi fired the first shot with her machine gun and pierced the body of one of the monsters right through. The Golden Knight ordered his team to fight these monsters. All arch puppets will be destroyed.